So long. Ning Xi was really anxious for the entire journey. Don't worry, he won't, Tingxiao comforted. In the past year, has little treasure been all right? Ning Xi asked hesitantly. He's been good, but he misses you a lot. Ning Xi was feeling uneasy. A lot of time had passed after all. Maybe little treasure forgot about me. Maybe he will distance himself. Did he get taller? Maybe little treasure likes some other Ani now. In the midst of her overthinking, they reached the school entrance. It was not little treasure's kindergarten that they stopped at. It was a primary school. Little treasure was currently in first grade. There was about 10 minutes left before school was over. Tingxiao parked by the roadside quietly. Time passed by very slowly. Ring. Finally, the school bell rang over and over again as it echoed across the sky. Voices of the children started to come out of the quiet school as they ran out of the classrooms happily. Ning Xi looked among the students and parents. After another 10 minutes, there were fewer and fewer people around the entrance, but there was still no sign of little treasure. Ning Xi was a little worried. Why is little treasure not out yet? After a while, until there was almost no one else at the entrance, Ning Xi saw a familiar silhouette. The little guy had his bag on his back as usual with no expression at all. He was holding a square box in his hands. Ning Xi's tears started falling the moment she saw. The little guy. Little treasure has gotten taller. 6 centimeters taller. Chapter 1789, Never Forgotten. Tingxiao opened the door. I'll go and pick him up. Don't come down. There are a lot of people and cars around here. Okay. Ning Xi's gaze did not leave little treasure at all as she nodded half-heartedly. Tingxiao went down and walked towards his son. Little treasure, who was waiting by the entrance, started walking towards his father when he saw him. Tingxiao patted his son's head tenderly. Why are you so late today? Little treasure gazed down at the box in his hands. There was a cooking class. I made a cake for mommy. Tingxiao looked at the cake. Then he took it and walked towards the car as he held his son's hand. The both of them passed by a stall selling some bamboo strip toys. There were butterflies, ants, and some other characters made out of bamboo strips. The stall owner made an offer when he saw the cute little boy staring at his wares. Hello there. Do you like them? Have your daddy buy you one. Little treasure turned around and left without hesitation. None of them looked as good as those mommy made. Little treasure stopped when they reached the car. I'm going to grandfather's house today. Please bring the cake to mommy for me. Tingxiao did not reply. Little treasure frowned and looked at his father. Little treasure thought his father had not heard him and was about to repeat himself. Then Tingxiao interrupted him. Hand it over yourself. He opened the door. Little treasure's expression changed instantly as he stared at the back seat of the car. The little guy seemed to have seen something impossible. He stood there stunned with his mouth wide open, no words coming out of it. Ning Xi could not care much about her anxious emotions anymore. She went out of the car and embraced the little guy warmly. Baby. Little treasure was engulfed by a warm hug, and his eyes flew open wide. Tears started to roll down his cheeks. The little guy called out to her with his trembling voice, Mommy, I'm sorry that I made you wait for so long. Mommy, I'm here. Mommy. The little guy hung onto his mother's neck and cried uncontrollably. All the waiting, all his memories, they all came to him like a flash flood. Ning Xi was heartbroken when little treasure cried so hard. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, baby. Tingxiao looked at the crying mother and son pair with gentle eyes. He reminded little treasure gently. Didn't you have something for your mother? Little treasure then stopped crying. He sobbed as he took the box from his father and handed it to his mother. Is this for me? Ning Xi asked. Little treasure nodded. Ning Xi opened the box carefully. Inside it was a cake and jam had been used to draw on top of the cake. With the use of brisk, simple lines, there was an illustrated woman lying in the bed with a small child beside her. Her little treasure had never forgotten about her. Ning Xi felt regretful when she thought about how the little guy had been sitting by her side alone as he waited for her to wake up. Why did she not wake up earlier, much earlier? Thank you. I like it a lot. Thank you. Chapter 1790. Am I not calm enough? Inside a high-class apartment in Imperial, it was an absolute mess in the living room. Sparks were coming out of the cracked TV on the wall. There was a loud crash from the impact of a game controller being thrown onto a photo frame. Lei Ming was covering his head as he hid in a corner. He was crying helplessly. My little master. Stop smashing things. Stop. Please calm down. Am I not goddamn calm enough now? Jiang Mai roared furiously. Then he kicked the coffee table in front of the sofa. The items on the coffee table were thrown everywhere. Even the laptop was not able to escape his wrath. On the flickering screen was an entertainment news. A picture took up most of the screen. It was a dark bar. A couple was in an ambiguous position and were about to kiss. The people in the picture were the famed Jiang Mai and Han Zixuan. The picture quickly showed up in most headlines of the major news sites and appeared in the Hot Topic section of Weibo. At the same time, the netizens dug up past news and ambiguous relationships between them. Fueled by the combination of the media and the people, everyone thought that they were already an item. Yes. You're just being angry at your home. You're very calm. Lei Ming forced himself to say some words of comfort. Mai, you've been in the scene for a very long time. Just how many female artistes have been trying to leech off your popularity already? It's just a small matter. You don't have to be this angry and risk injuring yourself. Is there anyone as shameless as her? She's been doing this again and again. You think I really don't know what she's been doing behind my back? Jiang Mai was like an enraged lion whose anger would not subside at all. Yes. At first, she was just an artiste from Glory World. It's unavoidable that you'd need to guide her a little. We just allowed them to do whatever they were trying to do. This time, they are really overdoing it by leaking the photos to the media without even letting us know. Lei Ming's tone sounded upset, but what had happened had passed. He needed to find a solution that would not cost him his life. Jiang Mai's expression darkened. Post a clarification notice right now. If you don't, then I'll post it on Weibo myself. No. My little master, please don't touch your Weibo. In Jiang Mai's current condition, he would probably cause a big mess if he posted anything on Weibo right now. Lei Ming almost knelt before him as he continued to convince Jiang Mai. Mai, think about it. Why would Han Zixuan's team want to leak this photo right now? They probably just want to boost the popularity of the upcoming The World. To be honest, this tactic is beneficial to Han Zixuan, us, and the crew. It's a triple win situation. Huh, so you mean you want me to stay down? Jiang Mai smiled questionably. He did not want to take on the role for the world at first, but it was a meaningful project for Ning Xi, so he could not stand by and let the others destroy it. Lei Ming gulped. As a manager, of course, he wished for him to lie low. He would prefer to not have conflicts at all, but he could not say it out loud. Han Zixuan's side had decided to do so because they expected them not to do anything about it. Chapter 1791, Contract Signing Ceremony. Lei Ming was having a really bad headache. He had been living in hell ever since Ning Xi retired and Ning Xi quit her job. Mai, it's not that I don't want to clarify. I can't. The crew is very strict on being secretive about this movie. If you expose the movie to clarify yourself, Han Zixuan's side won't be responsible at all. They can just say that they didn't know why the photo was leaked. We'd be in trouble by then. This is Chun Mian's movie. Actually, Jiang Mai had taken on a small role out of respect for Chun Mian. The person who benefited the most from this leaked photo was Han Zixuan. The contract signing ceremony for The World is happening soon. If this thing goes out of hand, the crew from The World will be affected too. Both main actors fought with each other before the filming started. What would people think about it? Lei Ming tried to convince him with all his might. Jiang Mai's attitude changed a little after he heard that The World might be affected. Lei Ming quickly continued. Wait until Chun Mian's movie is announced officially and the filming for The World starts. Then we'll clarify and all will be good. Just bear with it for a little while longer. Lei Ming finally managed to convince Jiang Mai and avoided a catastrophe. The rumor between Jiang Mai and Han Zixuan was becoming more and more popular in a short amount of time. Even the upcoming The World became successful because of it. Sun Huanqing and Meng Chang'e in the new version of The World would be played by the popular secondary cast from the movie, covering the regrets of the fans and attracting a lot of attention. Many comments and discussions were sparked online. Wow! Han Zixuan as Meng Chang'e, Jiang Mai as Sun Huanqing. I'm really looking forward to this cast. I have a feeling that it'll be better than the original. Of course, they are a pair in real life. After all, they'd just be acting as themselves. I'm so heartbroken. The goddess is taken. But why are they keeping it a secret? The news seems to have been going on for a long while. It's probably the guy's side. You know what I mean. If it's really the guy who wants to keep it a secret, Jiang Mai might really be a jerk. He wants to be in a relationship without giving her a proper title. At the Imperial Royal Jazz Hotel, the press conference for the famed The World had finally arrived. Almost all the media arrived. The whole multipurpose hall was filled up, and even the walkway was packed with journalists with their cameras on standby. Han Zixuan wore an iconic little red dress. Her dark hair and fair skin along with her beautiful face stood out. There was quite a fuss when she arrived, and they took many shots of her. "Hello, everyone." Han Zixuan greeted the media politely. Then she sat down on the seat with her name in front. At the table was the director Guo Qixing, the co-director Wang Linhai, the producer Qinan, the scriptwriter Yi Linglong, Han Zixuan's manager Zheng Anru, and the two main leads, Han Zixuan and Jiang Mai. A trailer played before they introduced all the characters. There were some new faces and many original actors from the movie as well. The ones left now were the two highly acclaimed main actors. At this moment, everyone else had arrived except Jiang Mai and his manager. Chapter 1792, Played games for the whole night. 10 minutes had passed since the press conference started, but Jiang Mai was still nowhere to be seen. Han Zixuan was having small talk with the others, and she would also chat a little with the journalists to shift everyone's attention, carefully softening the awkwardness of the male lead being late. Isn't Jiang Mai really arrogant? He's late to such an important event, right? He's making a girl cover up for him. Goddess Zixuan is so sweet. She has such high EQ. It's really rare to find a female actress that's beautiful, smart, and good at acting nowadays. After another 10 more minutes, Jiang Mai finally arrived. "Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. Sorry to make everyone wait." Lei Ming apologized to the director, the producer, and the media. He seemed extremely experienced with situations like these. Lei Ming quickly led Jiang Mai to his seat after the apologies, relieved that he could finally take a breather. Jiang Mai looked like he had just woken up. He wore a wrinkled white t-shirt and sat there with his legs in a wide, relaxed stance. He rested his arm on the back of the chair and tilted his head as he looked around with his eyes narrowed. Fortunately, Jiang Mai's appearance was rather outstanding. Even with this messy look, he was still as cool as ever. His lazy attitude and wild aura were much more attractive than his usual self. The complaining journalists, especially the females, forgave him almost instantly. Han Zixuan looked at Jiang Mai and frowned a little. "Senior Jiang, were you up all night looking at the script again? I heard from Director Guo that you're taking this series very seriously. I'm really looking forward to working with you." Her words not only covered Jiang Mai, she even put him under a good light. Any normal person would just go along with it, especially with such a beauty, yet Jiang Mai was not a normal person. Jiang Mai did not even bat an eyelid. "You're overthinking it. I just played games the whole night." Han Zixuan was speechless. Lei Ming felt like he wanted to die. Whatever. They were just chatting in private after all. At the same time, the manager of the promotions department took his script and made a start. "All right, since everyone is here, let's begin the press conference. Firstly, thank you for all the love and attention for the world from all the fans and media. For everyone invited to the scene today, we'll be announcing the two important main actors of the series and have our contract signing ceremony here. So as not to betray everyone's expectations, after 3 months of a meticulous selection process, the final candidate for the role Meng Chang'e and Sun Huanqing have been finalized. The male lead is the same actor in the original movie, Jiang Mai. The female lead is the beloved actress starring in many popular drama series such as Crush, Peachville, and Empire of Smoke, the goddess Han Zixuan. Her outstanding acting as Princess Chang and in Empire of Smoke was enough to convince everyone that she can live up to the role of Meng Chang'e. I believe everyone feels relieved after knowing who the main cast is. After the speech was done, the MC announced, "Next up is the Q&A session. Everyone can start asking questions now." The journalists raised their hands quickly as they had all been waiting for this session. Chapter 1793, Do I Have a Choice? The first reporter, who was picked to shoot his question, asked in excitement. "I believe my question is asked on behalf of all the media and the fans. Zixuan and Mai, are you guys really together?" There was a big fuss when the question was asked. It was pretty big news anyway, so everyone was looking at them with high expectations. Jiang Mai's indifferent expression slowly froze up. Lei Ming was freaked out by the question. He stared at Jiang Mai carefully and was afraid that he might explode any moment. Lei Ming forced a smile and replied, Haha, it's just a misunderstanding. Don't overthink it, everyone. The reporter would not back down so easily. The photo is so obvious. I'm afraid it's not just some misunderstanding. As Lei Ming was about to reply that they would give everyone an appropriate explanation in due time, Han Zixuan's manager, Zheng Anru, interrupted. I'm sorry. Thank you for everyone's concern towards Zixuan. But today is the press conference for the world. I hope everyone can focus their questions on the series itself. Lei Ming's expression darkened. The others might not understand it, but he fully understood the underlying meaning. She acted like the good cop to end the question, but her words were basically admitting it. As expected, the reporter stopped asking, but everyone's eyes seemed different. They most likely thought that their relationship was secure. The other reporters started asking more questions. Zixuan, this time it's a remake. Are you worried that you might not be able to surpass the original? The second reporter asked. This question was no doubt the toughest question for a new artiste participating in a remake. Han Zixuan replied without a change in expression as she looked calm and composed. There's no surpassing, and I don't have to surpass anyone. I am myself. Her short reply seemed confident, but not arrogant, leaving a good impression on everyone at the scene. Jiang Mai stared at the woman beside him and grinned sarcastically. The third reporter looked at Jiang Mai and asked, Mai, it's been about 2 years. How do you feel about playing the role of Sun Huanqing again? Are you satisfied with your new partner? Lei Ming opened up his palm in secret and let Jiang Mai see the answer he had prepared for him. Ignoring Lei Ming, Jiang Mai replied, Do I have a choice? Lei Ming was speechless. Well, that was a pretty okay answer coming from him. Haha, Mai just loves to joke around. Of course, we're very happy with the candidate the crew spent 3 months selecting. We're really looking forward to working together. No matter what happened, Han Zixuan kept a smile on her face. Zheng Anru was looking at Jiang Mai with a moody expression. Soon, everyone's questions were answered. As the end approached, the host said, One last question. Yes, the one in the red shirt. The girl in red shirt looked really excited. She took a deep breath and stood up as she looked at Han Zixuan with a serious expression. Everyone knows that The World is the famed work of Ning Xi. It also helped her score the Golden Film Awards title of Best Female Secondary Lead. Her acting as Meng Chang'e was absolutely remarkable. Chapter 1794, Erupting Blondie. To many of the old fans, Ning Xi's portrayal of Meng Chang'e is their conviction. Even if the ending of the movie's ending was regretful, there is a beauty in regret too. I'd like to ask Ms. Zixuan, what are your thoughts towards the feelings of these fans of the original piece? This question took a different approach but had a similar outcome to the first question earlier. However, it was more biting. The girl had even mentioned the name that was almost forgotten by the public. She straight up pointed out that Han Zixuan could not compare with Ning Xi, that she would tarnish the original version of Meng Chang'e in the old fans' hearts. When she heard the name in such a sarcastic question, Han Zixuan did not react extraordinarily, as if that person was just an insignificant name. At this moment, Zheng Anru spoke from the side. Allow me to answer this question on behalf of Zixuan. Zheng Anru paused, then she continued. The reason I'll be answering is that Zixuan doesn't know or understand the artiste named Ning Xi that you've mentioned. To avoid affecting the original work, Zixuan has never once seen the original movie. Just as Zixuan had answered earlier, she doesn't need to surpass anyone. She just needs to be her best version of herself. Haha did not know, did not understand. The curve of Jiang Mai's taunting smile was even more obvious now. She was a person who had taken over all of Ning Xi's opportunities, initiated the routes that Ning Xi took, and stolen more than half of Ning Xi's fan. To break free from Ning Xi's radiance, she had maliciously breached her contract and left the company. Even the way she responded to the reporter earlier was a botched mimic of Ning Xi's arrogant style. Was this called not understanding? When Han Zixuan's manager said this, she looked slightly crossed as she continued to say to the public, since Zixuan started her career, she has experienced many malicious slanders. Also, because her appearance is outstanding, she's also been compared with many other female stars who are just pretty and have no substance. However, time and her capabilities can prove everything. Zixuan cannot be placed on par with a substandard person who uses her face and body to make it to the top. This is an insult to Zixuan. The instant Han Zixuan finished, Jiang Mai's lazy eyes suddenly widened as an earth-shattering coldness started to spread. On the side, Lei Ming had been frightened stiff by Zhang Anru's words. He had been by Jiang Mai's side for a long time, and he was clear about what was Jiang Mai's bottom line and untouchable spot. Used face and body to make it to the top. Zhang Anru had said these words because during the period when Ning Xi had started to vanish, many people had suspected and maliciously created rumors that it was because Ning Xi had been kept as a mistress. Zhang Anru was clearly implying this. Lei Ming was so anxious that his forehead was overflowing with cold sweat. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Mai, afraid that he would do something impulsive. Unfortunately, Zhang Anru's own artiste had clearly been stepping on Ning Xi's head all the way and then harped on Jiang Mai's popularity to make it to the top. Yet now she continued to condemn Ning Xi righteously. She fearlessly twisted the facts just because Ning Xi had long retired and no one paid any more attention to her. Here, I'd like to solemnly state to all the media that I hope everyone won't ask such insulting questions in the future. Don't mention Zixuan's name with some unbearable people of poor moral conduct. Zhang Anru substantially stated her final conclusion. Lei Ming's hands were shaking as he was about to pee in his pants from the fright. Yet he saw that Jiang Mai sat obediently on the chair, playing with his phone as if he did not notice Zhang Anru's words. He let out a sigh of relief. However, the instant he felt relieved, Jiang Mai put his phone back into his pocket and suddenly stood up with everyone watching. Then, he started making his way towards the door in strides. All of the crew members and journalists, including Lei Ming, were baffled. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of buzzing and ringing of phones in the room. They had all set a special notification on their Weibo for some of the more important artistes in the entertainment industry. Everyone had received a notification that just a few seconds ago, Jiang Mai had updated a new Weibo post. Jiang Mai had shared a post about the scandalous news between him and Han Zixuan. That scandal had a picture of them kissing attached. In fact, they had romanticized Jiang Mai and Han Zixuan's passionate history. All the comments were about how infatuated Jiang Mai was with Han Zixuan. However, in that Weibo post that Jiang Mai had shared, he had written two words, F***CK your mother. Chapter 1795, Enough Time to Accompany. Lei Ming looked at the reactions of those reporters present as his heart skipped a beat. He had an incredibly bad feeling. He trembled as he took out his phone, hoping that the situation could not be as terrible as he imagined. He comforted himself. He had been with Jiang Mai for so long that he had seen all sorts of things. In the end, when he saw those words, his tall and strong figure wavered, and he almost cried. "Oh, master, you are asking for my life right now." At the same time, Zhang Anru, Han Zixuan, and the members of the main creative team discussed with each other for a while. Instantly, they all had seen the Weibo post that Jiang Mai had posted too. All of their expressions were so furious that one could not bear looking straight at them. After Guo Qixing was briefly startled, he shook his head and let out a helpless, bitter laugh that seemed like he expected this. When those people had mentioned Ning Xi, he already had a bad feeling. Indeed, in this 1 year, Jiang Mai had kept down his temperament. He even gave people the illusion that he had restrained his sharp temper and was mature, yet they forgot that Jiang Mai was still that old Jiang Mai. Inside the hall, after a few seconds of awkward silence, the organizers of the press conference were instantly besieged by the shaken reporters. All sorts of questions rained down on them. May we ask what just happened? Why would Jiang Mai suddenly post such a Weibo? May we ask if the two main actors are on amicable terms or not? Hey, don't go. Please explain. The organizers would never have thought that such a huge chaos would happen. They did not have any contingency plans at all, so they could only let everyone leave first and avoid the crazy reporters. Suddenly, the entire place was in an uproar while the originator of the chaos was already nowhere in sight. Lei Ming had narrowly escaped the pursuits of those reporters. Then he hid in an unmanned corridor to frantically call Jiang Mai. To his horror, Jiang Mai's phone was already in an area without service. While his phone was already exploding from the calls from everyone, there were tens of calls from just East Sudong alone. After all, Glory World Entertainment was currently practically being held together by Jiang Mai alone. If their sole scion got into trouble too, he, Lei Ming, could die 10,000 times and it would still not be enough of an apology. Earlier, when Ning Xi was still around, at least Jiang Mai would still listen to her. But now that Ning Xi was gone, Lu Jingli had long returned to the corporation and no longer cared. Even Ling Xi had vanished after Ning Xi retired. He was really isolated and without help right now. In Deer Town, the bedroom was empty. There were no traces of the girl. Lu Tingxiao was holding a bowl of ginseng soup as he stood at the door. The bowl suddenly slipped from his hands and shattered on the ground beside his feet. "Ah, darling, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" When he heard the girl's voice from behind him, Lu Tingxiao abruptly turned around and pulled the girl hard into his embrace. The man's heart was beating extraordinarily fast. His breath was hurried and disordered as it heated the girl's neck. The instant Ning Xi was drawn hard into his embrace, she seemed to notice a frightened and weak expression on Lu Tingxiao's face that she had never seen before. Was it because she had just gone out for a while and he suddenly saw that she was not there, so he was worried? Ever since she had woken up, Lu Tingxiao seemed to be just like this. As long as she was not within his line of sight, he would be spooked easily, seemingly due to past experiences. Little Treasure was the same. He was unwilling to leave her for even a moment. Never mind. She had enough time to accompany them and make up for when she had been vacant for a long time. Chapter 1796. Cannot. Get it going. Apart from that, after she woke up, she still had one more very important thing to do. It was the one thing that she had regretted not doing earlier the most during the time she had fallen into a coma. Ning Xi thought of something and then tugged on Lu Tingxiao's hand. Her face was glittering with a glow. "Darling, follow me. I noticed a place with an especially great scenery. It's particularly suitable for relaxing. I'll bring you there to look around, okay?" Lu Tingxiao did not suspect anything. His tone was filled with a longing to pamper and indulge her. "Okay." Lu Tingxiao helped Ning Xi put on a jacket, then the two of them walked towards the forest behind the lake. Along the way, Ning Xi started to ramble incoherently as she kept talking to Lu Tingxiao. No matter what she said, Lu Tingxiao would listen fully focused, and he would respond earnestly. The further they walked into the forest, the quieter it became. The scenery became more and more beautiful as well, while Ning Xi's palm that was holding on to Lu Tingxiao's gradually started to sweat from all the nerves. Bloody hell. She was already experienced at flirting. Why was she so terrified at such a key moment? No. Get it going. The two of them walked past flowers and brushed past leaves as they strolled through the forest filled with the breath of plants. Before them, their line of sight suddenly widened. Ahead of them was actually a sea of flowers that had formed into layers of floral waves with the caress of the spring breeze. She had noticed this place when she looked out from her window. Earlier, she had secretly left the house to check out this location too. When he suddenly saw such a huge sea of flowers, even Lu Tingxiao's breath was taken away too. Even though he had been living here for more than a month, apart from that building which had her, he had not stepped foot on other places. "Darling, isn't it beautiful?" Lu Tingxiao looked into the girl's eyes that reflected the sea of flowers which spread out over mountains and responded, "MHM." Ning Xi looked up at the man before her. Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi had never called out his name this seriously before. Lu Tingxiao's expression could not help but tense up as he silently looked at her and waited for her to continue. Ning Xi took a deep breath. Then she said, "Before I met you, I only existed for the sake of existing, achieved my dreams for the sake of it. As for when everything I should have done was completed, what meaning was there left for me to continue on living? I had never thought of it. Even if you let me die right at that moment, I probably wouldn't have had anything I couldn't bear to part with or would have missed." When he heard this, Lu Tingxiao's gaze tightened slightly. Ning Xi smiled faintly as her gaze was fixated on the man before her. She continued to say, "However, I met you in Little Treasure. It was the first time knowing how it felt like to be needed, the first time knowing how it felt like to be someone's entire world, the first time I knew that I could also be weak, that I could also be headstrong, that I could also just be myself, that I could also love like normal people, and to live." The girl tiptoed and kissed the man's lips. "Lu Tingxiao, having 10,000 eyes on me can't compare to being the only one in your heart. You are the most wonderful, warmest person I have ever met in my lifetime. Lu Tingxiao, let's get married." The sea of flowers rolled up and down in waves as the butterflies fluttered around. Lu Tingxiao's consciousness seemed to have suddenly been shaken from the heavens. He stood there rigidly while the girl kissed him. He did not move and had lost all ability to react. What did he just hear? The man did not react for a long time. As skilled as Ning Xi was, she could not hold on much longer at this moment. Her palms started to sweat. You still didn't tell me your answer. Some time passed before the man finally came back to his senses from that ecstasy that almost swallowed him whole. His voice trembled as he answered, "Madam, I'm afraid. I can't do that." Chapter 1797. I'm already married. I'm afraid I can't do that. Can't do that. Ning Xi's face turned pale. When she heard Lu Tingxiao, and she was stunned. She used up all her might to stay calm, then forced herself to ask, why? Lu Tingxiao took his hand away from the girl's palm and showed her the back of his hand. Under the sunlight, Ning Xi could clearly see a simple ring on Lu Tingxiao's ring finger. Was that a wedding ring? Countless possibilities had flashed in her mind the moment before, but she never expected things to turn out this way. Lu Tingxiao was married? That ring was so simple-looking that perhaps she never realized it up until now. You're married? Ning Xi had no idea how she managed to ask this question. Yes. Lu Tingxiao gave her a firm answer. Bloodlust practically spurted out of Ning Xi's eyes as she felt confused. Who's that woman? She. Lu Tingxiao paused. Then he looked at the girl and continued. She's the cutest, kindest, and brightest girl I've ever seen in my life. The girl in front of him was clenching her fists. She was about to turn into an evil dragon. The first time we met, the way she questioned my sexual orientation was cute. When I offered myself to her, the way she fled was cute. She liked me so much, but the way she denied it was cute. Ning Xi was confused when she heard Lu Tingxiao. My wife. She's cute when she calls me Lu Tingxiao. She's cute when she calls me boss. She's also cute when she calls me darling. She's even cute when she's about to bite me to death in front of me right now. Ning Xi was stunned, speechless. It took her a while to regain her voice. You? What do you mean? Lu Tingxiao took out another ring from his pocket and slid it onto the girl's ring finger. I'm already married to you. Ning Xi looked at the ring on her finger. Apparently, it was a matching pair with the one on Lu Tingxiao's finger. What? Sorry, you were a little swollen back then. I was worried that it might block your blood flow, so I took the ring off you. As for our marriage certificate, they are with Little Treasure. He can only sleep with it nowadays, but I'll ask Little Treasure to let you look at it later. What? What? She knew all the words Lu Tingxiao had just uttered, but why did she not understand it when they were grouped together? Ning Xi felt stupid at the moment. Wait. Wait. You mean you're already married? And to me? We even got the certificates? How could I not know about it? Do I have amnesia? On the 3rd month of your coma, the doctor did another body checkup and said that you have almost no chance of waking up again. On that day, I proposed before your bed and made the necessary marriage arrangements, explained Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi was speechless. So, she was really married to him. Yet she was stupid enough to propose to him just now. No wonder Lu Tingxiao said he could not do it. Right? He had called her his wife after she woke up. She had not really been paying attention. Even Lu Jingli had been calling her sister-in-law after she woke up as well. Ning Xi was overwhelmed at the moment. She had brought him here to propose to him, and after the whole fuss, the person she proposed to was already her husband? Was there anyone as unfortunate? No, as lucky as her? Chapter 1798. You're right, my wife. Sorry, without your permission. Lu Tingxiao was about to apologize for making a decision without her permission. The next moment, the girl stared at the ring on her finger and gushed in excitement. Wow, my luck sure is amazing. After a nervous proposal, I find out that you're already my husband? Lu Tingxiao smiled. This girl was always thinking differently from everyone else. You almost scared me to death. I thought you were really married to another woman. Ning Xi pouted and complained. Lu Tingxiao looked at the girl in front of him quietly. What would you do if I was really married to another woman? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows when she heard the question. How is that possible? I'm so kind, cute, and obedient. You'd need to be really stupid to marry someone else. Lu Tingxiao grinned and laughed genuinely. You're right, my wife. Ning Xi felt really warm inside when she heard Lu Tingxiao called her his wife. She jumped towards him and hugged him. I like it when you call me your wife. Say it again. Lu Tingxiao coughed lightly with a slightly unnatural expression. My wife. Ning Xi was finally satisfied, But she then thought of another important question that asked in a serious tone. Is there anything else I don't know? Quite a lot of things have happened when you were in the coma, replied Tingxiao. He was afraid that she might get confused by telling her too much, so he withheld some information about what happened. Ning Xi pestered him. What is it? Tell me. The two of them walked back slowly as they chatted. It's about the Zhuang family. Zhuang family. What about them? Ning Xi did not understand. You didn't stay here at first. You were in the Imperial Military Sanatorium. After that, I shifted you here because you might be bored there and I was hoping it might help you to recover, replied Tingxiao. I stayed in the sanatorium because the Zhuang family helped me? Ning Xi asked. The Zhuang family already knows about your identity, and they already thought of you as one of their own. They've been helping to take care of you and have been researching different ways to help you regain consciousness in the past year. Ning Xi sounded surprised. Even Kier and Rongguang knew? Yes. Tingxiao nodded. He did not mention about the initial conflict. They had to not let her worry about it. So, while we're keeping it a secret from the public that you've woken up, we still need to let the Zhuang family know about it. I've asked Jingli to tell them. Of course. Ning Xi nodded. Ning Xi was waiting for Tingxiao to continue, but he had stopped, so she carefully phrased her next sentence. I heard from Jingli and Little Treasure that your father isn't doing very well recently. Tingxiao was silent for a while. Then he said, It's not looking good. He's barely holding on with the help of medicine. You saved Little Treasure, so my parents are immensely grateful towards you, and they felt guilty as well. Apart from that, Tingxiao did not say anything else. As they arrived at the door, they met Jingli, who had just come out of his car and was walking in. Jingli saw them and ran over. Bro, I've informed the Zhuangs already. Father and mother know too. Jingli then looked at Ning Xi before he said hesitantly. Also, father said he wants to meet sister-in-law. So did mother. She has something for sister-in-law. Chapter 1799, Spare My Life. Tingxiao frowned, and just as he was about to decline, Ning Xi stopped him. They're your parents and not some wild beasts. It's all right to meet them. Since she was already married to Tingxiao, they could not just keep on eluding them. Jingli nodded. That's right. Sister-in-law, my parents are much better now. They're really grateful towards you. My father declined every single girl who came to propose marriage, and my mother has probably visited every single temple in the country to pray for you. You don't know this, but Guanxiao did a lot of things behind our back. My brother investigated it and revealed all of them in front of my parents. From Su Yimo's altered appearance, Little Treasure's poisoning. Those were all the Guan family's scheming. They spoke among themselves in private and mentioned that the first thing they were going to do after Guanxiao married into our family was to eliminate Little Treasure. And also, when Little Treasure was in danger, I'm sure Guanxiao let him go on purpose so the bad guys could take him. My parents know that they are at fault and that they've wronged you. My father regretted not believing my brother. My mother is also blaming herself for misunderstanding you. When I told them that you've woken up, my father, who was supposed to be bedridden, suddenly sat up and started saying that he wants to see you. Even my mother was also making a fuss that she wants to follow me here. Ning Xi giggled at Jingli. Was there anyone who would talk about their parents like this? Please believe in me, sister-in-law. I won't deceive you. It's really okay to meet them. Jingli said in a serious tone. Ning Xi squinted her eyes. You won't deceive me? Then, why didn't you tell me earlier that I'm already married to your brother? Jingli was taken aback. Right? You didn't know yet. But you can't blame me for this. I didn't think about it at all. You've been my sister-in-law for over a year, so I was already used to it. Jingli then looked at them carefully. Why? What's wrong? Ning Xi pouted. I brought your brother to a romantic sea of flowers. I was prepared to grandly propose to your brother. Then he told me that he can't do it because he's already married. Do you understand how I felt just now? Jingli was annoyed. Then, can you understand the pain I feel right now? Please spare my life. Since she could not get anything out of Tingxiao, Ning Xi grabbed onto Jingli and demanded, Hold up. Tell me what happened? How did your brother get married to me? Jingli looked at Tingxiao and coughed lightly. Jingli did not notice his brother's expression at all and sold him out. Sister-in-law, at that time, everyone thought you'd never wake up again. The Zhuang family even told my brother not to wait for you anymore, and that they'd take care of you forever. Then, My brother took out a ring and knelt by your bedside to propose to you. The Zhuangs, my parents, and even your manager were there. My brother swore before everyone, proposed to you, and helped you put the ring on. He even prepared the marriage certificates. Chapter 1800. Your mother thinks you're cold. Ning Xi had been smiling as she listened. When she heard till the end, she had tears in her eyes instead. Sis-in-law, why are you crying? Did I say something wrong? Lu Jingli had been rambling on in a lively manner, but when he saw this, he was immediately worried. Lu Tingxiao's expression changed too. What's wrong? Nothing. Ning Xi shook her head. Just when she thought about how Lu Tingxiao had completed something that was meant for two people to do together by themselves, there was an unexplainable pain clutching at her heart. The three of them discussed for a while, and at last, they decided to meet up that night. After Lu Jingli left, Ning Xi immediately went to look for Little Treasure to see the marriage certificate. The little guy fixed his gaze on Ning Xi and was unwilling to shut his eyes. He did not sleep for the entire night and only nodded off when it was morning. Ning Xi kissed the little guy's sleepy face and asked Lu Tingxiao softly, "Where is it?" Lu Tingxiao held his son's head up slightly. Then he pulled out two red folders from underneath his pillow. Little Treasure frowned softly, but probably because he sensed his mother's familiar aura, he very quickly rubbed his hand against the back of his mother's and fell asleep soundly. Ning Xi carefully opened the marriage certificate. She kept flipping it to study it over and over again. As she looked through it, she softly muttered, This is not a fake certificate, is it?" Lu Tingxiao's expression instantly darkened. "It's real." Ning Xi looked through this new and odd document for a long time. She still felt that it was incredibly mystical that she was already married when she woke up from her long slumber. The photo had been taken at the photo sticker booth from when she went out on a date with Lu Tingxiao. He also had gotten a way to obtain the documents. Even the signature was actually hers. "You're sure you want to see them?" On the side, Lu Tingxiao asked with a scowl. Ning Xi gripped the marriage certificate in her hands and looked earnestly at the man before her. "Lu Tingxiao, all this while, you've always told me to leave everything to you. But now that we're husband and wife, no matter what the problem is, we should always face it together." That single phrase, husband and wife, instantly made the space between his brows fill with tenderness. At night, Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao, and Little Treasure returned to the old residence together as a family of three. Once they reached the door, they saw that the entire old residence and courtyard looked completely new. The car had just come to a stop when the butler and a servant had jubilantly walked out to greet them, all of them calling out uniformly, "Master, little master, lady." Just from the servants' attitudes, they knew that the two elders must have briefed them. From a certain level, the servants represented the opinions of the two elders. Very soon, a woman with graceful mannerisms had rushed out of the house. It was Yin Rui. When Yin Rui saw Ning Xi, she was first stunned. Then her eyes instantly became wet before she walked over to greet her quickly. She held on to Ning Xi's hand emotionally. "Xiaoxi, you're here. Why are you wearing so little? Aren't you cold? Tingxiao, why don't you let daughter-in-law put on a few more layers of clothes? This weather is a cold snap during spring. It's still cold." When Lu Tingxiao heard his mother's concern, he readily followed the sound advice and added one of his coats onto Ning Xi's shoulders, even though she was already very tightly bundled up. Behind them, Lu Jingli shook his head and sighed. "There's a kind of cold called your mother thinks you're cold." Yin Rui shot her son a displeased look. "Your sister-in-law's body is weak right now. I already said that I'll personally go over myself, yet you won't let me. If she's worn out, who are we putting the fault on?" Lu Jingli, who got unjustly attacked for just being present, was speechless. Indeed, bachelors had a statusless existence at home. "Xiaoxi, quickly come in and have some chicken soup to warm your body up first. I personally stewed it myself for a few hours on low heat." Yin Rui cordially clung to Ning Xi's arm and led her into the house, even forgetting all about her two other sons. Only Little Treasure was still barely remembered. Yin Rui added, "Little Treasure, you quickly come too." Chapter 1801, My Daughter-in-Law. The few of them had just entered when they suddenly saw Lu Chongshan's faltering figure walking down the stairs with the help of the servant's support. When Lu Chongshan saw the girl who was intimately held onto by his wife, he was suddenly so emotional that he started to tremble. "Father, why did you get down from bed?" Lu Jingli quickly went up to hold him steady. Lu Chongshan had a stern face as he waved his hand. Not that week. Lu Jingli was speechless. Not yet. Yesterday, you were still lying on the bed and couldn't move. You even needed little treasure to coax you before you forcefully ate 2 bites of food. Punk. Okay, I'm wrong. You're not that weak. You still have the energy to scold me. Quickly sit down, you. After everyone had sat down at the dining table, no one said anything. Suddenly, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Yin Rui quickly signaled her husband with her eyes, telling him not to look so stern and to say something. Lu Chongshan really did not know how to start. Moments later, he finally cleared his throat and looked at his son opposite him. Tingxiao, how's your wife's health? Has it been checked? The checkup is done. There are no issues. She just needs rehabilitation and to recuperate for a period of time, said Lu Tingxiao. That's good then. That's good. When Lu Chongshan heard the outcome, he let out a long sigh of relief as if this huge mountain that had been a weight on him for a long time had finally been lifted. He finally had the room to breathe. Okay, let's eat first. We'll talk after we eat. Don't let Xiao Shi and Little Treasure starve, Yin Rui said as she started to scoop dishes for Ning Xi. Little Treasure and Lu Tingxiao kept spooning Ning Xi dishes too. Very soon, her bowl had already turned into a little mountain. It was at this moment that Lu Chongshan said, "Get your wife some fish maw and Lingji soup." Ning Xi had initially mentally prepared herself with all sorts of ways to respond, yet later on, she realized that the change in the two elders' attitudes towards her was even more exaggerated than what Lu Jingli had told her earlier. On the contrary, she did not know how to respond. So as to conceal her helplessness at the meal, she could only keep striving to eat and eat. After dinner, Yin Rui pulled Ning Xi's hand and said sincerely and earnestly, "Xiao Shi, can I chat with you alone?" When she heard this, Ning Xi stayed silent as Lu Tingxiao instantly frowned. Yin Rui knew what he was thinking the moment she saw her son's expression. "What are you frowning for? Could I possibly eat up your wife? Xiao Shi is also my daughter-in-law, all right." Lu Tingxiao pinched between his brows. "I didn't mean it that way. I gave birth to you. Do you think I wouldn't know what you're thinking?" When she saw that the mother and son pair was probably going to start arguing, Ning Xi first signaled Lu Tingxiao and then quickly cleared her throat to say, "Elder Madam Lu, we don't have to care about him. You can just tell me anything." The wife had already spoken up, so Lu Tingxiao could only compromise helplessly. Yin Rui held on to Ning Xi and walked to the beautiful greenhouse in the courtyard behind. On the round table in the middle was a steaming pot of fruit tea brewing. "Try this fruit tea. It's fresh and tasty and aids digestion too." "Thank you." As she watched Ning Xi's courteous manner, Yin Rui's looked miserable. However, when she recalled how the girl had been unconscious for a year and had finally woken up, her eyes were filled with gladness and she felt gratified again. It's Bodhisattva's blessing. It's been a year and you've finally woken up. Later on, I'll go to all the temples to redeem the vow. Yin Rui's tone was filled with regret. A momentary silence later, she said, "Xiao Shi, today I've asked you to come. On one hand, it's to thank you. Thank you for everything that you've done for Little Treasure and Tingxiao. On the other hand, it's to apologize to you. Tingxiao's father and I have misunderstood you very much. Other than that, there are still some things that I want to explain to you." Chapter 1802, the whole story back then. Ning Xi realized that the things Yin Rui were about to say might be very important, so she listened quietly. Yin Rui released a long sigh. "Xiao Shi, actually, a lot of things are not the way you think they are. When we first knew that Tingxiao liked a girl, and that even Little Treasure liked that girl too, Tingxiao's father and I were extremely happy until we found out that you're an actress. So, it's because of my profession," Ning Xi muttered. Yin Rui shook her head. Later on, the reason we had been so against you getting together with Tingxiao, and even objected you getting too close to Little Treasure was not because of your family background. It's not even because of your profession. Or rather, it was indeed because of your profession, but it's not the way you think it is. We don't flaunt ourselves to be superior and look down on people in the entertainment industry. Actually, we respect everyone who works hard earnestly in every industry. Even I had been an idolater, and until now there are still some old actors that I really like." When she said this, Yin Rui paused, then she continued, "The reason we have a prejudice against the acting profession would need to start from when Little Treasure was kidnapped years ago. When she heard this, Ning Xi's gaze suddenly changed. Her expression was solemn as she continued to listen. Years ago, this incident caused a huge ruckus. It's also one of the biggest taboo in our Lu family. That's why we have never mentioned it to anyone. We've also erased all traces of what happened. But, Xiaoxi, you're not an outsider. You're Tingxiao's wife and our daughter-in-law. There are many things that I still hope you will know. As for how you'd think after finding out, that is your freedom. Ning Xi knew a little about little treasure being kidnapped too, but she also knew that this incident was considered a secret, so she had never looked into it much. Yin Rui was deep in thought as she recalled the incident. She took a deep breath and continued. Ever since he was young, Tingxiao has been keeping to himself. He's relatively detached. Even when he became an adult and reached the age of discussing marriage, he had never dated any girl and never had the desire to date. For this reason, his father and I had been worried silly. We also used all sorts of ways, hoping that he could settle down soon, yet we didn't succeed. Initially, his father and I had already given up and were hopeless. We even acknowledged that Tingxiao, might not like girls. It was at this moment that little treasure appeared. When she mentioned little treasure, Yin Rui's eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. As one can well imagine, our entire family was happy with the arrival of little treasure. Of course, little treasure was indeed very lovable too. The only regret was that this child did not have a mother to be by his side. Yin Rui sighed. Back then, little treasure was directly sent to the doorstep of the Lu family. When he was dropped off, he did not have anything with him. There was just a note that said he was Tingxiao's child. In such an absurd situation with unknown origins, I just looked at little treasure once and almost immediately believed it by a distance. It was truly because this child looked so similar to Tingxiao when he was younger. Later on, we did a DNA test and indeed he was Tingxiao's child. Tingxiao has probably told you how little treasure came about. Don't misunderstand Tingxiao. All of this was because we were desperate in the crisis back then. Tingxiao was unwilling to. That time Jingli had gone to investigate the girls that he had initially arranged, yet he did not find little treasure's biological mother. Until little treasure was 3 years old, a woman appeared. When she heard this, Ning Xi's expression was solemn. A woman. Chapter 1803, A Nightmare. Yin Rui picked her words carefully and told Ning Xi. That woman was the same as you. She was an actress. Ning Xi frowned slightly and started to understand why the two of them would have such a huge prejudice towards actresses. Actually, little treasure wasn't as cold as Tingxiao. Little treasure was much more active. While he would sometimes go quiet and become focused when he saw something that interested him, most of the time he was pretty lively. Don't get me started on how sweet his tongue was. Just as Yin Rui was narrating with a gentle expression, her face soon turned glum. Although we've been protecting him well, little treasure matured much earlier than others. When he was a little older, he then realized he was different. He knew that he was different from other children as he didn't have a mother. Ning Xi's heart clenched when she heard Yin Rui's words. Little treasure kept on asking about it in the beginning. However, probably because we looked uneasy every time he asked, and with him being really observant, he stopped asking. But anyhow, he did mind. With Tingxiao's personality, he wasn't a person who'd take care of a child. Plus at that time, he was really busy with work and frequently went overseas. The love little treasure received from his parents was very little. Yin Rui let out a long sigh. At this moment, that woman suddenly came up to us and said that she was little treasure's biological mother. Ning Xi looked surprised. Little treasure's biological mother. Yin Rui nodded. Yes, that girl looked really pure and beautiful. She seemed pretty simple. She gave us a really detailed walkthrough of what had happened back then. She said that with her identity, she's surely not worthy of marrying into the Lu family, but if she kept the child, her career would be over. Out of choices, she sent little treasure to the Lu family. She said she really missed little treasure over the years, which was why she came to us. Little treasure was so young and very protected by us. Being the kind child that he is, in addition to his desire to have a mother, he went head over heels for the girl at first sight. As for Tingxiao, he was really elusive about what happened that night. We did not dare to mention anything about it in front of him. Moreover, he didn't know who the girl was himself, so we asked Jingli. Jingli said that this girl was indeed one of the girls he arranged for Tingxiao. Since little treasure liked her so much and they got along well, We believed her words almost instantly. Then what happened? Ning Xi felt like she could not take the suspense anymore as she thought about Little Treasure's experience. Yin Rui closed her eyes as if she was in pain. Afterwards, it was a nightmare. That girl was so skilled at acting, and that she won us over in a short amount of time, especially Little Treasure. Little Treasure's grandfather and I were thinking that since Little Treasure liked her so much, her career and family status didn't matter. As long as Little Treasure liked her and she was from a clean family, it wasn't a problem for Tingxiao to marry her, even if Tingxiao didn't want to. We already planned to have her stay in the Lu family to keep Little Treasure company. Who'd have known that after some time, Tingxiao might change his mind. Chapter 1804, Head Lady. Based on Yin Rui's tone, that girl seemed to have been a fake. Ning Xi then asked, "Didn't you guys have the girl and Little Treasure do a DNA test?" Yin Rui looked regretful when she heard Ning Xi's question. We were too excited and happy, so we didn't doubt her at all. Little Treasure arrived that fateful night, and we never expected anyone to come and deceive us. Afterward, the girl was getting better and better with Little Treasure. We did think about having them do a DNA test before, but Little Treasure rejected us every time. Little Treasure would do anything for that woman. We were delighted to see Little Treasure happy, so we did things his way. We treated that woman pretty well too. Didn't Tingxiao say something about this? Ning Xi did not understand. Yin Rui sighed. Tingxiao was really mad about what happened. He couldn't care any less about this woman. He just reminded us to do a DNA test and didn't say anything else. What I regret the most was my blind trust towards that woman and never having bothered to confirm it. Only until Tingxiao came back and asked to see the DNA report, we thought about it and decided that it was safer to do the test as well, so we brought it up again. Little Treasure argued with us over this matter, but that woman calmed him down. She said it was all right and let the doctor take her blood obediently. We thought that we were overthinking and were being rude to the girl. We blamed Tingxiao for being cold. Not only did this hurt Little Treasure, it hurt the girl too. Yin Rui was reminded of something and her voice shuddered. And then, on the night when we were waiting for the DNA test results, Little Treasure was kidnapped. The atmosphere became heavy all of a sudden. It took a while for Yin Rui to calm down. We then realized the girl was part of the plan of an old core member of the company who had been kicked out when he was found out to be misusing company funds. Although we were able to get there on time to stop the worst from happening, and Little Treasure didn't get hurt, he was hurt by a person he trusted dearly. Ever since then, Little Treasure closed himself up completely. As for us, we didn't believe anyone easily anymore. We also forbid Jingli from getting too close with any of the artistes under him. Yin Rui then grabbed Ning Xi's hands tightly. "Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. What happened back then had a really huge impact on us. No matter who we saw, we just thought that they had bad intentions, especially you. You were much too similar to the woman back then. We hoped Tingxiao would find a suitable mother for Little Treasure, partly for the family. At least, we hope that the same tragedy won't happen again." After that whole fiasco, there was a huge mess within the family. As everything added up, tragedy still struck. Until you used your life to wake us up, to walk out of the past shadows and prejudice. I know that we've done some irreversible damage. I don't expect you to accept terrible in-laws like us as long as you wake up, as long as you're safe with Tingxiao and Little Treasure. Tears welled up in Yin Rui's eyes as she took a bracelet off of her wrist. This is a bracelet that's been handed down for generations. It's for the head lady of every generation. I'm passing it to you now. I hope you'll accept it. Chapter 1805, Little Treasure's Only Mother. Yin Rui looked at the girl nervously. Ning Xi studied the bracelet quietly. After a while, she accepted it carefully and replied gently, "Thank you, mother-in-law." Yin Rui's expression was stunned for a moment. Then her long-suppressed tears started falling as she sobbed and trembled. Ning Xi patted the lady's shoulder gently. In the end, Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui were not evil. They were just concerned about their children, and until now, they had never done anything to hurt her directly. Moreover, they were Lu Tingxiao's parents and Little Treasure's grandparents after all. It took Yin Rui some time to stop her sobbing. She held on to Ning Xi's hand. "Don't worry, Xiaoxi. As long as Tingxiao's father and I are around, you'll be the eldest daughter-in-law of the family. No one can waver your position. Even if Little Treasure's biological mother were to appear in the future, your little treasure's only mother. Outside the room, little treasure bolted towards Ning Xi when she came out. Ning Xi hugged the little guy, feeling distressed about his past experiences. After being betrayed by a person he had trusted so much, just how difficult was it for him to open up to her? How precious was such dependence and trust? You both are finally done. If it took any longer, the two of them were about to take down the house. As Lu Jingli was mumbling, he noticed a familiar-looking bracelet on Ning Xi's wrist. He hurried over like he had seen a rare treasure. Wow, you're really giving it all, mother. You even gave her this. Yan Rui slapped Lu Jingli's shoulder. What are you talking about? Xiaoxi is the eldest daughter-in-law of the family. This should be hers. Yan Rui then looked at her elder son with a serious expression. Come here, Tingxiao. I have something to tell you too. Lu Tingxiao took a glance at his wife and son. Then he went over to his mother. Yan Rui said with a stern face, I've already explained to Xiaoxi how. Someone pretended to be Little Treasure's mother and caused him to be kidnapped back then. I've also told Xiaoxi that no matter what, even if Little Treasure's biological mother were to appear, Xiaoxi is Little Treasure's only mother and the only head lady of the Lu family. There shall be no accidents and nothing should ever hurt Xiaoxi's heart. Yan Rui pinched the space between her eyebrows regretfully, as if she was afraid her peaceful life might be ruined once again. Lu Tingxiao responded, Rest assured, it'll be all right. The truth about Ning Xi being Little Treasure's biological mother was not important anymore, but the identity and purpose of the person who had left Little Treasure with the Lu family were still unclear even after such a long investigation. However, he was able to make a guess from the tiny hints he had found. Not many people, especially Ning Xi, could ever find out about it. After he finished talking with his mother and was about to go back to Ning Xi, his phone suddenly rang. Lu Tingxiao frowned when he saw the name of the incoming caller. Gong Shangzi. Ever since Ning Xi had fallen into the coma, Spirit was doing well on its own, but Gong Shangzi was facing a grave problem. He had slowly reached a bottleneck and was not able to come up with new designs. As the core of the company, the withering of the designer's creativity was fatal for the company. This impeded Spirit's plans to get listed. Chapter 1806. Husband. Hello, Mr. Lu. From the other end of the phone came a raspy and haggard voice. Apologies for presumptuously disturbing you. Today, I'm calling you because there's something I'd like to get your instructions on. Speak. The young man on the other end seemed to have gone through a long struggle before he finally said, Mr. Lu, I want to resign. Lu Tingxiao's brows furrowed. I'm not your boss. I don't have the authority to comment on your request. When the young man heard this reply, his tone became a little impatient. But you're the only person who can make this decision on behalf of the boss. If I continue in my position, I'll only destroy Spirit. After I resign, with your capabilities, you can definitely hire a much better designer for Spirit. Lu Tingxiao pinched the space between his brows and did not say anything. He never breathed a word about the truth behind Ning Xi's disappearance to anyone in Spirit. He did not know how Gong Shangzi and the rest had guessed it. Han Momo and Xiao Weilong were all right. Even though at first there were some twists and turns, in the end, they still managed to hold the fort down and had been steadily running the company. However, Ning Xi's departure had affected Gong Shangzi significantly. After all, designers were sentimental, especially since Ning Xi's existence had been like a belief to Gong Shangzi. Now, this solid belief of his had suddenly left without a word, so one could well imagine how it affected him. He could still somewhat assist running the company in secret. However, even he could not intervene with the designer's inspiration. Previously, when Ning Xi had asked about Spirit, he did not mention much about Gong Shangzi's situation, but based on the current situation, he could not continue keeping it a secret. After he finished the call with Gong Shangzi, Lu Tingxiao hesitated momentarily, but in the end, he still told Ning Xi about it. Earlier, Gong Shangzi called. Aze, what did he say? Ning Xi immediately asked. He wants to resign. What? Ning Xi's expression instantly changed. Why does he suddenly want to resign? Lu Tingxiao looked at her gravely. Actually, Shangzi's situation in the past year hasn't been great. After you disappeared, he's been turning into a worse and worse state, until he fell into a bottleneck. It's been half a year since he couldn't come up with a design that he's satisfied with. Initially, I didn't want you to worry and get worn out, so I didn't immediately tell you. I wanted to wait till you've recovered a little, but now, I'm afraid you'll need to step in. How did this happen? Ning Xi massaged her temples. Then she immediately said, I want to look for him right now. Tingxiao revealed a helpless expression. He knew that she would definitely react like this upon finding out. Ning Xi observed Tingxiao's tightly knitted brows and went over to hug him. She said with a gentle tone, Husband, don't keep treating me like I'm made of glass. This isn't acting. I don't need to use any physical strength or energy. I don't need to draw designs, and I don't need to settle any accounts. I won't be worn out. Besides, I must finish what I started. Spirit is a collective effort of a lot of us. I didn't even say anything and ditched them to sleep for a year. Indeed, it's my fault. Since I'm already awake now, no matter what, I should explain things to my partners who've worked hard together with me. Aze definitely won't reveal my situation to anyone outside. Plus, aren't you here too? At last, Tingxiao sighed. I'll go with you. In reality, when Ning Xi had said the first word, he was already bound to compromise. Chapter 1807. Still his turf in the end. At the same time, at Eaton Bar, inside the VIP room, drinks were exchanged and raucous voices loudly chatted all around. Come, come. Let us all drink a toast to our designer, David. Cheers. Cheers. The last season's sales were once again championed by history. Director David's contributions can't go unnoticed. Before this, Spirit completely copied our style. They actually even attempted to steal our market share in vain. Our director David probably had to teach them how to conduct themselves. Ha! The room was filled with sounds of praises, and David was red from drinking. He beamed as he said to the group of colleagues, I've said that in this profession as a designer, it's not to see who travels the fastest, but to see who can travel the furthest. Director David speaks words of wisdom. I'm going to write this down. It's best to let those rookies, who overestimate their abilities, see how a real designer is like. That alphabet-named guy, whatever genius designer he is, he showed parts of him and pretended to be mysterious, but after all of that, he just ended up being a short-lived dabbler. He's only crossed swords for a few battles, and he's already been defeated by Boss David that he daren't even leave his house. Ha ha ha. Spirit hasn't even released new designs for half a year. I think they're not too far away from closing down. David was elated by all the compliments, but at least he was not over his head. He turned to flatter the woman in the middle of the sofa. I'm only responsible for splendid designing, but our company is only here today because of our Miss Ning's brilliant leadership. When others heard him, they all quickly started to brown-nose Ning Xi too. Our boss is now not only the finance director of Ning International and the vice general manager of Starlight Entertainment. It's not too much to call her a woman juga. Say, in the entire Imperial, is there any lady or madam that can compare to our boss? In the middle of the sofa, Ning Xi elegantly and gracefully sipped her red wine. That's enough. All of you, don't place me on a pedestal. Everyone's worked hard in this period of time. All of you will get a triple bonus this month. When she announced that, the entire room was instantly filled with cheers of excitement. Ning Xi took out a set of car keys from her bag and casually tossed it at David. Our director David is the hero. There's no need for doubt about that. Wow, a Ferrari. Boss, you're incredibly generous. Boss David, later on, let me borrow it to drive it around. Me too, me too. Lend it to me to drive too. David looked thrilled as he swiftly caught the keys in his hand. Thank you, boss, for the reward. Ning Xi smiled. As long as you work earnestly with me, I won't discriminate when it comes to the company's profit. You'll all get returns that you're satisfied with. Thank you, boss. To work with boss means great benefits. Boss, we'll definitely work hard. To shine for the company. To ignite for the company. David said confidently. Boss, don't worry. This time for the International Spring-Summer Fashion Week, I'll definitely render Spirit to a point where they won't be able to make a comeback, so as to avoid them from even being there and being irksome. When Ning Xi heard his promise, she said plainly, That's fine, actually. David went along. Boss, you're right. Spirit's not even worthy for us to pay them any attention. This past year was no doubt the year that David had lived most comfortably. Initially, he was gasping for air with Spirit suppressing him. He had even been scolded by Ning Xi all day long and suffered from all kinds of sneers from those in the industry. What had worried him most was that secret, mysterious designer Xi, whose design style was exactly the same as a particular person. However, now, he did not need to worry about all of that anymore. This world of fashion design was still his turf in the end. Chapter 1808. History was written by the victors. After it ended, everyone went home separately. A Bentley had stopped steadily at the entrance of the bar. Ning Xi waved goodbye to everyone, then got into the car under everyone's envious and worshipping gazes. After Ning Xi got into the car, she leaned over to the man in the driver's seat and kissed his lips. "I'm exhausting you, bro Yen. It's already so late, yet you still pick me up. Our sales figures came first again this session, so I brought everyone over for some fun. The person who's exhausted is you. Don't get so busy till you fall ill." "I won't. Work's not exhausting at all." Su Yan rubbed the top of the girl's head gently. Then he started the engine. Ning Xi took a peek at the man beside her. She pretended to nonchalantly say, "Bro Yen, the world is going to be remade. Did you know that?" Su Yan nodded. "I heard a bit about it. Previously, the drama crew even invited me over to join the promotions and stuff. They said they wanted to invite all of the original cast and the new cast together to do a promotional stint, but I said that I've already quit the entertainment industry, so I was still considering whether I should go." Su Yan did not say anything for a moment. Then Ning Xi realized that he was lost in his thoughts. This time, Sister's character, Meng Chang'e, is portrayed by our company's Han Zixuan. She's a pretty talented girl and is full of potential. She's progressing very quickly, plus the company has also been largely promoting her. When she said this, Ning Xi changed the topic suddenly. "I wonder where Sister has gone for this past 1 year. She can't be contacted at all. There isn't even any news about her. All the people around her don't know where she went either. No matter what the situation is, she should at least let the family know. Now, so many people are worried about her. Many people even like creating drama and created rumors about how she's retired because she was taken in as a mistress." Su Yan pinched the space between his brows. He did not look very pleased. She definitely has her reasons. Ning Xi nodded. She looked concerned as she comforted. "I trust Sister too. I'm just worried that something's happened to her. I hope that there'll be news about Sister soon." When Ning Xi had just gone missing, she had indeed become worried for a very long time. Secretly, she had been searching for traces of her, but after 3 months, then half a year, and until now, a whole year had passed. But no matter how the outside world had continued turning on its axis, Ning Xi still did not appear. Finally, she had stopped looking for her too. Now, Ning International was hers, while history was standing steadily on its feet. With Su Yan's help, she had invested in Starlight, and Han Zixuan had completely replaced Ning Xi's position in the entertainment industry. Right now, even if Ning Xi returned, she would just be a useless person, an outdated female star. She would even be inferior to a rookie. What could she possibly bring to compete with her? As for the Su family, previously Zheng Minjun and Su Hongguang, who had been picking on her, were now worshipping her like a master too. That damned Su Sun and Zhao Shanshan would even avoid her when they saw her. Only Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu's side seemed to be somewhat odd recently. When she was done being busy, she probably needed to assign people to watch them. But now, all of the Ning family was within her grasp. She had even gotten Ning Yaobang's shares, and Ning Qiudong could not do anything to her. Knowing them, they would not be able to cause any ruckus. At the start, if she had really stupidly followed those hillbillies, she would probably just be a village woman now. How would she be able to enjoy everything she had now? Family background was a wide gap that a person could never move past. If it had not been because she was the lady of the Ning family, how could she have smoothly entered the entertainment industry? How could she have matched up to Su Yan? And how could she have obtained everything she had? Today? Wait till the world's promotional activities launched. She could even use this opportunity to make a comeback, washing away all the past shame. As the saying went, history was written by the victors. Chapter 1809. How to coax someone. Compared to the environment of a lively bar, this was a cold and lonely studio. It was so dark that no light came into the room. A young man curled into a fetal position in a corner as a mist-like spider web covered his hair and body. Beside the young man was his phone that had gone flat. The whole room had scattered messy drafts. while blots of ink and multiple pens were strewn everywhere on the floor. As a gust blew into the room, the sound of the draft papers rustling echoed through the empty room. The studio was pitch dark when Ning Xi and Tingxiao arrived. It was as though no one was there. "Is Zay here?" Ning Xi asked hesitantly. This place exuded a vibe that it had been vacant for a very long time. After Spirit had expanded and moved to a bigger company, only Gong Shangza remained there to design. He said that he could only find inspiration there. Ning Xi had not forced him at that time, and he was still here after a year. According to the assistant, he's been keeping himself in here 24/7, Tingxiao replied. Ning Xi frowned. Tingxiao shielded Ning Xi and pushed the creaking door of the studio open. He searched around and switched on the lights. The light bulbs flickered several times before, emitting a dim light. Ning Xi's pupils shrunk the moment she saw the condition of the studio. Drafts were scattered everywhere in the room. From the half-completed drafts, the messy lines, and the destroyed sketches, it was obvious that the creator had gone through a difficult struggle. The young man was lying down in the corner of the room. He did not move at all, as if he was slowly becoming a part of the room. Before going over, Ning Xi had prepared herself that Gong Shangza might not be in good shape, but she did not expect to see such a heartbreaking scene. When she had picked him up back in Los Angeles, even though he was a disheveled beggar, he was very critical towards her outfit. Yet the person in front of her right now was like a person who had been robbed of all his talents, dropping from the stage of heavens to the realm of mortals. As if he was a child of faith being abandoned by God. The young man did not notice someone was there. Ning Xi was not even sure if he was conscious. After some time, Ning Xi came back to her senses from the mess she saw in front of her. She took a deep breath and walked slowly to the young man. Ning Xi squatted down slowly and used her hands to remove the cobwebs on the young man's hair. She was afraid to startle him, so she called out to him gently, "Zay." The young man's body shivered the moment Ning Xi called him as if his soul had just received a shock. "Zay, I'm back." The young man raised his head from his knee. Mechanically, his dead-looking eyes were staring at Ning Xi like a never-ending abyss. The next moment, the young man covered his eyes with his arm. Ning Xi then saw big drops of tears start to plop down on the drafts, blurring the painful colors and lines. The young man did not say anything or make any sound. He just covered his eyes with his arm as he wept. Ning Xi had never seen a man cry like this before. She never knew that a man could weep this much either, so she freaked out and turned around to Tingxiao when she realized she had just made a grown man cry. "Ah, darling, what should I do?" Chapter 1810, Still King of the World. Ning Xi looked helpless. "What should I do?" Tingxiao massaged his temples. Apparently, he was not experienced with such a dilemma as well. Ning Xi almost cried. Fine, she made this mess, so she was going to fix it. Ning Xi crouched down and started explaining. "Zay, I'm really sorry for disappearing for so long. I didn't want to. I didn't mean to ignore Spirit's business as well. I've been injured gravely and have been lying in bed for the past year. I just woke up a few days ago, but because I was unconscious for too long, my body was weak and I couldn't even speak well, so I didn't contact Spirit right away. We locked down the news and didn't tell anyone to avoid any negative rumors. I'm really sorry." After Ning Xi spoke for a long while to the point her mouth was nearly bruising, the young man finally replied, I thought I disappointed you." Ning Xi covered her forehead with her palm in horror. "How is that possible? You're amazing. You're a treasure that I found. I thought I wasn't good enough, that I couldn't satisfy you. I thought Spirit didn't really matter to you. I suddenly didn't know the meaning to persist any longer." The young man continued, his face full of dread and despair of being abandoned. Ning Xi almost broke down. The way he phrased it made it sound like she was a cheater. She had not. "Gosh, why do you like to overthink so much? Shouldn't you understand best whether Spirit is important to me or not? From the very first design, the first customer, the first flagship store, we've come a long way since then. I haven't seen the Spirit brand go on the international stage yet. I haven't let everyone know that you're much better than that bastard David." Gong Shangza was still looking downwards as he clenched his fists tightly. "Boss, sorry. When you weren't around, I didn't do well. I'm sorry. It's all right. It's my fault after all." Ning Xi comforted him. Actually, she could fully understand Gong Shangza's feelings at the moment. Gong Shanzi had undergone the trauma of being betrayed and abandoned once before, and this time, during a long wait, various guesses and doubts magnified by the tendency to blame himself slowly evolved into him hating himself and thinking that all his effort was useless. Soon, he felt that everything was meaningless. The most fatal bottleneck for a creator besides self-doubt was the loss of meaning. Any one of these two situations was enough to destroy a designer. Gong Shanzi had gone through both, and it was tough for him to hang on until now. If she had woken up any later, this genius might have really fallen and never gotten back up on his feet ever again. Ning Xi suddenly felt afraid about what could have happened. There's more than one thing you should be sorry about. Look at you. I made you into a handsome young man, and you've turned yourself back into a dirty old man. Get up, follow me. Gong Shanzi stood up slowly. Boss, where are we going? To my place. Don't worry. I won't cause you trouble. Gong Shanzi looked at Tingxiao. It's okay. I'm good to stay here. What's so good here? If I got here any later, you'd have become a dried corpse. Why are you looking at my darling? Don't worry. The place is huge. You won't be bothering at all. What inspiration could you get by locking yourself up inside here? Get into a new environment, and you'll realize you're still the rocking genius designer Xi. You're still the king of the world. Chapter 1811. He was flirting again. You'll realize you're still the rocking genius designer Xi. Still the king of the world. In the midst of waiting in the dark and his suffering, the girl's words were like a beam of light, chasing away all the darkness in his world. The shackles clamping onto his soul suddenly crumbled into nothing. In the end, Ning Xi brought Gong Shanzi into her house in Deer Town. It was a tiny wooden house in the lush garden, and it was a suitable place for Gong Shanzi to stay. Gong Shanzi had fallen into a deep slumber after he reached. He did not leave the house for 2 days. Ning Xi checked up on him for a few times and was relieved to find that he was just sleeping. On the third morning, Gong Shanzi finally woke up. Compared to his usual headaches and grogginess upon waking, he felt really refreshed and relaxed. After a while, he then remembered he had been brought there by his boss. The young man looked around the house with the interesting design. He crawled out of bed slowly and went outside. It was already nighttime when he came here with his boss, so he did not have the chance to look around. Gong Shanzi was stunned when he stepped out of the house. A picturesque lake was right in front of him with several deer drinking from it, and birds were flying across the lake. Gong Shanzi looked appreciatively at the mountain and the lake nearby. He took a deep breath, feeling like he was in heaven. The girl was wearing a two-piece woolen outfit that was similar to what the little boy beside her wore too. The two of them were doing 5-animal play qigong with very synchronized movements. A man in casual clothes went next to the girl and wiped the sweat off her. That's all for now. Take a break, said Tingxiao. Ning Xi nodded. Then she sat down on a swing nearby and then picked up the plump bunny beside her feet. She laughed. How heavy. I didn't expect this bunny to still be here. Little Treasure took really good care of it, said Tingxiao. Little Treasure went up to his mother with an alert sense of urgency when he saw his mother hugging and kissing the bunny. He did not want to raise a rival for himself. Ning Xi put the bunny down and dragged Little Treasure into her arms with a smile. She gave him a pat on the head. You're amazing, Little Treasure. The bunny ran around after it was put down, but sometime later it would return to Little Treasure and stay close by. Little Treasure, go into the house and get the ginseng soup from the table, Tingxiao said. Little Treasure nodded and ran inside the house. Ning Xi then said, I could have gone myself. Why did you ask, Little Treasure? The man kissed her before she could finish his sentence. I want to be alone with you for a while. Ning Xi covered her blushing face. Oh, he was flirting again. Gong Shanzi was watching the lovely scene right in front of him, feeling like he had returned to the human realm. His dried-up creativity suddenly flourished as a huge wave swiftly colored the entire place. Chapter 1812. The boss is back. Aze, you're awake. There's millet porridge in the kitchen. Quickly go have some. Do you know you've slept for 3 days? When Ning Xi noticed Gong Shanzi, who was close by, she quickly walked over. Thank you, boss. I'm good, it's fine. The young man was an entirely different person from the person he was 3 days ago. Even though he still looked slovenly dressed, he gave off an entirely different vibe right now. Ning Xi was slightly relieved, and she smiled. See, I told you I wouldn't lie to you. Isn't this place great? Do you have any new inspiration? The young man watched this girl before him who was dressed casually in house clothes and appeared entirely different from the way she always looked in splendor, as he recalled. He then nodded. Ning Xi was pleasantly surprised. Haha, really? So soon? Then, you must stay for a few more days. Gong Shangza smiled back and said tenderly, Thank you, boss, but there's no need. I'm fine already. I'm going to return to the studio later to avoid everyone worrying about me. In fact, I've already lay wasted for too long. Now, every second is very important. Ning Xi noticed the way Gong Shangza recovered his fighting spirit and naturally felt glad in her heart. That's fine too. Finish your breakfast before leaving. When you go back, help me explain to Momo and Sis Weilon too. Okay. Right. Remember to go to the guest room upstairs and change your clothes. Oh, and comb your hair too. At Spirit Studio, Han Momo stared at the empty and messy design studio as her face was clouded with worry and gloom. Mr. Liu said that Director Gong went to his place, but it's already been 3 days. Why hasn't Director Gong returned? He wouldn't have really resigned and then ditched the company, would he? Don't assume. On the sofa, Xiao Weilon held her tilted head in her hands, her face covered in fatigue too. She was in marketing and sales after all, so her mental strength was obviously stronger than others, but Ning Xi was the core of the company. Her sudden disappearance had more or less affected her quite a bit. Now that the company was already not in an optimistic situation, she could only force herself to hold things up in between the cracks. This time, the International Fashion Week would be their only chance of turning the tables. If they failed again, she was afraid that the company would really collapse for good. And with Gong Shangza's current state, there was practically zero odds of success for them at the International Fashion Week. Han Momo sighed. Xiao Weilon's train of thought was all over. They waited this way for a long time when the familiar sound of footsteps padded up to the door. Han Momo and Xiao Weilon subconsciously looked over to the direction of the door. With the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, a slender and fair hand pushed open the door. The instant they saw the young man who had suddenly appeared, Han Momo covered her mouth. She immediately exclaimed, Gong, Director Gong. Oh my, how long had she not seen her dashing and yummy, beautiful director? She practically felt like she was dreaming. Xiao Weilon was also stunned when she saw Gong Shangza, who seemed fresh and cool from head to toe, while his expression was energetic. When he saw the two of them, Gong Shangza did not pause for a second as he immediately ordered, Momo, immediately prepare a pen and paper for me. Call all the couture masters over too. Oh. Han Momo subconsciously nodded and started to look for tools for him as she stared at Gong Shangza blankly. Director Gong, what triggered you? Han Momo suddenly looked alarmed. Director Gong, you wouldn't have taken drugs, would you? Many designers would take drugs to find their so-called inspiration. As for Gong Shangza, forget about drugs. He would not even touch cigarettes and alcohol. He was probably a rarity in the design industry. I didn't. Gong Shangza swiftly picked up his pen and paper and started to draft designs as he said, without even looking up. Then what's going on? Han Momo was utterly confused whilst Xiao Weilon was puzzled too. In just a few strokes, Gong Shangza had already sketched out lively lines that looked natural and smooth. Then he wrote down a few words for the theme on those first drafts. He looked up at Xiao Weilon and Han Momo as he answered, My muse. She has returned. Han Momo and Xiao Weilon exchanged a glance. Suddenly, they revealed expressions of disbelief. They looked blankly at the young man who seemed to have been reincarnated. Your muse? You mean, the boss's? Back. Chapter 1813, My Wife Talks Sense. In a little house in the garden. After Gong Shangza left, Ning Xi thought about how her disappearance had made so many people worried. She pondered for a long time and decided that there were some people who needed to be informed about her situation. Gong Shangza would explain it to her company for her before she personally went over after a period of time. Besides that, she also had to think about Sis Tianxin. Darling, how did you explain to Sis Tianxin back then? Ning Xi asked. I was afraid that she would worry, so I said that you've gone to study abroad in seclusion. I've also been using your phone to keep in touch with her, answered Lu Tingxiao. Has she never suspected? She has. Indeed. Knowing Sis Tianxin's meticulous mind, she probably would have long suspected. I'd better explain the situation to Ning Tianxin to avoid her fretting about me. When Lu Tingxiao heard this, he frowned and said, I'd suggest that the fewer people know about this, the better. Ning Xi muttered, but Sis Tianxin doesn't even know anything. She must be very worried as she keeps guessing things by herself. I don't want to let similar situations like Zay's happen. Lu Tingxiao pinched his glabella and did not say anything. When Ning Xi saw that his odd expression, she probed, When I was in a coma, did any other thing happen? Almost everyone has been mentioned. But you seem to have left Xiao Tao out. Where's Xiao Tao? Sis Gigi resigned. Then what about her? Has she left the company too? Lu Tingxiao nodded. Yes, she left the company. Ning Xi looked solemn. Then she asked again, Did something happen to Xiao Tao? When Lu Tingxiao saw Ning Xi's expression, he knew that she must have somewhat suspected something. So he revealed to her, Yes, back then when you were in that final scene for Thunderbolt Secret Service Squad. Xiao Tao was the one who switched the gun for a real one. Ning Xi suddenly fell silent when she heard the truth. No wonder Lu Tingxiao was always so careful and even put up his guard against everyone. It was not sure how long had passed before Ning Xi finally said, Actually, I had thought about that back then too, but it was just a speculation. I never would have thought that it would really be Xiao Tao. Was she threatened by someone? Lu Tingxiao confirmed. Someone used her younger brother who was studying abroad to threaten her. Ning Xi said, Is that so? Then, how's her brother right now? Lu Tingxiao replied, You've retired for a year. There was no news from the other side too, and her brother's fine. Ning Xi was then relieved. Did you find out who did it? It was a bunch of influential gangsters in Los Angeles. They only started to expand in the past 2 years, and their internal ops are very messy. Their motives are temporarily unclear, but I've already assigned people to watch them, answered Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi nodded, then she looked slightly terrified. Lu Tingxiao watched the girl's desolate expression and reached out to pull her into his embrace. Don't be sad. I'm fine. Even though in the end, the person who had betrayed her was proven to be Xiao Tao, she still did not regret the trust she had given her back then. Ning Xi took a deep breath and very soon, she was all right again. Even though they say once bitten, twice shy, I can't just reject all the wonderful things because of a single experience. Look at us. Aren't we the best example? So, I still must tell Sis Tianxin. As Lu Tingxiao watched the girl's little face shine brightly, unaffected nor invaded by gloominess, his expression was gentle. My wife talks sense. Ning Xi was instantly pleased by the flattery. Right. Chapter 1814. So frightened that the bunny was tossed away. Indeed, when Ning Xi video called Ning Tianxin said she was already preparing to apply for long leave to return to the country. Although she trusted Lu Tingxiao, she had always suppressed the suspicions in her heart, but after so long had passed, no matter what she had to personally see Xiao before she felt assured. Sis Tianxin, I'm fine. I'm leaping and frisking about. I'll leap for you to see right now as a matter of fact. Ning Xi said as she started bounding about while holding the phone. Good that you're fine. Good that you're fine. Ning Tianxin was considerate as she did not probe further. She was just assured. To see her doing well. Sis Tianxin, what about you? How are you recently? Why do you look a little frazzled? Ning Xi asked with concern. Ning Tianxin sighed softly. It's not too huge of an issue. It's already been resolved. Did Ning Yaobang annoy you again? That guy's never ending. Why hasn't he given up yet? Ning Xi frowned. Ning Tianxin said helplessly. Do you know about the Ning family's situation right now? Ning Xi muttered. I roughly understand it a little. On the other end of the phone, Ning Tianxin chose her words carefully before she said, I don't know what methods Ning Xuli used, but my father actually gave all 6% of his shares to her. So now Ning Xuelua has a total of 21% of shares. That's even more than Ani Qiudong's shares. Therefore, Ning Xuelua is now basically single-handedly dominating the company. Furthermore, my father sees that forcing me to get married won't work, so he wants to steal my 10% of shares. Shoot. Don't give it to him. These shares are for you and your mother to settle down and carry on with your pursuits. Ning Xi quickly insisted. I know, I definitely won't hand it to him. My studies have already ended here, and I've also moved to a new place, so he probably won't find us again. Ning Xi nodded. You be careful yourself. Are you still in touch with that Qin Mufeng? Yes, Dr. Qin has helped me a lot. That's good then. If you have any problems, just go look for him. Don't be courteous. I'll help you keep watch from here in the country too. If there's anything urgent, you must contact me. Okay, I got it. You take care of yourself too. After Ning Xi finished her call, the man stroked the girl's hair. Now, are you satisfied? Ning Xi nodded. Not worried now. Go play outside for a while. Little treasure, and I will cook for you. I should go and help too. Ning Xi pulled on the man's hand. No can do. The kitchen is oily and smoky. The man looked sternly at her. There was no room for any leeway. Okay. Lu Tingxiao and Little Treasure went to cook in the kitchen. The two buns both thought that it was not beneficial for the body as there were oil and smoke in the kitchen. Then, they made her wait for her meal outside. Thus, Ning Xi carried the chubby bunny and strolled around the little garden. Gong Shanza had recovered. She had contacted Sis Tianxin. She had finally gotten a few loads off her mind. Now, by coordinating with the ointment that Annie had prescribed earlier, her body had recovered at a swift pace. She would probably be healed in no time. Lu Tingxiao saw that she was incredibly bored in this period of time, so he had even arranged for a small shooting range on the side for her to satisfy her for a while. The entire thing would probably be set up by the afternoon. Ning Xi carried the bunny and leisurely walked around as her thoughts trailed off, thinking about some trivial matters. She seemed very contented to the extent that when she took a detour around the curtain of flowers and suddenly saw a white-haired man amidst the rack of Japanese roses, she was so frightened that she immediately tossed the bunny in her arms away. Chapter 1815, My Dear Sister-in-Law. The poor bunny was thrown on the floor just as it was still enjoying being caressed just a moment ago. It looked stunned beside the white-haired man's feet. Ning Xi just remained stationary as if she had just seen a ghost in the middle of the day. You. Ning Xi stuttered and was not able to get her words out. It was really terrifying to see this guy unexpectedly. The man was playing with a rose with dew on its petals as he said in a complaining tone, "What about me? Do you want to cast me away after taking my dowry, my dear sister-in-law?" Sister-in-law? Ning Xi was shocked. You? Don't mess around. What sister-in-law? Am I mistaken? The man raised his eyebrows as he held the rose in his hand like he was a nimble little elf. Ning Xi was not able to give him a comeback. Did this guy know she was married to Lu Tingxiao? Then, what do you mean by the dowry? Since when did I receive any dowry from you? Ning Xi continued feigning ignorance. The man did not answer. He studied the bunny beside his feet with interest. Then he bent over and picked it up in front of Ning Xi's anxious gaze. His fair fingers were running through the rabbit's gentle fur. TSK, how fat. Ning Xi's expression darkened. So what? It doesn't eat your carrots. The man looked at her in amusement. You look energetic now. You seem fine. Ning Xi's expression softened when he said that. So, this guy was just concerned about her? That's right. I have heavy attack points and high defense. Thanks to your suppression back then. Could he just appear normally? She had almost fallen back into a coma again. She had been having complicated feelings towards Yunshun. One of her most concerned matters was about Yunshun and Xiao Yi. She then found out Yunshun and Xiao Yi had turned their backs against each other. After that, Lu Tingxiao caught Xiao Yi, but he was rescued by someone and was nowhere to be found up until now as he had never appeared again. Xiao Yi's matter aside, Yunshun was supposed to be at war with Lu Tingxiao. Their powers were on par with each other. However, in the span of a whole year, the two parties were able to maintain an odd balance, and it had never broken down. Under the rosebuds, the man smiled. It was not a cold smile, a half-hearted smile, or an empty smile. It was the smile she had never seen before. A really warm smile. As Ning Xi's thoughts were straying, the man turned around. I'm leaving. Was he going to leave like this? After scaring her, Ning Xi suddenly realized she still had something with him, so she yelled out, "Hey, my bunny." The man turned around and Ning Xi went over to take the bunny from him. Thank me, you little one. If not, this scary guy would surely eat you up. Ning Xi saw a fluffy, white ball hanging outside of the man's pocket, seeming very creepy. She asked, the thing in your pocket. What is it? The man looked down and took out his phone. This. Ning Xi then saw that the white ball of fluff was a phone accessory. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. What the heck? You're using this as a phone accessory? Why did she feel like this little white ball was so familiar? She could not recall where she had seen it before. The man raised his eyebrows and pinched the white ball. Is it cute? Ning Xi coughed. Well, it's pretty cute, but it doesn't suit you. The man suddenly thought of something, and his expression went blank for a moment. He then mumbled, "Really? Doesn't suit me." "I see." Ning Xi was not sure what to say. She just thought that the man's expression at the moment was weird. Yun Shun then left without saying a word. As he walked away, his silhouette of this man, who was indifferent towards anything, gave off a vibe of loneliness. Chapter 1816, Chaotic Battlefield. After some time, the incident where Jiang Mai had left the press conference of the world halfway and swore on Weibo gradually intensified. Han Zixuan's fans quickly attacked Jiang Mai's Weibo, his official account, his manager's account, and even Glory World Entertainment's official account. They madly criticized Jiang Mai's unreasonable behavior because he swore as a public figure, and they wanted a proper apology for their goddess Zixuan. Most of Han Zixuan's fans were converted over from Ning Xi's fanbase. Back then, Ning Xi's fans were neck and neck with Jiang Mai's fans. In addition to the incitement this time, it was a great war and the internet fell into chaos. Jiang Mai's harshest criticism was that he had cursed, and towards a woman. Under such circumstances, a lot of fans ignored the cause of it and did not care about it. They would just jump to the conclusion that Jiang Mai was rude and ungentlemanly. No matter what, he should not have done something like that to a girl. Especially since most of the fans assumed that Jiang Mai and Han Zixuan were an item. This incident made Jiang Mai become labeled as trash. Glory World Entertainment utilized their public relations team, but their efforts were in vain. With the pressure from Starlight Entertainment, Jiang Mai's image went down the drain. What made the situation worse was that Jiang Mai was not cooperative. They could not contact him at all after that day, and whatever they did was useless. At the CEO's office, Yi Sudong slammed the table in front of him loudly, and he started scolding Liang Feixing angrily. "Liang Feixing, what the heck is wrong with you? How did a simple matter escalate like this? You can't even settle such a tiny matter, and you dare call yourself the godmaker in the industry? Pack your things and go back to your hometown." "Trash." Liang Feixing sat on the sofa with an indifferent attitude as he faced Yi Sudong's rage. He said, "I can't do much on my own, you know. The whole PR team has left. Are you expecting me to get help out of nowhere?" "Oh right, CEO Yi, I forgot to tell you that Starlight called me just now. They wanted me to go over, and the annual salary they offered is 3 times what you're paying me right now. Do you think I should go, or I should really go?" If it had not been for the big boss and his knowledge about Ning Xi's relationship with him, he would never have stayed under this idiot Yi Sudong. Second Master had just left not very long ago, and this guy was starting to act big, taking advantage of his own artistes and forcing Ling Zhizhi away. Fueled by a whole lot of incidents including trusting rumors and making wrong decisions, he was the one who had made Glory World fall to this state. Yi Sudong remained silent, not daring to say anything to him now. If Liang Feixing left, then Glory World would be really over. Yi Sudong's inner rage had nowhere to go, yet he did not dare to yell at Liang Feixing again. He turned to Lei Ming, who kept quiet in the corner. "And you, Lei Ming, you're the one responsible for this whole incident. As Jiang Mai's manager, I ordered you to look after him. But just what are you doing? How can you let him post such a status on Weibo under the current sensitive situation? Why don't you get him to explain himself? You said that you've managed to convince Jiang Mai, and this is the result." Chapter 1817, Like My Wife Ran Away. Lei Ming was unlike Liang Feixing. Although he was big-sized, he had a delicate personality and would not utter back a word even after getting scolded. He just sat there quietly. "Useless thing, you're keeping quiet after things have gone wrong. You're even worse than a woman." As Yi Sudong was saying more and more harsh words, the office door was pushed open suddenly. A drunk middle-aged man came tumbling in. The man had a bottle of alcohol in his hand, while his outfit was messy and reeked of alcohol. He spoke to Yi Sudong. "CEO Yi, are you looking for me?" Yi Sudong's expression soured when he saw the person who came in. "Su Tao? Look at yourself. Let me ask you what happened to the few female artistes under you. You spent a long time bringing them up, but why are they all quitting all of a sudden? And I only found out about it after I received the letters from the lawyers. Ran away, ran away. Damn it, huh? I don't even put in that much effort taking care of my daughter. I'm treating them like my own children, my princesses. I drank until my stomach has internal bleeding just to get them an advertisement. I've never made them drink before. In the end, they were scouted away and they're telling people that I harassed them sexually. That I'm making them doing stuff they are unwilling to, and I'm torturing them, bullying them, huh? I'm torturing them. Su Tao kept on rambling as he continued drinking. Isudong was really furious at him. That's because you're trash. Useless. You can't even manage a few girls. Su Tao's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he sneered. Isudong, don't you dare yell at me. When I was at the top of the industry as the best manager, you were still in your mother's arms. Second Master scouted me to come here. When I was with Second Master enjoying life, regardless of which artiste, even the big shots would rather be polite to me. Even an idiot like you would have to call me Bro Tao. Ask your conscience who the hell is it for that I've fallen into such a state. Su Tao then smashed his bottle, scattering broken pieces all over the ground. Liang Feixing frowned and went over to him. That's enough, Su. Lei Ming went over to hold him back as well. Let's go. They both knew that in the whole of this company, the most bitter person was Su Tao. When he was at his peak, Zheng Anru had just been a little assistant under him. When Han Zixuan and her manager Zheng Anru took away most of the opportunities together with a big batch of new artistes, and after Ling Xi left as well, Su Tao held the fort on his own. He started looking for partnerships everywhere, getting his resources back persistently. He forced himself to bring up more and more artistes under the tough environment created by Starlight Entertainment. Because he had been perceived as a significant obstacle by Starlight Entertainment and Zheng Anru, he encountered trouble before. There was once when he had been beaten up by a bunch of thugs in an alley and ended up in the hospital for about a month. A strong, iron-willed man had finally broken down after the two artistes he groomed suddenly left him without any pretense at all. Liang, Lei Ming, do you know how the heck I'm feeling right now? Su Tao punched his chest savagely. It feels like my damned wife ran away with someone else. Chapter 1818. The Nourishment of Love. Yes, I understand how you feel, but you can't keep destroying your own body. Don't keep drinking so much. You should rest properly. Start over again. With your capabilities, you can definitely make a comeback. Lei Ming already had no time to care for himself, but he was still working hard to comfort this big brother before him. Su Tao scoffed under his breath. Then he muttered, "Start over again? Do you think it's so easy to start over again? I already can't stand to start over again. Lei Ming, do you think that everyone's Ning Xi? In this entertainment industry, reliable young successors only appear once every 3 or 5 years. Someone like Ning Xi won't even appear again in 100 years. With the company in such a state, how would I start over again? Lei Ming, I'm tired. I'm really tired." Lei Ming did not say anything as he did not know how to respond. Liang Feixing sighed. His face was covered in gloom too. Now, the company was only left with the few of the older ones. The tea cools down as soon as the person is gone. While things remained the same, people had changed. After all the excitement, only the ruined was left. The entertainment empire that belonged to them, the world that belonged to them was now gradually moving further and further away from them. Su Tao fell to the ground in a daze. Through the huge glass window, he could see the setting sun far away. The glory world today can't make it past half a year. If Ning Xi didn't retire back then. If only Ning Xi could return. Huh, no way. In Deer Town, under the Big Bun and Little Bun's meticulous care, Ning Xi recovered very quickly. When Annie came over to check up on her, she was also surprised by the speed of her recovery. Ning Xi simply credited it to the nourishment of love. Bang! After 3 days of adapting, Ning Xi could finally accurately hit the bullseye target again. At the start, not feeling as strong as she wished made her feel terrible, especially when she saw that she could not even hit the 6th and 7th ring. Thankfully, Lu Tingxiao and Little Treasure had accompanied her. They distracted her and helped her slowly adapt. In the end, she realized that the feeling of regaining this strength of hers felt pretty good. Hey, I am indeed still so awesome. Ning Xi was practicing her shooting when not too far away. There was suddenly reverberating cries of alarm from a young man. Oh, Sis Shi, you're really awake. Rongguang, here. When she saw who had come, Ning Xi instantly looked pleasantly surprised. Why are you guys here? Zhuang Rongguang rushed over like an arrow and then did an emergency break. He shot Lu Tingxiao a look and said with hate, I wanted to come much earlier. It's this guy who keeps hiding you away. He even mentioned that he was politely refusing the disturbance of guests. That's why we could only come to see you now. Sis Shi, you're seriously too awesome. You were in a vegetative state, but you actually woke up. I just knew that you're a person who'll do great things, Sis Shi. Ning Xi did not know whether to laugh or cry at Zhuang Rongwang's words. You'll do great things. I heard you're doing pretty good in the army. You came in first for the martial arts tournament. Huh? Nah. SOSO only. The young man scratched his head. Although his response was humble, his tail had long risen all the way up to the sky. The young man noticed that there were still a few more guns in Ning Xi's hands. His eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. Hey damn. Gold Walter, Colt revolver. That's sick, too sick. I've only seen them in pictures. Bloody hell, these are all antique guns of the legends, aren't they? Sis. Can I try? The young man was about to drool. Ning Xi smiled faintly and looked at the young man. Then, you'll have to ask your brother-in-law. Chapter 1819, Continue to Live Well. Zhuang Rongwang instantly pouted. Unhappily, I don't want to. I still haven't acknowledged him as my brother-in-law. Sis, what do you think about my bro, Lin Qian? He's so young and is already a colonel. Previously, it was he who was responsible for sending you over to the military sanatorium. He was responsible for your safety. Even if you don't trust my judgment, you should at least trust my father's judgment. He's my father's trusted aide, the legendary child from another family, the one who father usually compares me to. On the side, when Tingxiao saw that Zhuang Rongwang was tempting Ning Xi away right in front of him, he did not say anything. He just took out a gun and shot at the target in front, hitting the bullseye. The instant Zhuang Rongwang saw the gun in Tingxiao's hand, it was like he had seen his dream lover. He suddenly leaped over. Oh, Fox. Brother-in-law. Cousin-in-law. Let me touch it. We're family. You definitely wouldn't be so petty, would you? Ning Xi was speechless. The condescending little treasure was inarticulate too. Ning Xi laughed for a while before she turned to Zhuang Qi, who had not said anything. She clung to her arm and sat down beside the wooden table under the flower rack nearby. The girl did not say anything. She just gave Zhuang Qi a huge hug. She knew that for the current version of Zhuang Qi, this was the best way to reunite. Under the Japanese roses that swayed in the breeze, the two girls hugged each other in silence, creating a picturesque oil painting. Zhuang Qi's body trembled slightly. Only until Ning Xi's body warmth crept through the hug did she feel that this was real. Her voice choked on her sobs. I just knew that you'd definitely wake up. Of course, I can't bear to let you worry about me, Sis Qi. Zhuang Qi only calmed down her stirred-up emotions after a while. She let go of Ning Xi and said with a gentle expression, No wonder we hit it off so well. Who would have thought that you're actually my biological cousin? Ning Xi laughed. Fate is indeed miraculous. Xiao Shi, did you know much earlier? About our family's relationship? Zhuang Qi asked. I heard a little from Zhuang Lingyu's side before. Then, why did you never mention it? Zhuang Qi frowned. Ning Xi smiled. Because it's the same whether I mention it or not. Whatever it is, we're good sisters. Zhuang Qi's heart was warmed, and she instantly nodded. You're right. Suddenly, Zhuang Qi's expression darkened. Xiao Shi, I'm sorry. Why are you suddenly apologizing? Ning Xi said. Zhuang Qi lowered her head. I didn't handle your fan club well. Ever since you fell into a coma, those who left, just left, and those who dispersed, just dispersed. Ning Xi quickly comforted her. That's inevitable. After all, I've vanished for so long. Zhuang Qi sighed with a desolate expression. At the start, everyone was holding on. We were holding on and waiting for your return. No matter what happened, there was still a group of people who never wavered. Until Han Zixuan's appearance, they had secretly infiltrated our internal team and even bribed the higher management of our fans. They created all sorts of rumors while I wasn't around, swaying the will of the people, causing our side to be a mess. Then slowly everyone outside couldn't hold on any longer too. Plus, Han Zixuan's style is remarkably similar to yours, and Yi Sudong promoted her heavily. Suddenly, they snatched away a huge bunch of our fans. As Ning Xi listened to Zhuang Qi, even though it was just a few words, she could feel how the commotion had been like back then, and the scenes of Zhuang Qi's powerlessness while she still held on firmly. Even though she did not personally experience all those scenes of them battling for her, she could feel the shock of it rising in her heart. Zhuang Qi finished and took a deep breath before she looked at Ning Xi and suddenly beamed happily. But everything's in the past now. You've woken up. For the people who truly like you and care about you, as long as you're happy, contented, and healthy, then all is good. As long as you continue to live, well, even if it's in a place that they cannot see. Chapter 1820. Toss about in bed. Late at night, Ning Xi woke up from tossing and turning. Every single word from Zhuang Qi still lingered in her mind. She kissed baby little treasure on his cheek, then she lightly crossed over Lu Tingxiao. She got down from the bed and walked towards the study room. She sat in front of the study desk for a long time and finally switched on the computer. After she decided to retire, apart from what she heard from Lu Jingli, she did not pay attention to any other news online. She started the search engine and stared blankly at the display screen for a while. Moments later, she gently typed in the words, Ning Xi retirement. She had just clicked on the enter button when a flood of related news appeared. They were basically all old news from 1 year ago. There were fans who had raised banners in support to express that they would wait for her return, while some did demonstrations and protests in front of Glory World Entertainment's entrance. Her absence at all sorts of huge award ceremonies raised huge controversy. All of the headlines, all of them were about her. With the passing of time, her name started to appear lesser and lesser. She was gradually replaced by Han Zixuan and numerous newbies until she had vanished without a trace in the entertainment industry. Ding! On the right bottom corner, a Hot Topic Entertainment news suddenly popped up. It seemed to mention Jiang Mai's name. Ning Xi took a look and casually clicked on it. Then, she saw a striking and enlarged headline. Fans unite to petition in protest. Jiang Mai get lost from the entertainment industry. What happened? Ning Xi's expression instantly changed, and she took a closer look at the article. She realized that it was coincidentally related to Han Zixuan again. Jiang Mai had publicly cussed and insulted her on Weibo, even insulting her mother. F***ck your mother. Ning Xi read the Weibo post, and her brows furrowed. Even if Jiang Mai was impulsive, he probably would not have used such aggressive language towards a woman. Ning Xi started to investigate the matter in detail. It turned out that she already knew about the cause of this incident too. It was exactly that scandal revolving around Jiang Mai and Han Zixuan that she had seen in the newspaper at the little stall in Deer Town when she had just woken up. Initially, Jiang Mai seemed to have not thought about caring. After all, there were too many female artistes who leached off his popularity. Ning Xi had guessed that that picture was probably a photo taken during production or something like that. When the production could be publicly announced, things would settle down after they clarified. Unfortunately, the matter had suddenly gone out of control at the press conference of the world. Jiang Mai suddenly left halfway and had posted that Weibo without any warning. Ning Xi looked closely at what happened during the press conference. Then, she found a video. In the video, Han Zixuan's manager was righteously responding to a reporter's question. Zhang Anru responded. Since Zixuan started her career, she has experienced many malicious slanders. Also, because her appearance is outstanding, she's also been compared to many other female stars who are just pretty and have no substance. Zixuan can't be placed on par with a substandard person who uses her face and body to make it to the top. This is an insult to Zixuan. Here, I'd like to solemnly state to all the media that I hope everyone won't ask such insulting questions in the future. Don't mention Zixuan's name and compare her to some unbearable people with poor moral conduct. When Zhang Anru said these words, Jiang Mai's expression was hidden in the shadows and could not be seen clearly. He kept playing with his phone absent-mindedly. Yet, in the instant that Zhang Anru finished, Jiang Mai slowly stood up and started to leave without saying a word. After that, the entire venue turned into chaos. Jiang Mai had posted that cursing Weibo right at that moment. Ning Xi watched the video, studying the way Jiang Mai's arrogant and ice-cold face in that video was mocking everyone. The way his leaving silhouette was unbridled without even looking back. She sighed softly and revealed a helpless smile. This guy? Chapter 1821. Fight for love. Can't sleep? The man's voice came from behind her. Ning Xi turned away from the computer screen and looked at Lu Tingxiao. She seemed distracted. Lu Tingxiao glanced at the videos and search logs on the screen. Then he tousled the girl's silky hair with his broad palms. I told you I'll support you no matter what decision you make. Ning Xi turned around and rubbed her head against the man's body, remaining silent for a long time. After some time, the girl's eyes became more and more determined. Tingxiao, I want to go back. Okay. Jiang Mai had done it for her this time, so she could not just leave him be. Similar to Jiang Mai, there was also Kier and many others that she might not know about, including the fans that had been supporting her all this time. If her first debut was meant to fulfill her dreams, this time would be for the people supporting her from behind. After deciding that she wanted to help Tingxiao's nephew now, Ning, she spent some time recovering. At the same time, she caught up with what had happened to the entertainment industry in the past year. After she finished scrolling through the old news, Ning Xi was sitting on a rattan chair in the garden and was looking through the recent entertainment news. Ning Xi's eyes stopped scanning when she saw a familiar name in the corner. Su Tao? In the picture, Glory World Entertainment's most experienced top manager was dressed in a messy outfit to buy himself some alcohol. Then, he got into an argument with one of the female artistes he previously handled. To make things worse, he was publicly slapped and humiliated by her assistant. The news was obviously inclined towards the female artiste as sarcasm was embedded all over the article, indicating that Su Tao was bullying his artistes and that this was karma for him. Ning Xi frowned when she was reading the article. Su Tao had always kept up a good reputation in the industry. After things kept getting messy, he had held Glory World up. He even sold his property, and he would never do something so unprofessional. Well, it was not unusual for this to happen. The artistes he raised were scouted by Starlight. Afraid of being labeled as being ungrateful, they wanted a proper excuse for them to betray the company, which was why they framed him. Ning Xi had asked Tingxiao to check on Sis Gigi. Her family members did not seem to be in the best of health, and she had been busy caring for them. Sis Gigi had put in so much effort to bring her to that position, and she did not want to burden her again. Ning Xi was bothered about who she should get to be her manager this time. Su Tao. Ning Xi gently pointed at the name on the paper with a thoughtful expression. Somewhere nearby. Boss, you. What did you call me here for? Liang Feixing never expected that he would be summoned by the big boss one day. He had been guessing why the boss had called him, but he did not dare to ask much, so he just followed the man behind anxiously. A while later, after he followed the man, going through layers of foliage and leaves, he vaguely saw a woman on a rattan chair nearby. However, the woman's face was obscured in the shadows, so he could not see well. A suspicion formed in his mind. Liang Feixing looked doubtful, but soon he thought. It was impossible. At this moment, the woman stood up. That bright face of hers that could put the afternoon sun to shame slowly appeared before him. Director Liang, long time no see. Chapter 1822, A True Winner in Life. In Ning Xi, Liang Feixing's eyes widened when he saw who the woman was. He felt as if a thunderbolt had just struck him. He gaped in disbelief at the woman who had vanished for a year, not just because of the shock, but also because of her current aura. Back then, Ning Xi was enough to attract the spotlight all to herself, and currently, this woman in front of him felt like time had reversed for her. Not only did her appearance not seem any duller, but she even had a more dignified presence now. Liang Feixing could not imagine what everyone's expression would be when they saw her, especially the anti-fans who were guessing Ning Xi had gone through a botched plastic surgery, or that her body size had spiraled out of control. He could not imagine how much of an impact it would be if Ning Xi reappeared in front of the public again. The whole entertainment industry would turn around for her sake, as long as she was willing to. She was born to be the king of the world. The chatterbox Liang Feixing suddenly became mute at the moment as he was in shock and could not believe what was happening. At this moment, he saw a low-profile ring on the woman's finger. He then looked at the big boss. As expected, he saw the same design. Wedding rings. What the heck? Did they get married? Although he knew about their relationship long ago, he was still taken aback little. Oh, his boss, his queen, they really were married. Damn, if this got into the news, it would surely make the whole entertainment industry explode. He thought about those who said that Ning Xi had become a mistress to some rich old man, or had gotten pregnant by accident. She's become a true winner in life, you foolish mortals. Lady boss. Long time no see. Long time indeed. After a long time, Liang Feixing finally regained his ability to speak normally again. Tingxiao was a little unhappy when Liang Feixing stared at Ning Xi, but his expression softened when he called her Lady Boss. Xiaoxi is looking for you. Ah, Lady Boss, you're looking for me? What do you need to see me about? Liang Feixing's expression became even more anxious. Ning Xi comforted. Don't be so nervous, Director Liang. It isn't a big deal. Sit down and have some tea. Oh, okay. Liang Feixing sat down and took a sip of the flower tea. Director Liang, I called you here today because I want to come out of retirement, said Ning Xi. Liang Feixing spit out the tea and coughed profusely. What? No. Lady Boss, what did you say just now? I said I want to come out of retirement. Ning Xi repeated herself as a smile lit up her angelic face. Liang Feixing could not say anything. What did he just hear? Ning Xi wanted to come back? How is that not a big deal? But how is it possible? Ning Xi had everything now. She had made it to the top of the industry and married someone like Tingxiao. So what else could she be looking for? Why would she want to come back out from retirement? Chapter 1823. It has nothing to do with stamina. Ning Xi guessed that Liang Feixing had doubts, so she said, I seem to have brought everyone a lot of trouble after I retired, and I found out about Jiang Mai's matter recently. I'm the cause after all. Not at all. It's not because of you. Things became like this because of someone acting stupid, Liang Feixing said quickly. He did not expect that nearing the end of Glory World, when even the main group had abandoned them, Ning Xi would suggest coming back out of retirement. It was not just a simple second debut. She was representing the boss and the whole of the Lu Corporation. Lady Boss, you know what? A few days ago, I was chatting with Sue and a few others, and we were all thinking that it'd be great if you could come back. Lady Boss, are you sure you want to come back out of retirement? Who do you plan to appoint as your manager this time? Should we go and look for Ling Xi? Liang Feixing rattled off a bunch of questions. Sis Gigi has some issues at home. Let's not bother her. I'll go with Bro Tao, said Ning Xi. Sue, are you sure? Damn, that guy would be mad happy if he knew. Liang Feixing was really excited, but suddenly his expression froze and he side-eyed the wife protector. Then, does the boss agree to let you come back out of retirement? Ning Xi clung to Tingxiao's arm. I've asked permission from darling. As long as I'm not too tired because my body isn't in the best condition now. Huh? Lady Boss, are you pregnant? Liang Feixing's eyes flew wide open, and he looked at Ning Xi's stomach. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. I was sick pretty badly, and I'm still recovering. Oh, I see. Boss, Lady Boss, please don't worry about the amount of work. Lady Boss, your pinky finger is enough to be compared to anyone else. You don't have to put in too much effort. Your comeback this time will just lead our taking back the world. Ning Xi chuckled. Director Liang, you have too much faith in me. Lady Boss, it's the truth. Right, when are we starting? Liang Feixing asked quickly. Ning Xi thought about it. As soon as possible. Tomorrow then. Let's look for Bro Tao tomorrow. No problem. It was a quiet night. Ning Xi kissed little treasure who was asleep. Then she went beside Tingxiao and stuck herself to him. Darling, don't worry. I'll really take care of myself and won't tire myself out. My body is mostly recovered already. She was planning to rest for several days more, but she was worried that things might worsen for Jiang Mai if it dragged on, so she wanted to resolve it as soon as possible. Tingxiao did not say anything. Ning Xi cuddled him and kissed him playfully. The man could not wait anymore. You're mostly recovered? He picked the mischievous girl up from the bed and carried her to a guest room next door. Ning Xi felt herself being lifted in the air for a while, and then she landed on a soft bed. Under the moonlight, the man's eyes looked like fire. The heat was closing in on her, and a sudden kiss on her lips raised her temperature as well. Were they finally going to do? What were they supposed to do on their wedding night? With their twirling tongues and their deep kisses, she felt like her soul was being sucked away. Ning Xi felt a tremble start deep down from her insides as her tender toes curled up. Just a short while of foreplay was enough to make Ning Xi feel like a fish in a dry pond. She was starting to have difficulty breathing. After some time, the man finally let go of her lips. He used up every ounce of his rationality to suppress himself. At the same time, his fingertips were leaving the girl's body slowly. Can you still say that you have the stamina now? Ning Xi buried her head in the man's arms as she playfully smacked the man. How is that the same? It has nothing to do with stamina, all right? Your smile is enough to make me go crazy. Moreover, you're doing so many things to me all together at once. Tingxiao was taken aback. Then he laughed at her. You and your nonsense. It's the truth. Chapter 1824. Even if the emperor's father returned. Because of the so-called physical strength, or lack thereof, they did not manage to finish their wedding night business. Ning Xi had secretly set her mind on increasing her recuperation pace. It was more reliable if she strived towards it. Last night, they had already reached that extent, but Tingxiao had actually held himself back when he saw that she physically could not endure it. It was not sure whether it was just her illusion, but sometimes she really felt that in this aspect, Tingxiao seemed to be a little too careful with her. However, the feeling of being respected and treasured still moved her every time. If that person were not him, she would probably never have such intimate encounters with a man ever in this lifetime. The next day, Liang Feixing personally drove over to pick her early in the morning. Before they left, to avoid any trouble, Ning Xi temporarily took off her wedding ring and put it on a silver necklace to wear around her neck. Lady boss, well, Bro Su's state hasn't been great recently. Later on, when you see him, don't be too shocked. Liang Feixing gave Ning Xi a warning beforehand. He was slightly worried that when Ning Xi saw Su Tao's wretched look, she would change her mind. As a friend, he obviously hoped that Su Tao could grab this sole opportunity of making a comeback. No worries. Ning Xi looked like she did not mind. After a half-an-hour journey, the two of them stopped in front of an out-of-date apartment in a cramped environment. To promote the newbies. Under him, Bro Su sold off all of his assets. He rented this place by himself here. When he finally helped them debut, who would have thought that the two of them would run off without a word and even make a false countercharge against him? Bro Su has been dejected about this. He's been getting drunk every day, and a few days ago, he was even slapped in public by an assistant at the bar, probably making his mood worse. Liang Feixing sighed as he carefully led Ning Xi upstairs. The two of them had just reached the door when they saw that things were being thrown out of the house continuously. Then, they heard a shrill, harsh voice from inside. "Pa, you shameless and stinky alcoholic. What gold manager?" And even the big stars, Lu Xiaoro and Yin Yuyu, were managed by you? A gold manager with your revolting behavior? I'm telling you, if you still don't pay up your rent tomorrow, get lost. After a series of crashes and bangs, the plump female landlord in a sleeping gown walked out from the house in an overbearing manner. When she saw the extraordinarily well-mannered man at the door and the woman in sunglasses beside him, she paused for a moment. Then she curiously turned to look at the two of them a few more times before leaving and muttering to herself. "Cough, lady boss, apologies. Slow down. This way." Liang Feixing did not think that the reality would be worse than he had imagined. He carefully kicked the junk by his feet away and led Ning Xi into the house. Once they entered, there was the pungent stench of alcohol. All of the things in the house were smashed, and the place was a mess, while Su Tao himself was like mud as he lay unconsciously on the pile of junk. Liang Feixing pinched his nose and reached out with his leg to kick Su Tao's shin. "Old Su, quickly wake up and see. See who has come." Su Tao impatiently waved the bottle of alcohol in his hand. "Go away. All of you get lost. Even if the emperor's father has come, I don't care to meet." Liang Feixing looked awkwardly towards Ning Xi beside him. He was so anxious that he snatched the bottle in Su Tao's hand and threw it away. "Look properly. Ning Xi, it's Ning Xi who's returned. She wants to hire you to be her manager." When he heard the name Ning Xi, Su Tao was stunned for an instant. Then he giggled until his tears fell. "Ha ha. Liang, why are you even drunker than I am? Ning Xi's returned. Ning Xi wants to hire me to be her manager, huh? If Ning Xi's returned, I'll let you manage me," Liang Feixing replied. "Thanks, but I'm not interested in you." Chapter 1825. Let's go get it back. "Thanks, but I'm not interested in you." When Su Tao heard this, he instantly exploded. "Pfft. On what basis are you not interested in me? Do you know how many pretty boys I wiped out back then with my mind-blowing looks? Do you know how many female artistes and male artistes wanted to sleep with me? Bloody hell. Now, all of them dare say that I was inappropriate with them, that I forced them to sleep with me? I wouldn't sleep with them even if they offered themselves to me." Liang Feixing looked at his rotten uncle with disdain. Then he buried his face in his hands speechlessly. Puffed. Ning Xi, who stood on the side, could not help but snicker out loud. When he suddenly heard a girl's gentle laugh in the house, it was as if Su Tao, who was being all foul-mouthed, had his throat in a clutch. He instantly kept quiet. It was only now that he realized that there was still another person behind Liang Feixing. Ning Xi controlled her laughter. Then she took her sunglasses off and looked at the man who was lying among the junk. She softly said, "Bro Tao." Su Tao was still stunned. "Director Liang didn't lie to you. I do want to hire you to be my manager," continued Ning Xi. "Be bloody hell. Liang Feixing F***CKU. Moments later, Su Tao uttered an earth-shattering curse in rage and abruptly stood up. All the things around him fell all over the ground. The man did not care much. Like a spinny top, he quickly found the only clean chair amidst the mess and then used a bedsheet to wipe it before he brought it to Ning Xi. "Sit. Goddess Xi, quickly sit. I'm sorry that the house is terribly messy." Then, he pulled Liang Feixing, who was standing relaxed on the side and enjoying the show, to a corner. "Damn you. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Liang Feixing smirked. "If I had told you earlier, how would I have gotten the chance for beauty? Su to offer himself to me. Get lost." Su Tao scolded the man as he kicked him. When he turned to Ning Xi, he immediately switched to flattery. I'm not dreaming, am I? Movie Queen Ning, you've really returned and you're ready to make a comeback." "Yes, I do have such plans. But, why me? Are you sure you want me to be your manager?" Su Tao was a little awkward as he looked at his own sorry state. Damn Liang Feixing. Had he told him earlier, then he would not have left such a terrible impression to the goddess. Liang Feixing seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. His arms were crossed as he raised his brows. "Don't mutter to yourself now. Do you think Ning Xi doesn't know how sorry you are right now? Your rotten uncle pictures have long spread all over. Bro Tao, you're the person who understands the company's state most right now. I think you're the most suitable candidate. Besides, I also admire the loyalty that Bro Tao has held fast up till today," said Ning Xi. When Su Tao heard her assessment, he was astonished and tears started to well up in his eyes. "If Bro Tao thinks it's okay, we can already start to arrange the work right now. Is there anything I need to do now?" Su Tao's confused and stunned gaze instantly turned sharp as he finally realized that Ning Xi was serious. He finally realized that all of this was real and that he was not dreaming. He had really managed to wait for the chance to make a comeback. Su Tao wiped his face and quickly dug out a stack of materials from a drawer, speaking very quickly. "This is Wilde's skincare product advertisement. I managed to get it for Lu Xiaoro after chasing for a month. In the end, it became Starlight's credit after they stole her. They're signing the contract this morning. Even the time was set by me back then." Ning Xi nodded as she stood up determinedly. "Then, let's go. Let's go and get it all back from this advert onwards." Chapter 1826, Classy and Intelligent. Let's go and get it all back from this advert onwards. It was just a simple sentence, yet it instantly sparked a flame in Su Tao's cold heart. When he saw that Su Tao had recovered his spirit, Liang Feixing was relieved. "My mission of mediating is done. I should get busy too." Now that Ning Xi was making a comeback, he still needed to prepare a series of public relations plans. Ning Xi nodded. "If anything happens, contact me through the phone." The three of them discussed for a while. Then they began to execute their plans separately. Su Tao quickly made himself more like a presentable human. Then he immediately brought Ning Xi to rush towards Wilde's company branch in China. Being a spokesperson for a top international brand was no doubt something that every female artiste who wanted to ascend to being gold-plated would yearn for. Lu Xiaoro was now only a few huge brands' ambassadorship and renowned awards away from leveling up, which was why he had spent so much effort to get this endorsement job for her. Because Lu Xiaoro was completely different from Ning Xi, Yisudong did not think highly of her. He was not willing to spend much energy on her either. You could say that he had really risked his old bones and fought for all of her opportunities. For this ambassadorship, he had gone back and forth with his thick skin and found many connections. All of the expenses for social niceties had been borne entirely by him too, but in the end, he had fallen to such a degree. How could he not have lost control of his emotions? He knew that this time, Starlight had done it deliberately. Previously, he had offended Starlight viciously, so the other party had long been waiting to catch him with the ultimate strike. At the Wilde Company building, the person in charge of Wilde, Parker, Lu Xiaoro, and Lu Xiaoro's new manager, Cheng Yibin, were conversing merrily in the office. Cheng Yibin said in an earnest tone, "Sai, now there are so many substance-less vases out there. There aren't many artistes with distinguished features and distinctiveness such as our Xiao. I'm not boasting. In China, we have a great saying that an elegant temperament comes from being knowledgeable. Well-known and profound brands, such as Wildy, need someone as classy and intelligent as Xiao to be their spokesperson. Lu Xiao's appearance was not prominent. However, she exuded a very comforting, educated appearance like a rush of clear spring water in the giddy entertainment industry, which was also why Su Tao had initially fancied her. Indeed, at last, after Lu Xiao had acted in a few classic roles because of her unique aura, she had attracted a huge group of diehard fans. It also proved that Su Tao's judgment was spot on. Parker smiled and said, "Haha, we also fancy this special quality of Miss Xiao's." Parker was clearly very satisfied with Lu Xiao. Although at first, the person who used this pretext to convince him was Su Tao, this did not make a difference to him. As long as the results were the same, it would be fine. It did not matter to him who Lu Xiao's manager was changed to. Besides, Starlight was much stronger than Glory World, so Lu Xiao joining Starlight was instead more favorable for them. Chen Yibin looked at Lu Xiao beside her. When she thought about Su Tao's flustered and exasperated expression, she felt pleased on the inside. "Director Parker, if there aren't any other problems, let's sign the contract today. I've already made reservations at the Grand Count Hotel to celebrate our wonderful collaboration this time." Parker nodded. Then he flipped open the thick stack of contracts next to his hand. "Of course, there's no problem. This is..." He was speaking halfway when suddenly there was a knock on the door. The assistant apologetically pushed the door to enter. She walked up to Parker and seemed troubled. "What is it?" Parker asked in a lowered voice. He was a little annoyed about being disturbed. Chapter 1827. The only chance to surpass SS. "Director, well, Mr. Su is here." The assistant looked at Lu Xiao and Chung Yibin and said hesitantly, "Su Tao." Parker frowned. Lu Xiao and Chung Yibin glanced at each other and frowned as well. "Yes. What's he doing here?" Parker asked. The assistant coughed awkwardly and replied. He said, "He's here to sign the contract." Before Parker could reply, Chung Yibin laughed. "Sign the contract? Who did he bring to sign the contract?" "I saw that he's brought a female artiste here," the assistant replied. "A female artiste? Who?" Lu Xiao tried asking. He did not remember anyone outstanding under Su Tao. She was wearing a mask and a pair of sunglasses. It might be a newcomer under him, the assistant guessed. Chung Yibin looked angry. This drunkard must be crazy. He just brought someone here randomly and said he wants to sign the contract? Who does he think he is? Lu Xiao put on a somber cast. Bro Tao is probably still unhappy that I left. Chung Yibin's expression darkened. Unhappy? Should he feel unhappy? Xiao is such an extraordinary talent that should have bloomed a long time ago. Had she come to us Starlight earlier, she didn't need to suffer and waste her time there. Lu Xiao pouted and seemed slightly bitter as well. Because of Chung Yibin's brainwashing, she kept assuming that she was where she was today, all because of her own capabilities. She was determined that Su Tao and Glory World had been pulling her leg. She never thought that was it not for Su Tao. She never would have been exposed at all. Parker was really upset with Su Tao's behavior. He said with a darkened expression, "Ask him to leave. Tell him that I've decided to sign the contract with Ms. Lu." "Okay." The assistant nodded, but because Su Tao had handed him a big red packet just now, he casually added another remark. "Right, Director. Mr. Su asked me to send you a message." He said. "What did he say?" Parker asked. "He said if you insist on signing the contract with Ms. Lu, you'll lose the only chance to surpass SS," the assistant replied. Parker's expression changed as soon as he heard his assistant. Being international brands together, SS was Wildy's largest competitor in the country. Their sales were always below SS every year. As the director of the Chinese region, he was criticized harshly every time in the regional meeting, and he had also been ordered to surpass SS this year. Unfortunately, the ambassador SS had this year was the popular female star, Han Zixuan. No matter what, he could not find another one to topple her, so Su Tao had convinced him to go for another direction and they picked Lu Xiao. However, Su Tao, who had convinced him back then, was now telling him that if he signed the contract with Lu Xiao, he would miss his only chance at surpassing SS. What irony! Chung Yibin quickly said something when he noticed. That Parker's expression was not right. Director Parker, please don't listen to that guy's nonsense. He just has nothing to lose and is trying to trick you. What does he mean by losing the only chance to surpass SS? Is he saying that signing the contract with him would mean you could surpass SS? Nonsense. Chapter 1828, True Capabilities. Lu Xiaoro also followed up. As far as I know, after Sis Yu and I left, there wasn't really anyone with Bro Tao anymore. Even within the whole of Glory World, there aren't any decent artistes left. Parker was silent when he heard Cheng Yibin and Lu Xiaoro. He had to admit that what Su Tao said hit him right in his weak spot. That sentence was simply impactful. After some time, Parker stood up before the two of them. Mr. Cheng, Ms. Lu, please wait here while I meet him. I'll be back as soon as possible. Cheng Yibin was distressed, but he did not show it. Instead, he smiled and said, You're one considerate man, Mr. Parker. I believe you'll be able to explain enough for him to not come back to trouble us again. Cheng Yibin's expression darkened after Parker left in a hurry. He slammed the coffee table. Damn you, Su Tao. Do you dare to play tricks with me now? It seems like I've been too easy on him. That damn thing. Lu Xiaoro comforted him. Don't worry, Bro Bin. He doesn't have anyone presentable under him. So even if he's able to talk to Director Parker, he'd just humiliate himself. Cheng Yibin had a cruel gaze. I'll make him pay after we sign the contract. Wildy's meeting room was designed with an artistic vibe, equipped with retro-styled colored glass, sofa with hand-stitched floral patterns, and a furry, white velvet floor carpet, whilst big camellia and peonies were blooming beautifully from a vase. The huge cupboard beside it had the whole series of their classic products lined up. Ning Xi had already taken off her sunglasses and mask at the moment. She was sitting on the sofa and flipping through an art book available there. Su Tao did nothing but stare at Ning Xi like a slave guarding his treasure. He could not be blamed. Any man, or just any person, in general, could never be able to avert their gaze away from Ning Xi. They did not wait long. Sounds of footsteps came closer outside the door. The footsteps stopped right before the door. Parker opened the door with a cold and unhappy expression. Mr. Su, what did you mean? You're the one who recommended me Lu Xiaoro. Even if she's not under you now, you shouldn't interfere. As Parker was talking angrily, the next moment he felt like his eyes had their own consciousness and was attracted to the figure on the sofa. His pupils contracted and he was in disbelief. My God, Ms. Ning. Su Tao was not surprised at Parker's reaction at all. He shrugged. Director Parker, I'm not contradicting myself. I told you before that if you use Lu Xiaoro, you might be able to go in another direction and take some risks to win. This time, Parker understood almost instantly and his attitude changed completely. I'm really sorry. I was a little busy just now. Please wait for a little while. He turned around, opened the door, and hissed to the assistant. Go and prepare a new contract now. Huh. The assistant was taken aback. The director had just gone in for just a few seconds. What happened? At this moment, Su Tao smirked with an indescribable feeling. He had really given it his all when he tried to convince Parker to use Lu Xiaoro, and now he just had to utter this one short sentence. With true capabilities unfolding before them, not all skills were needed. Chapter 1829, Fulfill Any Requests. Parker wiped off the sweat on his palms. Then he gave a gentlemanly bow and extended his hand to Ning Xi. Hello, Ms. Ning Xi. Ning Xi extended her hand to connect. Hello, Director Parker. Parker was extraordinarily excited when he saw Ning Xi's seemingly time-reversed face. It's been a really long time, Ms. Ning. The last time I saw you was at a dinner. It's been a year. I didn't expect Ms. Ning to look much more beautiful in just a year's time. Not taking into account the impact caused by Ning Xi's reappearance, just the title of Time Reversal was enough to become her greatest selling point. In the history of advertising, many big brands were able to break records with the resurfacing of retired top celebrities. Moreover, Ning Xi had just retired not too long ago, so it would surely spark a lot of debate. If he never saw Ning Xi after a year, he would not be so sure about her winning the current trend, Han Zixuan. But after he saw her in person, he forgot all about his worries. Han Zixuan and Ning Xi were at different levels after all. Su Tao was right. If he missed it this time, he would probably have blown his only chance at beating SS. He would need to do anything to collaborate with them this time. Director Parker, you're exaggerating. Not at all. I'm simply saying what I'm thinking. Parker's expression looked oddly genuine. I just didn't expect that you'd come back out of retirement, Ms. Ning. It's really a big surprise. If I knew about it beforehand, I would surely pay a visit instead of you coming here. He then looked at Su Tao gratefully. Mr. Su, please forgive me if I've ever been rude to you before. Please sign the contract with us, YLD, and of course, we'll discuss the price again. Just give me an offer. Even I'm able to handle such decisions. Su Tao grinned happily. Haha, is that really alright? Don't you still have people waiting for you? It might not be good if people accuse us of snatching the contract away. Parker then said, I'm supposed to meet Mr. Su today. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Everyone in the company can bear witness that I've been discussing the collaboration with Mr. Su. Su Tao was a little speechless. This foreigner was good. All right, then let's talk about the details now. Su Tao let him off the hook. No problem. Please look through the contract. I'll make sure to fulfill any requests of yours and Ms. Ning's. At the same time, in his office, Parker had told them he would be back shortly, but he just vanished. Cheng Yibin and Lu Xiaoro had waited for about half an hour, and he was still not back yet. The impatient Cheng Yibin became annoyed. What happened? Where's he? Su Tao was a veteran manager in the industry, after all. He was the real deal after surviving in the entertainment industry for so many years. Could he have used a trick? So things were going his way. Lu Xiaoro looked at the door's direction. She believed that no matter how good Su Tao was, he would not be able to change anything. She said casually, he's probably being bothered by Su Tao. You know how difficult it is to get Su Tao off. Cheng Yibin looked impatient. They should have just asked the security guards to chase out jerks like him. What's the point of talking so much to him and wasting our time? As Cheng Yibin was complaining, Parker's assistant came in. Chapter 1830. Both of you don't need to come anymore. Assistant Foam, you're finally here. Where's Director Parker? Cheng Yibin peeked behind the assistant, but he did not see anyone. The assistant said courteously, Apologies, Director Parker is currently receiving honored guests. Please come back another day. Cheng Yibin was stunned when he heard the update. Honored guests? Which honored guests could make Parker interrupt such an important contract? They were just one step away from signing the contract, and he had even made reservations for the celebratory feast too. Yet now there was a sudden change. Cheng Yibin immediately looked quite overwrought. He lowered his tone to say, Assistant Foam, could I trouble you to pass the message to Director Parker that we've long made an appointment to sign the contract today? On my end, I've rejected quite a few important gigs for Xiaoro just to rush here. Now that your company is suddenly changing the dates like this, it's quite inappropriate. If we have to reschedule the appointment, we might not be able to free up our time within the next 1 month on our end. Cheng Yibin's tone came with a severe warning. When Lu Xiaoro heard Cheng Yibin, her confidence was boosted. Now that she was an artiste with Starlight Entertainment, things had changed. A hint of mockery flashed in the assistant's eyes. Not only did she not look nervous at all, instead she replied unhurriedly, We're not changing the dates. The both of you don't need to come anymore. We've already decided on a different candidate to be the spokesperson. What did you say? The second the assistant finished, Cheng Yibin immediately shot to his feet. Disbelief flooded Lu Xiaoro's face. Who do you think Starlight Entertainment is? You want to change the spokesperson as you wish, but you're not even going to talk to us. Cheng Yibin felt utterly embarrassed and his face was covered with rage. The assistant laughed, then slowly said, Mr. Cheng, your words are too serious. You know the rules in the industry as well. Verbal promises don't count. As long as nothing's signed, anyone can have the chance to compete. Besides, even if it's a verbal agreement, it would also be between Director Parker and Mr. Su. So it should have nothing to do with Mr. Cheng, am I right? You? But the person Su Tao fixed to be the spokesperson was me. Lu Xiaoro whined unhappily. Well, now Mr. Su has recommended an even better candidate for us. Cheng Yibin's lungs were about to explode, yet he did not dare to really cause a scene at YLD. He could only suppress his anger and ask with a gloomy expression, Who's the spokesperson that Director Parker has recently decided upon? He really wanted to see who had not watched their step and actually dared to steal the ambassadorship from Starlight. So what if they had stolen this spokesperson's gig? He would immediately shut her out. See if Su Tao can protect her. Apologies, this is classified information. Forgive me for not being able to reveal more, the assistant simply said before leaving right away. Lu Xiaoro fell onto the chair in a stupor. This can't be. Su Tao couldn't have had any better candidate to offer. Cheng Yibin snorted. He probably pulled some dirty trick. Lu Xiaoro was incredibly anxious. Bro Bin, what do we do now? This ambassadorship was supposed to be mine. Bro Bin, you must help me get it back. I've waited for so long and then. It's just a small spokesperson's gig. What are you anxious about? Your horizons are too narrow. You're with me. Are you worried that you won't be able to get any other ambassadorship? Cheng Yibin said. Parker was already behaving with this attitude. How could he get it back? He would not be like Su Tao, acting all shamelessly just for a spokesperson's job. Lu Xiaoro wanted to say something more, but when she saw Cheng Yibin being so impatient, she just kept quiet and felt aggrieved. Cheng Yibin had strong cards in his hand. All of the excellent opportunities would go to the others first, so what good opportunities would he have for her? Chapter 1831, Shield. In fact, this was to be a spokesperson for Wildy. It was an ambassadorship that was on the same level as SS. If she managed to be the spokesperson, all of her opportunities and ambassadorships from hereafter would definitely be taken to the next level. Initially, she thought that after getting with Starlight, things would definitely change according to the flow. Yet who would have thought that once she left Su Tao, she would lose such an important contract? She had really underestimated Su Tao. Damn it, he was being deliberate, intentionally ruining her. The one who had allowed the assistant to publicly slap him and insult him was Yin Yu, not her. She was just focused on marching forward for her ideals. She was just doing it to defend herself, so on what basis was he going against her? On what basis was he stealing away this thing that she had gotten with so much difficulty? Without this contract, how could she, a person without any status and background, who had job-hopped midway, make her stand in Starlight where the competition was fierce? In front of the Wildy building, Su Tao carefully pulled open the door and helped Ning Xi into the car. He was about to turn around and make his way to the driver's seat when suddenly, there was an angry voice from behind. Lu Xiaoro had chased after him alone in her high heels. Once she saw Su Tao, she started to harshly curse with rage. Su Tao, you're too much. Su Tao paused mid-step, his brows raised slightly. Oh, too much? Superstar Lu, may I know how have I gone overboard? Lu Xiaoro's eyes were filled with resentment. You know how important this ambassadorship is to me. Su Tao sneered, huh? Of course I know. If he did not, would he have risked his old bones to fight for it for her? Lu Xiaoro was so angry that she sharply taunted him. Su Tao, don't keep pretending like you've sacrificed so much for me. The reason I'm here today is all because of my own hard work. If I had been at Starlight and not Glory World, I'd long have been an A-lister among the A-listers. It's all because I've been with a useless person like you that I've been held back. You don't deserve to be my manager at all. Su Tao did not say anything. He had already become numb from hearing these kinds of words from Lu Xiaoro. Yet, right at this moment, the door of the black car was pushed open by a fair hand. A woman slowly got down from the back seat and looked at the girl in front of the car, who felt indignant at the injustice. You know very well that with your aptitude, if you were at Starlight, you never would have stood out. If it were not for Bro Tao, you would just be a cameo forever in Glory World. Don't deserve it? You're right about that. You don't deserve to have a manager like Su Tao. Lu Xiaoro's eyes widened. She stared blankly at the woman who had suddenly alighted from the car, as if she had seen something terrifying. Even her body started to tremble slightly. Senior Ning Xi. How could this be? The new artiste that Su Tao was managing was actually Ning Xi. Forget it, Ning Xi. There's nothing more to be said here. When she saw that Ning Xi had actually stepped in to shield him and stand up for him, Su Tao was a little taken aback. At the same time, her actions warmed his heart. In the future, you'll have many opportunities to find out who you've betrayed and what you've lost today. After Ning Xi said this, she turned around and stepped into the car. Lu Xiaoro watched the black car as it drove further away. She stood in the same spot in a daze, only returning to her senses after a long while. That line about how she did not deserve a manager, like Su Tao, had severely hit her. Ning Xi was back. Ning Xi had actually chosen Su Tao to be her manager? Just this was enough to put her into a panic. She felt like a trash that she had discarded with utter disdain had suddenly been picked up by someone one day, who announced that it was a priceless treasure, while she had simply failed to recognize it for what it was. Chapter 1832. Crash the Party. In the car, Ning Xi, about earlier, thank you. You actually didn't need to. I'm already used to it. Explaining to those people will only bring down your status, said Su Tao gratefully. Ning Xi held the side of her head at an angle, not minding. It's fine. I just hate seeing others bullying my people. When Su Tao heard this, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Bloody hell, it was just so nice to be riding on somebody's coattails. Who else is under you right now? Ning Xi nodded her head slightly and asked. Su Tao sighed. Sigh, not many outstanding artistes. Just one B-lister, Qin Shuang. She's quite a hard-working girl, but I tease just that she's a little unlucky. She's been in the industry for 8 years. Those who entered around the same time as her have already become popular batch after batch. It's just her who isn't. She's always just one step behind. Ning Xi pursed her lips. Later on, I'll pull her up. Su Tao was instantly overjoyed. That'd be great. Ning Xi browsed her phone for the gossip regarding Jiang Mai and Han Zixuan that was still being updated nonstop. She frowned and asked, how's it going on Jiang Mai's end? Su Tao shook his head helplessly. Lei Ming says that he's still not cooperating at all. In fact, the situation is worsening. If these kind of things are dragged on too long and aren't clarified in time, it'll create an inherent impression to the fans. Later on, if he wants to clarify, it'll already be too tough. That picture of him and Han Zixuan, is it a still? Ning Xi asked, but her tone was very certain. Su Tao nodded. It's a still from Chun Mian's new movie. Jiang Mai's was just a cameo, and that kissing scene back then was just an illusion of position. Because this movie subject matter is relatively sensitive, it's very hard to get it shown in theaters in the country. Chun Mian has prepared to secretly release it overseas, so they definitely cannot leak this ahead. Otherwise, once the news gets out, it'll definitely be blocked. Then all of the hard work would be for nothing. Jiang Mai is quite loyal too. Although he's been scolded by so many people as a piece of trash, yet he's still holding on and not saying anything. Lei Ming and Liang Zi were initially discussing letting him apologize and then suppressing the matter first, but he's not willing to. Now, they can only refuse to budge. Ning Xi sighed softly and shook her head. With Jiang Mai's personality, there was no way he would apologize. Su Tao probed. Ning Xi, your coming out of retirement this time is related to Jiang Mai too, isn't it? For this matter, you're going to. Actually, those who knew him well would realize that Jiang Mai had publicly gone against Han Zixuan with those foul words was all because of Zheng Anru's words at the press conference. All the old-timers in Glory World Entertainment knew how Han Zixuan had made her way to the top, yet in the end those people had said such shameless things in public. Ning Xi thought about it. Then she asked, when's the next promotional period going to be for the world? Even though Su Tao had recently been muddle-headed and drunken, he still knew this information like the back of his hand, so he immediately answered, it's in 2 days. Because the last press conference was messed up by Jiang Mai. This time they have a larger venue and have actually invited all of the original cast of the world movie who can make it to boost support. The movie King, Zhao Xizhou, the old actor, Feng Yiba, and I heard that even Ning Xi will be attending. Ning Xi nodded. Then, let's prepare a little. Let's go and join in on the fun too. Su Tao's eyes lit up. It was exactly as he wished. You're saying that you'll steal the role back? Then, do we need to get Jiang Mai in on this too? I heard that they've given Jiang Mai an ultimatum. He has to give a public apology, otherwise they'll change the male lead. This time, we might as well get the roles of the male and female leads back too. When Ning Xi heard his suggestion, she raised her brows slightly and said faintly, who said that I'm going to steal the role back? Huh? Aren't you? Su Tao was confused. What are we going to do then? Ning Xi smiled. Obviously we're going to crash the party. Su Tao was speechless. Chapter 1833. Only they can surpass themselves. At the Royal Jazz Hotel, the main cast and several important investors of the world had gathered together. Jiang Mai is terribly arrogant. This big project was almost ruined by him alone. A man with a beer belly bemoaned unhappily. Why should we still give him any more chances? Just kick him out already. A well-dressed middle-aged man said. The CEO of Starlight Entertainment tried to smooth things over. Jiang Mai's popularity is the real deal. If he's willing to change and apologize to Zixuan, plus be cooperative in future promotions, he still deserves a chance. If he's around, then the series would surely spark a lot of discussion. Producer Qinan said, I've already contacted Lei Ming and told him that Jiang Mai must issue a public apology the day after tomorrow. I believe they know what to do. The co-director Wang Linhai held up his glass. All right, now, let's not talk about the unhappy stuff. Cheers to our beauty here, Han Zixuan. This time, he must have caused Zixuan a lot of trouble. Jiang Mai is really too much to have such an irresponsible attitude. His character is the worst. Everyone started criticizing Jiang Mai and toasted to Han Zixuan. She was the main cast after all, so even the main investors would need to make her happy. A red-faced investor stood up and said in excitement, Everyone, I believe that with the strong team we have, we'll surely surpass the record made by 9 Realms a year ago. Ha ha ha, of course. With Zixuan's popularity, she'll surely make the series the talk of the town. With the massive hit of 9 Realms, not only did it make a huge bunch of people popular, all the investors profited a great deal from it. It was no surprise that they were still thinking about it, which was why they invited Guo Qixing, the director of 9 Realms, hoping that he would create another miracle. Although the invested funds allocated for the world was comparable with 9 Realms, and the latter had the popularity of the movie The World as a boost, even with the gimmick of a memorable remake, Guo Qixing did not expect much from it. It would surely achieve hefty earnings with this amount of investment and team, but to make it a big hit, and even surpass 9 Realms. Huh. Did they know that even a minor supporting character back then had become so popular that numerous original fan-written stories of them were created? Did they know that the father of the female lead who had extremely little screen time was able to gather a big bunch of fans? Moreover, there was Ning Xi's classic image of Yun Huang. She was so popular that grandmothers up to 80 years old, and even a little girl of 6 years old could recognize her. Did they think making such a big hit was an easy feat? Even with the huge fan base of the world, it would not be able to surpass 9 Realms easily. He dared to conclude that if there was anyone in the world who could top the achievements of 9 Realms, it would have to be Ning Xi and Jiang Mai themselves. These investors did not understand the core and soul of the world. He found it pointless trying to explain it to them. Since the investors were aiming for the world, even if they did not ask for him, they would have gotten someone else. As for him, it did not matter who the actress was after Ning Xi had retired. However, now that Jiang Mai might not even stay, he felt even more defeated. They were still expecting Jiang Mai to issue an apology and even tried to use up his very last bit of value. How naive. Chapter 1834 actually didn't need to push. At Garden Tower, Deer Town, Ning Xi lay down on the sofa after she went back home. Tingxiao massaged her legs. Tired, Ning Xi narrowed her eyes like a comfortable kitten. Nope, I just want to talk about an endorsement today. I didn't really do or say anything. Then we were done. Tingxiao laughed. As expected of my wife. He, of course. Whose wife do you think I am? A certain someone did not forget about her darling when praising herself. Tingxiao loved her liveliness. He kissed her forehead and brought her the cooled soup from the table. Didn't I drink it just now? What's this? Ning Xi frowned. My mother made it for you. Darling, can we talk about this? Don't let her make me any more soup. Look at my tummy. It's showing. Ning Xi pouted and rubbed her flat belly exaggeratively. Tingxiao said gently, I only took a small bowl for you, and I left the rest to Jingli. Ning Xi giggled. You're his real brother, all right. A certain koi fish with a full stomach was thinking that he must be a fake little brother. Tingxiao spooned soup to his wife contentedly. You need me to find Jiang Mai for you? He knew that Ning Xi was really worried about Jiang Mai's condition. Ning Xi's fox-like eyes rolled. It's all right. The blondie will come out on his own. After finishing the soup, Ning Xi got off the sofa and leaped forth. I'm going to stop here and try my best to exercise. Tingxiao frowned. Didn't you say you won't tire yourself out after coming back out of retirement? Ning Xi blinked her eyes. Who told you that it's for my career? It's all for you. For me? Tingxiao was dumbfounded. Right, to push you down. You said that my stamina is bad. Ning Xi then ran away swiftly, obviously bothered by what had happened that night. Tingxiao was speechless. She actually did not have to push him down. He could cooperate. In the following 2 days, Ning Xi was quiet after taking on the endorsement. While Lu Xiaoro was shocked at Ning Xi's appearance the other day, she did not tell anyone because she was not sure what was happening. Moreover, there was no merit for her to tell anyone. Nevertheless, she had been scared and hoped that things were like what she imagined, praying that there might be some sort of misunderstanding. After losing the Wildy endorsement, she had been trying to get on Chung Yibin's good side and hoped he would get her some other endorsements or opportunities. She was desperate to establish herself in Starlight. In the end, after Chung Yibin received countless benefits from her, he finally agreed to make some connections for her. He brought her to drink with a 60-year-old man alone at night. It was obvious what the intention was. That old man was just a senior management staff in a lesser-known brand. She suddenly remembered that Su Tao had once told her when he was drunk that he would rather sell his own body rather than let them be defiled by someone else. In the future, you'll have many opportunities to find out who you've betrayed and what you've lost today. She did not expect for Ning Xi's words to come true so quickly. Chapter 1835, Countless Highlights. The next day, at the Imperial International Exhibition Center, the organizers were generous and they wanted to reclaim their glory to make up for the last press conference. They created a huge campaign out of their conference this time and held it in a hall that could accommodate 2,000 people. The tickets were all gone the moment it was released. Every media was trying to get in. How is it? What does Glory World say? Backstage, the CEO of Starlight Entertainment, Wang Haojuan, asked a public relations senior with a darkened expression. I've already warned them. Glory World replied that they'll give us a satisfactory answer by today, he reported happily. Wang Haojuan was expecting it. Then he said coldly, I knew it. I thought they'd be tough. In the end, they still have to lower their heads. If it were not for his popularity, I would have changed everyone into artistes from Starlight, keeping them away from the profits. You're right, CEO Wang. His colleague chirped. Starlight Entertainment had left halfway through the filming of The World and was not able to gain anything from it, so they had been aiming for it at the very beginning. They finally got the rights to create a remake, and they also became the largest investor this time. I have something to confirm with you. Is Vice CEO Ning going to attend this event? Wang Haojuan replied. Vice CEO Ning will appear the last, not just as the original main character, but also as the important investor of the series. What had happened back then was history. Moreover, Ning Xi had already retired, so it was the best chance for Shuala to show herself in public again. Zixuan, can you see? All these people outside. They are here for you. Zheng Anru was gawking at the crowded group outside, her heart filled with excitement and ambition. Han Zixuan was playing with her hair and did not seem interested. It was inevitable. What was there to be excited about? I heard that Chun Mion's movie has more than 80% chance to receive an award if everything goes smoothly. In addition to the series, The World, that will help boost your visibility within the country, you'll become the legendary icon of the industry. No one will ever mention the name Ning Xi in front of you again. Even if they did, they'd just be embarrassing themselves. Han Zixuan's eyes reacted a little when she heard that, and her gaze looked much softer. Zheng Anru continued with the flattery as she noticed that she had hit the right spot. That damn Zhongmai. We're trying to help promote him, yet he's not appreciating it. Don't worry, Zixuan. He'll be issuing a public apology to you today. At the same time, things were going well on the front stage. The two hosts were announcing the opening lines passionately and were trying to hype up the crowd. On the big screen behind them was the new character's look and some highlights. The fans would scream from time to time, enjoying the feast for their eyes. Now, let's welcome the team for The World. Welcome them, everyone. The pair of hosts introduced and interviewed each and every one of them one by one, at the same time interacting with the crowd. It was just the appetizer as there were more highlights on the way. Chapter 1836, Best Ming Changa. After the main crew finished the interactive session, the host started to keep the audience in suspense. From the supporting roles to the leads, they invited the actors in the original version on stage to reminisce and chat with everyone. When Zhao Xizhou, who portrayed the leading male role of Chu Beichen in the original The World, appeared, there was instantly a buzz of excitement at the venue. The interaction between Zhao Xizhou and the new version of Chu Beichen gained a lot of attention too. When the main organizer and the investors in the VIP front row saw that the mood was running high at the event, all of them revealed pleased expressions. Until the fans and media's appetites had been whetted, the host finally said excitedly, "Next up to appear. Does everyone know who it is? Han Zixuan." Zishuan, 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 Xian, Xian, Xian. The venue suddenly burst with thunderous shouts as all the fans madly waved glow sticks and boards in their hands. As if on cue, everyone shouted all together, "No Chang'e without Zishuan! No Chang'e without Zishuan! No Chang'e without Zishuan! The best goddess Xian, the best Meng Chang'e!" The slogan started to echo in the huge exhibition hall deafeningly. The event atmosphere was at its peak. Oh my god, our Zishuan is crazy popular. Of course, Goddess Xian is the queen of popularity. Then, what are we waiting for? Let's quickly invite our Goddess Xian onto stage. Everyone, let's be a little louder. Okay, let the goddess hear you calling for her. Let her feel your enthusiasm. All sorts of slogans and calling out were heard. Amidst the crowd's manic anticipation, Han Zishuan finally walked up stage leisurely. As Starlight Entertainment's leading artiste, she naturally had to give the higher-ups face. Han Zishuan was well-versed in this matter. Thus, she wore history's key highlight piece that was just released half a year ago named Flourishing Prosperity. The meaning behind this gown was very suitable with Han Zishuan, who was making it big at the moment too. Both artiste and brand could be said to complement each other well. Embedded on the graceful material that was dreamlike and hazy were 365 pearl flowers by hand by 10 masters within 3 months. It fanned out from the chest to the skirt, looking incredibly gorgeous. On her neck was a diamond necklace made up of 15 round diamonds, 26 pear-shaped diamonds, 9 heart-shaped diamonds, and 5 emeralds that glittered and shone like stars in the night sky. The jewels on her wrist were from KDY's Centennial model, while the high heels on her feet were couture from brand C that had yet to be released. At this moment, the woman on stage had all eyes on her. From every single strand of her hair on her head to her toes, she looked graceful and elegant. Oh my god, Goddess Xian is amazingly beautiful today. The female host exaggeratively cried out. The male host's eyes already not pull away from her. Our Goddess Xian is clearly beautiful every day. Don't you guys think so? Yes. The fans shouted at the top of their lungs, causing them to be even more emotional. After the hosts hyped up the crowd, they invited Han Zishuan to take a seat on the sofa. They followed the agenda and started to talk about the storyline with the other actors and the main creators from the drama crew. The assistant director was full of flattery. Director Gua's The World is indeed already a class, but because of Xian joining us, I dare say that when the movie is done filming, it'll definitely blow your imagination. The producer chuckled. This role could be said to be created just for Xian, especially after modifying the script to make Meng Chang'e the lead. It'll definitely make up for all of the audience's regrets, satisfying everyone. Chapter 1837. One more person. Beside them, Zheng Anru said arrogantly, "For this movie, our Xian has been preparing since half a year ago. She personally learned martial arts from a master, and she insisted on not using a stunt double. When the time comes, she'll personally complete all of the scenes." Once Zheng Anru said this, it immediately won the love of the huge group of fans again. There were sounds of people emotionally shouting slogans off stage, their hearts aching for their goddess who worked hard for them. When the host heard this, they immediately followed the planned flow and pretended to say excitedly, "Really? We look forward to it. I wonder if we could witness Xian's brilliant performance here today. Does everyone want to see it?" Yes. Offstage there were instantly loud shouts. When Han Zishuan saw the response, she looked at her outfit and said, looking troubled, "I might need to change my outfit first." "We can wait. For the goddess, we can wait as long as it takes." Amid the fervent anticipation, Han Zishuan had gone with the flow and went backstage to change as the hosts continued to hype up the crowd up front. Moments later, in a cool, red clothes, a high ponytail, and with a pike in hand, Han Zishuan walked out from the wings in a heroic and thriving manner. Unsurprisingly, the shrieks of fans off stage almost blew the roof off. Apart from Han Zishuan on stage, there was another staff in armor who was going to act with Han Zishuan. On the huge screen behind them, Han Zishuan's eyes flashed sharply, and the pike in her hand immediately flew at the other person. The wonderful and brilliant fight made the fans cry out as it was a feast to their eyes. Almost all the fans present were holding up their phones to record, while the video cameras were also shooting at 360 degrees, capturing everything. After all, this video would need to be put online for promotional purposes when the time came. After a brilliant live performance, the loud cries of "No Chang'e" without Zixuan started to become even more enthusiastic. Backstage, Wang Haojuan nodded very happily. It was indeed worth having paid such a huge price to promote this. Now, only Jiang Mai's apology was left. Lastly, Vice CEO Ning would represent the investors to make the closing remarks. Then they could end perfectly. Inform Glory World that they can let Jiang Mai go on stage now. Wang Haojuan ordered his subordinate. Okay, right away. After the hosts were notified by the backstage crew through wireless earphones, they smiled and said, "Did everyone notice something? There's still one other person who's not here today." Most of the crowd present knew that the host meant Jiang Mai. Han Zixuan's diehard fans immediately made hissing sounds. At the same time, the response of Jiang Mai's fan club was intense too. The two parties were like water and fire, and they almost started fighting then and there. "I heard that this late guest has something to say to our Zixuan." The crowd's curiosity was hooked by the host, and they all looked towards the direction of the stage wings. There was no movement from there at all. Roughly a minute passed before a middle-aged man in a black tuxedo appeared before the crowd. "Su Tao? Why is it him? Where's Lei Ming?" Wang Haojuan frowned when he watched this from backstage. He probably couldn't handle Jiang Mai, so he changed his manager. His subordinate speculated on the side. "Huh, is there a difference? Isn't Su Tao useless too?" On the stage, Su Tao appeared in the midst of the glaring spotlight. Then, the crowd saw that. The man had carefully reached out a hand towards the darkness behind him. Then fair fingers clasped onto the man's arm. She was led by the man slowly from the darkness, appearing on the stage with glittering lights. Chapter 1838. Outdated Female Star? The woman who walked out from the darkness and slowly appeared in the light wore a flowy, white qipao devoid of any other color. Her jet-black hair was loosely worn in a lazy bun at the nape of her neck. Apart from the necklace with a ring near her collarbones, there was no superfluous jewelry on her. However, the instant the girl appeared in the light, she was akin to a sun in the night sky. That split second of youth was enough to overshadow everything else on Earth. The host, the actors, the guests, the fans, and the media. In that huge exhibition center, there was a deathly stillness, as if by making a sound, everything before them would disappear like flowers in the mirror and the reflection of the moon in the lake. Ning Xi. Among the crowd, someone murmured. Then, this name was like a wave that rapidly rolled through the entire venue and was surging into everyone's ears. Everyone suddenly stared at the woman who had slowly walked to the center of the stage as if they had just woken up from a dream. Like a rising tide, the voices became increasingly louder. "Oh my God! Ning Xi! It's really Ning Xi." There were female fans who lost control and cried out loud in disbelief. This is impossible." Even more confused than the fans and crowd offstage was Wang Haojuan, who was backstage. Wang Haojuan had just slowly regained his senses from Ning Xi's shocking appearance. He was on the verge of breaking down. What's happening? Isn't it supposed to be Jiang Mai on stage? Why is it Ning Xi? On the side, the public relations officer was dumbfounded too. He was a mess and was going all around like a spinning top to ask what had happened. It was no better on stage. The two professional hosts gaped at each other speechlessly, unable to say a single word. Even Zheng Anru, who was always composed and had a glib tongue, was taken aback. Meanwhile, Han Zixuan, who had just finished her live performance, was now standing on the side blankly. A moment ago, she was still a red goddess who stood tall, but now she was like an insignificant passerby, completely disregarded by everyone. At last, it was Su Tao who calmly took the microphone from the spaced-out host's hands and said unhurriedly, "Dear all, good evening. We're very honored to have received the organizers' repeated invites to attend the promotional ceremony for the world." When he heard Su Tao's words, Wang Haojuan, who was backstage, almost spat blood out. "Su Tao? Mother. King. Bullshit. Since when did I repeatedly invite you? Was he crazy? Would he have invited Ning Xi? CEO Wang, what do we do now? With everyone watching, we can't just chase her off stage." The public relations director had his brows beaded with sweat. Get the people up front to brace themselves. She's just a has-been female star. What's the panic? Wang Haojuan snarled. Yes. Yes. The subordinate wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Then his gaze could not help but fall onto the woman beside Su Tao. At the same time, he muttered to himself, outdated female star? However, once this outdated female star went on stage, she had actually made Han Zixuan, who had all eyes on her just a moment ago, look stupid. Earlier, even they were not alarmed first. Instead, they lost herself in her by instinct. At the same time, at a certain large-scale arcade in Imperial, Jiang Mai wore flip-flops while he sucked on a lollipop. His facial hair was unkempt while his hair was messy like a bird's nest. With his looks at the moment, even if he bumped into a fan directly, he would not be recognized. Game over. When he saw the bright red words flashing on the screen, indicating that the game had ended, the man exasperatedly hammered a fist on the machine. Hey, he was still flighty and impatient. Today was the promotional event by that group of idiots. Chapter 1839. Her existence itself was the highlight. Jiang Mai scratched his head. With his pair of slippers, he casually sat in a pile of colorful balls. After hesitating for some time, he finally switched his phone on. As expected, his news feed was all about the press conference today, speaking about how grand it was and about it being a reunion after 2 years. There was a slogan of "No Chang'e without Zixuan," and he even saw an article titled "Return of the Man. Will Jiang Mai issue an apology and reconcile with Han Zixuan?" Screw that. No apology. What reconciliation? Damn this all. Jiang Mai was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. At that moment, the big screen in the arcade switched channels as the staff had switched it to the web streaming of the press conference of the world. Wow. My goddess Xian. Right? The world is having an event at the exhibition center. Too bad I couldn't get a ticket. Why's the screen so dirty today? My goddess is so beautiful. She just fulfills my desire fully. The display on the big screen attracted the attention of many people. Jiang Mai was staring at it too. Hee, I am going to see just how stupid these people can be. On the screen, Han Zixuan had a striking red outfit on and was performing a simulated fight with the staff. The fans and onlookers around the game center were impressed. Jiang Mai held his chin as he swung on top of a wooden pony and rolled his eyes. Half a year of training? Nonsense. With those half-assed movements, it was, at most, a quick 3-day training. It looked great because the staff she fought with was skilled. What an act. Did everyone notice? There's still one other person who's not here today. I heard that this late guest has something to say to our Zixuan. Wow. Really? Let's have this. Guest up on stage quickly then. When the hosts finished talking, Han Zixuan's fans booed unhappily, and the onlookers at the game center were talking about it before the big screen too. That shameless bastard. I'd never forgive him. That's right. He's just the worst. I liked him quite a bit before, but I can't even forgive him when I look at his face now. Jiang Mai's expression changed when he heard the hosts. What is happening? I am right here. What are they talking about? What are these bastards doing? Damn you. Lei Ming, if you made decisions for me without asking. Jiang Mai's murderous intent almost burned a hole through the big screen. After a short while, a person finally went on stage. It was not Lei Ming, but Su Tao. Why this guy? Did the company send him because they knew Lei Ming was not daring enough? Jiang Mai felt rage boil inside him. Then he took out his phone and was about to make a call. As he was looking for a number, he saw from the corner of his eyes, in the stream, Su Tao had carefully extended his hand to the back. It seemed like there was still someone there. There was a brief white transition. Then a silhouette slowly came out of the dark following Su Tao's lead, coming out onto the stage. A plain white qipao, dreamy hair, and a stunning facial appearance. She did not need an extravagant outfit or any luxurious accessories. She did not even need any words. Her existence itself was the highlight. What the heck? When he finally saw who was on screen, Jiang Mai clumsily fell off the wooden pony. Chapter 1840. Who is the one and only main character? At the exhibition center, after a round of chaos, things finally went back to order and they were about to set things straight. As an outdated star, if she was willing to go there and humiliate herself to add some highlights to their show, why not? However, right after the organizers calmed down, the fans started to make a big fuss. The discussions were getting more and more out of hand in the venue. Everyone was jostling around crazily, while the security guards were threatening the crowd with batons and kept on blowing their whistles, but it was all futile. There were cries and screams of people being pushed in the crowd. I understand everyone's excited, but please control yourself a little, right? Everyone please be quiet. The hosts tried to calm the crowd, but no one listened to them. They looked at Han Zixuan and Zheng Anru helplessly. Zheng Anru's expression was stormy as Ning Xi's appearance had caused such a big commotion. Having already calmed down, Han Zixuan picked up the microphone and said gently, "Can my fans please keep it down? Thank you, everyone." If it had moments before, with their idol's request they would have listened instantly, but these people had already lost their mind and were still pushing around like mad. My God, is that really Ning Xi? Don't push. Stop pushing. Could the organizers have found another imitator somewhere? The whole venue was echoing with the name Ning Xi. With the fans getting more and more aggressive, the organizers were a mess and the scene was about to go out of control. Suddenly, there was a voice from the microphone. Shoo! A familiar voice then emerged within the mess. Can the gentleman here please take care of the girls around them and not let them be pushed, please? It was not a loud voice. It was a warm and harmless one, which was almost drowned out within the crowd, yet it yielded some mysterious power. The men in the crowd suddenly stopped. Not only did they stop pushing around, they also stopped the others from nudging, at the same time, protecting the girls around them by putting up their arms. The similarly once crazy girls suddenly acted like genuinely feminine ladies when they heard Ning Xi. In just 3 seconds, order had returned to the venue, and it was quiet. This powerful and stunning influence. The PR director of Starlight looked terrible. He suddenly remembered that Ning Xi's fans were famous for being orderly. Her events always seemed to be under military-grade management. In fact, it was usually the most orderly one among all artistes. While Han Zixuan took on most of Ning Xi's fanbase, they did not maintain this same trait. The moment Ning Xi returned, the fans that Han Zixuan could not control suddenly became obedient. This was the two hosts who had been busy trying to calm the crowd, looked at each other awkwardly when the fans hushed. After a short moment of silence, the both of them returned to their senses and quickly arranged seats for the guests. Han Zixuan was the one and only main character today, but they had to change the tide no matter what. Chapter 1841, Live PK. I believe everyone didn't expect us to invite the national goddess of the former days, Ning Xi, to attend today. Everybody must be surprised. Even the hosts were shocked. Ning Xi has left the industry for a year after all. After receiving signals from Zheng Anru, the hosts looked passionate, but were talking with hidden motives behind their words. Then, suddenly they took a sharp turn. Ms. Ning, what do you think about Zixuan's performance earlier? The fans and audience were really satisfied with Zixuan's acting as Meng Chang'e. This question, the host said that the fans and audience were satisfied. If Ning Xi said otherwise, would she not be going against the fans? If she replied that she was pleased with it, it would indicate that Han Zixuan's actual performance was worth looking forward to. As long as Ning Xi tried to be a little bit humble, it was easy to imagine how they would take advantage of it. The article titles would revolve around the lines of Ning Xi was impressed by the live performance. The new generations are taking over and become a stepping stone. Ning Xi did not bat an eye to the trap set by the hosts. She just said, the eyes of the fans and audiences are never wrong. Zheng Anru smiled sarcastically as Ning Xi had fallen into the trap. It was unexpected for Ning Xi to appear here, but it would be beneficial. Thank you, senior. I still have lots to learn, replied Han Zixuan humbly. But the term senior she used was full of sarcasm. No matter the hosts or Han Zixuan, they had deliberately used the terms formerly, senior, once, constantly reminding that Ning Xi was a past tense. Zheng Anru spoke up casually. Zixuan still has a lot of room for improvement. Since it's a rare occasion that senior Ning Xi is here today, why don't we have a short battle here and give Zixuan a lesson? That's right, Ms. Ning, give us a performance. Everyone must be looking forward to it. Right, everybody? The hosts went along. Su Tao's expression changed before Ning Xi could say anything. Nope, Ning Xi's not feeling well lately. She might not be able to take it. Zheng Anru felt even gleeful as Su Tao rejected. She would never let this chance slip away. Ning Xi had been a stunt woman before. With her extraordinary capabilities, she had herself a huge fan base, but she must have become rusty after a whole year out of the industry. So what if her face had not changed? The character Meng Chang'e needed something more than just an appearance. Judging by her weak and gentle demeanor, it was obvious that she could not handle it. If Ning Xi's image were to be destroyed in front of all the fans here, Zixuan's future would be tightly secured. Ah, I see. How unfortunate. But it's just a short one, so it should be fine, right? Ms. Ning's Meng Chang'e was loved by everyone after all, so I'm sure there are a lot of old fans here who'd love to witness Ms. Ning's performance once again. The host insisted, driving the point that they would not let her go until she performed. Bro Tao is too worried. It's all right. Is there a pike here? Ning Xi did not seem to mind and asked. Su Tao looked concerned as he remembered that Liang Feixing had reminded him that Ning Xi was sick and had just recovered recently, so he could never let her do anything too tiring or extreme. Chapter 1842, Continuous Brilliance. Su Tao's expression sunk. He was about to continue when Ning Xi shot Su Tao a look. She gave him a consoling gaze, indicating that she knew what to do. When Su Tao saw that Ning Xi looked at ease, he could only hold back for now. However, his back had tensed up and he was ready to handle an emergency at any time. However, even if he had already been vigilant enough, he never would have thought that the other party would be shameless to this extent. Earlier, that staff who had sparred with Han Zixuan held a pike each in both hands. He stood far away and then actually tossed one of the pikes towards Ning Xi with force. An average person would definitely have not been able to catch that immense force of a toss. In fact, by reflex they would dodge it in a sorry manner. It was clear that this was the effect that the other party hoped to achieve. The cameramen were probably already ready to capture the shot of Ning Xi embarrassing herself. Su Tao was so mad that he could puke blood. Just as he was about to rush up and stop the pike, he saw that Ning Xi did not even blink. She moved back slightly to dodge. Then with a slim and fair hand, she steadily caught the pike. Through the screen's magnification, all the fans offstage could clearly see the speed of that pike, and when the spike was caught deftly by the girl's hand, the pike had violently trembled. Wow! The place was instantly filled with sounds of surprised cries, and there was applause all around. Zheng Anru's expression darkened. It was just catching a pike. What were they shouting for, making a fuss about nothing? The staff's brows furrowed. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. After he received Zheng Anru's glare, he immediately raised the pikes in his hand and attacked Ning Xi swiftly. Earlier, when he had sparred with Han Zixuan, Zheng Anru had already bragged that he was a professional martial arts actor. These past 6 months, he had been training Han Zixuan, and he did indeed have some skills up his sleeves. When Ning Xi saw that he was aggressively coming for her, she stood where she was, and the pike spun in her palm like it had a life of its own. Then with a bam, it met the other person's pike and sparks flew. It was only a short sparring session, and the martial arts actor instantly knew that Ning Xi was not like Han Zixuan, who was attractive but lacked substance. Instead, she was the real deal. Thus he suddenly did not dare to lower his guard. At the start, he was still thinking about how to embarrass her without batting an eyelid, and to do so subtly, but in the end, he already had no mood to think about these tricks at all. He could only go all out to handle her styles that were becoming increasingly tricky. Damn it, this woman could actually handle the pike beautifully. Previously, he did not believe it when Guo Qixing had said that Ning Xi had personally executed all the stunts in the movie, but now, apart from crying out in alarm from time to time, all of the fans offstage and the hosts had fixed their eyes on them while holding their breaths. It was so intense that they did not even want to blink, as if before them was not a bedazzling stage, but a battlefield enveloped in flames of war, like it was not a performance, but a real battle to the death. Finally, with a clang, the girl hit the pike in the staff member's hand mercilessly to the ground. In that instant, all of the fans present emotionally started to shriek and cry, then they whistled nonstop. Oh, Ning Xi is so awesome. Amazing. That was just too brilliant. I was so tense that I'm breaking out in cold sweat. When she saw the fans' reactions, Han Zixuan clenched her teeth. Her face remained smiling as she clapped, while Zheng Anru's expression that was hidden in the shadows already seemed extremely terrible. Chapter 1843, Final Hit. This useless thing. Rubbish. This professional stunt double that she had hired at a high salary had actually lost to a woman on the spot. After that, receiving Zheng Anru's fierce gaze, the staff's body subconsciously shook. In the next second, there was a malevolence in the man's eyes as he suddenly picked up the pike by his feet and attacked Ning Xi, who was off guard without warning. Swoosh! At this second, the pike in Ning Xi's hand had flown out at lightning speed and brushed past his neck. With a loud bang, it pierced the wall behind him. In the screen that enlarged the action on stage, the pike had chopped off some hair by the man's ears. The pike had pierced into the wall and was stuck there upright, while the martial arts actor's body had stiffened. His extremely frightened expression was magnified just like that on the huge screen, creating an immense visual impact. Ah! The venue fell silent for 3 seconds. Then came the shrieks and whistling that went through the roof. You let me win. Ning Xi casually handed the pike in her hand over to the staff on the side and slowly took her seat once again. There was no striking red outfit or heroic look using makeup. Even if she was currently in a demure qipao and had a bun on her head, no one doubted that at that moment. The soul in her body was Meng Changa's. Even if there would be one day when that person returned to civilian life, even if one day that person's body decayed, she would still be Meng Changa. Changa, Changa, Changa. The old fans present started to shout out. They were so emotional that they could not speak. Ning Xi, is your body doing okay? Ning Xi had just returned when Su Tao asked worriedly like an amma. I'm fine. Ning Xi shook her head. There was already a thin layer of sweat on her forehead and her wrist was also swollen with pain. But it was a good thing that it had not taken too long earlier, so there was not much of an issue. At this moment, as she watched the reaction of the crowd, Zheng Anru clutched her fingers tightly. She was ashen-faced. It was over. There was no way to redeem this. Initially, she was ready to destroy the image of Ning Xi in the fans' hearts, but instead she had proven that she could not be surpassed. This was practically digging her own grave. No, she definitely could not let this happen. Once such an impression was made for the fans, it would all be over. Senior, you've proven yourself to be worthy of being a senior. Indeed, you're old, but still vigorous. Our Zixuan is still very young. It looks like she's still too inexperienced. Zheng Anru smiled insincerely as she clapped and praised Ning Xi, but she had intentionally emphasized on the word old, giving prominence to Han Zixuan's youth. In reality, Han Zixuan was about the same age as Ning Xi. When Zheng Anru said this, she forced a smile and skimmed those emotional fans present. Then she said unhurriedly, it's a pleasant surprise that Senior Ning Xi could attend today. However, it's even more so a surprise, right? After all, Senior Ning Xi has already retired a year ago. Back then, your fans were very sad. Today, after Senior has left for more than a year, you've suddenly appeared once again. Isn't there anything that you want to explain to your fans? Zheng Anru sneered. Her every sentence meant to instigate. There was no doubt that she was trying to incite the fans' resentment and the conflict between Ning Xi and her fans in this long 1 year. Silly fans, have you forgotten how cruel this woman was back then? How she had irresponsibly vanished without a word? Such a person, is she really still worthy of you people continuing to like her? With Zheng Anru's words, the fans, who had been still emotionally cheering earlier, instantly fell silent. Among the fans who had come today, most of them were Han Zixuan and Jiang Mai's fans. Almost all of Han Zixuan's fans and a part of Jiang Mai's fans had been Ning Xi's loyal fans back then. On stage, Ning Xi sat there quietly, and she remained silent for a good while. Su Tao's heart instantly tightened. The thing he worried most about had still happened. Chapter 1844, Shine in all its splendor with you. As they watched the fans' reaction, Zheng Anru on stage and Wang Haojuan backstage were both relieved. Zheng Anru is still the creative one. Wang Haojuan looked delighted. On the side, the PR director lamented. After all, she's considered the one who knows Ning Xi best. Obviously, she knew where her vulnerable spot was. At this moment, the entire hall was deathly still. It was not sure how long had passed. The atmosphere became increasingly stifling like the calm before the storm. Just as a gloom was about to gradually spread across the crowd like a plague, there was finally the sound of a woman's voice in their ears. I'm very sorry to have let everyone worry, to have let everyone wait for so long. The fans offstage were still in absolute silence. There are many things to say that I don't know how to begin. In the quiet hall, the girl continued, Let me sing a song for you. The girl looked up and smiled, yet her eyes were filled with grief. Still, no one said anything. Ning Xi leaned over and said a few things to Su Tao softly. Su Tao looked momentarily hesitant, then he nodded and left to go backstage. Zheng Anru and the rest did not stop them. They all just watched coldly. Haha, to sing at such a moment? Was it meant to divert attention? How hilarious. Was she thinking about switching industries and becoming a singer? They did not believe that she could turn things upside down. Even if she did, they would have a way to turn things upright. She should see whose turf she was on today. Moments later, boom, the entire stage suddenly dimmed. There was only one source of light, and it shone onto the girl who wore a white qipao and stood in the middle of the stage. The girl retrieved her gaze as she sat there upright and extremely quietly. The prelude started to play. Thank you. The girl held the microphone, her gaze falling onto all the fans below the stage. She continued to sing softly, For the glory you've given me. I want to bow deeply to you, because, my hard work, there are people who understand. The instant the girl's voice was heard, the gaze of the fans suddenly tightened slightly. Thunderous applause, overwhelmed with emotions. This is the beginning, not the end. When you have clapped hard for me, what should I pay back with? You are a soft spot. With the girl's every word and line, the screen behind the girl suddenly lit up. The screen presented a girl who wore a red outfit and smiled shyly as she signed her autograph for a few fans. This was her first time giving out autographs. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the glory you've given me. I was once so normal. It was you who brought my dreams to its peak. The screen cut to another scene where Ning Xi wore a dashing male outfit and was with other filming crew members. She was surrounded by a huge crowd of enthusiastic fans, and the girl was in high spirits. She smiled and said to the security guards, Be more gentle to my women. That 1 minute, in my heart, felt too much. It's hard to describe. No matter how hard it gets, I won't relax. To prove that your choice is extraordinary. On the screen, the girl's face was tear-stained. She walked alone in the dense and desolate forest with the heavy rain pouring. Then, there were behind-the-scenes bloopers. However, because the girl was too exhausted, she had just laid on the ground, falling asleep in her clothes. She looked so beautiful. This is a glory that belongs to us. I already know what path I should take. The girl wore a red gown, and as she received the Golden Film Award on the stage with all eyes on her, she gave her speech with tears in her eyes. This is a glory that belongs to us. This is a joyous ode to you. Every one of you is my great heroes. With the girl's last line of the song with her raspy voice that started to choke with emotion, the images on the screen stopped. In the audience, everyone's faces were already tear-stained. On the other hand, the girl, who had been quietly singing on stage, already had tears streaming down her face. Chapter 1845. No Ning Xi, Know the World. The girl, who had been quietly singing on stage, already had tears streaming down her face. The moment the music stopped and the lights were turned back on, the girl bowed to everyone. Flooded with their memories of Ning Xi, countless pairs of bloodshot eyes and everyone's tear-stained faces looked back at her. Among the crowd, someone spoke up and broke the silence. She fans are everywhere. Bro. She is irreplaceable. This familiar slogan of the fans suddenly sparked something within people's hearts. Suddenly, like a huge wave, everyone started shouting together. She fans are everywhere. Bro, she is irreplaceable. She fans are everywhere. Bro, she is irreplaceable. She fans are everywhere. Bro, she is irreplaceable. In the VIP seat, Zhuang Qier stood up as her eyes watered. She led the crowd and shouted, Never forget our first aspiration. We'll follow you to your brightest. Suddenly, everyone followed. Never forget our first aspiration. We'll follow you to your brightest. Zhuang Rongwang wiped his tears beside Zhuang Qier, and he shouted loudly, No Ning Xi, know the world. 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 Until Ning Xi bowed and left, the crowd still shouted unanimously. Their voices echoed through the whole venue as they watched the girl leave. That was their idol, their belief, their youth. So what if she left before? We are here. We are always here. Below the stage, there was a chubby girl crying on her friend's shoulder. The friend patted her back and comforted her. All right now. Bro, she is back now, isn't it? I'm not crying about that. Then, what are you crying about? I'm crying about why I was so stupid to betray Bro Shi and changed myself to like that imposter Han Zixuan. I don't deserve to be Bro Shi's fan. Don't be upset. A lot of people are stupid too. The chubby girl smiled and her eyes brightened. There are some people who reappear and teach me what's irreplaceable. At the same time, Han Zixuan's face turned pale. Zhang Anru was really frustrated. She should not have let Ning Xi sing. The two hosts had no idea what to say now. They did not know how to set things straight. The investors in the VIP seats were dumbfounded, and backstage, Wang Haojuan was looking at the fans still crying and yelling their slogan. He almost passed out when he saw Han Zixuan's fans shouting Ning Xi's name. He had spent so much money inviting all the media here, but in the end, it had become a comeback show for Ning Xi. The new version of the world was pushed to the back. The fans had all returned to Ning Xi just because of a song. Now, he understood that Glory World Entertainment was here to mess things up. They had messed it thoroughly too. The whole stage was destroyed. The PR director hid somewhere as he looked at the excited fans outside. He was impressed. He thought that Han Zixuan was really not surpassable. But once the original returned, no matter how popular and good-looking Han Zixuan was, it would all become mediocre. The light of a firefly could never compare to the sun. Chapter 1846. Who said that I wasn't here to mess things up? Inside the arcade. At that moment, countless onlookers were watching the screen. Just like the audience in the stream, their eyes teared as they shouted the slogan together. Besides, that arcade, in restaurants, on the streets, in companies, homes, people saw the stream. The fans saw Ning Xi and they heard her song. They heard the uniform slogan. The stream continued even after Ning Xi left. Ning Xi, are you making a comeback this time? Ms. Ning, why did you reappear today after a year? Just because the organizers invited you. You know about Jiang Mai's incident, don't you? We're waiting for Jiang Mai's apology today. Jiang Mai was supposed to attend, but why did it become you instead? Is it because Jiang Mai is unwilling to apologize, so Glory World wanted you to come? You really grabbed the spotlight today? Are you just trying to seek attention? While it's nice to say that you've been invited, you're just here to mess up the event, aren't you? Ms. Ning, can you please answer? Numerous reporters surrounded Ning Xi as she came out. Facing the bombardment of questions, Ning Xi suddenly stopped and faced the reporter who questioned Ning Xi about being a troublemaker. The reporter freaked out a little and backed off a step. Ning Xi then raised her eyebrows and said in a humorous tone, "Who said that I wasn't here to mess things up?" The reporters were speechless. Jiang Mai started laughing on the wooden pony as he watched the stream. The reporter, who was trying to embarrass Ning Xi, could not give a retort when he saw Ning Xi's indifferent expression. Aren't you being too much and bullying your junior? Don't you know how terrible Jiang Mai is? And you're still protecting him? You're no goddess. You're the same as that trash. Did you get that down? Ning Xi did not reply. She turned to Su Tao instead. Su Tao nodded and waved his phone. Got it. We don't have to do it actually. There are plenty of people streaming. Everyone is watching. The reporter looked flustered. I'm just telling the truth. What? I can't even say the truth now. Su Tao laughed. Truth or defamation, my lawyer will let you know real soon. Ning Xi gazed at the group of reporters and said, As for Senior Jiang's matter, I already know about it. I also know that the organizers wanted Senior Jiang to issue a public apology, and that's right. I also think there should be a public apology. The reporter thought that Ning Xi was admitting defeat and put up a triumphant face. Ms. Ning, it's too late to change. The next moment, Ning Xi's eyes turned sharp. But it should be the organizers apologizing to Senior Jiang. The group was startled when they heard Ning Xi. What? Apologize to Jiang Mai? Had Ning Xi gone mad? There was also a large group of reporters who thought that there might be some hidden agenda with Ning Xi's firm tone. Ning Xi left with that last sentence and ignored all the other questions. She got into the car under the protection of Su Tao and the bodyguards. In the arcade, Jiang Mai just stared at the big screen. He watched how the girl supported him and said bossily, Who said that I wasn't here to mess things up? He felt a warm, indescribable feeling inside him. Chapter 1847. Strong Support. In the car, Su Tao was in an extremely jovial mood. Ning Xi, your singing just now was great. In addition to the video I brought, it made the whole scene so emotional. Even I cried like an idiot. Now, that's really efficient. I was still thinking about how to explain to the fans. Su Tao then remembered how Ning Xi went against the reporter just now. Then he said worriedly, but Ning Xi, don't you think that what you told the reporters just now was a little inappropriate? Jiang Mai's matter is really troublesome. I understand that you want to help Jiang Mai, but saying such words in public might get you dragged into it too. They will apologize. Ning Xi's tone was firm. Ning Xi then took out her phone and made a call. Su Tao looked over curiously, wondering who she had called. It did not matter who she looked for on this matter, did it? That photo was everything. Unless Chen Mian clarified it personally. But it was impossible. Chen Mian treated that movie as his life. Because of that, Jiang Mai had not uttered a word until now. Even with Ning Xi's relationship with Chen Mian, it was pretty impossible to convince him. Hello, Director Chen. Long time no see. Su Tao then noticed Ning Xi really had called Chen Mian after all. You? Ning Xi. Chen Mian sounded like he just went through a horrifying experience. Damn, I just saw the stream. I thought I was having hallucinations. Are you really back? Heck, it's been a year and 3 months. I thought you've gone back to space. I'm honored that the renowned director Chen still remembers me, said Ning Xi. Chen Mian realized that Ning Xi's tone held some tightness. Then he coughed lightly. Well, you called me because... Jiang Mai. Ning Xi straightforwardly stated Jiang Mai's name. Director Chen, aren't you being really irresponsible about this? Chen Mian sounded awkward. I know it must be really tough on Jiang Mai. But I'm a victim too. I've been carefully keeping it a secret. I didn't expect there'd be a leak. I don't know if they told you about it, but my movie revolves around a sensitive topic and can never be released here. I'm aiming for an international movie festival. Well, my movie is going through the screening process at the moment. If I reveal it now, my higher-ups would surely forbid me from joining an international event. Then who should I go to? The movie would go to waste then. So, you're letting Jiang Mai bear all the consequences? Chen Mian was struggling. Ning Xi, I know you feel unjust on behalf of Jiang Mai. I've worked with him in many movies and know him well. I'm really grateful that he's been so kind to me. After I'm done with the screening process and confirm my entry, then I'll clarify it instantly. Is that okay? It would be too late by then. But it's the only way now. If not, what do you want me to do? Chen Mian sounded helpless. Clarify everything now. My dear lord, aren't you giving me a hard time? If I clarify now, my movie will be destroyed. I'll give you one back if it's destroyed. Okay, I'll clarify right away. There was a quick change of tone from Chen Mian. Chapter 1848. Amazing, my queen. On the side, Su Tao had vaguely heard their conversation and almost spurted blood out. Bloody hell. This Chen Mian, he really lacked integrity. The way he changed his tone was just. Ning Xi did not expect that Chen Mian would change his mind so quickly too. She looked at her phone and her mouth twitched. Ning Xi, you said so yourself. You said you'll compensate me with another movie. So I'm booking you in advance for the next movie's female lead. If the female lead won't do, then I can schedule you to be the male lead too. You can't go back on your word. Chen Mian had been pretending to be all miserable earlier, yet now his tone sounded like he looked forward to the movie being ruined. Ning Xi could not help but chuckle. Got it. When have I ever broken a promise to you? Good. Then, I'll go clarify right now. You just wait for it. Chen Mian giddily answered. On the side, Su Tao was astonished, watching this from the start to the end. He was not prepared at all. It's resolved then? Amazing, my queen. TSK, but you've really let that Chen Mian guy take advantage of you. The first movie after you come back out of retirement? Man, you let him book you just like that. Let me tell you, after Chen Mian finished filming that Dream Chaser with you, even though the other 2 movies he shot after that were pretty good, they still couldn't compare to Dream Chaser. Probably because people kept saying that he could not surpass Dream Chaser. He's becoming quite irritable. He actually took a risk out of desperation and got Han Zixuan to shoot a movie that he knew would be banned within the country. He wanted to bag an international award. Su Tao could not help but roast the guy. At the same time, the International Exhibition Center was already deserted. Wang Haojuan, Zheng Anru, Han Zixuan, and all the investors exchanged looks backstage. The atmosphere was morose. At that moment, the person who felt the most awkward there, apart from Han Zixuan, was Starlight Entertainment's vice CEO, Ning Xi, who had come in her best clothes. Tonight was supposed to be a premeditated opportunity that she had waited for a long time to happen. She had especially decided to appear last and wanted to grab the chance to rid of her past. Even the idea of inviting the original cast as guests was her idea to seize an opportunity. Yet, who would have thought that Ning Xi, who had disappeared for so long, would be like a time bomb? She had appeared without warning and exploded in her world with a loud bang. The incident back then had initially been forgotten with Ning Xi's retirement. With the success of her career, she had even gradually started to take the route of an encouraging goddess. She was no longer denounced for her identity as an adopted daughter. Instead, she had received sympathy and the understanding of some people in the lower rungs of the society. However, once Ning Xi appeared within everyone's line of sight, all of those things that humiliated her, that she hated the most, and that she did not want people to find out about the most had entirely surfaced again. As long as Ning Xi was around, everyone would remember clearly that Ning Xi was the real heiress while she was just a counterfeit who was reaping where she had not sown. Even if she already had everything today, she could not get rid of this damned shadow over her. When Glory World's side agreed to it, why didn't you guys check properly? As sophisticated as Ning Xi was, she was agitated at the moment as her blood boiled. I'm asking you, why didn't you check properly? Wang Haojuan rebuked angrily. The public relations director, who was forced to be the scapegoat, looked miserable. I've asked clearly. They confidently said that they'd definitely give us a proper explanation. How would I have known that Glory World would come up with this? I never would have thought for the life of me that Ning Xi would show up. Glory World was rubbish, already struggling at death's door. Forget about this higher management. Actually, everyone did not pay attention to Glory World either, which was why they had lowered their guards and how such a huge mess had happened. The public relations director continued. In fact, from the way Ning Xi answered those reporters, they had clearly planned to intentionally come and mess things up. Chapter 1849. Want to change? You don't say. Do we need you to tell us that? Wang Haojuan's anger rocketed. His event had been crashed, and he had even paved the way for her. At this moment, some of the investors muttered among themselves. One of them represented everyone else and stood up to say, actually, from the way today went, the lineup of actors for our movie can actually still be revised. Zheng Anru's expression instantly changed when she heard that. CEO Qian, what are you trying to say? CEO Qian stood with his beer belly and chuckled. Today, all of you saw for yourselves this Ning Xi's popularity and the way she was such a hot topic. We've invested so much money in this movie. Obviously, we hope to get the highest return, don't you think? Zheng Anru obviously understood what he was implying. She instantly looked very upset and said, Zixuan's contract has already been signed. Don't tell me you still want to change it? To swap her for an outdated female star who has retired for so long? CEO Qian, CEO Li, CEO Cui, you guys don't understand the entertainment industry well enough. That's why you were deceived by tonight's scheme. The fans couldn't help but be a little emotional because Ning Xi had appeared after being gone for so long. This is just short-lived. If you really let her play the leading role, do you really think she could do it? She's now without opportunities, without connections, and still at that damned Glory World. What does she have to compete against Zixuan? She's not even worthy enough to carry Zixuan's shoes. Zheng Anru had rattled all this out, causing CEO Qian and the few investors to exchange glances. Suddenly, they were hesitating again. Wang Haojuan quickly took the opportunity to say, Please, everyone, keep calm and don't be impatient. Manager Zheng is the most outstanding gold-plated manager in the industry. She's definitely right. Our Starlight has invested the most this time, and we wouldn't dig a hole for ourselves. ADH this moment, a well-groomed, middle-aged man on the side grumbled. You think that we don't know anything, that we wear $10 hats on a 5-cent head. Even if Ning Xi is completely unpopular today, her appearance today has completely destroyed all the promotional campaigns that we've been doing for so long. The movie The World is an existence that can never be surpassed in the audience's hearts. Even if we keep throwing money at it, it'd be useless. Things are already like this. Even the original can't be surpassed. Do you still think you can surpass 9 realms? Are you dreaming? With what? With your so-called popular queen, Han Zixuan? Han Zixuan, who can't even control her own fans. Tonight, Han Zixuan's fans changing sides had, in the end, no doubt been a slap in the face for her. At the moment, as she was being criticized by the investors, Han Zixuan was so furious that she trembled. After she had become popular, she would always be chased after and flattered no matter where she went. She had never been subjected to such petty annoyances. Just as Han Zixuan almost lost control, Ning Xi piped up from the side. "Xiao Li, what you're saying is wrong. You ought to know that not all the fans who came tonight were Zixuan's fans. At least half of them were Jiang Mai's diehard fans. The way someone was so loud today, whether it was authentic or whether someone had deliberately arranged and incited to put up a show to achieve their hidden agenda and even steal the role. CEO Li, you know the entertainment industry well. I'm sure you know the intentions of this, don't you?" When CEO Li heard Ning Xi, he frowned. He was listening at last, and indeed he could not guarantee the authenticity, but based on his instincts, he did not think that tonight's incident could have been faked. After all, even he as a spectator had been moved and was convinced by Ning Xi. Chapter 1850, thought too highly of her. Wang Haojuan and Ning Xi had finally calmed the investors down when, on the other side, something had happened. The public relations director, Lu Wenliang, had his forehead slick with sweat as he ran over with his phone. "CCO. Wang. Vice CEO Ning. What is it now?" Wang Haojuan huffed impatiently. On the side, Ning Xi, Han Zixuan, and Zheng Anru frowned and looked over when they saw him arriving flustered. Facing everyone's gazes, Lu Wenliang's pale face had scrunched up like a fried dough twist. He gulped and said with much difficulty, "Chun. Chun. Chun. Chun what Chun?" Wang Haojuan cursed. "Chun Mian." Lu Wenliang finally blurted out the name. Then he peeked at Han Zixuan and Zheng Anru. "Chun Mian has just posted on Weibo to clarify that Zixuan and Jiang Mai's kissing picture is a movie still." "What did you say? That's impossible." Zheng Anru's face suddenly changed in color, and she was clearly displeased. Lu Wenliang looked miserable and said, "It's true. Chun Mian has even released the details of the movie to prove it." "Is Chun Mian crazy? Does he know what he's doing?" Zheng Anru gaped in disbelief as she started to shriek at the top of her lungs. Han Zixuan's expression changed too, but her tone was calm when she said, "There must be some misunderstanding. Director Chen definitely wouldn't do that. Chun Mian would be the person who did not want this to be exposed the most, which was why they had leaked the picture earlier without any worry at all." Han Zixuan quickly took her phone out to click on Chun Mian's Weibo. However, in the next second, she saw the eye-grabbing Weibo that Chun Mian had currently pinned to the top. "I would like to clarify something for everyone here. This picture is a still from a new movie, Manchuria Chaos, that I shot not too long ago. In fact, I shot it with the illusion of position. Because of my selfishness, I did not come out to clarify even though I knew the truth. I've let innocent people be affected and implicated, so I'd like to express my deepest regret about this." Below these words, he had attached the detailed still comparisons and information on the movie, even including some sensitive content. Han Zixuan was suddenly stunned. Chun Mian had indeed gone mad. In fact, he was really mad. Zheng Anru's expression sunk. Then she said sternly, "We definitely can't just let this matter go. What is up with Chun Mian? Even if he's gone mad, he can't drag our Zixuan down too. Doesn't he know how important this movie is to our Zixuan? At this crucial moment, he's actually exposed his own movie and made it public so everyone knows. Wasn't he afraid that the higher-ups would ban it?" Lu Wenliang cleared his throat. "I think this matter isn't as simple as that. Chun Mian wouldn't have done this for no reason." "You don't say? Do you need to spell it out?" "It's definitely Glory World pulling tricks," Wang Haojuan said angrily. Lu Wenliang frowned. "But, with Glory World's abilities right now, how would they be able to persuade Chun Mian into making such a huge sacrifice and personally step forth for Jiang Mai?" Ning Xi. At this moment, Ning Xi, whose eyes were dark and gloomy, muttered a name from the side. Even though Zheng Anru hated Ning Xi, she did not quite agree with Ning Xi. "Does Ning Xi have such power? Vice CEO Ning, you've thought too highly of her." Wang Haojuan was in terrible shape. Enough. No more nonsense. Now, the question is, how should we resolve this? Lu Wenliang, I'm asking you. You've caused one mess after another. What are you doing as the public relations director? No wonder they keep saying you're always number 2, forever pushed down by Liang Feixing. Chapter 1851. The Missing Person Returns. Lu Wenliang's expression darkened as he harbored his rage inside him after being annoyed for the whole day. How was that my fault? If Liang Feixing is professional, then get him over here. CEO Wang. If it wasn't for Zheng Anru leaking the photo on her own accord and promising me that things wouldn't go wrong, today wouldn't have happened. When did she ever see me as the PR director? Now that trouble has arisen, what can I do? What do you mean by that, Lu Wenliang? If it wasn't for your incompetence, would I need to think of ideas myself? You didn't say anything back then when the feedback was positive, did you? What else could I have said when you've already gone ahead to do it? I told you that such compact rounds of promotion would make the fans get tired. Keep a suitable distance and mysterious aura around her. But did you listen to me? I brought Zixuan up to this point. Do you think I need you to teach me? You know nothing about promoting at all. You. As the people of Starlight were having a war between themselves. At the same time, at Glory World Entertainment, a group of interns and artistes who were available watched the live streaming of the press conference of the world together. They were so excited that they almost jumped. No matter if it were those who were on amicable terms with Ning Xi or those who did not like her, they were all really excited to see Ning Xi appear again. If Ning Xi's debut could save Glory World, then they would be saved too. Oh my god. Bro Xi. It's really Bro Xi. Bro Xi is back. So, Glory World has hope now. Maybe not. Glory World is a lot more different than before as Bro Xi has retired for a year after all. So what? Bro Xi was really cool, messing up that press conference. She totally overpowered Han Zixuan. Now, it's just a matter of time. As the group of artistes was discussing it, someone looked in the front and screamed. Ah! The crowd then saw Su Tao leading a person into the company. The person beside Su Tao was exactly the person they were discussing. Bro Xi. Bro Xi, we missed you. Where have you been for the past year? Bro Xi, you're really back. Bro Xi, is your manager Bro Tao now? Ning Xi looked at the familiar and strange faces and smiled at each and every one of them as she replied everybody. Yes, Bro Tao is my manager now. No way. You have to reconsider, Bro Xi. If he misleads you. The people around started to tease Su Tao, not really meaning ill at all. Su Tao's mouth twitched. Hey, you bastards. What are you guys talking about in front of my queen? Do you guys want to die? Everyone laughed. As Ning Xi was surrounded by everyone, a person rushed out from the group and snatched Ning Xi like a kidnapper. Ah, Bro Xi. Who's that? What's happening? Stop him. It's all right. It's Senior Jiang. Ning Xi turned her head around and explained as Su Tao almost kicked the person. Everyone was speechless. The missing person Lei Ming had been crying for had finally returned. Chapter 1852. Not so thirsty. In an empty corridor, they both stared at each other. Ning Xi gawked at Jiang Mai's haggard features and laughed. Tisk, time is really a killer. Jiang Mai's heart was racing when he saw the girl's smile. Blood rushed to his head, and he was dumbfounded. Ever since Ning Xi had fallen into a coma, he had never seen her again after that time at the sanatorium. Despite it being a year, the girl in front of him still reminded him of the first time he had seen her in America. The feeling of his first love. Jiang Mai scratched his head in annoyance and pressed his chest. Stop, heart. You useless thing. After calming himself down, Jiang Mai clenched his teeth. Damn you, Ning Xiaoxi. What are you talking about? I've been staying cool for way too long, and I just wanted to experience what it's like being a mortal, okay? Ning. She tried not to laugh and nodded sagely. As expected of your wisdom, Senior Jiang. Jiang Mai was blinded by the girl's smile, so he avoided her eyes and cursed to himself. You? When you did wake up? Ning Xi sounded a little hesitant and then replied, well, it has been some time. Jiang Mai was incensed. What? You've woken up for some time already, and you didn't tell me about it? Ning Xiaoxi, do you take me as your brother? Ning Xi smiled cheekily. If I'd told you earlier, you'll never be surprised. I'm not happy with the surprise at all. But had almost broken in half when he had seen her on the screen. Also, I never thought of you as my brother, but I'm taking you as my nephew. Jiang Mai's features twisted. Stop that nephew nonsense. Jiang Mai suddenly went silent as he thought about something. After a while, he spoke up. I saw the live stream just now, and Chun Mian's Weibo. Jiang Mai looked a little frustrated. I don't need a woman to clean up my mess. What did you promise that old fox Chun Mian? Ning Xi replied. I just said I'll pay him back with a movie. Jiang Mai's expression changed. Damn, no wonder. That's Sly Fox. I suggested it myself. I have to star in movies after coming out of retirement anyway. Plus, it was great working with him the last time too. Jiang Mai's expression did not look very good when he listened to Ning Xi's explanation. Ning Xi smiled and said, Senior Jiang, when I just joined in the industry, I know you never said it and always messed with me, but you've helped me a lot behind my back. What happened this time was mostly because of me too. It's time for me to help you back this time, Senior Jiang. Jiang Mai blushed, and he turned his face away. Bastard, why are you suddenly reminiscing about the past? I'm having goosebumps. Jiang Mai then asked doubtfully, how did you know those photos were fake? Did Lei Ming tell you? Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. Do I need Bro Ming to tell me? Then, how did you know? It was solid proof after all. A lot of fans gave up on him after they saw the photo. Ning Xi spread her palms open. I think, although you don't have much integrity, you wouldn't be this thirsty. Jiang Mai was speechless. Who was the one who had poor integrity? Chapter 1853. Be good, call me Aunt. As Jiang Mai and Ning Xi were talking, a hefty person rushed over at the speed of light. My lord, you're finally back. Oh my god, why are you like this? If your fans saw you. Lei Ming felt his heart ache when he saw Jiang Mai's miserable look at that moment. You need to look good for your career, my lord. What if they saw me? Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes as he demanded threateningly. They'll surely still love you as always. Lei Ming changed his tone quickly. Lei Ming then told Jiang Mai happily. My, did you see Weibo? Chun Mian clarified the truth on behalf of you. The internet is in a chaos now. Everyone is apologizing to you and saying that you're a real man for keeping promises. Your fans were crying because they misunderstood you. They were heartbroken about what you threw. The best part was that director Liang had arranged for his team to lead the discussions and targeted Han Zixuan. Targeted her? Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow. Yes, think about it. Chun Mian made the movie in secret, so who would have leaked it? Ning Xi then said, the biggest beneficiary, of course. Yes, and the biggest beneficiary here is Han Zixuan. Lei Ming said. Jiang Mai did not seem impressed. Would the fans believe it? That woman is kinda normal at acting, but she's an expert at tricking her fans. Lei Ming sounded confident. With director Liang behind this, they'd at least think about it even if they don't believe it fully. It'd be enough as long as someone doubts it. Most importantly, it's impossible for Han Zixuan to get away from this unscathed. She's the main cast after all and knew about the movie. But she hid the truth and let everyone misunderstand your relationship with her all for her own benefit. She even allowed the organizers to demand a public apology from you. It's a severe issue of her character. More like she's just shameless. At least, for now, your rumor with her has been cleared. Jiang Mai looked better when he heard the bit that he wanted to know the most. Lei Ming then went closer to their ears and whispered quietly. That's not all. I heard. The latest update about Chun Mian's Weibo attracting so much attention that the higher-ups invited him over. His movie is probably done for. Han Zixuan's going to reap what she sowed. Ning Xi, I'm really grateful for you this time. Lei Ming thanked her with teary eyes, almost worshipping Ning Xi as his god. He had thought he was really going to die this time. Unexpectedly, Ning Xi had just solved all the critical issues in just a few hours. Ning Xi beamed at Jiang Mai, then she replied Lei Ming. You're welcome, Bro Ming. We're family after all. Lei Ming thought Ning Xi meant that they were in the same company, thus they were a family. Right, a family. Jiang Mai was speechless. My, although your fans love you, you should take a shower right now. I'll go talk to director Liang about what happens next. Lei Ming then went away happily. Strike while the iron is hot. Jiang Mai's image was too wild and not mature enough. So what had happened this time was advantageous towards his change. More and more young men were appearing in the industry, and at Jiang Mai's age, he should have changed his style a long time ago. It just showed how lucky they were to have Ning Xi. Who's family with you? Jiang Mai's expression darkened and tried to argue with Ning Xi when Lei Ming left. Ning Xi took the wedding ring out from the necklace. Be good, call me Aunt. Chapter 1854. The real Phoenix was back. When he saw the ring, Jiang Mai almost puked. Blood, but it was stuck in his throat. This bastard had kept saying back then that she definitely would not become his aunt. The memory was still vivid in his mind. In the end, bloody hell, the past was painful to recall. After Ning Xi finished bragging, she then carefully kept her ring and said in the tone of an elder, "Forget it, nephew. I'll give you some time to adapt." Jiang Mai was speechless. Adapt his ass. At the same time, at the Su residence, Ning Xiaoluo had sat through meetings the whole night, and she had also contacted people everywhere. She was in terrible shape from the office till she reached home. The extravagant and beautiful gown on her was already wrinkled. Today was supposed to be the most perfect day for her, the final part of her victory. However, now, in just one night, her initially flawlessly perfect world had started to crumble. This feeling was thoroughly terrible. Ning Xi, Ning Xi, Ning Xi. This nightmarish name had unexpectedly reappeared. Xiaoluo is back. When Zheng Minjun, who was sitting on the living room sofa, saw Ning Xiaoluo, she immediately beamed and walked over. "Mother, you're not asleep yet." Ning Xiaoluo forced herself to greet her. "I was just worried and was waiting for you to come home." When Zheng Minjun saw that Ning Xiaoluo looked strange, she frowned. "Why do you look so pale? Didn't you have an important social event today? Did something happen?" "Mother, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired." Then, quickly, "Sit down and rest. I got the kitchen to make some chicken soup. I'll call for the servant to get you a bowl," Zheng Minjun said with concern. Initially, Zheng Minjun's relationship with her had been stiff because the scandal of Ning Xue being a foster daughter had been exposed. However, with Ning Xiaoluo's business doing very well in the past year plus Ning Xi's disappearance, it had cut her thoughts of wanting to connect to the Zhuang family through Ning Xi short. Obviously, Zheng Minjun's attitude towards Ning Xue changed as well. She was even nicer to her than before. To say that she was utterly providing for her in submission would not be an exaggeration. When she saw Zheng Minjun's eagerly attentive way towards Ning Xiaoluo, Zhao Shanshan slowly walked downstairs and looked mockingly as she said in an extremely jovial mood, "Haha, tired? I think it's more like your heart's tired. After all, the real Phoenix, Ning Xi, is back. Your fantasies of becoming the Phoenix have been shattered again." In this past year, as she watched Ning Xue do better in life and increasingly win the hearts of her in-laws, she and Su Sun were suppressed to the point that they did not even have time to take a breather. When Ning Xiaoluo was there, she had to take the long way around. It was living hell. And now, Ning Xi had returned. This was remarkably fortunate news. "What? Ning Xi is back." When Zheng Minjun heard this, her expression changed. Ning Xiaoluo's gloomy gaze shot Zhao Shanshan a fierce look, her brows furrowed. Once that slut Ning Xi was back, even Zhao Shanshan dared to speak to her like this. Now that Zheng Minjun knew Ning Xi was back, would she have thoughts that she should not have again? Zheng Minjun had returned to her senses very quickly. Then she ordered the servant to get the chicken soup from the kitchen. So what if she's back? What's there to make a fuss about? She's just an actress who was taken as a mistress. She had somewhat analyzed the pros and cons of the situation and decided that she would not offend Ning Xiaoluo for Ning Xi. When Zhao Shanshan saw Zheng Minjun's attitude, she was suddenly anxious. "Mother, what mistress? Those are just rumors from the external parties. Ning Xi is the granddaughter of the Zhuang family. She wouldn't have done such things." Chapter 1855. My daughter-in-law is capable like that. Zheng Minjun looked disapproving. There's no smoke without a fire. If there really wasn't something, could such rumors have gone wild? If not, then you tell me what other reasons could she have for disappearing for so long? Zheng Minjun's tone was incredibly certain. She had especially asked around, and even had pictures as proof. In fact, she had confirmed that in this past year, Ning Xi did not have any contact with the Zhuangs. If Ning Xi was really related to the Zhuangs, how could she be willing to be someone else's mistress? Indeed, the Zhuang family would not even acknowledge Zhuang Lingyu, so why would they acknowledge Ning Xi? When she saw that Zheng Minjun did not believe her at all, Zhao Shanshan was so angry that she was about to stomp her feet. Damn it! Zheng Minjun had already been completely brainwashed by the slut, Ning Xiaoluo. When Ning Xiaoluo saw Zhao Shanshan's exasperated expression, she smiled slightly without batting an eyelid. "Want to drive a wedge between us? Not that easy." She had already completely made Zheng Minjun believe the truth about Ning Xi becoming someone's mistress and not having any contact with the Zhuang family at all. She had already said that even if Ning Xi was back, it would not change anything. All of this was still hers. As for those tiny hiccups, even though they did annoy her, it would only take her the slightest effort to suppress them. With the current glory world, did she still want to go against her? No matter what Zhao Shanshan kept saying, Zheng Minjun had completely ignored her. She took the bowl of chicken soup from the servant and walked to Ning Xiula as she consoled lovingly. Xua, don't be affected by those wretched people. Come, quickly have this soup. This is very nourishing for the body. I'm still waiting to carry a chubby grandchild. Thank you, mother. Ning Xiula looked moved, yet she sneered in her heart. She had been married for more than a year and still had not gotten pregnant. If it were not for the fact that she currently controlled the finances of Ning International, while History and Starlight became more prosperous with each passing day, just based on this fact, Zheng Minjun definitely would not have been so kind to her. Right? Ning Xiuelua took out a red invitation from her bag and passed it to Zheng Minjun. Mother, are you free tomorrow? I got an invitation from Heavenly Spring Resort. If you're free, we can go together and meet Madame Li. Really? Zheng Minjun was overjoyed at the unexpected good news as she took the invitation. Recently, I heard that Minister Li and his wife have come to Imperial. Many high officials and noble people, big shots, and the celebrities want to meet them but couldn't find the right connections. Shula, how did you get the invitation? It's nothing. I just have my own connections, answered Ning Shula. Zheng Minjun grinned from ear to ear. My daughter-in-law is so capable. Yesterday, even Madame Qiao was grumbling to me about not getting an invitation. She always brags about how her brother is some high official in the province, but she still didn't have a way in. Zhao Shanshan stood on the side. As a daughter-in-law too, hearing Zheng Minjun say my daughter-in-law is so capable felt like a slap to her own face. Yes, this daughter-in-law Ning Xiuelua was capable, and she was just dispensable trash. What are you so happy about? At this moment, Su Hongguang had walked out of the room. Zheng Minjun immediately walked over, waving the invitation to show off. Hongguang, Xiuelua managed to get an invitation from Minister Li's wife. Really? Su Hongguang was pleasantly surprised too. If we can get connected to Minister Li, it'll definitely be hugely beneficial to our Yifeng Corporation. Any of the country's projects would be worth huge checks of several billion. Exactly. Xiuelua is really capable. Now the entire Imperial is envious that we have such a competent daughter-in-law. Zheng Minjun looked proud. Xiuelua, thanks for your trouble. Su Hongguang was gratified too. When Zhao Shanshan saw her father and mother-in-law surrounding Ning Xiuelua, her nostrils flared. She was so angry that she just turned around and left. Chapter 1856, changed at lightning speed. The next morning in Deer Town, Ning Xi slept until she naturally woke up. There was already no one beside her on the bed. However, from downstairs wafted the tempting, sweet scent of porridge. Even though she had already officially come out of retirement, she was not that busy. Her priority of resolving Jiang Mai's matter was done, and whatever came after that did not need that much fretting about. You're awake? Come over and have breakfast. Lu Tingxiao had prepared breakfast as always. Under the morning sun, her heart raced as she watched the way the man looked in his apron as he beckoned her to go over for breakfast. Even though she was an expert at cooking, when she was with Lu Tingxiao, she cooked less and less frequently, while Lu Tingxiao's culinary skills had become increasingly better. It would not be exaggerating on to say that his skill was advancing by leaps and bounds. Especially after she had woken up from her coma, she had not stepped into the kitchen even once. At this moment, Little Treasure carefully carried a bowl of porridge to her. Mommy, Little Treasure will feed you. Ning, she quickly said. Thank you, Little Treasure. Mommy can eat this myself. But Mommy's hand is hurt. Little Treasure glanced at Ning Xi's wrist, which had been slathered in medication, and was still slightly red and swollen. His little face looked exceptionally serious. When he said this, Ning Xi suddenly sneaked a guilty peek at Lu Tingxiao. How could she have known? Yesterday, on stage, she had just simply played around with the pike. She really had not felt anything then and there. Yet after she returned home at night, her wrist had actually become swollen. Thankfully, it was not a huge problem, but the father and son duo had still scolded her. Okay. Thank you, Baby little treasure. Ning Xi instantly did not dare to say anything more and obediently cooperated. It was the weekend. After finishing her breakfast, Ning Xi was playing with little treasure when suddenly a guest appeared. When she saw who it was, Ning Xi was shocked. Madame Zhuang, why have you come? Meng Linlang studied the girl before her face revealing heartache and love for her. I've come to see you. Actually, I wanted to come earlier, but I was afraid of disturbing you. No, Madame Zhuang, please come in. Ning Xi quickly said. Once again, Meng Linlang heard Ning Xi address her as Madame Zhuang, and she suddenly looked unhappy and got angry. Xiao Shi, what did you just call me? When Ning Xi heard this, she was at a slight loss. She had already heard from Lu Tingxiao that the Zhuang family wanted to acknowledge her as family, but to change the way she addressed her in a short time, and also suddenly, was something she needed to get used to. It was still fine with Zhuang Qi and Zhuang Rongguang. After all, it was the same as being friends, but when it came to an elder, then it seemed to be a little awkward. She had been used to operating alone, so she really had no idea how to interact with elders. Just as Ning Xi was wondering what to do, there was suddenly a crisp voice from behind. Grandaunt. When Meng Linlang saw the adorable little guy behind Ning Xi, she could not hold up her pretense of being angry. She broke into a smile and squatted down to hug the little guy. Aye, good boy, little treasure. At first, she was taking out her anger on someone else, so she detested this illegitimate child of Lu Tingxiao's. But later on, after they interacted more, she could not help but start to fancy this child more and more. At the same time, there came a man's downcast voice. Auntie. Ning Xi looked at little treasure, then at Lu Tingxiao. She was stupefied. The two of them had changed too quickly. Had they not? However, based on the way they called out to her so naturally, they had probably already started addressing her like this when she was still in a coma. Geez. The big bun and the little bun had already changed sides. Thus obviously, Ning Xi could not be unreasonable. She could only follow Lu Tingxiao and address her politely. Auntie. Good. Meng Linlang was finally satisfied. Chapter 1857, a title. Meng Linlang was chatting happily with Lu Tingxiao after entering the house. Ning Xi was impressed, as expected of his sweet tongue. Look at her, darling. How obedient of him to call her auntie the moment he saw Meng Linlang. Unlike someone. Until now, she had yet to hear the word auntie from him. After a short chat, Meng Linlang dragged Ning Xi aside to talk to her in private. Meng Linlang took Ning Xi's hand and asked in a serious tone, Xiao Shi, let me ask you, how are Yan Rui and Lu Chongshan treating you? She was all right with Lu Tingxiao now, but she could not put her trust in the two elders of the Lu family. Xiao Shi was married to Lu Tingxiao after all, so it was no longer just a matter of the both of them anymore. Xiao Shi would need to face the whole Lu family. If Yan Rui and Lu Chongshan treated her the same way as before, how could she continue living in the Lu family? She had gone through a lot of tough times to be alive now. She would never allow her to suffer again. They are treating me well, replied Ning Xi quickly. Meng. Linlang looked doubtful. Really? You don't have to speak well for them. Ning Xi said helplessly. It's true. They invited me over to their place and talked to me. They apologized and have been treating me really well. Meng Linlang was slightly relieved when she saw Ning Xi's genuine expression. That's good then. At least, they still have their conscience intact. Ning Xi nodded. Don't worry about it, auntie. Meng Linlang's heart almost melted when Ning Xi called her auntie. She spoke gently. Xiao Shi, what's your plan for the future? About your career and family? Ning Xi gave it some thought. I've thought about this before. I was prepared to retire after I woke up this time. I want to spend more time with Tingxiao and Little Treasure because I've been busy working and had too little time with them. Tingxiao has been really supportive of me doing anything I want. Meng Linlang nodded. Then, I heard from Kier and Rongguang that you're coming out of retirement. Ning Xi replied. Something happened because of me. The most troublesome part is settled for now. While I'm coming out of retirement, I'll make sure my workload isn't as much as before, so I'll be able to balance both my career and my family. Meng Linlang looked satisfied. That's great. I'm actually against you retiring completely. A woman needs to have her own career. Meng Linlang finally brought up her largest concern. Then, when are you having your wedding with Lu Tingxiao? And when? Are you going to announce your relationship to the public? Don't blame me for being so concerned. It was a special situation before, but the marriage between you two was too rushed. Marriage is a huge milestone for a woman. Ning, she was a little guilty. Actually, shortly after I met Tingxiao, he already proposed to me. We've just been delaying it because of my career. Not publicizing it was also due to my work. But it's different now. My fan base was still unstable when I just started out. News about a marriage might affect me a lot. So I wanted to wait until my career plan had settled down. Then I'd be able to announce the news of my marriage. It shouldn't take too long. I want to be together with him officially too. Her darling had been waiting for this title for a very long time. Chapter 1858, Head Lady. Seeing that Ning Xi had planned for everything, Meng Linlang was finally relieved. As long as you have a plan. If you ever feel unhappy or you're bullied, tell me immediately. We don't have to care about the Lu family. You can always come back home. Come back home. Ning Xi had an indescribable feeling when she heard that phrase. Ning Xi felt a warm, fuzzy feeling rise within her when she saw that Meng Linlang was so protective of her. I got it, Ani. I'll remember that. That's more like it. Meng Linlang beamed as she patted the girl's hand. As she suddenly thought about something, Meng Linlang said happily, recently, a close friend of mine came to Imperial. I mentioned you to her, and she's been longing to see you. This is a good opportunity. I'll bring you to see her tonight. Ning, she sounded a little troubled. To meet your close friend? Meng Linlang quickly explained as she saw Ning Xi's troubled expression. You don't have to be so reserved. She's a really good friend of mine. You have to think more about yourself. You're now the head lady, and you have to face the whole family on your own. Making contacts with powerful people is beneficial to you. How else would you be able to step on top of the twisted people among the family? Meng Linlang felt her heart ache when she realized the girl never thought about it. This should have been taught by your mother, but whatever. That blind creature. I'll stop mentioning her. If you trust me enough, listen to me. I'd never trick you. Ning Xi was really touched when she noticed Meng Linlang was so considerate. She could not reject her offer, so she quickly nodded. Of course, I trust you. I get it. I'll go. Meng Linlang was satisfied. Then, I won't bother your family time now. I'll come over and pick you up tonight. Let me see you off. Little Treasure went over when he saw Meng Linlang was leaving. Grandaunt, are you leaving? Grandaunt is leaving. I'll come and visit Little Treasure the next time. Then, Grandaunt, please come back soon. Okay. Meng Linlang looked really pleased. From the beginning, she was very upset with Little Treasure even before she got injured for his sake. Tingxiao had a child before marriage after all, which was an unacceptable fact for Meng Linlang, who came from a military family. Back then in the hospital, when the elders suddenly wanted Little Treasure to go to the sanatorium as well, it was not only her husband who could not accept it. She could not sit well with the decision either. Afterward, Little Treasure was so obedient and understanding that everyone's opinion of him changed. Her husband was a straightforward person and did not think much about it, but she gave it some thought after that. She felt like something was not right. The elder was a brilliant person. So just what did Tingxiao tell him that could make him accept Little Treasure's existence and even treat Little Treasure this well? In addition to the intimacy between Little Treasure and Ning Xi, she could guess, but she never dared to confirm it. The elder must have had his reasons for not telling them. She did not want to force her way to get the truth as well. She was just curious. If things were as she guessed, why did she not know about it? Chapter 1859, We're a Family. What did Ani say? Tingxiao asked after Meng Linlang left. At this point in time, Ning Xi could somewhat guess what Tingxiao was thinking about even when he did not show any emotions. Ning Xi could sense that his question was not as simple as it seemed. She carefully comforted him. Don't worry, she's not trying to do anything weird. Auntie is really happy with both you and Little Treasure. She just asked me how father and mother treating me. I told her everything's fine. She also asked, when are we having our wedding? And when to announce our relationship to the public. Tingxiao raised an eyebrow when he heard her. Ning Xi closed in and murmured, I said soon. With the current situation, I just need good timing. Tingxiao grinned. Thank you, my wife, for the title. Ning Xi coughed guiltily. You're most welcomed. I swear it's real this time. Oh, I'm meeting a friend of Auntie's tonight. She said that I should make contact with more powerful people. Auntie is right. She's genuinely good to you. In the evening, Meng Linlang went over to pick Ning Xi up. Her eyes brightened when she saw the dress on Ning Xi. Xiao Xi, your outfit looks great. Ning Xi was relieved. Really? I was wondering if it might be too simple. Meng Linlang shook her head. Not at all. It's great. The fashion sense in Imperial lately has been so weird. The overly colorful style is in trend, and they claim that it's true Chinese fashion. While it does look nice, it can get annoying after some time. Seeing a dress like yours among them is really refreshing, especially on a beautiful girl like her niece. This simple outfit made her look like a fairy straight out of a painting. If my designer heard your remarks, he'd surely be overjoyed, Ning Xi said. Happily. This is your own brand? Spirit, Meng Linlang asked in awe. She remembered that Kier liked this brand. Yes, my designer went into a slump a while ago, and the company wasn't doing so well. This dress I'm wearing is from a new series my designer did recently. The theme of the series is Back to the Origins, replied Ning Xi. Back to Origins indeed. Your designer is really talented. While everyone is using all kinds of colors extravagantly, he jumped out of the box and reached a new level. Meng Linlang was an expert on fashion herself, so she analyzed and explained her opinion to Ning Xi. If your designer is available, can he custom make one for me too? Ning Xi quickly replied. Of course, as long as you don't mind. Soon, the car reached the venue. Meng Linlang wore an elegant beige qipao. Her well-maintained appearance hid her real age, and Ning Xi did not seem like a youngster beside her. They were more like a pair of siblings. Xiao Shi, Madame Liu and I grew up together in the same military zone, and we're really good friends. Don't be too shy towards her. Just think of her as family. I got it, Auntie. Ning Xi nodded obediently. Ning Xi understood her aunt's goodwill and was also clear about Meng Linlang's intention of bringing her here. Just a few steps ahead was the Heavenly Spring Resort. The resort was located in a quiet area with beautiful surroundings. There was a naturally formed river right in front, and it was a comfortable place, with the cool breeze gently blowing. Chapter 1860, Enemies on a Narrow Road. The Heavenly Spring Resort was a high-class private clubhouse where high officials and nobility gathered, and it was only opened at specific times. The resort had just been newly refurbished a few years ago, but it still looked ancient as the artistic aspect was not ruined at all. As Meng Linlang led Ning Xi to the resort entrance, her phone suddenly rang. Meng Linlang took a look at who it was. Then she said to Ning Xi, Xiao Shi, I have an important call. Wait for me here for a moment. No worries, Auntie. You get the call, said Ning Xi, understanding. Meng Linlang was of an extraordinary status, and many of her important calls were state secrets, so it was inevitable that she would need to step aside for a while. When Meng Linlang left, Ning Xi strolled around and admired the scenery surrounding the resort. At this moment, at the entrance, two tall, sweet-looking female receptionists were evaluating Ning Xi from time to time. What does that woman do? I've seen her walk around the resort for a long while. Based on her aura and looks, could she be some high official or prominent person? One of them wondered. Doesn't look like it. The other receptionist shook her head. Recently, the resort has been lacking servants, so they're hiring. She's probably here to interview for the job. She would recognize the high officials and big shots of Imperial, and those who frequently came to the Heavenly Spring Resort. However, as she observed this girl, she was rather unfamiliar and she had never seen her. Actually, because of the resort's reputation, many pretty girls, and even those from respectable family backgrounds, would try to make their way in. For receptionists, they knew they lacked the academic qualifications and family background, so this position was a very reliable pedestal to move upwards. Indeed, she isn't a guest here, but she looks somewhat familiar, like a very popular female celebrity from a long time ago. The female receptionist was staring at that beautiful face far away that could make any woman resent her, as she said with hesitation. Even if she's popular now, she wouldn't be worthy of coming to the Heavenly Spring Resort, much less if she's outdated. The other person scoffed with disdain. The two receptionists were used to seeing these kinds of people, so they did not pay any more attention to her. A short while later, a white Maserati stopped nearby. The elegant car door opened, and a woman in a sapphire blue evening gown and a Chanel handbag in hand stepped down from the car. Ms. Ning. Even though the woman wore sunglasses, the two female receptionists could still immediately recognize her, so they quickly went up to greet her. Ning Shulo walked to the front passenger seat, opened the car door, and helped a middle-aged woman down the car. When they saw the middle-aged woman, one of the female receptionists whispered softly, "That's Ms. Ning's mother-in-law?" Madame Zhang. Receptionists like them knew almost all of Imperial's high society like the back of their hands. Sorry to trouble the two of you to wait for such a long time. This is my invitation. Ning Xi said courteously and thanked them. The few people made small talk for a while and were just about to walk in when, at that moment, Zheng Minjun suddenly saw a familiar figure from the corner of her eyes, far away by the river. That person over there was. At once, Zheng Minjun frowned and tugged on Ning Xueluo. Xueluo, quickly look over at that person. Is that Ning Xi? What? Ning Xi? When she heard the dreaded name, Ning Xueluo immediately scanned the river. Then, her pupils abruptly shrank. It really was her. Mother, it's sister all right. Ning Xueluo said, her eyes instantly darkening. Who would have thought that she would really bump into that slut here? What was she doing here? Ning Xueluo thought about it for a while and immediately understood. She was probably there to curry favor with people and make connections. Could that rotten old man have abandoned her so she could not continue and wanted to find a new patron again? Delight flashed across Ning Xueluo's face as she arranged her delicate skirt and said to Zheng Minjun, Mother, let's walk over and greet her. I haven't seen sister for so long. Now, I finally bump into her here. Chapter 1861. Here to get connections. Ning Xueluo then started walking to her as if she had just seen a close relative. Zheng Minjun initially did not want to acknowledge her, but when she saw that Ning Xueluo had already made a move, she could only follow behind. Sis, is that you? As she reached the riverside, Ning Xueluo looked emotionally, yet nervously at Ning Xi. When she heard the voice from behind her, Ning Xi turned around. Upon seeing that Ning Xueluo was approaching her, Ning Xi was stunned for a while, and she raised her brows ever so slightly. She did not expect to bump into Ning Xueluo at the Heavenly Spring Resort. In fact, Su Yan's mother, Zheng Minjun, was there too. Sis, where did you go in this past 1 year? Bro Yan and I were very worried about you. Ning Xi had just turned around when Ning Xueluo started to speak in a heartfelt tone with tears welling in her eyes. Worried? At this moment, Zheng Minjun sneered. Xueluo, what were you worried for? Everyone knows this woman's been taken as a mistress by a powerful and influential old man. Otherwise, could she have quit the entertainment industry? She must have been living the high life in this past year. Would there even be room for your concern? Mother, I believe that sister is definitely not that kind of person. Xueluo immediately defended her. Xueluo, you're just too innocent. Mother has lived for a long time, and I've seen all sorts of people. For glory and wealth, there are countless women who are willing to degrade themselves, be obscene and lowly, and be willing to prostitute themselves. You wouldn't believe how dirty things can get. Zheng Minjun shuddered at Ning Xi as if she was looking at something disgusting. Ning Xueluo smiled apologetically at Ning Xi. Mother, don't talk like that about sister. Ning Xi stood there, amused by this bullshit as she watched the two of them echo each other like idiots. They have not met for more than a year, and she thought that Ning Xueluo would have at least made progress. Yet in the end, her tricks had not changed at all. Was she really prepared to use this trick to rule the world? Before Zheng Minjun could speak, Ning Xueluo pretended to smooth things over. Sister, my apologies. Mother and I still have matters to attend to, and we need to go to the Heavenly Spring Resort, so we'll make a move first. Then, she pretended to carelessly remind. Right, sis, have you come here to see Madame Li? You need an invitation to enter. Unfortunately, I only have 2 with me. Otherwise, I could bring you in too. Zheng Minjun instantly frowned and said, Xueluo, enough? Is this a place for such people to enter? Xueluo, let's quickly go in. Don't let Madame Li wait on us. Sis, the next time when there's a chance, I'll look for you again. Ning Xueluo's goal of flaunting had been achieved, so she then walked away with Zheng Minjun gaily. When the 2 female receptionists saw the 2 of them return, one of them looked towards Ning Xi and asked a little curiously, Ms. Ning, Madame Zheng, do you 2 know that woman over there? Zheng Minjun immediately responded, How could we know such a lowly woman? When the female receptionist heard Zheng Minjun's tone, she instantly went along and corrected herself. That's what I thought. Based on your status, you wouldn't know her. I just saw her walk around the Heavenly Spring Resort for a long while. She's probably here to apply for a job to be a waitress at the resort. She's just an outdated actress. I'm afraid the person who took her in as a mistress was bored of playing with her, so she probably couldn't stay on any longer. Maybe she's really here to apply for a waitressing job, sneered Jung Minjun. An outdated actress? And was even taken as a mistress. When the receptionists heard Jung Minjun's words, revulsion flashed across their eyes. No wonder. When I saw that woman, I just knew that she was the same as those women who want to be playgirls recently. She wants to mingle and make connections. Chapter 1862. Warning. No wonder. When I saw that woman, I just knew that she was the same as those women who want to be playgirls recently. She wants to mingle and make connections. What place does she think this is? All of us ushers have high academic qualifications, and we've gone through strict training. Does she think she could mix in with the crowd with her looks and figure? Female receptionists like them had incredible contempt for women who wanted to steal their livelihoods. In addition to that, they spoke very crudely too. Of course, to Jung Minjun, and especially Ning Xi, such words were pleasing. If she's really here to apply for a job, don't use her at all costs. Don't dirty the Heavenly Spring Resort's boundaries, said Jung Minjun indistinctly. Definitely not. Rest assured. Later, we'll go and warn that woman. She won't agitate all the noble guests. The two of them responded righteously. Very soon, the two receptionists led Jung Minjun and Ning Xi in. Then they returned. They saw that Ning Xi was still nearby with no intentions of leaving. The two of them exchanged a glance and then walked over with hostile expressions. When they saw Ning Xi's appearance at a closer distance, the two of them were instantly stunned. The shock of seeing her up close was far more unexpected than seeing her from afar. The girl's fair skin was like a first-rate fine tallow jade. Even her pores could not be seen. That aura, that appearance, and that figure could not even compare to the many heiresses from family backgrounds of high officials and wealthy families. No wonder she thought she looked familiar from earlier. She was indeed a huge star. Was this not the female lead in the extremely popular movie, 9 Realms, Ning Xi? They would never have thought that Ning Xi was 1,000 times prettier in real life than on television. Even when she had not appeared on the big screen for over a year, not only had her looks and figure not suffered any damage, she looked even better than before. They were afraid that this woman was not abandoned. Instead, with this looks of hers, she was not willing to be just a mistress. She probably wanted to continue climbing upwards. As beautiful and as popular as she once was, she was just an outdated actress with a lowly status. Was she thinking about being a high official's wife? A person who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. What wild fantasies! Among the women who came to apply for a job at the resort, they hated those from the entertainment industry the most because that sort seemed to have the most tricks. They were also the biggest threat to them. Excuse me, this is a private clubhouse. You're not allowed to visit as you wish. One of the female receptionists did not cover up the way she sized Ning Xi up as she spoke to her in an incredibly hostile tone. Miss, if you're here to apply for a job to be a waitress, then I'm very sorry. Recently, our Heavenly Spring Resort isn't lacking manpower, so you can try another place, said the other one. A gorgeous but outdated female star, who had even been taken as a mistress, was there at the Heavenly Spring Resort where influential officials gathered. Did they have to ask? She was definitely looking for a new target. Just thinking about it made them feel disgusted. Apply for a job? Ning Xi was stunned. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. Did she look like she was looking for a job? One of them looked at the time on her phone and said impatiently, "Stop pretending. We've seen a lot of people like you. Quickly leave on your own. Otherwise, if we still see you walking around on your own, it won't be just a warning." They still had to go in and attend to the important guest. They did not want to waste their precious time here. This woman had walked around alone for such a long time. So clearly, she did not have the right social connections and had come to try her luck. The management definitely would not recruit such people. Receptionists like them had references to ensure that their family background and identities were acceptable. Chapter 1863, Ladies' Diplomacy. After the two left, Ning Xi received a call from Meng Linlang. "I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I have an emergency here. I've asked someone to go and get you. Follow her inside first. I'll be there soon." "It's all right, Ani, don't mind me." Ning Xi did not mention what had happened to Meng Linlang to avoid any conflict between her and the host. It was just a small misunderstanding of the two waitresses after all. After Ning Xi hung up, a waitress in the same uniform as the two girls earlier came over. The waitress was slightly taken aback by the girl's appearance and aura, but she maintained her professionalism and composure. "Hello, Madame Zhuang asked me to come for you. Please follow me." "Thank you." On the way, the waitress peeked at the girl beside her secretly. Just who was this girl to Meng Linlang? She had never seen her before. She looked like a certain celebrity, but her aura was slightly different. Maybe she just looked similar. While she was curious, it was inappropriate for her to ask in her position, so she just speculated. At the same time, the small ladies-only party was becoming lively within the resort. The two receptionists from earlier put up a huge sweet smile on their faces and walked around as they served the honorable madams. Madame Li was surrounded in the center, and laughter was all around. The topics among the ladies mostly revolved around the same few things: clothes, accessories, men, and gossip. Of course, they would also try to pass on subtle hints regarding what they intended for someone else to know. It was a diplomatic affair between the ladies. Most of the time, a lady's diplomacy occupied an important position in the field of business and politics. When Ning Xi and Zheng Minjun arrived, they saw a whole venue of elusive people there. Most of them were the head ladies of prestigious families and the wives of high-ranking government officers. Ning Xi and Zheng Minjun were pretty renowned in the business industry, but they were both nobodies here. When they arrived, Ning Xiaoluo's referral briefly greeted them and returned back to chatting. Nevertheless, the both of them did not mind at all as their positions were on the line after all. Zheng Minjun felt really proud and excited when she saw such a classy gathering. She could not wait for the gathering to end so that she could start boasting about it to her other friends. Ning Xiaoluo looked around and started off mingling with a wife from a rich family she knew. She slowly joined in the conversations. While she could not find the chance to talk to Madame Li yet, she understood that it was not something to be rushed. It would be considered a success if she could become familiar today, because overdoing it might leave a bad impression. After a while, Ning Xiaoluo spotted a unique magnolia brooch on Madame Li, so she waited for an opportunity to try to strike up a conversation. "Madame Li, the brooch on you looks really special. I wonder where you got it from. I've been struggling to find a present for my mother's birthday soon." Because Ning Xiaoluo spoke up, everyone was checking her out. This strange girl seemed outstanding and had a gentle vibe too. She was most likely from a well-off family. Chapter 1864. Unrelated person? Li Yu seemed glad when she heard Ning Xiaoluo's question. She replied, "This. I'm afraid you can't get it anywhere. My son made it for me himself." Ning Xiaoluo's eyes brightened. She knew she hit the right button on the sweet spot and went along. "Mr. Li is really filial towards you." The others started to praise Li Yu's son too. "That's right. Mr. Li is well known for being a good child in the circle. Not only that, Mayan is really well appreciated in the diplomatic field. Even that person praised his efforts. His future is immeasurable." Zheng Minjun was really glad when Ning Xiaoluo's words pleased Li Yu. She offered her words of praise as well. "Madame Li, you're so blessed." Li Yu was in an excellent mood when her pride and joy of her son was mentioned. "You look familiar." "You are." Zheng Mingjun was overjoyed when Li Yu noticed her and even talked to her. She gave a long introduction. "My maiden name is Zheng. My husband is the president of the Yifeng Corporation. Su Hongguang, my son, is the CEO, and this is my daughter-in-law, Xiaoluo." "Hello, Madame Li. I'm Ning Xiaoluo." There were so many prestigious families in the Imperial, so Li Yu had no impression of the Yifeng Corporation or of this girl, but she made some small talk anyway. "Madame Zheng is blessed too. Such a beautiful daughter-in-law." While it was just a short conversation, they managed to leave an impression on Madame Li. It was worth the trip. Zheng Minjun started to think that it was not a wrong decision to let Su Yin marry Ning Xiaoluo. She had really brought blessings to the family. The two waitresses had keen eyes. The moment they saw Zheng Minjun and Ning Xiaoluo being noticed by Li Yu, their attitude towards them became much friendlier. "It's been a long time since I last saw Madame Li this happy." "That's right." The two waitresses were working their way in the midst of the ladies, but they suddenly saw a familiar figure nearby. That thick-faced actress was daring enough to come inside. The audacity. Seeing that Ning Xi was about to come inside, the waitress with a sharp chin put her work on hold and rushed over to start scolding. "Stop. Who let you come in? Do you know where this is?" The other short-haired waitress glared at the waitress who had brought Ning Xi in. "What's wrong with you, Xiao Kai? How much did she give you? How dare you bring in someone like her inside? Will you be responsible if you bothered the guests inside?" Zheng Minjun had told them that she was just an actress, so the both of them assumed Ning Xi's position and did not think about any other possibilities at all. The waitress named Xiao Kai was about to explain, but she was dumbfounded when the two of them scolded her. Was this woman not the one Madame Zhuang had asked her to bring in? Could she have brought the wrong person in? Then, she would be in deep trouble. The two of them reaffirmed their thoughts when they saw the freaked-out expression on Xiao Kai's face. At the same time, what happened outside was overheard by the ladies in the room. What's happening? Liu did not look very happy. I don't know. Seems like someone unrelated has intruded. Ning Xi had noticed what was happening outside some time ago. She was thinking how foolish and daring Ning Xi was to buy her way inside here. She felt a great sense of superiority when she saw Ning Xi stuck in the awkward situation. Zheng Minjun sat down in a seat while putting up a disgusted expression. How embarrassing. How dare you, Xiao Kai? Don't explain it to us. Tell the manager yourself. And you, how shameless are you? We've told you that we're not hiring at the moment. You're just an actress. You're not even clean enough to clean our toilets. The two of them were saying harsher and harsher words. They were about to call the security guards over. The moment the sharp-chinned waitress was about to say something, there was a furious voice from behind. How insolent. Chapter 1865, Meng Linlong's niece. Liu was very upset that her gathering had been disturbed. Just as she was about to send her off, Meng Linlang suddenly appeared and furiously yelled at the two waitresses. How insolent. You're asking her, Meng Linlong's niece, to clean your toilets. How dare you? Meng Linlang was from a military family, after all, so her aura was definitely intimidating when she became angry. The vibe of fury shrouded the whole venue. Everyone was dumbfounded by Meng Linlong's appearance and her scolding. The two waitresses froze and looked at each other in fear. They could not believe it. This dirty actress was Meng Linlong's niece? How was that possible? Zheng Mingjun had said that she was just someone's mistress. But Meng Linlong's words could not be wrong. What happened? Their minds totally went blank. The short-haired waitress was shivering. And Madame Zhuang. It's not like that. It's a misunderstanding. We are mistaken. The sharp-chinned waitress went along as well. Yes, we got the wrong person. We're mistaken. Please forgive our ignorance. Meng Linlong's expression did not soften at all while listening to their explanation. It turned worse instead as she stared at them and smiled coldly. You're mistaken? So, you mean she looks like a waitress, and someone who's not even worthy to clean the toilets here. With her firm and sharp tone, the two waitresses had weak knees and almost fell down on the spot. On the other hand, the waitress Xiao Kai, who was on the verge of crying earlier, had led Ning Xi in, then just stood there and watched in silence. She thought she was dead for sure. The ones who were mistaken were them instead of her. She was almost scared to death. This girl had such an exceptional aura. How could she get the wrong person? Ning Xi saw Meng Linlang was really angry, so she said gently, Auntie, it's fine. It was a private gathering after all. Madame Li was Meng Linlong's close friend, and Meng Linlang would be put in a tight spot if the conflict escalated because of her. Meng Linlang was treating her really well, so she did not want to cause any more trouble. It was the reason why she wanted to clear things up instead of making a big fuss with the two of them just now. Meng Linlang, of course, understood that Ning Xi was enduring it for her sake. She smiled coldly. It's fine. She then threw a sharp gaze around the room. Liu, is this how your heavenly spring resort treats guests? Liu had no idea things would have escalated this way. This two idiots. How could they make such stupid mistakes? Just who did they think Meng Linlang was? Even as the wife of a minister, she would not be able to help if someone offended her. With her understanding of Meng Linlang, she was really angered. It was obvious that this girl was really important to her and the Zhuang family. Even Liu freaked out with Meng Linlang raging, and the whole room was silent. No one dared to say anything. Liu quickly put on her shawl, then she glared at the two waitresses and quickly went over to apologize. Chapter 1866. Apologize in front of everyone. Liu quickly walked over. Linlang, I'm really sorry. This was a misunderstanding. If I knew this girl was your family's Xiao Shi, even if you lent them 100 guts, they wouldn't have dared to say such things. Liu did not know how these two girls had been possessed to utter such offensive words. But now the priority was to quickly calm Meng Linlong's anger and not to continue complicating things, causing a larger ruckus. You two, quickly come over and apologize to Miss Xiaoxi. Li Yu was full of anger when she saw the two of them. The receptionists obviously did not dare to say that they thought Ning Xi was there to apply for a job because they were jealous and afraid of their livelihoods getting stolen. More so, they did not dare to say that it was Zheng Minjun who had told them that Ning Xi was an outdated actress. Otherwise, they would not only offend Meng Linlang, but they would also offend Zheng Minjun, so they could only apologize profusely. Sorry, Madame Zhuang. Sorry, Miss Xiaoxi. Sorry. We really didn't mean it. Li Yu said without hesitation. Both of you, go to the finance department yourselves and settle this month's pay. You don't need to come back tomorrow. When they heard Li Yu's words, the two of them instantly turned pale. Madame Liwi, to send them to the resort, their families had spent a huge amount of money and pulled many strings, yet in the end, to have lost their livelihoods just like that, and to be even personally dismissed by Madame Li would mean that their reputations were ruined. They wanted to beg, but when they received Li Yu's sharp gaze, they instantly knew that if they spoke further, the consequences would only be even more severe, so they could only retreat looking as white as sheets. Xiao Kai watched from the side for a long time. Only after she confirmed that she was off the hook, she quickly retreated too. After she handled the two girls, Li Yu smiled again and walked over to cling to Meng Linlang's arm. Linlang, I've handled those people. Don't be angry anymore. We've finally managed to gather together this time. This temper of yours. Don't you know how to give me some face in front of so many people? Li Yu looked slightly aggrieved. Meng Linlang had been really mad earlier. On the other hand, a very important reason for her fury was that she wanted to take the opportunity to set up a prestigious reputation for Ning Xi. At that moment, she saw that her goal had been somewhat achieved. Thus, naturally, she would not be menacing. Her beautiful eyes shot her best friend a sidelong look and said, you understand my temper. It's also because it's you I'm talking to. If it were someone else, do you think I would let things go so easily? Li Yu laughed in spite of herself. Yes. I know you've already been gentle enough. Thank you for giving me face. Today's matter has indeed been because we at the Heavenly Spring Resort were bad hosts. The Heavenly Spring Resort was the Li family's property after all. They were not just the banquet host that day, but the management too, so this responsibility could not be pushed aside. After Li Yu finished, she quickly changed the topic and looked like her breath was taken away as she pulled Ning Xi, who was beside Meng Linlang, to check her out. Linlang, I've heard you talk about it often, and I thought you were exaggerating. But today when I see her for myself, I know that you haven't been exaggerating. In fact, you've been too humble. Her looks and her aura among all of the heiresses. I really can't find another one. Earlier, she had been rather far away. Plus Ning Xi had been blocked by the few people, so she did not get a good look. However, right now, in one glance, she felt that the incident was odd. The two receptionists had rather precise judgment. How did they randomly determine that Xiaoxi was here to apply for a waitressing job? Even more absurd was that they even had the guts to say nonsense like she was an actress out to prostitute herself. Even if Xiaoxi was an actress, with her background, how could she have done those things? At this moment, in the same room, apart from those ladies and wives, the people who were most shocked were none other than Ning Xi and Zheng Minjun. Zheng Minjun already had a bad feeling the moment Meng Linlang appeared. When she heard Meng Linlang say, Meng Linlang's niece, in front of everyone, an explosion went off in her head. She was dumbfounded. Chapter 1867. For what reason did all of this belong to her? When she heard Meng Linlang say, Meng Linlang's niece, in front of everyone, an explosion went off in her head. She was dumbfounded. Apart from that, guilt and panic rose within her. Especially when Li Yu had dealt with the two receptionists earlier, she was afraid that the two of them would blurt out the words that she had said earlier. At that moment, she watched as Li Yu eagerly pulled on Ning Xi's hand as her words of praise and admiration went on and on while all the ladies and wives around supported her with compliments to curry favor with her. Zheng Minjun sat there stiffly. In that instance, all of her feelings of elation and pride had vanished. They had racked their brains to pull strings and managed to get 2 invitations to this event. They also tried all their means to say a few words to Madame Li, and they had been ridiculously pleased with themselves about that. On the other hand, just because Ning Xi was the granddaughter of the Zhuang family and the niece of Zhuang Liaoyuan and Meng Linlang, She merely had to lift a finger, and she could already get in contact with those upper-class people who were hard for them to reach. Just like that, she received resources that they might never get even if they spent their entire lives working for it. Because of her son, their Su family initially had the opportunity to get this daughter-in-law of noble status, who could bring the Su family the highest honor. To get the real phoenix. Because of Ning Xi's business capability, she had already almost disregarded her family background. At this second, she finally felt a wide gap in their status. Everything on Ning Xi combined was nothing compared to this layer of status on Ning Xi. She had long known this fact, which was why when she found out that Ning Xi was getting close to the Zhuang family back then, she would have those inferior thoughts until Ning Xi disappeared after that, and the rumors of her being a mistress came about. However, now, she would never have thought that the Zhuang family had already acknowledged Ning Xi. In fact, the way Meng Linlang valued and protected Ning Xi was to such an extent. The way she treated Ning Xi was as if she were treating her own daughter. From the way this appeared, those rumors about Ning Xi being taken as a mistress was but a joke. Now, upon recalling those pictures and videos, all of them were unreliable proof. When she thought about this, Zheng Minjun was utterly regretful, and she sat there, frightened out of her mind. Beside her, Ning Xi knew what Zheng Minjun was thinking about, and her fingernails were already digging deep into her palms. The initial confidence and rejoice about someone else's misfortunes had now all turned to monstrous resentment and indignation. For what reason? For what reason did all of this belong to Ning Xi? She was clearly the Ning heiress and Zhuang Lingyu's daughter. The moment she was born, all of this should have been hers. The Zhuang family should have been hers too. For what reason had she worked so hard, yet still could not compare to Ning Xi, this wild chicken raised by a village woman? Madame Qiu, who had recommended Ning Xi, had a personal friendship with Zhuang Lingyu, so she knew a little about the relationship between the Ning family and the Zhuang family. When Madame Qiu saw this, she could not help but ask, "Xiulua, why don't you go over and greet Madame Zhuang?" When Ning Xiulua heard this, her expression stiffened. This, to hastily walk up, seems a little rude. Of course, she wanted to, but the Zhuangs had long been bewitched by that slut, Ning Xi. They had always spoken bluntly to her, so to walk up at this moment would no doubt be inviting humiliation. When Zheng Minjun saw this, the imbalance that was hard to explain in her heart had been expanded to an extreme. She lowered her voice and pulled Ning Xiulua aside, gritting her teeth anxiously. "How come the girl can do it, but not you? I've said a lot of things to you on the daily. Did you even take them to heart? If you were more careful, could that girl have gotten a chance? That girl's relationship with the Zhuang family is still ultimately because of your mother." Chapter 1868, Shocking Gossip. As Ning Xiulua listened to Zheng Minjun's complaint, gloominess flashed across her eyes. "Mother, it's exactly because I'm close to my mother that the Zhuangs won't get close to me. You know very well that my mother and the Zhuang family always have borne hostility towards each other. If you had listened to me earlier and advised your mother to ask her to be considerate for your sake and fix the relationship with the Zhuang family, today Madame Li's distinguished guest would have been you. You wouldn't have fallen to the extent of having to beg around for an invitation." Zheng Minjun glared resentfully towards her for failing to meet her expectations. Her tone was filled with dissatisfaction, as though she was a different person from the previously arrogant and proud woman. When Ning Xiulua saw Zheng Minjun speak with such a righteous tone, her heart was filled with annoyance. This old fellow kept blabbering on and on. Did she really think she had never tried? If it were really that easy, how could she have not gotten in touch with the Zhuang family until today? However, she had always pretended like she did not want to fight and had no ulterior motives in front of Zheng Minjun. Now, if she wanted to explain, she could not refute, so she could only suppress her anger and watch helplessly as Meng Linlang brought Ning Xi around beside her, wandering in the middle of those respected ladies. "Madame Zhuang, this is where you're wrong. You have such an outstanding niece, yet you still kept her hidden her away. Quickly introduce her to us. What's your niece's name? I wonder if I'm hallucinating, but I keep feeling like this girl looks quite familiar." One of the ladies in a long champagne gown asked hesitantly. On the side, quite a few ladies echoed her thoughts. She does really look quite familiar. However, they did not dare to simply guess. With Meng Linlong's temper, even Liu feared her. Who else would dare to get on her bad side? When Ning Xi heard those ladies' words, her expression turned dark as she thought on the inside. Why wouldn't she look familiar? She's an actor. Even if she had managed to climb up the Zhuang family's high branches, she could not change this fact. Besides, she had recently come out of retirement. When Meng Linlang heard everyone's questions, she glanced at Ning Xi beside her and saw that she was remaining calm, so she felt gratified. Thus, she just said proudly, "Obviously, she looks familiar. My niece is Ning Xi." Ning Xi. When they heard this well-known name, quite a few ladies returned to their senses on the spot. Was this girl truly Ning Xi? That female star who had shot to fame a year ago, but had suddenly vanished? Ning Xi was actually the niece of the Zhuang family. This gossip was shocking. Turns out she's really the huge star, Ning Xi. I just knew that she looked familiar. Madame Zhuang, your niece is even more beautiful and charismatic in real life. I didn't dare to guess immediately. Miss Ning, my daughter is your loyal fan. Later on, could you give me an autograph? As Ning Xi watched the wives of the high officials and the prominent ladies, who usually looked down upon the entertainment industry, and their lapdog attitudes towards Ning Xi, she bitterly bit her lip. This slut. She's just riding on the coattails of the Zhuang family. The gathering was still going on in the reception pavilion. Miss Ning, I really like your shows. You're just amazing at acting. Previously, I was sad when I heard that you had retired. I wonder if you'll continue acting after this. A certain lady looked regretful as she asked. From her expression, she seemed like she really did like Ning Xi's work. Ning Xi answered as a matter of factly, most likely, I will. Actually, I'll probably be officially announcing my coming out of retirement in the next few days. Chapter 1869, Head Lady Candidate. Really? That's great. The lady was really looking forward to it. Liu could not help but tell Meng Linlang. It's tough being an actress. Why do you let Xiaoxi suffer? Liu felt that an acting career was unbefitting of someone with Ning Xi's status, but she was straightforward about it because she was close friends with Meng Linlang. Ning Xi said, I quite like acting myself, so I don't feel that way. Meng Linlang, of course, understood what Liu was implying. She replied, the girls from the Zhuang family can do anything they want as long as they are relying on themselves. We don't fuss over it too much. People might not care about it if it had come from someone else, but no one was about to talk back when it came out of Meng Linlang's mouth. With the Zhuang family's background, what could be impossible for Ning Xi? There were several artistes in the industry who might not look special, but they were from families with powerful backgrounds. Most outsiders did not know about it, and only a few people were privy to this information. These people were on a different level from normal artistes. Moreover, with Ning Xi's popularity back then, her reputation was well maintained in the people's hearts, which was why these ladies did not think terribly negatively about Ning Xi's career. No matter how messy was the entertainment industry it was impossible for Ning Xi to get involved with the chaos, given her background. On the contrary, they realized that this girl not only had an outstanding appearance and aura, but her personality was really pleasant too. She had maintained her composure while facing the two rude waitresses just now. Besides that, she was also able to keep a cool head when discussing her career. She possessed the character of a daughter from a prestigious family. Without a doubt, she was one of the best candidates for the head lady of a family. Suddenly, all the ladies with sons reaching the ripe age of marriage were all interested in Ning Xi. Zheng Minjun felt terrible when she noticed that everyone was interested in Ning Xi. When Ning Xi saw how everyone was treating Ning Xi and how the conversation was mixed with the intention of marriage, she could not stay there anymore. She made an excuse of feeling uncomfortable and left the gathering that had taken her a lot of effort to get in. Zheng Minjun was worried that what she had said to the waitresses would be brought up, so the both of them left together. Before they left, Zheng Minjun looked at Ning Xi's direction and gave her an odd gaze. As everyone was trying to find out more from Meng Linlang, there were footsteps outside the room. A few waitresses came into the room with delicately packaged gifts. Behind the waitresses was a young man in a gray suit. The waitresses opened a path, and the man stepped forward. He called out to Liu, Mother, Mayan, why are you here? Liu smiled when she saw her son. I just finished work. I heard that you were hosting some guests here, so I just came over to say hi. Li Mayan then signaled the waitresses to hand out the gifts. He then apologized sincerely, The mistakes of the Heavenly Spring Resort's management caused disturbance to everyone here. I hereby apologize. Chapter 1870. Set his eyes on girls. Seeing how the rumored son of Madame Li was being so handsome and responsible, everyone had high praises for him. You're welcome, Mr. Li. It's just a small matter and nothing much. So, this is your son, Madame Li. He looks as good as the rumors go. After some small talk with the guests, Li Mayan went up to Meng Linlang and greeted her. His tone was much more intimate than the other guests. Auntie Lin. Meng Linlang's expression softened when she saw the lovely youngster. Mayan, you're back. Auntie Lin, about earlier. Meng Linlang knew what he was going to say. Then she interrupted him. It's fine. It's already settled, so let's forget about it. I'm not so petty over such small matters, and Xiaoxi isn't someone who'd keep a grudge as well. Meng Linlang then called out to Ning Xi, who was surrounded by a group of ladies. Xiaoxi, come here. The group of ladies was suddenly very interested in her private matters, and she almost crumbled before them. She was relieved when Meng Linlang called her. Auntie. The girl came out of the crowd, heading towards Meng Linlang's direction. Li Mayan turned over when he heard the clear voice. In just one glance, he froze. The girl wore a little white dress. He skimmed her long, dark hair and her unbelievably gorgeous face, especially her eyes, the smile in her eyes. A huge ray of light just exploded inside his mind. Mayan, this is Xiaoxi, Meng Linlang introduced. Xiaoxi, this is Auntie Yu's son, Li Mayan. He's 2 years older than you, so you should call him your brother. Ning Xi nodded. Hello, bro Mayan. I'm Ning Xi. Li Mayan came back to his senses and managed to cover up his stunned expression. Hello, Xiaoxi. I've heard about you from Auntie Lin. We finally meet today. While Li Mayan's behavior was good enough to cover up and not let anyone notice, it did not escape Li Yu. It was just a brief moment, but Li Yu was able to detect that moment of oddness in her son's eyes. Her son frequently traveled everywhere around the globe, but she had never seen any girl that caught his eye. His marriage was one of her most worrying dilemmas. Li Yu looked at them and said, Mayan, I'm afraid that Xiaoxi might be a little bored talking to us here. Why don't you bring her around the resort? Of course, if Xiaoxi doesn't mind, I'll be glad to be the tour guide, said Li Mayan. Ning Xi then looked at Meng Linlang. Meng Linlang thought of something, and her eyes shifted. Meng Linlang then told Ning Xi gently, Sure, go walk around. Her goal today was achieved. She was worried that Xiaoxi might not be able to take on so much since these things would take some time. Chapter 1871. Soulmate. Actually, Meng Linlang had several regrets. If they had taken Xiaoxi home sooner, they would have arranged a suitable marriage for her. From an objective point of view, Tingxiao's status was one of the best. However, that was also what worried her. With Xiaoxi's personality, she might not be able to face such a huge and complex family on her own. By comparison, the Li family was a suitable one. Their position was stable enough for the Zhuang family. It was not too high up for Xiaoxi to feel too much pressure. Most importantly, the family relationship within the Li family was much simpler. The Li family was the richest merchant in Province S, and Li Yu was the only daughter of the Li family. Lu Mayan was Li Yu's only son as well. Not only did he inherit the career as a diplomatic officer from his father, he also had the strong financial support of the Li family, smoothing things over the path of his career. Coincidentally, both his parents had the same surname Li. Li Yu's family was really pleased with their grandchild that had the same surname, so the whole family was really supportive of him. If Ning Xi were to be married to them, she would not need to worry about any complicated relationship matters in the future. Moreover, given her close relationship with Li Yu, Xiaoxi would not even need to worry about her mother-in-law. In just a short amount of time, Meng Linlang had mentally gone through the whole of the Li family. Unfortunately, what she could do now was to help Ning Xi to gather more connections so that she would be able to utilize them if she ever needed. Of course, if worse came to worst, Xiaoxi could always go back to the Zhuang family. At the Heavenly Spring Resort, halfway up the mountain. The Heavenly Spring Resort was called Heavenly, was because there was a renowned spring fountain in the mountain. Rumor had it that the spring water could help chase away bad luck and make one healthy. Being the tour guide, Li Mayan started from the origins of the resort and how it was formed, the origin of the name, the related events and people, up until the history of the whole of Imperial. The way he explained it was much more professional than a professional tour guide. Ning Xi was focused. She had been staying in Imperial for several years, but after a chat with Li Mayan, did she then realize that she did not know that much about the country at all. Lu Mayan saw how focused Ning Xi was. She gazed around the sky and the trees, and the man looked like he was really talkative at the moment, but his palms had started sweating. His heart was beating totally out of his control. He was not focused on being a tour guide, and he had to keep talking to stay calm. He had been following his father around since he was a child. His mother's family really doted on him, and everything he wore and ate was the best. The girls he came into contact with were daughters from prestigious families and even princesses. His experience forged his extremely picky taste, and especially on the matter of a partner, he never had much interest in it. The partner he wanted was someone who could touch his soul, not the people who went through the standardized education of their family. All of them looked like identical dolls to each other. It was just a glance, and he did not even know much about her, but he was deeply attracted by her aura. "You didn't grow up here?" Li Mayan asked as he observed that she was not very familiar with most things that any person in Imperial would know. Ning Xi shook her head. "Before I was 18, I was living in a town in Changchun City." Chapter 1872. You're really interested in Shaoxi? A small town in Changchun City? As the niece of the Zhuang family, how could she have grown up in such a place until she was 18? He did not seem to remember which of General Elder Zhuang's daughters was married to someone from Changchun City. Is that so? With just one sentence, Li Mayan knew that there must be something that was best kept a secret. Thus he immediately pushed the subject aside and did not ask further. In just a short half an hour, the ladies' gathering had ended. Ning Xi followed Meng Linlang to bid their goodbyes and left too. With the sound of the springs and the tree shade with the shadows of flowers behind him, Li Mayan's lean figure stood at the resort entrance as he looked into the distance for the car that gradually left his sight. As a diplomat, what he needed most was rationality, rationality, rationality. Whether it was in handling state matters or with his partner, he had a pretty harsh set of standards and criterion. Yet, until he had met her, he realized that one day he would also experience love at first sight, which was a feeling that was without reason and lacked rationality. The man pinched between his brows. In his eyes that had always been calm without revealing any gaps or emotions to his opponents, there was now a never-before-seen brightness. This feeling made him frantic and helpless. Even more so was a fresh experience that had detached him from his many years of inherent ideology. Mayan. Li Yu looked at her son and had a thoughtful expression. "Mother." Li Mayan turned around. "You and Shaoxi." Li Yu paused for a moment, then she hesitantly said, "Do you want Mother to help you find out more about Shaoxi?" Shaoxi's situation is actually a little complicated. When she was first born, she had been carried home wrongly, and for 18 years, she grew up in the countryside. Because of that, there was a huge gap of conflict between her and her biological mother, close to the point of severing ties. Back then, her biological mother had severed ties with Elder Zhuang because of some things. However, the point is that even though Shaoxi did not keep in contact with her biological mother, the Zhuang family, from Elder Zhuang to Zhuang Liayun and Linlang, loved this granddaughter dearly. The reason Meng Linlang had been so angry today was clearly not to attack our Heavenly Spring Resort. On a larger degree, she was trying to support and establish power for Shaoxi. "Mayan, if you..." Li Yu was about to continue when Li Mayan just cut his mother short. "Mother, there's no need. I don't want a blind date that will follow a prescribed pattern. I'll just go with the flow." Li Yu had initially just wanted to probe, but when she heard her son, she was shocked. "You're really interested in Shaoxi?" Until now, the thumping in Li Mayan's heart had yet to calm down. He looked at his mother and said, "Mother, I've never felt anything like this about a girl." When Li Yu heard that her son had finally fancied a girl, she was actually very relieved. Furthermore, her family background was pretty solid, and Meng Linlang was her close friend as well. Even though Shaoxi's past history is a little bumpy, but with the Zhuang family's layer of relationship here, her family background would be compatible with us Li's too. However, our understanding of Shaoxi is still not very clear. How about, "Mother, I don't care about these things." Besides, the most meaningful part about getting along with someone is the process of really getting to know someone. Li, you laughed helplessly. Okay, Mother can't beat you. As you wish, go with the flow. I won't interfere. At the same time, in Meng Linlang's car. Xiao Shi, how was your chat with Mayan? Meng Linlang pretended to casually ask. Ning Xi nodded. It was pretty good. Bro Mayan is knowledgeable, and he's easygoing too. Meng Linlang watched Ning Xi's expression and confirmed that there was nothing odd. She thought in her heart that he most likely just had a good impression of her, and that she had probably overthought it. Chapter 1873. Too breathtaking. At night, at History. On the way home, Ning Xueluo got a call from the office. She had just left Madame Li's gathering feeling annoyed and perplexed when the company called with bad news. Spirit, which had been silent for an entire year and had almost vanished from the Chinese fashion market after being defeated by them, had suddenly gone viral because of that white qipao Ning Xi wore at the promotional ceremony of the world. Even more tricky was that riding this wave, Spirit had announced a new line of designs that would be released soon without warning. In fact, this set that was still in the pre-order stage was about to sell out. What back to the origins? Clearly, its talent being exhausted and the designer doesn't even know how to design anymore. How could this rubbish without any highlights or unique qualities have sold out? The assistant design director was so furious that he broke out into a string of curses. It's all because of the celebrity effect, isn't it? Wasn't that white qipao that Ning Xi wore the other day lacking any unique characteristic? Yet the way she wore it. The designer who spoke seemed to have wanted to say so breathtakingly, but then he caught sight of David from the corner of his eyes and suddenly changed to say stiffly, I think it's all just been hyped up. One of the younger male designers said weakly, actually, I think it's all because everyone's tired out by the previous Oriental aesthetics that have been so colorful with excessive ornaments. That's why Back to the Origins suddenly exploded in popularity. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was stagnant and there was a moment of silence. Then, someone said, if they can do it, so can we. Spirit's horrible designs can go viral all they want. Besides, we have the big boss David. They're just a step ahead of us. David's expression sunk, and his gaze coldly skimmed the person who spoke. Are you telling me to follow Spirit's tide? The person suddenly stiffened and he quickly said, of course, that's not what I meant. Boss David, you've always been a pioneer that has stood out in this industry. You've always been copied and never been surpassed. You don't need to follow someone else's trend. What I'm saying is that guys' designs are junk. This time, it's only because we want to seize every opportunity, so we don't have to care. Everyone will just think that that style of his is fresh for now, but it definitely won't last for long. That's right. Wasn't it like this before too? That guy definitely won't be able to hold on any longer. The others echoed. David's expression still had not softened. Even though the issue this time was not that huge, it still left him very miserable. At the head of the table, Ning Xueluo's face was cloudy. Even though it's not a very severe problem, we can't let our guard down and ignore them. Today, you must come up with a plan to resolve this for me. I won't allow anything to happen to History. She already had enough of problems recently. Ning Xi's appearance was like a curse. All the bad things came one after another. Ning Xueluo clenched the pen in her hand and looked at the night scene outside her window. There was a flash of bone-chilling coldness in her eyes. She could almost imagine how Zheng Minjun's attitude towards her would change in the days to come. In fact, it would become worse. She had spent a whole year's effort in stabilizing her position in the Su family. Today, at the gathering, it had been completely destroyed. When David heard this, his gaze was broody as he looked at the assistant director of design beside him. When the assistant director received the hint, he adjusted his spectacles and looked at David. Boss, I disagree. Now, how could you be following his style? You've already discovered that the extravagant market was saturated and you were ready to change your style. You're even almost done with your designs. Just because you haven't completed them, you didn't announce to everyone. I can't believe that we've let those rubbish designs that were probably rushed out in a few days to get ahead. Chapter 1874. Raised Thoughts. The assistant director's tone sounded very indignant at the injustice. He looked like he could not endure it longer and was fighting for David's justice. In an instant, there was a sudden buzz across the meeting room. Is that so? That's too unfortunate. Director David's control and sensitivity towards trends are indeed always a step ahead of us. Only you ask us to constantly improve again and again. Someone else did it before us, just like that. Actually, I think we don't have to care whether we're following their tide or not. The question is whose design is the best. Besides, who'd think that us history, the number one in the industry, would follow the lead of a little company that's been eliminated by the market? Exactly. Even if there's any following of style, it should be them following ours. With the words of the assistant director, everyone started to echo him. However, in reality, the situation was indeed as such. Even if they knew which company had released it first, many consumers who did not know the truth would still subconsciously think that it was the smaller company following the trend of the bigger company. In the industry, it would not be the first time such a situation happened. Many of the smaller companies that started to pick up trends in the early stages would be pushed down by the bigger companies just like that. The best-case scenario would be that their designs got bought over. The worst-case scenario would be the market being completely taken over by the big company. When the assistant director saw that the time was about right, he went with the flow and seized the opportunity to say, "Boss, I think you shouldn't worry at all. Just finish the designs you have, and then we'll release a new line of designs. It'll definitely end spirit." I agree. I agree too. As he listened to the sounds of agreement around him, delight flashed in David's eyes. He looked to Ning Xi at the head seat and said, "It's best if we listen to CEO Ning about this." Ning Xi only contemplated for a moment, then decided, "Let's do that then." Then, just to be sure, she still asked, "You're sure your designs are fine?" David said in a certain tone, "If you believe in me, CEO Ning, I definitely won't let you down." This 1 year had been enough for him to cultivate a group of subordinates that he could use with assurance. As long as he combined all of their designs, even if he had just written his own name and taken credit for it, it would be their honor too. Late at night, at the Su residence. In reality, Ning Xi's guess was not even a fraction off. Zheng Minjun immediately locked herself in the room once she reached home. Her thoughts were a mess. Su Hongguang had just reached home and entered when he saw Zheng Minjun walking around the room anxiously. He could not help but frown. "It's already so late. Why are you walking around the room and not sleeping? Today, you went to Madame Li's thing, didn't you? How did it go?" Su Hongguang clearly cared about this matter, so he had especially asked. When he mentioned it, Zheng Minjun immediately looked to her husband emotionally. "Hongguang, you're finally home. What happened?" When he saw Zheng Minjun looking so frazzled, Su Hongguang frowned and asked. Zheng Minjun said anxiously, "Today, at Madame Li's gathering, I saw Ning Xi." "Ning Xi? Hasn't she disappeared for over a year? I heard she was taken as a mistress by some rich merchant." Even though Su Hongguang did not pay attention to such things, he knew a little about it. When this was brought up, Zheng Minjun's expression changed. It wasn't like that at all. Ning Xi was probably with the Zhuang family in the past year. How would Ning Xi have been with the Zhuang family? "Hongguang, you don't know?" Ning Xi was at the Heavenly Spring Resort with Meng Linlang. She even introduced Ning Xi in front of everyone as her niece. I'm afraid the Zhuang family has already long acknowledged Ning Xi. When he heard his wife, Su Hongguang's expression instantly changed too. Chapter 1875. Switch to the real Phoenix. Shuilahua spent so much effort just to get 2 invitations, and we didn't even speak that much there. And she had to do so much to just get noticed, but when Ning Xi went, just because of some petty matter, Meng Linlang went on a rampage for her. Everyone was afraid of them. Even Madame Li was really careful with her. Zheng Minjun did not fill in the details about how she had misspoken. Her tone was full of regret about how she had just lost what she deserved. "Are you for real?" Su Hongguang was shocked. "Why would it be fake? I witnessed it with my own eyes. I also saw that all the other ladies were really interested in Ning Xi." Zheng Minjun looked nervous. "We should have noticed back then. We were too careless." Su Hongguang's expression looked solemn. After a while of silence, he said, "Let's stop talking about the past. It doesn't matter what has become of Ning Xi now. How does it not matter? We were supposed to take in the real daughter of a prestigious family. If Ning Xi married Su Yan, it wouldn't have been so tough for us to climb higher. The Qi family has always been below us, but just because their son married the daughter of Officer Qin's daughter, they suddenly rose up. Do you know how I feel every time I see Mrs. Qi's face?" Su Hongguang pinched the space between his eyebrows when his wife was nagging. "Of course, I know, but things happen. It was us who determined that Ning Xi was not presentable and chose Shua even when we knew the truth. Su Yan and Shuilahua have been married for over a year. Do you think it's going to be easy?" Zheng Minjun fumed. It's not our fault. The Ning family lied to us at first. It's not unreasonable if Su Yin divorces Xuelaw and marries someone else. You think Ning Xi would still marry into our family with her current status? Stop fantasizing and messing up our family. He would love to have marriage ties with the Zhuang family, but the reality was before him. Ning Xi was not the same person as before. Zheng Minjun noticed there was some space for negotiation, so she then said, I'm pretty confident in this. You forgot how much that girl loved Su Yin back then. With Su Yan's talent and appearance, he's much better than most other men outside. Even if that girl has the Zhuang family behind her back, she's still not any better than some other daughters from a prestigious family. Do you think she won't say yes if I drop her some hints? Su Hongguang was shaken up, but he said cautiously, we need to think this through. The next day, while Ning Xi was resting for the day, the media, the fans, and all of the entertainment companies, even the whole entertainment industry went bonkers in just a day. Everywhere, they talked about how Ning Xi had resurfaced in the press conference of The World after vanishing for a year. At the airport, Su Yin had just returned from abroad. He was taking a call from the company when he looked up and saw the big screen at the airport. He saw the girl who was singing with her teary eyes, and felt as if a lightning bolt had struck him. Chapter 1876. Reason of Retirement. Xiaoxi. Su Yin could not hear what was being said over the phone anymore. The noise around him vanished. The only thing in his eyes and his mind was the singing girl in a white qipao. The girl was pure and beautiful. Her image overlapped with the innocent girl singing in a floral dress in his mind, as if she would just disappear in the next moment. When the video finished, Ning Xi vanished, and the man's heart experienced pain and was contracting rapidly. Xiaoxi. CEO Su. CEO Su. Hello, the driver asked as he did not hear a reply from his boss. Su Yin ignored the questions and hung up the call. Then he opened the search engine. It did not take much effort. Just by punching in the keywords, he saw all the news about Ning Xi coming out of retirement. The man finally felt the reality of it sink in after he saw the news article. The vanished girl had really come back. The man held onto his phone tightly, his deeply hidden feelings suddenly erupting like a volcano. At Starlight Entertainment, Zhang Anru looked at her army in action and said confidently, Don't worry, Zixuan. Ning Xi's just going to embarrass herself this time. After the full-blown excitement about Ning Xi's comeback had passed, under Zhang Anru's lead, more and more people started questioning about Ning Xi's disappearance. Ning Xi cunningly distracted everyone in the press conference. It's not so easy covering it up. She's just an abandoned and old star. Everyone spitting on her would be enough to drown her. Han Zixuan had been feeling really terrible for the past few days, but her expression softened a little when she saw people were starting to criticize Ning Xi on the net. Motivational queen of the entertainment industry? Can she tell us what happened in the past year? She's been abandoned by her man, and she remembered she can squeeze out money from her fans. She really thinks everyone are idiots, huh? To be honest, Ning Xi's fans, don't be angry at me. I was a loyal fan of her myself, so I can see that although the performance that day was barely presentable, it is so much different from before. She probably had it going well for the past year and stopped improving herself. Yes, we want the best bro Xi, not a secondary used item. At first, only a few people questioned it, but many people followed the trend. Slowly, some fans were shaken up, but most of the loyal fans and Jiang Mai's fans stayed quiet. Zhang Anru looked at the collaboration proposals which were increasing by the day. After Ning Xi made a big fuss, you became even more popular now. It's much better than after the rumor between you and Jiang Mai. They wouldn't just leave you and go back to that old star. Han Zixuan was holding her iPad and scrolled through as she lavished in the online comments. Don't be careless. Ning Xi's side wouldn't be unprepared. Zhang Anru did not seem to mind. What could she do? Even if she could do magic, she can't cover the fact that she disappeared for a whole year. Chapter 1877. The end results will not change. She's just a fallen woman now, and she wants to make a comeback? And she wants to get on top of you? Dream on. Just be obedient and make it a stepping stone. So what if that vixen can entice her fans? We got her fans the first time. We can do it the second time. Rest assured, the fans will surely come back to your side and will be even more loyal to you from now on. Zhang Anru spoke confidently, as if she was experienced. Han Zixuan had never regarded Ning Xi as her opponent, and seeing that she was on the advantageous side, she was totally relaxed. Let's do some fan service later. Don't worry. I've been preparing for it. The charts for the most popular star is starting soon. We'll ride on the waves and shoot for the stars. Let Ning Xi see who's the top dog of the entertainment industry. Han Zixuan did not seem to mind. What's there to prepare? Do I have to fight with her? Of course not. The end results won't change. It'll be our triumphant victory. In Deer Town, Liang Feixing was worried sick with the nasty rumors and criticisms flying around. If they could not come up with an acceptable reason for the fans, everything they had done up till now would be wasted and Ning Xi's future would be extremely tough. Just the assumption of her being a mistress and having retired would be enough to destroy her. In the little garden, Liang Feixing paced back and forth. Depression? Overseas study? Change of career? Even if it's marriage. No matter the reason, I can't explain the whole year of disappearance and not tell anyone about it. He understood that if they did not have a powerful reason, this would sting them forever. Liang Feixing sighed as he carefully glanced at Ning Xi on the rattan chair. Actually, even he did not know the real reason Ning Xi had vanished until now. The netizens were speculating that she felt guilty, which was why she left without saying a word. Some even suspected that she was a cold person and had never cared about her fans at all. If not, she would not have just stayed hidden with so many people worried sick about her. Besides Ning Xi, Jiang Mai was also present, except that he had taken a shower. His hair and his outfit were still similar to that of a homeless old man. He did not care about his image at all, and even Lei Ming had given up on him, and he just hoped that he would not cause any trouble for now. Jiang Mai turned over and looked at Ning Xi. The girl was thinking about something intensely, and she looked troubled. Jiang Mai rested his chin on his palm. Why are you thinking so much about this? Just tell them the truth. You've been in a vegetative state for the past year, so how could you have appeared and talked? What? Liang Feixing was shocked when he heard that. Ning Xi, you were in a vegetative state for the past year. He somewhat guessed it might be because of health issues, but he did not expect it to be so severe. Taking into account Ning Xi's relationship with the boss, what had happened in between might be really complicated. This was probably the reason why they had not announced the real reason for Ning Xi's retirement. As countless thoughts passed through Liang Feixing's mind, there were sounds of solid footsteps from behind him. Liang Feixing quickly turned around. Boss, Tingxiao handed him an envelope and said, "Release this." This is, Liang Feixing took it hesitantly. He opened the envelope and was thrilled. The records and diagnosis reports from the Imperial Military Hospital. With this, there shouldn't be any problem now. Chapter 1878. Suddenly feel like I'm very bright. Ning Xi looked at the thing in Liang Feixing's hand and could roughly guess what it was. Her brows could not help but furrow. Tingxiao knew what the girl was concerned about, so he walked to her side and slowly squatted down. Holding her hand, he said, "I'm sorry. The reason I didn't announce it back then was that I was worried that the media would try to get to the bottom of it in their madness and disturb your recovery. Apart from that, you don't have to worry about any other thing, whether it's the Lu family or the Zhuang family." Liang Feixing nodded on the side as he listened. Right. In any case, there was Big Boss, this super strong plug-in here. As long as these proved her state, it was enough. As for how she had turned into a vegetative state, whether it was an accident or a car crash, he could come up with a flawless reason. Ning Xi sighed lightly. It's not your fault. Actually, had it been me back then, I'd have chosen not to tell the fans the truth too. When Ning Xi said this, she thought about how Tingxiao had lived through every day, every minute, and every second in unlimited and repeated disappointment. She felt her heart ache for him again. Beside them, Liang Feixing and Jiang Mai were speechless as they watched the tender couple. Liang Feixing mumbled, I suddenly feel like I'm a very bright light bulb. Jiang Mai calmly shook his leg to bide his time. You'll be fine once you get used to being this bright. Liang Feixing was speechless. After they finished discussing and arranging the follow-up, Liang Feixing set the upcoming plan for public relations. For now, he could wait until the internet hyped it up further. Tomorrow night, he would organize a press conference and officially announce Ning Xi's coming out of retirement. At the same time, he would share the truth about Ning Xi's retirement a year ago. Su Tao, who was at home, was racking his brains on how to handle the matter when he received Liang Feixing's call and found out the reason Ning Xi had vanished. Needless to say, he was shocked too. I didn't think it'd have been like that. Then what's the reason we should give? What do we say then? The real reason implicates a lot of people, so we can't use that. Second Masters in will handle the lockdown and not let any information leak out. On our end, we'll just say it was a car crash. Even though it's simple and a bit rough around the edges, it's something that's the most easily accepted by the wider public. Then, I'll inform the media now to announce that we're having a press conference tomorrow. Sure. Okay. After they finished the call, Su Tao lit a cigarette and pondered momentarily before posting up a Weibo. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. at Imperial Royal Jazz Hotel. Press conference on Ning Xi coming out of retirement. Clear and simple. This Weibo had just been put up when it caused a commotion in the whole Weibo community. Ning Xi was finally going to officially have a press conference on coming out of retirement. Apart from that, they were still curious about the reason Ning Xi had vanished. The comments below that post were filled with questions. What's the reason Ning Xi retired then? Was it really because she degraded herself? And like other female celebrities, once she got slightly famous, she found herself a bankroller. We only care about the reason Ning Xi retired. Why did she just leave without saying a word? Who did she think the fans who supported her were? She just threw them away once she was done using them. What are you guys rushing for? The official portal has already announced that they'll have a press conference, so of course, they'll give us an explanation. Before the matter has even been clarified, you keep saying that she was a mistress and found a bankroller. There isn't even the most fundamental level of trust. Is this all of your so-called love and support? With the spammers, the fans who were influenced by the spammers, and some of Ning Xi's diehard fans who had appeared because they could not bear to watch any longer, all of the comments mixed together, creating a war on there. Su Tao watched the development that he had predicted unfold and posted a second Weibo. Sometimes, the truth is best forgotten. Hehe, F***CK Yu Zhonganru. When I started in the industry, you were still playing in the mud somewhere. Want to play a game of inciting public discussion with me? Chapter 1879. I've given them the guts. Liang Feixing was on the way back to the office when a notification on Su Tao's second Weibo popped up on his phone. When he saw this genteel and moving Weibo that was a huge contrast to Su Tao's messy old man image, Liang Feixing was rocking between laughter and tears. Based on his strong point of shamelessness, Su Tao was quite suitable for being Ning Xi's manager because he could complement what Ning Xi lacked. Ning Xi was too honest. Even her previous manager, Ling Xi's style was like that too. One must know that Han Zixuan was someone who would post on Weibo to gain sympathy even if she just caught a cold or scraped off some skin from her arm during acting. As for Ning Xi, it did not matter how injured she was, or how much hard work she had put in. She had never complained about it to the fans. There was a saying that everyone would ever only see her bright and beautiful side. The media could only say that she was a rare and elusive, talented actress in the entertainment industry, as if all of her achievements were only dependent on her gift. Liang Feixing had just knocked on the door to enter Su Tao's office when he noticed that Yi Sudong was there too. Yi Sudong's expression looked unusually dark. What's the meaning of this? Such huge news about Ning Xi returning, yet you didn't tell me a thing? As the company CEO, I had to hear it from other people. Now, you too. First you decide on a manager for her, and then you hold a press conference. Have you even bothered to ask me first? You leave when you want to, and return when you feel like it. What do you think Glory World is? Behind him, Liang Feixing raised a brow. It turns out that you don't hope for Ning Xi to return to Glory World, CEO. Don't worry, I'll help you pass the message. Yi Sudong, who had still been flaunting his authority earlier, suddenly had a change in expression. Liang Feixing, don't try to drive a wedge here. When did I say that I didn't want Ning Xi to return? I'm just saying that whatever it is, you should have first asked me, the CEO, for instructions. Look at the comments online. Right now, they're unbearable to look at. And that's because you two didn't prepare anything. You just messed things up without saying anything, which is what caused us to be in such a passive position. I'm telling the both of you, from now on, everything about Ning Xi will be taken over completely by me. You're both temporarily suspended, and I want you to go home right away. What right do you have to rise above the company and decide all of this? Who is it that gave you such guts? You're practically revolting. Yi Sudong was like the guilty party filing the suit first. He was even ready to kick them aside while he held on tightly to Ning Xi and relied on her to make his comeback. Su Tao and Liang Feixing exchanged a glance. Suddenly, their expressions sunk too. Even though they expected Yi Sudong to make things difficult for them, they did not expect that this guy would be this shameless. If Yi Sudong really strongly interfered, they would have a lot of trouble on their side too. At this moment, there were footsteps at the door, followed by a knock. Then, the three of them saw a man in a flashy light blue tuxedo leaning by the door. That delicate and dazzling face was enough to wipe out all the pretty boys in the entertainment industry. I've given them the guts. Do you have an opinion? The instant the man's lazy voice finished, Su Tao and Liang Feixing instantly looked emotional, as if they had seen their savior. Second master, especially Su Tao, who did not know Ning Xi and the Lu family's layer of relationship, never would have thought that Lu Jingli would appear in the office. Since Ning Xi's departure, Glory World seemed to be slowly let free by the corporation. After all, in the huge Lu Corporation, with the thousands of companies under its banner, Glory World was just one of Lu Jingli's practice projects. When Yi Sudong saw Lu Jingli, his overbearing demeanor changed all of a sudden. He turned pale and said with a trembling voice, Second Master. Chapter 1880. So cool. Damn it. Had the second master not returned to the corporation? Why did he suddenly come to Glory World? And he had appeared at such a time too. Yi Sudong wiped the cold sweat on his forehead away and said politely, Second master, it's not what you think it is. These two people have really been behaving unscrupulously. Ning Xi coming out of retirement is such a huge matter. How can they act so recklessly? This past year, Glory World's situation hasn't been fantastic. However, back then, Ning Xi had suddenly gone missing. Ling Zhizhi didn't care about the company and just resigned too. So I could only rack my brains and find Han Zixuan, the most suitable person to replace Ning X. But who would have thought that Han Zixuan and Zheng Anru would be so ingratiacious and take all the opportunities with them to jump to a different company? They even took away so many of our people. All of this was Starlight's plot. Nevertheless, Second Master, don't worry. I'll personally take over everything on Ning Xi's side. I'll definitely make Glory World return to the way it was. As long as he could make a comeback, all of this would not be a problem anymore. Yi Sudong expressed his loyalty as he pushed away all of the blame. It was Ning Xi's fault, Ling Zhiji's fault, Han Zixuan's fault, Zheng Anru's fault, Starlight Entertainment's fault. Whatever it was, it had nothing to do with him. This level of shamelessness made anyone astonished. Lu Jingli was all smiles as he looked at this man who was full of flattery before him. Do I look like an idiot? On the side, Su Tao's mouth twitched, and Liang Feixing had turned his head to suppress his laughter. Yi Sudong's features suddenly twisted. No way. Second master, where did you get that idea? The smile on Lu Jingli's face suddenly faded away and turned into a sharp and cold expression. I've never touched the company's artistes, but you've got a huge appetite. Do you think the company is your harem? Do you want to bestow favor upon whoever you wish? Do you want to give opportunity to whoever as you wish? When he was in raging anger, Lu Jingli's tone was on par with Lu Tingxiao's. That huge, repressing aura had completely toppled Yi Sudong's thoughts of initially wanting to get away by cracking jokes. Yi Sudong broke out in cold sweat as he braced himself and gave a final struggle. And no, how could I have touched the company's artistes? All of those were rumors. Don't trust them, Second Master. I was really doing it wholeheartedly for the company. Lu Jingli already did not have the patience to hear this person's rubbish. He just raised his hand and let the people behind him, who had been transferred to handle Glory World, handle Yi Sudong. Yi Sudong was struggling until he was taken away. He could not figure out why Lu Jingli would have suddenly appeared. Damn it. Liang Feixing. Su Tao? It must be these two bastards. They had actually lodged a complaint about him behind his back. He would really like to see what Glory World Entertainment, which was just left with an empty shell, would turn out to be like after chasing him away. No matter how Han Zixuan was, he had still managed her. Did they really count on Ning Xi to defeat Han Zixuan and even save the whole Glory World? What a joke. When he saw that Lu Jingli had handled Yi Sudong without an ounce of demur, Su Tao let out a long sigh of relief. He did not forget to brown-nose him. Second Master, you're indeed wise and brilliant, distinguishing right and wrong with acuity, Lu Jingli said without any expression. I've already helped you resolve what should be resolved. The new CEO will coordinate your work. If you need anything, just go to him. Thank you, second master. Lu Jingli nodded and left. As he watched the man's departing figure, Su Tao lamented, having had not seen him for a year, the second master is like a totally different person. Liang Feixing nodded too. I heard that in the past year, there's been much unrest in the corporation. Just as Su Tao and Liang Feixing were lamenting about Lu Jingli's maturity. In the car, a certain Koi was impatiently taking credit on the phone. Sis-in-law, I'm telling you, I was so cool earlier. So cool that it's enough for you to personally cook me sweet and sour ribs. Chapter 1881, Get It Back from Her. Sometime after Su Tao updated his status on Weibo, Zheng Anru saw it right away. They're actually having a press conference. Might as well forget about the truth. He thinks he can distract everyone by uttering some weird and ambiguous phrase. The same old trick again. He's not going to get it easy this time. Keep an eye on them. Han Zixuan stared at Zheng Anru. She did not want any mistakes to happen again. Jiang Mai's matter had really taken a toll on her. She had spent a lot of effort playing the victim as she explained to her fans that she did not tell the truth because of her work ethics. But the fans would just be angry at her as they were disgusted and had wronged Jiang Mai. It would not be easy to soothe the fans' anger. Moreover, Jiang Mai's fans were known for being aggressive. She lost a lot of fans who shipped Jiang Mai and her after this incident. More importantly, she could never create any news with Jiang Mai anymore after this, and she would need to avoid anything related to him. She was going to get everything back from Ning Xi. Don't worry, Zixuan. I'll keep an eye on them. Our people will mix among the reporters. No matter what reasons they use, I won't let them off so easily. Think about it. Just what reason can they use to explain Ning Xi's disappearance for a whole year? Just going with the point of her abandoning her fans is enough to ban her. The next night, at the Royal Jazz Hotel, the whole entertainment industry was focused on Ning Xi's press conference. Fans had flooded the hotel since that morning, and numerous media reporters were at the scene. The whole hotel was severely congested, although the invitation to the press conference was extremely precious. Just 10 minutes before the press conference, a black car quietly parked several hundred meters across the street of the hotel. Inside the car, Su Yin was staring right at the hotel entrance. After a purring amble, a car stopped at the entrance, and Ning Xi went into the hotel with her bodyguards. From Su Yan's angle, he only saw a light-colored outfit, but it was enough to make his fists clench the steering wheel as his breathing was getting unstable too. When he found out that Ning Xi had reappeared, he went to the place she used to stay at, including the places she might be at, but he could not find her, which was why he waited there. Ever since he knew that Ning Xi was having a press conference yesterday, he had parked his car near the hotel for the entire night. At this moment, the seats in the multipurpose hall of the hotel were completely filled up. Even the corridors were packed with reporters. The press conference this time was being streamed on several popular video sites. Apart from the journalists on site, a lot of fans were waiting on the streaming sites too. Is it true that Ning Xi retired because she became someone's mistress? Ning Xi's not motivated and fell off the popularity bandwagon. Can her comeback this time pick up from her glory in the past? Ning Xi irresponsibly missed many important events, even the award ceremonies. Countless fans were worried and concerned. She's come back out for money this time. Isn't she too disrespectful? Soon after it started, the reporters were asking really harsh questions. Terrible questions, and words came out on the streaming sites as well. What should I do? Just accept that I have a weak heart. No matter what Bro Shi's reason is, I still felt that I was abandoned. You're not alone in feeling that way. Chapter 1882, Truth. Let's wait and see what Bro Shi says. What's there to see? No matter what, she could have said something and let us know, couldn't she? But no, there's nothing at all. I still think Zixuan is better. She always interacts with us, and it feels great. I feel like I'm being valued. More and more comments like these popped up. The spammers Zheng Anru arranged to the point of Ning Xi abandoning her fans, stepping on Ning Xi, and at the same time, trying to boost Han Zixuan's reputation. Thank you for coming to the media partners. Also, thank you to all the fans who are watching before the TV right now. The press conference started, and Liang Feixing gave a short opening. Then, he handed the mic to Ning Xi. Ning Xi will explain the reason for her retirement a year ago to everyone. The venue became eerily quiet as Liang Feixing finished his sentence. Even the comments section of the streaming sites paused for a while. Suddenly, everyone was focused on the girl in the middle of the stage. Even Su Tao and Liang Feixing were a little anxious. Although they had definite proof, this step was the key. There was a short silence after Ning Xi took the mic from Liang Feixing. She then started talking. I'm sorry. It's only now that I can be here and speak to everyone. The reason that I retired a year ago was that I met an accident and fell into a vegetative state. I was in a coma. The reporters were shocked by Ning Xi's words. After the short break, the comments section on the streaming sites went crazy. A vegetative state. Bro, she became a human vegetable? Seriously, am I hallucinating? Liang Feixing and Su Tao were watching everyone's reactions as they waited for Ning Xi to continue. They then realized Ning Xi had already put down the mic. Liang Feixing was distraught. She had really just explained it briefly and did not say anything else. Su Tao looked helpless. He thought that from Ning Xi's performance at the press conference of the world, he need not worry about that night. So he had just given her some reminders. He finally realized that Ning Xi was really bad at acting weak to gain her self-sympathy. Was that why she had chosen to sing in order to express herself at that time? Luckily, Liang Feixing and Su Tao were great at controlling the circumstances. Liang Feixing quickly had people deliver the documents to prove to the reporters at the scene. They also put it up on the big screen behind them. What's this? I don't know. Let me take a look. Gosh, it's the diagnosis report. Brain injury. Vegetative state. The reporters and the fans on the streaming sites were dumbstruck by the solid proof before they had any chance to ask questions. At the same time, Su Tao said with a painful expression, back then, when Ning Xi was injured, everyone thought a miracle would happen, that this girl would surely wake up. After all that she's been through, putting in so much effort, she finally got what she deserved. She had so many fans who were waiting for her. All of us believed that your thoughts, your love for her would wake her up. So, we did everything we could to hide the news. Chapter 1883, They Abandoned Her. No one said anything after Su Tao started talking. Su Tao took a deep breath and continued. But as time passed by, Ning Xi did not wake up. Ning Xi's Mother and 9 Realms aired one after another. She became so popular. We had even hoped that she could be less popular so that we could buy her more time, even if it was for one more day. In the end, we put in so much effort, but we got the worst results possible. 3 months. For 3 whole months, Ning Xi didn't wake up. The doctors said that in her condition, her chances of waking up was near to impossible after 3 months. Su Tao narrated what had happened back then to everyone in detail. Everyone could feel the sadness and despair emanating from her. Then, with a sarcastic tone, she continued, everyone knows what happened afterwards. From the fans rioting until Ning Xi was totally forgotten, it took just a short year. We're apologizing about the fact that we've never told the truth about Ning Xi's retirement to every fan who was genuinely worried about Ning Xi. When he said this, Su Tao took a sharp turn and said, but if we had a chance to do it again, despite knowing what would have happened, we'd still do the same thing. Because if we told the truth, Ning Xi would have to face the constant disturbance and trouble from the media reporters. She wouldn't be at peace even when she was in a vegetative state. No reporter said a thing at the scene. They had to admit that if Glory World broke the truth about Ning Xi's actual condition, they would surely comb through all the hospitals to look for Ning Xi and find out about the news as soon as possible. Even after some time passed, there would still be reporters standing by, waiting for a catch. Ning Xi's fingers clenched as she listened to Su Tao. She was unaware of a lot of things Su Tao said. While Su Tao was just reciting what had happened according to what he heard from Jiang Mai and the bunch back then, she was brought back in time. She could feel what Sis Jiji, Jiang Mai, and Lu Tingxiao had gone through. Su Tao gazed at Ning Xi sincerely. We apologized to Ning Xi about how we handled the matter and made everyone misunderstand. But Ning Xi told us that if it had been her, she would have chosen to say nothing. There was a small fuss at the venue and on the streaming sites when they heard Su Tao. Su Tao made a short pause. He sighed and continued. Ning Xi said that instead of making everyone cling onto that tiny little spark of hope and wait for forever, everyone might as well have forgotten about her. Sometimes, the truth was best forgotten. So, this was the true meaning of Su Tao's status on Weibo. At the moment, the fans who were watching the stream were sobbing. All along, they had misunderstood. From the beginning until now. It was not Bro Xi who had abandoned them. It was they who had abandoned her. Chapter 1884. Who gave you the confidence? Su Tao's gaze swept across all the reporters who had fallen into absolute silence. Then, from the corner of his eye, he skimmed the way the fans were flooding the online stream from his phone. Do you think it's over? A huge drawback in capabilities? Not improving herself? Deceiving fans? Ning Xi laid in a vegetative state for a whole year. When she woke up, even the basic acts of walking and speaking required a whole lot of effort. Even if she persevered with the recuperation, there was no way she could have returned to how she was back then. Yet, even so, she could still wipe out a certain person's achievement from the so-called half a year of professional training. Who's the one that's not improving themselves? Who's the one deceiving the fans? Who's the one that's doing it for the money? Damn it. They can't even compare to a person in a vegetative state, and still, they dare to present themselves as a hard-working and diligent role model. Who gave you such confidence? Su Tao's voice echoed through the entire hall. His attack had unexpectedly targeted Han Zixuan directly. Ning Xi already swept all of the awards a year ago. She took over the entertainment industry. She put in all her hard work. Even if God had played a huge joke on her, even if she was forgotten by everyone in this world, she already had no more regrets. At the start, she didn't have any plans to come out of retirement. However, some people weren't satisfied with their small gains and kept pressing on. When he said this, Su Tao's gaze abruptly turned cold. At the same time, Liang Feixing projected an edited video on the huge screen behind him. In the video, a reporter in a red shirt mentioned that Ning Xi's portrayal of Meng Chang'e could not be surpassed by the likes of the fans of the original version. They had asked for Han Zixuan's opinion on this. Up next was Han Zixuan's answer. Every word and every sentence were insinuated with insults. They had even said, Zixuan cannot be placed on par with a substandard person who uses her face and body to make it to the top. This is an insult to Zixuan. When Zheng Anru mentioned substandard person who uses her face and body to make it to the top, in the video, the fans in the streaming sites instantly exploded and cursed in rage. Zheng Anru finally said, I hope everyone won't ask such insulting questions in the future. Don't mention Zixuan's name in the same sentence together with some unbearable people of poor moral conduct. The wrath of all of the fans in the streaming sites reached their peak. At the same time, something dawned on everyone. F***CKU. Bloody hell, Zheng Anru. You actually said such things about our Bro Xi. As a gold-plated manager, you actually slandered her in a public setting without any evidence. You even slandered the industry's senior. Is this your professionalism, your attainment, and self-cultivation? My dearest, I suddenly found out about something. Jiang Mai. It turns out that Jiang Mai suddenly left the press conference and even posted that foul-mouthed Weibo on behalf of Bro Xi. Oh my god. Really? Jiang Mai suddenly left after Han Zixuan's manager said all those things. That's way too cool, man. That Weibo scolded her justly, completely to everyone's satisfaction. Even cooler is our Bro Xi, alright? Do you guys still remember when Bro Xi answered that reporter who said that I wasn't here to mess things up? Oh, I want to ship Xi forever. Han Zixuan, whatever. Buzz off. The reporters present would never have expected such a turn of tables, especially the reporters that Zheng Anru had slipped in. They were all dumbfounded. Su Tao caught them off guard one after another, and they left in defeat. This comeback press conference had not only clarified everything, it had even savagely delivered one stinging slap after another on Han Zixuan's face. Chapter 1885. Yearned for by the public, irresistible trend. So far, Ning Xi's comeback was completely craved for by the public and became an irresistible trend, which could not be stopped by any external force. At the final part of the press conference, Su Tao sneered. The culprit of Ning Xi's accident is still on the run. This sentence carried a subtle undertone. Although no one was named, it instantly pushed Han Zixuan to where the wind and the waves were the fiercest, ruthlessly implicating her. Once Ning Xi had disappeared, Han Zixuan had risen steadily from being a newbie in Glory World Entertainment to replacing Ning Xi and becoming an A-lister in the entertainment industry. Then, was Ning Xi's car crash back then an accident or intentional? If it was intentional, who could have been the orchestrator? This unlimited imagination was left to those reporters who relished coming up with huge news. After the press conference ended, in the car, Liang Feixing smiled and raised a hand. Su Tao raised his brows and reached out to give him a high five to celebrate. Liang Feixing stared at his high-spirited manner and clicked his tongue. Only you could ever do such shameless things. You really implicated her like an experienced thief. Of course, he was an expert in inciting the will of the people too. Su Tao was smug after being praised as he nodded. Of course. Then, he virtuously covered his face and turned to take credit from Ning Xi, who was sitting in the back seat. My queen, what did you think about my performance today? Have I passed the probation? Ning Xi did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Not bad. She was used to Ling Ziji's way of doing things by the book, which was completely different from Su Tao's style. However, to handle such a complicated and sticky situation such as hers right now, Su Tao's slick and sly way was indeed an advantageous thing too, as it could make up for what she lacked. Now Zheng Anru and Han Zixuan's team must definitely be exploding in anger. And Wang Haojuan, that son of a bitch too. Who told you people to steal my people? Su Tao was elated as he felt that the resentment he had kept in for so long could finally be released. The most important first step had been successfully executed, so Liang Feixing was relieved, but he still said carefully, "It's true that this time will be enough to dampen their strength, but it's impossible to cripple her with just this one blow." Su Tao shook his leg excitedly as he stared at Ning Xi with shining eyes. "What are you afraid about? Do you doubt that my green dragon crescent blade can't beat Zheng Anru's lousy kitchen knife?" Ning Xi was speechless. This metaphor of his. At the same time, Jiang Mai had just finished watching the live stream of Ning Xi's comeback press conference. When he saw all the flooding comments of Jiang Mai is so manly, and Jiang Mai and our bro Xi are so matching, a certain blondie was in an incredibly cheerful mood. Jiang Mai picked up his phone and called Lei Ming. "Hello, bro Ming." "Hey, master, what do you need?" Lei Ming asked nervously. It was always he who called this little master, as this guy rarely looked for him first. "Make an appointment with a stylist for me," Jiang Mai instructed. Lei Ming was shocked to hear this. "Oh my god, my little master, you've finally come around. I'll make the appointment right away. But what style do you want?" "You know what? I agree to change my style." Lei Ming was speechless. Was Jiang Mai unexpectedly being extremely cooperative? This time, the most popular male artiste must be me. Make progress with me. Got it, Jiang Mai commanded. Lei Ming had no words to reply yet again. Not only was he cooperative, he even wanted to improve himself. In the past, he had to beg him every time, pleading with him to improve himself while he looked indifferent and impatient. He was in disbelief. He had finally made it. Chapter 1886. Ning Xi again. There were tons of others who were paying attention to this press conference as well. In Glory World Entertainment, inside the practice room, the new and experienced artistes watched the live stream together and cheered emotionally. Oh, Bro Tao's dominance. Now, Han Zixuan and the others will suffer. I didn't think that the reason Bro Xi had retired back then would turn out to be like this. Oh my god, a car crash and ended up in a vegetative state. When I saw Bro Xi performing with that spike earlier, I even said things about how her skills had deteriorated. I want to apologize to Bro Xi. Bro Xi, you don't have to be so cool. Senior Jiang is cleaned of injustice, and Bro Xi is back too. Now, our Glory World really has a chance of being saved. Compared to Glory World Entertainment that was in high spirits, Starlight Entertainment was in an unprecedented gloom. The moment Ning Xi's comeback press conference ended, all of Starlight's upper management team immediately called for an emergency meeting. Zheng Anru was so angry that she could puke blood at the moment. That's Su Tao. He's extremely shameless. What did his last sentence even mean? He's clearly trying to say that Ning Xi's car crash was arranged by us. Immediately get a lawyer. I want to sue him for slander. The public relations director, Lu Wenliang, shot her a side look and said, "He only said that the culprit is still on the loose. He didn't say anything apart from that. How are you going to sue them? On the contrary, it's you, the manager, who said things without thinking. You openly said such baseless things on that pass to cash in. Rely on her face and body to sell herself? Now, you've given them something to use against you. Look at how they're cursing us online." Zheng Anru said coldly. "What do you mean baseless? Everyone knows that Ning Xi relied on her face and figure. Does this truly need proof? Lu Wenliang sneered. If you have proof, then show it. Is it enough to just say that everyone knows? Are such things to be uttered by a gold-plated manager? I can't communicate with you at all. You? Zheng Anru was about to retort when Wang Haojuan angrily cut her short. Enough, you two. Stop arguing. Did I call you over to fight? Ning Xi had just finished handling the issue with Spirit. Right after that, she received the news from Starlight about the drama, and at this moment, she was extremely annoyed. Didn't the last promotional event alert you people enough? Why do such problems keep happening? Damn it. Ning Xi. Ning Xi. Why was it Ning Xi again? Zhao Wenliang said in a lowered voice. Vice CEO Ning, it's not that we weren't alert. Ning Xi's team had solid evidence. Their reason couldn't be refuted at all. No matter how we tried to be vigilant, we were caught off guard. We didn't think that Su Tao would incite the fans and even shamelessly attack us by subtly implying something. Even though Su Tao's side doesn't have proof, gossip is a fear-monger. Once such a thing gets out, it'll affect an artiste's reputation hugely. Ning Xi pinched the space between her brows. Then, we'll just seize the fact that there's no proof. We definitely can't let the fans be riled up. As for Anru, post a public apology right now and be more sincere with your attitude. What? Me apologize? Zheng Anru's expression suddenly changed into one of disbelief. She subconsciously glanced at Han Zixuan. Han Zixuan looked impatient with her immaturity. If you don't apologize, are you waiting for me to do it then? Zheng Anru instantly fell silent. Wang Haojuan held his forehead while his head throbbed. That's the only thing we can do now. Try our best to redeem the loss. Anru, you must take the burden for this matter. Zixuan's image cannot suffer any damage. Chapter 1887. Definitely get it. I got it, said Zheng Anru unhappily. Ning Xi reminded with a solemn expression, the voting polls organized by the Entertainment's Light is going to happen soon. Zixuan must win the #1 spot among the female celebrities. Entertainment's Light was the most influential magazine in the industry. They would organize a large-scale online poll every year, and they would make lists. The most highlighted list would be the popularity ranking. There were also some other lists like celebrities you'd like to marry, newcomers with strong potential, and even celebrities you'd like to sleep with. Each year was a war among the fans as the poll held large influential power. In the last poll, Ning Xi dominated the top spot with twice as many votes as the first runner-up, which was when Ning Xi had disappeared from the public for 3 months. Zheng Anru nodded. Don't worry, Vice CEO Ning. We'll definitely get it. With Zixuan's popularity, there was no doubt that she would be the top star this year. Tell me and CEO Wang if there's anything you need. We will fully support you, assured Ning Xi. Even if Ning Xi came back, the voting was going to start next month. Her current popularity now could not compare to Han Zixuan, but Ning Xi simply did not want any more mishaps. The meeting went on for 2 hours. After deciding on a solution, Wang Haojuan said, That's what we'll do then. Meeting adjourned. I have to go and talk to the investors. The moment word about Ning Xi's press conference went out, the investors of the world started kicking up a fuss. Wang Haojuan was filled with regrets. Ning Xi was originally an artiste from Starlight Entertainment. If he knew that this girl had so much potential and influence, he would have killed to make her stay. Unfortunately, he now found himself in such deep trouble. Since a collaboration was impossible, he would need to destroy her completely. He had to protect Han Zixuan. Even if the investments could not return the estimated earnings, he had to drive Zixuan on top of Ning Xi. Pushing Ning Xi down would mean pushing Glory World Entertainment down. He would never give any chance to Glory World Entertainment. After the press conference ended, Ning Xi went back to the office and had a meeting with Su Tao and the bunch. Her office was filled with flowers and presents from friends and fans. After the meeting, Ning Xi looked through all the presents one by one. She then had some staff to help her put them away. When she picked a flower up, a card fell out of it. Ning Xi picked it up and saw a familiar name at the corner. Li Mayan, Aunt Yu's son? Had the busy diplomat actually sent her some flowers? As her aunt said, although Li Mayan was young, he was really skilled with people. Ning Xi did not mind at all, but she still sent a thank you message out of courtesy. After 5 minutes, Li Mayan replied, You're welcome. I didn't expect that you'd notice my flowers when you have so many fans. This means that you really look through all the presents one by one. You're indeed one idol that's worth loving. As expected of a diplomat, while he might just be playing nice, his praises were just sweet enough. Chapter 1888. Abandoned by everyone. In a black car near the hotel, Su Yin remained stationary like a statue and did not move for a very long while after watching the live stream of the press conference. Xiao Shi. So, something of such severity had happened to her in the past year, and he had known nothing about it. There were even a few times that he had doubted her, just like the others. The pure-hearted girl has left her hometown for him and tried to adapt to an environment she did not like for him. She had changed herself for him little by little. She had said, "Bro Yin, trust me. I can do it." She had said, "Bro Yin, one day, I will be standing by your side." She had given up many things and put in a lot of effort for their future, but in the end, he had broken the promise between them, leaving her alone as everyone abandoned her. Shuilawa got everything and had everything, yet Ning Xi had to start all over again because of an accident. A sudden decision suddenly germinated within him and grew sky high. However, she always ignored his text messages and calls. It was impossible to call her to meet up. The man picked his phone up and hesitated. Then he made a phone call. "Hello, Xiao Nua." "Ah, bro Su Yin." Tang Nua's tone sounded a little awkward. He had been on friendly terms with Su Yin when Su Yin and Ning Xi were still together. He almost took him as a real brother. But ever since Su Yin got together with Ning Xiulaw, they never contacted each other again. "Did you see the news? There's a report about your sister," said Su Yin. "Huh? My sister? What's up with her? Isn't she studying overseas now? I've been preparing for my exams lately and didn't go online much." Tang Nua's first impression of his sister was Ning Xi. There was no one else. At Glory World Entertainment, after Ning Xi was done and about to go home, her personal phone suddenly rang. The screen showed that it was Tang Nua calling. Ning Xi felt a warmth in her when she saw the name, but she also felt a headache coming on at the same time. As expected, Tang Nua's nagging came over the phone the moment she picked it up. "Sis, I didn't know that something so huge happened to you. Your assistant said that you went overseas to study, and I just believed her. I didn't think about looking for you, even though we haven't been in contact for a year. I'm not worthy of being your brother. You always treat me so well, yet I couldn't help you when you were in trouble, and even—" Ning Xi interrupted the young man helplessly. Fine, it's not your fault. It's mine. I'm sorry that I made you worried, but don't despair. I'm all right now." "How can you be all right after you've been in a coma for a year? Those people are too much for spreading rumors about you." "It's okay. It's in the past now." "Sis, where are you now? Can I go and look for you?" If it's too difficult, then it's fine," Tang Nua asked carefully. "What's so difficult about seeing me? I'll look for you. But it's a bit late now. I'll go to Changchun City tomorrow, all right?" Ning Xi said. "Oh, sis, I'm in Imperial now. Did you forget?" "Oh, right. My awesome brother is at Imperial University now." Ning Xi laughed. "I'm in my company now. It's pretty near to you. Give me a few minutes, and I'll be there." "Are you sure? What if you cause a commotion?" "It's late at night now. It'll be fine. I'll disguise myself too." "Oh, okay. Then I'll wait for you at the observation platform on the school sports field." "Sure." Chapter 1889. His cabbages. "Bro Tao, I'm going to Imperial University. Can you get me an outfit that won't attract too much attention?" Ning Xi asked Su Tao. Su Tao nodded. "Okay, my queen. But what are you going to do at Imperial University this late at night?" "I'm going to see my brother," replied Ning Xi. "Do you want me to follow you?" Su Tao looked like he wished he could become a foot accessory of hers. "It's all right. I'll have a bodyguard nearby." Ning Xi laughed. "All right. Give me a moment, and I'll get it for you." Su Tao contentedly went to serve his queen. After a moment, Su Tao came back with a shirt. "Ning Xi, how about this? It definitely won't attract attention." Ning Xi was speechless when she saw the Imperial University uniform in his hands. Of course, it would not attract attention. She could just disguise as a student. "How did you get the uniform?" Ning Xi asked. Su Tao shrugged. "I don't know. I just grabbed it from the storeroom. This should be the real thing. I checked the size and it should fit you." The Imperial University uniform was known to look appealing. Even though the university did not make it compulsory to wear the uniform, most students still liked to put it on. "I'll take this then." "Thank you, Bro Tao." Ning Xi changed in the fitting room. She then tied up her hair into a ponytail and wore a mask, swiftly finishing her disguise. Su Tao's eyes lit up like a light bulb when he saw Ning Xi come out in her new outfit. Damn, his queen was attracting attention. Even a blind person would know she was a super beauty. She might as well not wear the mask. Oh, how worrisome. He would love to look after her tirelessly, rather than always worrying that his cabbages would be destroyed by some boars. At Imperial University, at night, the lights in the school were turned on. Students were strolling around, talking and laughing together. Several couples were sitting by the field, and some people were also training by themselves. Wearing the uniform, Ning Xi walked in, feeling a peaceful silence within herself. With her grades back then, she had no problem getting into Imperial University at all, but unfortunately, because she had gone back to the Ning family, she spent most of her time trying to adapt to the so-called high-class society and, in turn, affected her grades. Su Tao's accidental discovery of this uniform made her feel like she had completed her dream. Ning Xi looked around as she walked slowly towards the observation platform. She looked up and saw a familiar figure. Ning Xi sped up the stairs and walked towards Tingxiao. Tingxiao was wearing the Imperial University uniform as well, but he left the collar open and his jacket was casually slung on his shoulder. After a year, the young man's face and body had clearly grown up. He looked handsome and active. Ning Xi was sure that he was probably popular among the girls at school. She thought to herself, the young man of the house has grown. Xiao Nuo. Tingxiao was looking around when he suddenly saw a girl in a mask beside him, calling his name. He looked over doubtfully. You are. Ning Xi took off her mask, surprising Tingxiao, whose eyes flew wide open. Sis. Chapter 1890, Your brother-in-law. But, sis, why are you wearing our school uniform? I'm disguising as a student. Do I look like it? Ning Xi chuckled. Tingxiao nodded vigorously. You do. I couldn't even tell that you apart from the others. Xiao Nuo, you've grown much taller again, and you're even more handsome now. I almost didn't recognize you. How's it going? There must be a lot of girls in school who like you. Do you have a girlfriend already? Ning Xi teased. Tingxiao instantly blushed, and he scratched his head. Sis, don't tease me now. I just want to study properly. I've never thought of getting a girlfriend. Uffed. When she heard the young man say that he wanted to study properly in such an earnest manner, Ning Xi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sis, how did you come over? Tingxiao asked. I walked over. It's not that far anyway. How tiring was that? Quickly sit down and rest for a while. Tingxiao quickly rushed over to hold her. Ning Xi waved her hand nonchalantly. I'm not that weak. My manager was just exaggerating at that press conference video you saw. Actually, I have a friend who concocted some medication for me, and I've recovered pretty quickly. At least, now I'm pretty much fine. Really? That's great. Let's go. Let's walk around the field. Okay. Now, the young man was assured. The night breeze was a little cool. Tingxiao considerately put his coat on Ning Xi's shoulders. Sis, don't catch a cold. Ning Xi gathered the coat around her, and her face was covered in warmth. Thanks. Good boy. The two of them walked and chatted. Ning Xi asked in concern, Are you adapting well to Imperial? Tingxiao fell silent for a while. Then he said, At first, I wasn't adapting too well. After all, we were from a small village. When I was back there, the entire village was proud of me, but I only found out when I reached here that actually I'm nothing. This feeling of disparity actually hit me quite bad. The young man looked melancholic, but very soon he seemed fine again. However, that was just the start. After that, I slowly adapted and now I get along quite well with everyone. The young man had only mentioned it briefly, yet one could imagine the kinds of twists and turns he must have experienced back then. When Tingxiao finished his reminiscing, he glanced slightly wistfully at the girl beside him. Sis, back then, when you left home to come here, it must have been like this too, wasn't it? Ning Xi sighed softly. She gazed up at the night sky above her. In front of Tingxiao, she would not deliberately hide the truth, so she slowly said, Yep, every day I missed home. I wanted to go back, but I couldn't miss home. Since I had already made such a decision, I couldn't go back anymore. As he listened to the girl's words, Tingxiao's fists clenched. Apart from feeling his heart ache, he did not know what to say. Unfortunately, he had been too young back then and could not do anything. Sis, do you still hate Bro Suyen? Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi looked at the young man who felt anguish for her. Her sparkling eyes reflected the bright starlight. Hate? I should thank him. If it wasn't for him, how could I have met that person? When the girl said this, warmth spread across her face and there was not a hint of gloominess. Tang Nua was instantly infected by the girl's emotions too. Sis, are you talking about your boyfriend? Ning Xi smiled and corrected him. Not boyfriend. It's your brother-in-law. We're already married. When Tang Nua heard this, he immediately looked shocked. Then he exclaimed incredibly joyously, really? Probably after his experience with Su Yan, he had actually been disturbed that Lu Tingxiao was not sincere towards her, that he might have just fancied his sister's charm and wanted to mess around or something. He would never have thought that they had already gotten married. Chapter 1891. Start over again? Yep, I'm already married and I'm very happy. Now, can you stop worrying, little monk? Ning Xi gently laughed, full of mirth. Tang Nua nodded, finally relieved. However, because of my profession, you know that the wedding can't be held for now. When it happens, I'll surely invite you. I still want you to piggyback me out the door. Of course. Obviously, I'll carry you, Tang Nua said emotionally. The brother and sister duo strolled around the field and chatted happily along the way. As they were chatting, an abrupt voice interrupted from behind them. Xiaoxi. The siblings instantly stopped and turned around to look. Behind them, they saw a man standing there in a suit, seeming rather travel-worn. He looked a little battered as fatigue weighed him down. His gaze was fixated on Ning Xi, not shifting for even a moment. When she saw Su Yan suddenly appear there, Ning Xi instantly frowned and her expression turned cold. Tang Nua glanced at Ning Xi, then looked at Su Yan. He suddenly thought of something and instantly said worriedly, Sis, it wasn't me. I don't know why he's here. Before Ning Xi could say anything, Su Yan already answered, I intentionally waited here myself because apart from that, I really don't know how else I could see you. Even before she had fallen into a coma, Su Yan had been frequently contacting her. She did not think that after she woke up, he still had not given up and even used Tang Nua. You need something? Ning Xi asked. Can I speak to you privately? Su Yan questioned and looked at Tang Nua beside her. Sis. Tang Nua felt troubled and turned to Ning Xi. He realized from Ning Xi's expression that she clearly had not seen Su Yan since she woke up, yet now, because of him, she had to come face-to-face with him. He did not expect Su Yan to meet up with Ning Xi after calling him, even waiting around for her. When Ning Xi saw Tang Nua's apologetic manner, her expression softened. She consoled him. Xiao Nua, it's not your fault. Just wait for me here. Tang Nua could only nod obediently. Ning Xi then started walking towards the observation platform. Su Yan let out a sigh of relief and quickly followed after her. Tang Nua stood below and looked a little worriedly at the two of them. He was prepared to rush over if anything happened. At that moment, on the observation platform, there was only Ning Xi and Su Yan. Ning Xi did not beat around the bush. She sharply said, Speak. Probably because one tended to be timid when love is near. Although he already had a whole year's worth of words that he had kept inside of him, yet now when he finally stood before the girl, he suddenly did not know how to start. The girl wore an Imperial University uniform with her hair tied into a ponytail. Because she was barefaced, she looked even younger and more tender than usual. Even at night, he could still see her delicate skin. It suddenly brought him back to their youth, his thoughts overlapping the person before him and the young girl in his memories. His girl. Su Yan did not say anything, and neither did Ning Xi. They just stood there quietly. The man had his arms by his side, hands clenched into tight fists that started to tremble slightly because he was too nervous. On the other hand, Ning Xi started to look a little impatient. It was not sure how long had passed until Su Yan finally said, Xiao Shiwi. Ning Xi looked up towards the man who was slow to speak up. When the girl gave him his attention, Su Yan felt the blood in his entire body about to boil and flow in countercurrent. Finally, his remaining words blurted out of him instantly. Can we start over again? Chapter 1892. Who I Really Love. When she heard this, Ning Xi's expressionless face finally shifted. She almost thought she had heard him wrongly. Start over? She could not understand this man's thought process. After so many things had happened, and after he had already been married to Ning Xi for a year, how did he actually bring himself to say such a thing to her? The girl's gaze of contempt made the bottom of Su Yan's heart tremble. The man's voice was hoarse as he said, Xiao Shi, I know me saying this sounds ridiculous and absurd to you. Is it? Not. Listen. Suyin took a deep breath. I've thought about it for a very, very long time. I'm not saying this on impulse. I really, really regretted and finally understood who I really like, really love is. Ning Xi looked at this man whom she had entrusted her deepest affections in her youth. This man who had once caused her heartbreak and much grief. Listening to him finally tell her that he regretted it. Listening to him say that the person he really loved was her. She did not feel anything at all. If she did, it was just a through and through coldness. Xiaoxi, about that incident back then, I was wrong. It was I who abandoned what we had first. But at the start, I really never thought of breaking up with you, until I met Xu. Xu is so pure and vulnerable, and she suddenly got involved in that sort of unforeseen incident. After that, she constantly chatted and grumbled to me. Slowly I didn't know when it started. Then the feelings just started to change. Su Yan's expression was filled with anguish as he looked upset. Ning Xi's thoughts were calm. Yeah, it was all her fault. She did not have Ning Xi's skills. Ning Xi knew how to get sympathy, knew how to complain tearfully, knew how to satisfy his desire as a man to protect. She was wrong for always telling him only the good things and not the bad things. She had been afraid that he would be worried for her. She was wrong for never telling him a word, even as she was. Repeatedly embarrassed, shunned, and isolated. After that, under impulse, I did it with Xu. It was Xuelua's first time. I'm a man. I can't be irresponsible towards her. I've been hiding it from you. It's because I really didn't know how to face you. Huh, responsible? When he wanted to be responsible for a third party, had he ever thought about her, his girlfriend then? Ning Xuelua's experience was regarded as a precious first time, while she was an impure person who had unfathomably lost her virginity and was even pregnant with an illegitimate child. How could she measure up to the noble Master Su? However, it was only later that I understood that all along, I've been worrying about Xu, yet I never thought about how you felt. You left your hometown for me, but in the end, I abandoned you and even let you encounter something like that. You were sent abroad all alone, and then after that, you returned to the country and tried to make it in the entertainment industry alone too. Actually, I've always wanted to help you. I wanted to make it up to you, but you're just too tough. Su Yan fixed his gaze on the girl before him. You disappeared for a whole year, and I've missed you for a whole year too until you appeared once again. After a momentary silence, Su Yan took a deep breath and continued. Xiaoxi, I've already lied to myself for too long. I don't want to continue deceiving others and myself. I don't want to just live my life in a lie. Ning Xi's lips curved up into a sneer. So, I know that in my current situation, I don't have the right to say these things to you, and I definitely don't mean to dishonor you. I will return to being a free man. Chapter 1893. Where did he get his confidence? Return to being a free man? Ning Xi could not believe what she just heard. He loved Ning Xuelua so much that even when he was aware of all the things she did to Ning Xi, he could still forgive her if her tears fell. And this man was telling her that he regretted, that he finally understood now, and that he wanted to divorce Ning Xuelua? Ning Xi could not tell him how was she feeling now. After a while, Ning Xi's eyes turned frosty and she said, Su Yan, sometimes, things are like a jacket in the summer or a fan in the winter. Also, the heart changes after a person has given up. Su Yan's pupils shrunk. Xiaoxi, I know that you hate me, but I know that it's because you love me. I know it's already too late, but please, believe me. Xiaoxi, I mean what I just said and I'll do it. I'll give you a title. I'll marry you. I'll handle everything. You'll still be Mrs. Su. We can start everything over. Huh. Listening to how Su Yan was terribly determined for her to go back to him if he got a divorce, Ning Xi chuckled and did not say anything else. She was not sure where he got his confidence from. It had been so many years. It was more than enough for her to fool around again and again. What made him think that she would still wait for him? Xiaoxi, just wait for me. Su Yan left after saying that sentence. Ning Xi glanced at the back of the man leaving. She did not do anything, and of course, she would not stop him. She was looking forward to seeing if Su Yan would really get a divorce. If he really did throw it out there, what would Ning Xuelua's expression be like? After Su Yan left, Tang Nua quickly went over and asked worriedly, Sis, are you all right? What did he say? Nothing. Just some nonsense. Let's go. Ning Xi said indifferently. Tang Nua felt guilty when he saw Ning Xi's irritation. I'm sorry, sis. It's my fault that you're upset. Actually, Bro Suyin called me and told me that you're back, which is what triggered me to call you. I didn't expect that he'd do it on purpose. It's fine. A jerk just used you. You have nothing to do with it. Don't blame yourself. As Ning Xi was talking to Tingxiao, her phone suddenly rang. Her eyes softened when she saw the name, Darling, on her phone screen. She smiled and picked it up. Hello, hubby. Tingxiao felt like he was wrapped by a big lump of honey when he heard that soft and sweet endearment of hubby from Ning Xi. His hoarse voice was unable to hide his happiness. Are you done? I'll go and pick you up. I'm done. Are you done with your meetings too? Ning Xi asked. I just finished. There's still some stuff left, but it'll be quick. Then, you don't have to rush over. I'll go over to you. Wait for me. Ning Xi said considerately. Okay. He would never reject his wife visiting him at work. Is it brother-in-law? Is it brother-in-law? Tingxiao asked with bright eyes. Yes, I'll go and look for him now. You go back to your dorm. Ning Xi smiled. Be careful then. Send my regards to brother-in-law. Tingxiao was relieved when he saw the icy and pessimistic expression on Ning Xi's face vanish after she received a call from his brother-in-law. Fortunately, someone like him had appeared. He made her forget about the past and start over. Chapter 1894. I'll get distracted. At the Lu Corporation, Cheng Feng quickly went downstairs when he heard that the lady boss was coming over. Ning Xi followed Cheng Feng and went to the top floor via the lift. After bringing Ning Xi to the office, Cheng Feng quickly left, but before he went away, he turned back and took a glance at Ning Xi. Darling, I'm here. Ning Xi took off her mask the moment the door shut. She happily hopped towards Tingxiao. You're here. Tingxiao looked up from the document he was working on when he heard the girl's voice. The next moment, he was taken aback when he saw the girl's appearance. His clear eyes suddenly turned dark. Ning Xi was wearing a school uniform. If he was not mistaken, it was the uniform of Imperial University. Lu Jingli had shown it to him before on a magazine as a reference to their company uniform, but he had rejected it, so he had a vague impression of it. The girl was wearing the uniform skirt with her hair pulled into a ponytail. She did not put on any makeup, yet she looked very beautiful. Her cherry lips, her smooth skin, and her current appearance did not look like a person who had been in the entertainment industry for a very long time. She looked just like a chaste university student. Darling, I want a hug. Since Ning Xi had been disgusted by a jerk just now, she viewed Tingxiao as a cleansing spring. She went past the table and snuggled over. Before Tingxiao could react, the girl was already in his arms. Ning Xi sat on the man's lap and embraced her fresh sense of security, rubbing her head against the man's chin. The man carefully hugged the precious girl in his arms. He gently patted the girl's head and asked, Why are you dressed like this? Ning Xi then realized she was still wearing the school uniform. Then she scratched her head. Because I went to Imperial University just now to see Xiao Nuo. I had Su Tao find me something that wouldn't attract attention. Then, he took a uniform out from nowhere. No wonder Cheng Feng and several other workers had been staring at her weirdly when she arrived. Ugh, did they think she was trying to seduce Tingxiao with some schoolgirl roleplay? Sadly, she had not done it on purpose. Well, she could do it on purpose as well. The girl let her lids fall heavily as she closed in. Darling, do I look good like this? The man's eyes turned darker. Yes. The girl was satisfied. Hee. I wasn't kidding when I said you got yourself a treasure after you marry me. I wasn't lying when I said that I'll have you change your wife every day. The girl continued wiggling around on him, and Tingxiao seemed like he was having a tough time. Be good. Go over to the sofa and wait for a while. I'll be done soon. Ning Xi looked disappointed. Can't I sit here while you do your thing? No. Ning Xi looked even more unhappy now. Then, I won't bother you. I'll stop talking. Tingxiao helplessly pinched the space between his eyebrows when he looked at his wife. After a while, he sighed and guided her hand and drew it southwards. Ning Xi blinked her eyes, unsure about what was happening. In the next moment, her eyes flew wide as she felt a hard warmth. Tingxiao kissed the girl's neck and said in his hoarse voice, I'll get distracted. Chapter 1895. It's easy to push you down. Why distracted? Ning Xi wanted to protest her innocence. She had not even done anything. She had just talked to him. However, she was still thrilled that she could stimulate the devil so easily. Ning Xi looked up at the man's suffering expression. Darling, actually, my body is mostly recovered. Annie has been concocting medication for me, and the soup mother makes for me every day also. So, you don't have to endure it. The girl lifted her chin up and kissed the man's thin lips. Lu Tingxiao's body froze up and stopped moving, after he understood what she meant. After a while, the girl felt him grip her hips. The man had his hand behind her head, and he kissed her deeply. The chair had too little space, so Ning Xi's hip was forced onto the office table. Feeling uncomfortable, she made some noises of protest. The next moment, she felt her body lifted into the air. The man shifted her onto the large, soft sofa in the office. Ning Xi lay down on the sofa and looked at the man in front of her. His usually frigid eyes were now filled with fire. His lustful face was much sexier than he usually looked. She felt very satisfied when she thought about how the man was excited because of her. As the man lowered himself down and was about to kiss her again, Ning Xi purposely blocked him. Didn't you say you're going to finish some work? Is it all right? The man moved the girl's hand away and kissed her palm. It's all done now. Ning Xi felt his light stubble make her palm itch. So, you were lying just now. Are you sure that your body is all right? Ning Xi smiled assuredly. It's all right. I'm telling you. I'm fine even if I have to fight a tiger now. And, suddenly, Ning Xi paused and turned around. She swiftly sat on top of the man. And it's easier to just push you down. The moment Ning Xi said that, something awakened in the man. The beast came out of the cage, turning into flames and engulfed her. The long fingers went up to her collar and undid her buttons one by one. The man's hot. Sweat was dripping onto the girl's skin. His belt and trousers were being removed at a remarkable speed. At the same time, the zip on Ning Xi's skirt was already undone. At this very moment, Lu Tingxiao's breathing was shallow, and he had sweat all over him. Tell me, if you feel uncomfortable. Ning Xi felt like a mess in her head. She did not really hear what the man said, but she still nodded anyway. The next second, that solid phallus burrowed itself inside her with a fearsome power, making Ning Xi curl up like a little shrimp. Chapter 1896. Ferocious Display of Affection. When he felt the girl's body curl up, the man instantly stopped what he was doing. While such a pause was torture to the man, he asked hesitantly, "Does it hurt?" Ning Xi could barely speak. Why? It's already not the first time, but it still hurts so much. Boss, are you sure your thing size is normal? When she saw that Lu Tingxiao still put her first at such a moment, Ning Xi's tensed-up body unconsciously relaxed. She smiled and rubbed against his neck. I'm fine. The girl's kitten-like, gentle tone and expression completely tore away the man's final strand of self-control. In the huge office, all that was left between the two of them was a sweet and ambiguous rhythm. At this moment, Ning Xi's phone that was in her bag suddenly rang. In her haze of pleasure, Ning Xi recovered some clarity. The phone, however, before she could finish, she was already losing all her ability to think as the devil collided into her with increasing intensity. She could only go with his flow. Much later on, Ning Xi finally knew how naive and ignorant she was. She had miscalculated. Even tigers were not as ferocious as the boss. She had actually boasted shamelessly about how her body was awesome and that there would be no problem. However, the problem was that even if her body was fine, she was afraid that she could not handle the devil's needs. She was suddenly a little worried about her future. At the same time, in Deer Town, baby little treasure immediately stood up. I want to go look for mommy. He could not get through to Ning Xi's phone, so the little guy was worried. At this moment, Lu Jingli had also just called Lu Tingxiao and found that he could not get through too. If it were just Ning Xi's or Lu Tingxiao's phone that was not getting through, he might have been less worried. But now that the both of their phones could not be reached, then, when he thought about this, he suddenly had a profound expression. He said, wait, baby. Trust me, your mother is fine. But mommy would not pick up Little Treasure's calls. Little Treasure insisted with a stern face. She must have something she can't get away from. Lu Jingli explained. He suddenly had a bad feeling that the display of affection this time would probably be enough to stuff him to death. Impossible. No matter what happens, mommy would not pick up Little Treasure's calls. Little Treasure's tone was certain. Lu Jingli shook his head pitifully and thought to himself, baby, there really are some things. In fact, I'm afraid that you'll be tortured many times in the future. This is just the beginning. Don't worry. Let me call and ask again, said Lu Jingli. Then he called Cheng Feng. Hello, Assistant Cheng. Have you seen my sis-in-law? Lu Jingli straight up asked. I have. Earlier the lady boss came to the office, answered Cheng Feng. Where's she now then? I'm not too sure about that. I've left work, but when I left, the lady boss and boss hadn't left. Cheng Feng thought for a while, and finally cleared his throat before hesitantly added. Second master, if it's not an emergency, it's best that you don't disturb them now. TSK indeed. I am really highly intelligent. All right, got it. Lu Jingli hung up. Okay, now he did not need to worry. Nevertheless, on Little Treasure's end, Lu Jingli sucked in his hot tears as he resigned to coaxing the child for a long time. Finally, he managed to calm Little Treasure down. Forget it. His brother had endured it for so long. It was not easy either, so he would not bother about this round of display of affection. Chapter 1897. The Huge Temptation of Benefits. Late at night, at the Su residence. After Su Yin left Imperial University, he did not delay another second to get home. In the living room, Zhang Minjun had just finished talking on the phone with another lady she shared a good friendship with and was about to go to sleep when she heard a car engine rumbling outside the door. Then, with the shuffle of footsteps, she saw the return of her son who had been away for several days on a business trip. When she saw her son, Zhang Minjun instantly smiled. Su Yin, you're back. Why are you so late? Shouldn't you have been home by yesterday? Su Yin did not answer. Where's father and Shualo? Your father's in the study room upstairs. Shualo seems to have some social event tonight. She's not back yet. Su Yin nodded slightly. Then he walked upstairs. I'll go look for Dad. I have something to discuss with him. Zhang Minjun had been going around to get information about Ning Xi and the Zhuang family for the past few days. After waiting for Su Yan's return for so many days, she wanted to first ask about her son's opinions, but based on Su Yan's hurried manner, he seemed to have an emergency, so she could only temporarily set it aside. Oh, okay, quickly go then. In the study room, under the table lamp, Su Hongguang was solemnly looking at a land tendering file. This land was extremely important to their corporation, but if there were no inside connections at the top level, it was almost impossible for them to fight with the other two companies. Sometimes lacking in that bit of connection would make it extremely difficult to achieve most things in their industry. Su Hongguang's eyes turned dark. He could not help but think about his wife's words from the other day. Su Yin and Shualo had been married for so long after all. The Su family and the Ning family were now inseparable, and a divorce would cause a butterfly effect, which was why he had told Zhang Minjun not to be impulsive. However, at this moment, if Su Yin could have married Ning Xi, the huge amounts of benefit that she could bring, as steady as he was, would be enough to waver things. If he could really get connected to the Zhuang family through marriage, then all the trouble brought by a divorce would just be a minor issue. Su Hongguang was deep in his thoughts when suddenly the familiar sound of his son's voice broke his reverie. Father! It was then that Su Hongguang returned to his senses. He looked up towards his son and said, You're back. Su Yin nodded, his expression a little unusual. Father, there's something I want to discuss with you. When he saw Su Yin behaving so oddly, Su Hongguang sat upright. Sit down then. It's quite late. What is it? Su Yin did not sit down. Instead, he remained standing with a straight back before the study desk, as if he had just determined something. He then said to Su Hongguang with a confident gaze, word for word, Father, I'm planning to divorce Shualo. The instant he said that, Su Hongguang's expression shifted to become startled. At the same time, darkness flashed in his eyes. Su Hongguang suppressed all sorts of disorderly thoughts in his mind before he said with an extremely solemn expression as he looked at son, Do you know what you're saying? Father, I know that you and Mother will definitely oppose this, and you definitely won't understand my impulsive and unreasonable actions, but about this, I'm definitely not acting rashly. I've gone through careful deliberation. I've thought about it for a whole year. I've already made my decision. Su Yin's tone was unyielding. Instead of saying that he was there to discuss it with him, he should have just said that he was there to inform him. If it had been before he found out about Ning Xi's identity, Su Hongguang would definitely be extremely angry to hear Su Yin calling for a divorce. Yet, everything was a little different now. Chapter 1898. Status is fitting. Thus, even though Su Hongguang looked solemn, relief flooded him. This is such a huge matter. You have to at least come up with a valid reason. But where has Shueloa done wrong? Su Yin clenched his fists next to his body. No, it's not where Shueloa has done wrong. It's my fault. I owe someone too much. Su Hongwang's eyes lit up. Someone? Are you talking about that girl, Ning Xi? When Su Yin heard, he nodded. Father, you know about the thing between Ning Xi and well enough. Back then, no matter what happened, it was I who betrayed her first, causing her to be all alone after that and suffer so much. I even just found out that in the past year, all of us have misunderstood her. She wasn't as despicable as the rumors said. You know, the one about her being taken as a mistress. She had gotten into a car accident and fell into a coma, becoming bedridden for a whole year. So, that was the case. Actually, Su Hongwang had more or less seen through his son. After all, he was a man too, and he understood the thoughts of a man all too well. When it came to a woman like Ning Xi, he was afraid that there would be no man who would not be tempted. In fact, in the past when Ning Xi was unswervingly loyal to his son, he did not think much of it. Yet now that she suddenly paid him no mind, and with her breathtaking looks, it naturally gave his son this sort of ideas again. Furthermore, after the truth about Ning Xi's disappearance for a year was exposed, his son's remorse and tenderness towards her were suddenly triggered. He could understand why his son would abruptly want a divorce. I know about Ning Xi's issue too, said Su Hongwang. Father, you do? After all, Su Hongwang did not quite pay attention to the entertainment industry, so Su Yin was a little surprised. There was a flash in Su Hongwang's eyes as he observed his son's expression. Ning Xi has already been publicly acknowledged by the Zhuang family as their niece. Her status is remarkable. How could she have done those things that the outside world has been saying? When Su Yin heard his father, his expression was slightly shocked. Father, you're saying that the Zhuang family has already acknowledged Ning Xi? That's right. Su Hongwang nodded. In fact, your mother personally witnessed it at Minister Li's wife's private gathering. Meng Linlang brought her along to attend the function, and she even introduced her that way to the crowd. Su Yin said in a lowered tone, probably back then, during Shua and Ai's wedding, the Zhuang family already knew Ning Xi's past history, but Eve always kept a low profile. That's why no one knew. That's right. That should be the case. Then, Su Hongwang said earnestly, back then, your mother and I were kept in the dark by the Ning family. After all, we didn't know. With Ning Xi's identity and upbringing, there was no way she could enter our Su family. Now, since we already know that she is the biological child of the Ning family and the biological granddaughter of the Zhuang family, this status matches our Su family, so it's possible now. Su Yin could fathom what his father was implying, and he was pleasantly surprised. Then, Father, you're saying you agree? Su Hongwang did not answer. He asked instead, then, about Shua, how are you prepared to handle that? She doesn't have any faults, and now you suddenly want to call for a divorce. Would Shueloa agree to it? Would the Ning family agree to it? Faults. Su Yin thought about the things that Shueloa had done to Ning Xi back then. Even though he could not tell Su Hongwang the truth, his heart ached like it was being stabbed with needles. He did not know how he had been possessed back then, allowing her to do those things to Ning Xi, yet still choosing to forgive her. Chapter 1899. Getting things back on the right track. Back then, his heart was full of this fragile girl. He was her only person to rely on, her everything. She said she was too afraid to lose him, which was why she had made the mistake. He had been touched and just forgave her. He felt that if the truth was revealed, Shula would be left alone. So he accepted all of her and protected her from harm. However, the truth was that even though the truth was revealed, Shua was still being treated as the daughter of the family. She was well-educated and was loved by Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu. Even he betrayed Ning Xi and had gone to her side. As for Ning Xi, she left her foster family and was not loved by even her own parents. In the end, even he, until time made it clear for him, he finally understood that what he did back then was very cruel to the other girl. He finally realized that his feelings for her had never faded when he saw how the girl shone through her efforts. How did things end up like this? In the end, because he was the eldest son of the Su family, even after staying in a rural area for so many years, pride still filled his bones. Ning Xi had been a presence of warmth for him when he was alone in the rural area, but the moment he went back to Imperial, everything reminded him of his status. Ning Xi could never fit into his society, so he slowly grew tired of her and even started to avoid her. At that moment, Ning Xiaolua appeared and had been throwing hints at him, making it difficult for him not to fall for her when she was such a good match. Similarly, because of his pride, no matter how well matched he was with Ning Xiaolua, he felt a sting in his heart when he found out about Ning Xiaolua's true identity, especially after her real identity was exposed to the public. With his ego, how could he accept the pity and people rejoicing over his misfortune when they were talking crap about him behind his back? Now he was just getting things back on the right track. His wife, Su Yan's wife, should be a real daughter from a prestigious family. She should be a respectable person. As of now, he would do anything to get the girl who waited for him and loved him for so long back. He could not wait to tell her that he had become a free man already. He could not wait to see smiles and expressions of love from the girl's cold face again. Su Yan's eyes became more determined. I'll take care of Xiaolua's side, but I'll need your help with the Ning family. At this moment, everything related to the benefits that Su Hongguang could reap went through his mind. He was truly enraptured by this idea as he said slowly, if you've decided, your mother and I can only help this much. If everything went well, as long as Su Yin and Ning Xi's relationship was secured, he might make it in time to get that piece of land. He did not need to think about the number of benefits he would get in the future. As for Ning Xi's side, Su Hongguang did not seem to worry about it and did not ask anything more. That girl was head over heels for his son. Now that his son was willing to get a divorce for her, she would never say no. Chapter 1900. Have a child with you. Just as Su Hongguang thought his plan was perfect, he failed to realize that all his plans were nothing but a joke. In the CEO office of the Lu Corporation, the girl was carried onto the big soft bed in the resting lounge. The flower in the vase above the shelf of the bed was shaking and petals slowly rained over. The girl had fully removed her uniform. Her fair skin had vapors of sweet warmth above it, and was looking flushed like the flower petals as she moved along with the man's gyrations. Her undulations created a strong contrast with the tough and warm body in front of her. There was no repellence, no fear, no chaos. There were no traumatic feelings, only the giving of each other. She felt fulfillment in her heart. Sex could feel this good and this pure. Lu Tingxiao had been holding it in for far too long. He had always been afraid of hurting the girl, but when he finally got to do it with her, the words reserve and control were alien to him. Suddenly, Lu Tingxiao thought of something and his expression changed. He then stopped his motions. Ning. She fixed her messy hair and looked at the man's painful expression. What's wrong? The girl's gentle voice and her clear eyes made it all the worse. Lu Tingxiao's body stretched tightly like a bow as sweat beaded all over his forehead. I don't have it. What is it? Ning Xi then quickly understood. She grinned and put her arms around the man's neck. Darling, you mean condoms? Lu Tingxiao nodded with a darkened expression. Ning Xi nuzzled the man's neck. It's all right. It's safe today. She then looked into the man's eyes and said, Actually, darling, I want to have a child with you. When he heard the girl say that she wanted to have a baby with him, at the nearly exact moment, the man's pupils shrunk and he felt a warm current flow down his spine. Then, it just came out. Damn it, Lu Tingxiao cursed. Ning Xi trembled at the heat she felt within her. She laughed when she heard the man's regretful cursing. Please, it was almost morning now. This body of mine is at its limit. How long did you want it to last? Lu Tingxiao did not pull out. He hugged the girl's body tightly. Xiaoxi, are you sure you want to? He was worried that what happened back then had caused trauma to her, so he never thought she would be willing to get pregnant again. He also never mentioned such questions in front of her before. Ning Xi seemed at peace as she smiled. Of course, please. We're already married, so what's wrong with me having your baby? Ning Xi suddenly thought about something and worry filled her face. But I'm afraid little treasure might not like it. Actually, I'm contented enough with little treasure. She said what she had just now because that was how she felt. She thought that the most straightforward way to express her feelings to him was to have a baby with him. Lu Tingxiao's eyes lit up when he heard the girl's words. He said with firm determination, Don't worry. Little treasure will like it, I guarantee. Chapter 1901, Foreign Feeling. After her social outing, by the time Ning Xiaolua got back, it was already late at night. Ning Xiaolua was pleased to see the familiar pair of shoes at the door. Su Yin was back. She opened the door to her bedroom and saw Su Yin on the balcony as she looked through the glass window. Bro Yin, you're back. I missed you. Su Yan's body stiffened a little when he felt the pliable body behind him. He turned around and looked at the girl. Done with work? Ning Xi nodded, seeming a little distressed. History and Starlight have been having one issue after another lately, especially Starlight because of Sister's sudden comeback. The press conference for the world that we've prepared for so long was ruined. Problems have been appearing for Zishuan as well. Ah, right. Bro Yin, do you know that Sister came back? Su Yin nodded. I heard about it. Ning Xi's eyes darkened. She guessed that Su Yin must have found out about the truth about Ning Xi's disappearance. Intentionally, she said regretfully, I didn't think that so many things happened to Sister in the past year. Unfortunately, none of us knew and couldn't help in any way. Su Yin did not reply. He just looked up into the night sky with a tight-lipped expression. Ning Xi felt a strong sense of unease when she saw his face. She suddenly remembered how he had disappeared for a day when he should have been back by yesterday. What had he done in this period of time from the airport on the way home? Had he really just been in the office? He did not even come back last night. As far as she knew, the company had not been that busy lately. She was not really focused on his whereabouts these few days because she had been busy. She wanted to give his assistant a call when she came home just now, but then she saw Su Yin for herself. What made her most worried was whether Su Yin knew about Ning Xi's relationship with the Zhuang family already. Would he be like Zheng Minjun after knowing about Ning Xi's true identity? She realized that something was not right with Su Yin since a year ago. Her worries went away before her anxiety could even start since Ning Xi's disappearance a year ago, but now that Ning Xi had returned, Ning Xiaoluo felt agitated. Damn it! How could she forget about something so important and ignored Su Yin? 10 companies could not compare to keeping Su Yin to herself and clinging to the Su family. She had been cool and calm all the way before, including facing Zheng Minjun's side because her biggest trump card was Su Yin. No matter how much Zheng Minjun disliked her, Zheng Minjun could not do anything against her when Su Yin was on her side. It was futile even if Su Hongguang were to say something about it. However, now, she did not feel the confidence when she looked at the man she had been controlling all along. The expression he wore right now felt extremely foreign to her. Since when did the eyes of this totally submissive, loyal man lose its former passion and fire when looking at her? His heart was not with her. Where did it go? Ning Xi's eyes were filled with a light of fury. The next moment, her eyes teared up as if she had gone through something terrible. She slumped into Su Yan's arms dramatically. Bro Yin, what should I do? I'm afraid. Su Yin took back the words he was about to say when he saw the girl's extremely fearful expression. What's wrong? What happened? Bro Yin, do you not want me anymore? The girl wept as she looked up and asked. When Su Yin heard this, he probably felt guilty, so his heart skipped a beat. He turned stiff and could not answer. While Su Yan's reaction felt as if someone had splashed a bucket of icy water in her face, her fingernails stabbed deep into her palms. Su Yin, he had really thought of it. Ning Xiaoluo was filled with gloom on the inside, and the expression on her face looked even sadder. Bro Yin, do you know no matter how hard I try, grandfather's side would never take a second look at me. They even think I have ulterior motives, but I really just wanted to resolve the friction between grandfather and mother. I know you have good intentions, said Su Yin a little absent-mindedly. I don't know where I went wrong either. Probably because grandfather and mother's conflict runs so deep, and because I've always been closer to mother, so grandfather speaks bluntly to me. Yet they acknowledged Ning Xi. When she said this, Ning Xiaoluo's face crumpled with despair. Su Yin patted the girl's shoulder. This has nothing to do with you. Probably. It's because Ning Xi has the blood of the Zhuang family running through her after all. When she heard this, Ning Xiaoluo suddenly turned pale. She laughed bitterly. Huh, yeah. Bloodline. Sister is still the biological one. Who am I? Now, even grandfather will only acknowledge sister. I know. I'm not worthy. But I'm afraid. I'm really afraid. Bro Yin, you know, back then, mother was already very unhappy with me because of my identity. In this past year, I've been working very hard with all my might. Only then did mother become satisfied with me. But since the last time mother saw Ani bringing Ning Xi along to attend Madame Li's private gathering, her attitude towards me started to become worse. I'm really afraid that mother will hate me and force me to leave you. As she said this, Ning Xi was already choking on her sobs. She did not mention Su Yan's change of heart, pretending to think that Su Yan was still affectionate towards her and putting on an act that she was worried that they would be broken up by his mother. As he watched the girl who was being skeptical and was losing her head over the fear of being separated from him, even if it was a decision that he had taken a whole year to settle on, even if earlier he had already talked to his father and had already decided on it. At this moment, Su Yan still hesitated. The words that he was going to say could not be uttered no matter what. Su Yan's brows furrowed. In the end, he just said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. How Ning Xi's past history is and how the Zhuang family treats her has nothing to do with you." Initially, he had not decided on the divorce because of this. Only this fact had, on a certain level, steadied his decision. Even if this layer of reasoning was not there, he would still have made this decision. Ning Xi leaned into Su Yan's embrace and cried inconsolably. "Bro Yan, actually, I'm really tired, but once I think about how I can be with you, as long as I know you love me, I can endure everything. I'm glad to endure everything." Su Yan's expression was even stiffer now. His initially determined heart started to waver. Indeed, Shuelua had sacrificed much for him. However, his feelings at the moment were different from before. He only felt that he could not bear to do it, yet there was no hint of reluctance to part with her. Even watching the way Ning Shuelua was right now filled him with annoyance. At this moment, that bright and resplendent face flashed across his mind. That girl had never said such things before him or complained to him. When she faced him, it was forever with a lovely smile. That strong desire of winning that person over instantly calmed the man's chaotic state of mind brought about by Ning Shuelua's crying. As he watched the woman sobbing in his arms, even though Su Yan did not immediately say what he had planned to, his decision became even firmer. The man lightly patted the woman in his arms. There was a dim light that flashed in his eyes. "Shua, I know you've sacrificed a lot to be with me, and you've suffered a lot. But, actually, the real victim here, and the most innocent one here, is still Ning Xi. Years ago, you even did those things to her." Ning Shuelua's body instantly turned rigid. This was her Achilles heel. Damn it. If it had not been for that too useless garbage being accidentally found out by Su Yan, she would not have so much trouble today. Even though that incident years ago had crushed that slut, Ning Xi, it had, at the same time, put a time bomb between her and Su Yan, allowing the relationship among the three of them to remain in a disadvantaged and passive position all along. Every time she saw Ning Xi, she had to look like she was ashamed and blamed it all on herself. It was enough. However, she had to resort to doing that. If Su Yan picked up on any hint that she had done that on purpose back then, it would be over. Ning Shuelua's tears fell like rain as she looked aggrieved with self-blame. "I know. I always knew. That's why all these years, I've never fought for anything with sister. I can even return everything I have to her, just hoping that sister can forgive me. But, Bro Yan, you know sister's misunderstood me too deeply. She's not willing to accept any of my attempts to compensate. If she was willing, would you really be willing to do anything? Willing to return it all to her?" Su Yan suddenly asked. Ning Shuelua was stunned by this question. She could not say anything for a long time as a torrent of anger surged up from the bottom of her heart. Slut! Had she already secretly hooked up with Su Yan? Otherwise, why would Su Yan say such things? What was he trying to hint? Return to her? Return what to her? Su Yan, dream on. Su Yan is my man, my husband. I'm the only Madam Su. This position is mine, and I definitely won't yield. Su Yan did not wait to see Ning Shuelua's expression. He just ended the topic. It's very late. Go to sleep. He did not mention what had happened today. It was probably best to let her mentally prepare. Wait till he settled all of the follow-up matters and prepared the divorce papers. Then, it would not be too late, and it was best to save the trouble. In the past few years, Ning Shuelua had indeed proven results in the market. She had also received praises from those in the industry, but she was just a woman who relied on the Ning and Su family connections backing her. Otherwise, she could not have navigated through those difficult situations. Ning International, History, and Starlight were all heavily invested and had equity participation from the Su family. He had even transferred Starlight's shares to her. After they get a divorce, as compensation, he could give them all to her. He would not want a single cent in that way. He would not be treating her unfairly. Just based on those, it would enough for her to live a decent life. With Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu's pampering her, she would not have too hard of a life after the divorce. Even when Su Yin turned around to walk towards the bathroom, Ning Xi still stood there blankly on the balcony. She had been with Su Yin for so many years. How could she not have guessed Su Yan's thoughts? This man, this time, he was really possessed by that slut. Even if he did not mention it today, she was afraid that she would not have been too far off. Divorce? Impossible. While Su Yin had gone to shower, Ning Xi dug out a box from the lowest drawer in the cupboard and took out a delicate, amber vial. Then, she lit the aromatherapy kit and poured the vial of liquid in. Instantly, the room was filled with a sweet but subtle fragrance. That sweet fragrance seeped through the door gap and at the same time, slid into the bathroom. Su Yin was soaping himself as he was thinking about how to deal with all the impending problems after the divorce. As he thought about that silhouette that appeared in his dreams every night, when he thought about how that girl was going to return to his side very soon and belong completely to him, not being able to be lusted after by other men, the final mercy he had left in his heart for Shua vanished without a hint. He just wanted to make up for his mistake and the damage he had done. The flow of water streamed down his body. Unknowingly, there was suddenly a reaction from the lower half of his body. At the same time, his mind was filled with uncontrollable images of the girl from the way she wore that red gown to walk down the red carpet, like a blazing sun that dazzled, and the way she looked in the pure white gown like the soft crooning of an immortal fairy. Even if she wore a school uniform, her skin still glowed porcelain white like snow in the depths of the night. He imagined his own hand touching her, kissing her. Su Yan's hand could not restrain itself as he held onto his junk. It was precisely at this moment that the bathroom door was suddenly pulled open from the outside with a loud crash. Then in the midst of the ascending vapor, Ning Xi stood behind him, her fingers pulling the knot on her nightgown belt apart. Her nightgown instantly fell to her feet. Before her, Su Yan's eyes instantly filled with bloodlust. Fueled by the vapor, her body slowly looked like Ning Xi's. In the next second, he dragged the woman by her wrist and pushed her against the cold wall. Next came the man's almost boorish needs, and the rough panting in her ear, Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi. By midnight, Su Yin was fast asleep on the bed. Ning Xi picked up her nightgown and looked at her bruised body, her head filled with the name Su Yin had called out earlier. Her expression was as fierce as a demon. The times that Su Yin had shared a bedroom with her had become lesser and lesser over the weeks. For the sake of bearing his child soon, she had to use some special methods. In this past 1 year, she had used that special essence oil many times to liven things up. Even then, in the worst situation, Su Yin had never cried out another woman's name. Yet now that slut who could not even watch after her own man, that good-for-nothing slut who had been raped and even impregnated with a bastard. For what reason did he have to cry out her name? After Su Yin was sound asleep, Ning Xi's expression was incredibly cold as she took out an outdated handphone from her secret safe and then walked to the balcony on the top floor. Hello. When the call went through, the man on the other end sounded quite impatient. Ning Xi did not pay attention to the man's tone. Her voice was incredibly sharp as she commanded, I want Ning Xi dead. Just kill her. Now. Immediately. Right away. After a short silence, from the other end of the phone came a sinister snort. Haha, Ms. Ning, please watch your tone. King hell. Do you think my people are your errand company? The man's fierce voice made Ning Xi calm down quite a bit. She slowed down and said, Money is no question as long as that woman completely disappears from this world. I don't want you to kidnap anyone or threaten someone to secretly do it. Mistakes can happen too easily. I can't wait for another moment. I want her to die right now. The man's tone was even more impatient. That woman is a public figure. She has bodyguards by her side too. Do you think it's that easy to just assassinate her directly? Don't tell me that you don't know about this woman's relationship with the Zhuang family. The last time you let me mess with Zhuang Rongguang, I was almost killed by you. Now, you want me to go kill Zhuang Zongren's niece? Haha, do you think I'm an idiot? Ning Xiuelua's face turned black when she heard what the man said. Her heart was filled with spite. Useless thing, you don't even dare to kill a person, yet you called yourself the right-hand man of the gang. I'm busy right now. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. The man then hung up. Ning Xi clenched her teeth as she stared at her phone. Damn it. If she could ignore the risk of hiring someone within the country, she would not have gone through the trouble of using a power she could not control. She had done so much for them, yet they decided not to help her at such a crucial moment. Unfortunately, they had undesirable information in their hands, so she could not do anything against them. She had made them threaten the assistant to swap the fake gun for a real one. In the end, their scheme had failed, and this time they even rejected her outright. That damned slut, how was she so lucky every time? Su Yan seemed rather determined this time. He might have even already discussed it with Su Hongwang and Zheng Minjun. Since it was impossible to eliminate Ning Xi right away, it was inevitable that he would propose a divorce. She understood how important the Su family was to her, history, Starlight, and especially her position at Ning International. Everything was tied to the Su family. How could she allow what she had currently to be taken away by that slut Ning Xi? Slut, you want to fight with me and have Su Yan divorce with me? It would not be that easy. Ning Xilua looked downwards with a darkened expression. She rubbed her tummy. It seemed like that was the only way left. After a few days, the ranking poll of entertainment's light officially started. Aside from the ranking in the entertainment industry, there were several polls that were not limited to just people in the entertainment industry. One of them was Most Desired Man to be Married by Women in the Country. Although most of the nominations were male celebrities, people outside of the entertainment industry could be included in the ranking as well. For example, the person who was always at the top of this list for many years was Tingxiao. No matter how the other rankings changed and how much competition there was, Tingxiao's name never budged from the list at all. Every time the voting started, his vote would shoot up at a monstrous rate, and he would end up very high on the list from the get-go. Ning Xi lay supine on her stomach on the bed and flipped through the rankings. She was impressed when she saw her darling at the very top. These girls were scary. If they knew the man they wanted to marry the most had been taken by her, what would they do? What are you looking at? Tingxiao kept a short distance and sat down on a chair near the bed. Ever since the last time, he could not bear it if she were to be 3 steps within his boundary. Even touching her could give him a reaction, but considering the condition of her body, he had not touched her for the past few days. Ning Xi turned around and sat up, showing him the phone. Look, darling, you're number 1 again. What's this? Tingxiao scanned through it. Don't you know? The most famous poll in the industry. You've been in the top position as the most desired man to marry every year. Ning Xi said with a stressful expression. Damn it, I have so many love rivals. Ning Xi did not expect that soon after she said that, things would turn around. No one had as many love rivals as Tingxiao did. Su Tao was very focused on the entertainment's light poll this time. He had already formulated a plan for Ning Xi to win more votes. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mai was also really giving his all this time. He always thought that it was troublesome and Lei Ming had to beg him time and time again for him to cooperate a little to get more votes. But he was especially proactive this time. Not only did he change his style and agree to organize a fan meeting, he even posted a Weibo status saying that if he got all 3 top spots in the polls, he would give his fans a huge treat. While Jiang Mai was always wild, he never performed any overly sexy scenes. His photos would just show his abs at most. Posting a naked photo of him would be a treat to die for from his fans' point of view. The fans were so excited that Jiang Mai had been slaying the rankings before the voting period even started. Of the 3 rankings Jiang Mai mentioned, apart from the most important, most popular male artiste, there were 2 other minor rankings, National Male Idol and Most Desired Male Artiste to Sleep With. He wanted to give the married ranking a try. Unfortunately, his uncle was always above him, and coupled with his usual image, girls would prefer to sleep with him instead, so he stopped thinking about it. Because the fans only had 2 votes per person, Lei Ming would always prioritize the most important ranking, but after the provocation by Starlight this year, Jiang Mai decided to slay the ranks. Since it was such a rarity that Jiang Mai was motivated this time, Lei Ming was really thrilled. He had been working really happily for the past few days. At the fan meeting, Jiang Mai changed his usual messy blonde hair look. He cut his hair short and went back to his old dark hair, and wore a plain black suit. The cutting of the suit was designed to fit his slim, tapered body. His wild look started to take on a mature vibe. This was the first time he would be appearing ever since the press conference of the world, and his fans were all looking forward to it. The whole venue was heated up when everyone saw the idol with his new look. Ah, my, oh my God. So cool. I've never seen my like this. He's reached another level. Oh my, I've fallen in love all over again. The outcome was better than expected. Not only did the voting for the 3 rankings rise up quickly, even the ranking for married shot up quite a bit as well. Starlight recently had several young artists, but all of them fell behind by a huge margin. Based on the prediction that they could not top Jiang Mai, they focused their resources on one of the categories, but unfortunately, they could not catch up to Jiang Mai. Lei Ming was really excited. We finally grabbed the top spot. Because Jiang Mai had been lazy last year, the ranking was mostly dominated by people from Starlight. While Jiang Mai carried his new mature vibe, his attitude turned back to his usual self the moment he got back into the car. He ruffled his hair and started shaking his leg. I told you so. If I want to, there's nothing I can't do. They really thought he was a nobody if he did not do anything. Let me teach you how to do it. What's the situation on Ning Xi's side? Jiang Mai asked with a serious expression. Lei Ming frowned as he looked at the data. Ning Xi seems to have a little trouble. The male stars had to vie for the most popular male artiste, national male idol, national husband, male artiste with the most potential, and the most desired male artiste to sleep with categories. The main categories for the female stars would be most popular female star, national goddess, and the female artiste with the most potential. The national husband and most desired male artiste to sleep with categories were just for kicks, but since it was rather sensitive for the females, they did not include it and used the national goddess ranking to cover them all. So, besides the most popular female artiste, the national goddess category carried substantial weight. No less than the most popular female artiste won. Lei Ming analyzed. With the current ranking, Ning Xi is in the 4th spot. The top 2 are both people from Starlight. The first is Han Zixuan, while the second is Yin Yuyu, who was under Su Tao before. The third one is someone from Speedy. The national goddess ranking isn't looking good as well. Han Zixuan is leading the top spot with votes thrice as many as the runner-up at the moment. Jiang Mai's expression darkened as he kept quiet. Lei Ming continued. Starlight probably thought that they can't stop you anymore, so they didn't put much effort on your side this time. But they probably didn't expect you to be so tough to leave them with nothing. Lei Ming paused. However, as for Han Zixuan, since so many things have happened just recently, they would surely snap the ranking up because Han Zixuan was humiliated by Ning Xi. If Ning Xi just stole the top spot away the moment she came back, it just means that Han Zixuan's popularity is way below Ning Xi's, who just came back out of retirement. While this ranking might seem not important and be just for show, the influence that stems from the discussion of this ranking can affect a whole lot. Jiang Mai laughed coldly like he expected it. So, Starlight would do anything to help Han Zixuan to keep these 2 rankings. Lei Ming nodded. That's right. And you know Glory World isn't in the best of state. If the whole of Starlight decide to help Han Zixuan to get this, it wouldn't make any difference even if we did anything. The gap is too big. No matter how powerful Ning Xi's comeback this time was, or how successful the press conference went, her spot could not overtake Han Zixuan's. Go and tell Su Tao that I'll pay for Ning Xi's vote. Jiang Mai growled angrily. Lei Ming was trapped between laughter and tears. You don't get it. It's not about the money. The amount of votes we can get in private is very limited. Moreover, you have to ask Ning Xi's opinion, don't you? Jiang Mai took up his phone and called Ning Xi right away. Hey, Ning Xi. Hey, my nephew, looking cool today. Ning Xi teased him over the phone. Obviously, she had seen his fan meeting. Jiang Mai was really angry at first, but the fire within him extinguished when he heard Ning Xi's teasing. He replied cheekily, Of course. If I get serious, I'll be the coolest one around. Wait, no? What the heck did you call me just now? Jiang Mai turned to avoid Lei Ming and lowered his voice to say through clenched teeth, What the heck are you calling me? I'm talking serious business with you right now. Yes, Senior Jiang. May I know what it is you want to advise me about? Ning Xi adapted to him and said sweetly, Jiang Mai immediately started to rattle on nonstop. What else can I advise you about? Do you know how important the polls this time are for your comeback? Do you want to be stomped all over by that cheap counterfeit, Han Zixuan? Why aren't you putting in more effort? Pull up your votes. This time, it's not about quality goods not needing advertising. If you don't announce or promote yourself, nothing will happen. Who will care about you? You need to change your bad habit of only knowing how to immerse yourself in acting. Didn't Su Tao teach you? Make an unreasonable scene, roll about, and act cute. Do one of each. If you really can't. Ning Xi could not help but giggle. If I really can't, should I post nudes like you? Jiang Mai instantly jumped up in horror. Of course not. I'm a man, so it's fine. Later on, I'll just post half a nude and muddle my way through. You can't. In their dreams. I'm saying that if you really can't, just pretend to be gentle and act coquettishly. All men are into that. Uft. I didn't think that you'd be into that too, Senior Jiang. I'm saying most of the men. Most. Jiang Mai shouted defensively. Then he unhappily scoffed. What are you laughing for? This is a very serious, very proper matter. What happened to our agreement of slaying the poles together? I've finally become serious this time. Don't you let me down at such a crucial moment. He wanted to reach the top with her, to slay the poles together. If it was just him alone, then that would be meaningless. Having seen how Jiang Mai was finally serious and energetic to win, Ning Xi was more or less infected too. Even Jiang Mai was taking things seriously, so how could she slack off? She would not back down then. Since she was already back in the game, she obviously would give it her all. Moments later, from the other end of the phone came the girl's voice feigning nonchalance. Don't worry, Senior Jiang. I'm slaying the poles this time. Even though she sounded at ease, it made Jiang Mai's heart intensely pulse for a moment. Indescribably and without reason, he believed her. He believed that she could really do it. However, Jiang Mai still miscalculated. He never would have thought that Ning Xi's so-called pole slaying would mercilessly include slaying him too. In Deer Town, Tingxiao did not quite understand matters of the entertainment industry, especially with all the rankings. However, because of Ning Xi, he still systematically understood it and knew that this poll was very important to Ning Xi. Do you need help? Tingxiao walked over to the girl. When Ning Xi heard him, she turned around and kissed Tingxiao on the chin, then she smiled. No need. Don't use a sledgehammer on a nut. How could she bother her darling to handle people of those level? Tingxiao saw the familiar bright radiance with 3 parts arrogance and 7 parts ease in her eyes. His pupils abruptly shrunk and the temperature of his blood instantly started to rise. Once some things had its gates opened, it would be incredibly hard to continue controlling it. Her one meaningful glance and her subtle expression were enough to break the self-constraint that he took pride in, pulverizing it into nothing. When he realized it, he had already leaned over and kissed the girl's sweet lips that were as soft as a newly bloomed flower petal. When he suddenly kissed her mid-speech, Ning Xi blinked, perplexed, but very soon she accepted this kiss that came without a warning. When you're done being busy, I want to bring you somewhere, said Tingxiao. Oh, did her darling actually want to bring her to play? Ning Xi immediately nodded with anticipation. She had even more motivation to work now. Okay, at Starlight Entertainment. Zheng Anru let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing 2 of Han Zixuan's steady #1 spots. It's just the first day, and your votes are already so high. There's no way it can be surpassed. I told you that we don't even have to worry about that outdated star. She only knows how to play tricks. When it comes to competing in strength, it's game over for her. And the so-called strength was not solely about individual strength, but most importantly, the company backing them, the connections, and the opportunities. How much did Ning Xi have? Han Zixuan looked unenthusiastically at her top spot on the ranking. There were no changes in her reaction as though it was just something within her expectations. Starlight definitely would not let her be toppled by Ning Xi anyway. However, when she saw Jiang Mai's equally high ranking, Han Zixuan looked quite sour. Zheng Anru noticed Han Zixuan's line of sight and knew what she was thinking about. She explained helplessly, Jiang Mai was originally very popular. After the truth was revealed this time and his scandal was clarified, inevitably his popularity would rise too. Plus, this time Jiang Mai must have eaten the wrong medicine or something. In the past years, he would not make any effort, but this time he suddenly went all out. To ensure that you can beat Ning Xi, Starlight has allocated all of its resources for you. So I'm afraid the male artiste rankings can't be saved. Han Zixuan was obviously aware of this logic too, but how could she stand this anger in her? The fact that Jiang Mai did not know how to appreciate her kindness and kept making her look bad, even causing her to be scolded by his fans with no room to refute, obviously led her being upset to see him do well. However, she knew as well that the priority was to keep Ning Xi down. She could not afford to be distracted and handle the other side. Thus, she could only temporarily suppress all of her feelings. The voting campaign was to go on for 1 week. In the next few days, Ning Xi increased her efforts to pull votes. With Su Tao and Liang Feixing's careful planning, Ning Xi's votes rapidly increased. For both the categories, she managed to temporarily snag the second spot. Despite all that, she was still too far away from Han Zixuan, who was on top of the ranks. Clearly, Starlight had pumped all of their resources into Han Zixuan. The number of votes were terrifying. In fact, from the way it seemed, they would not yield in either of the rankings. Because of Han Zixuan's firm presence, not only was it not much use for Ning Xi to climb to second place with too much difficulty, it even seemed mocking. It was already the last day, and there was almost no suspense in the polls. Such a high intensity of polling for votes had almost squeezed the fans' votes dry. So to rely on making a comeback on the last day was almost impossible. Even though Jiang Mai successfully dominated 3 categories, he still looked very down. Bloody hell. If I knew that woman would be so sinister, I would have just let my fans give all their votes to you. These past few days, Han Zixuan's team had been actively moving around to pull strings, using all sorts of tricks. First, she used her status to snatch up all the extravagant jobs, bombastically promoting and pulling votes from all around. Finally, she had even pretended to faint from exhaustion on the set. Then, Zheng Anru took the opportunity to weep about how Han Zixuan was so hard-working and slaved as if her life depended on it, garnering sympathy with a myriad of ways. What are you worried for? It's not even the end yet. Ning Xi shot a side look at Jiang Mai, who kept pacing about until her eyesight was blur. When he saw the way the main person involved, Ning Xi, was not worried. A certain observer was nearly furious. There's just one final day left. How can I not be worried? There's still tomorrow night's Night of Starlight, said Ning Xi with a hint in her eyes. Jiang Mai pouted and grumbled. What use would that have? Besides, if you wait till then, it'll be too late. The Night of Starlight was also the awards ceremony of Entertainment's Light. Not only would it be streamed on the internet, it would also be aired live on several major broadcast channels. The ceremony would start at 8 p.m. sharp. After 4 hours, they would announce the total votes of the poll at the end of the show and hand out the awards. This meant that if they waited until the Night of Starlight, there would only be 4 hours left until the deadline. What could be done in 4 hours? It was no wonder that Jiang Mai was worried. Alas, they could not really do anything else except for a last sprint. The performance they had decided on beforehand was the classic opera show, The Phantom of the Opera. The story was about a chain of weird incidents happening in an opera house in Paris. The former lead female character of a popular opera show was almost crushed to death. There was also the constant horrifying laugh of a man echoing through the opera house, which originated from the ghost in the underground maze of the opera house. The Phantom, in the title of the musical, referred to this ghost. The Phantom fell in love with the female actress, Christine, and he taught her to sing in secret. In turn, he helped her to land the role of the female lead. Yet Christine fell in love with the handsome and rich manager of the opera house, Raoul. Out of jealousy, the Phantom started a huge massacre and capture of victims. The ending of the story was Christine reminding the Phantom of his goodness and kindness with a kiss. The Phantom realized that his love for Christine was becoming toxic, so he then let Christine and Raoul go together. Leaving his cape and mask behind, he vanished alone into the underground maze. It was a beautiful and mysterious opera show which had been adapted into many other forms of medium because it truly was an excellent classic. Their arrangement this time was to have Ning Xi play Christine and Jiang Mai as the handsome and rich Raoul. Because the Phantom was a difficult role and no one else from Glory World could handle it, they hired a professional opera performer to help them. Jiang Mai's headache became worse when he thought about this. Not only were opera shows highly challenging, it would also require both acting and singing. Even the veterans in the industry might not be able to put up a show worth applauding. Most importantly, just how many people would be interested in the opera in this era? Nobody would care even if they did well. They might as well follow the trend and do a dance or sing a popular song. However, Ning Xi insisted on it, so he could only go along. Fortunately, he had been in a band before he started his acting career. Therefore, while it had been a long time since he last sang, it was enough to put on a show after some practice. As for the all-round maniac Ning Xi, he had nothing much to say about her. In Han Zixuan's studio at Starlight Entertainment, the room was filled with extravagant outfits and accessories, dazzling one's eyes. Up to this point, Han Zixuan's votes had reached a point where surpassing it seemed impossible, so they were not worried at all. However, they could not afford to be careless at the night of Starlight the next day. Ning Xi had been the renowned queen of the red carpet back then. No way. Han Zixuan looked at the expensive clothing in disdain. The stylist seemed troubled. These are already the best. Zixuan, take a look at this. It's a centennial anniversary design. They never lend it out to anyone. I put in a lot of effort too. Han Zixuan's expression darkened. Are you questioning my sense of fashion? Of course not. I got it. I'll go look for more. The stylist had been worked to the bone just for that one outfit, but she could only suppress her anger now. Chapter 1911. Only for you. The stylist packed the dresses up and grumbled to herself. Han Zixuan was way too picky. Just what did she want to wear? The emperor's robe? Ning Xi impressed everyone with just a plain white qipao. The people make the clothes. If the person was simply no good, being picky about the outfit was a futile effort. Of course, she would never say something so rude, so she just went out quietly and continued looking. Shortly after the stylist left, Zheng Anru entered. Zheng Anru instantly understood what had happened when she saw the dresses strewn all around the room and Han Zixuan's expression. She went over and spoke in a light-hearted tone. You're still troubled over the dresses. Just what can they get? You? Don't worry. CEO Ning has already arranged for someone to get you something from overseas. It'll arrive before tomorrow night. Han Zixuan's expression softened when she heard her manager. If CEO Ning was helping her, then there would be no issue at all. Suddenly, Han Zixuan looked up at Zheng Anru and asked, Did you find out anything about Ning Xi's show? Zheng Anru laughed. I found out that they've been practicing. It's just some old opera show. Just what are they thinking? Opera. Han Zixuan let out a snort. She thought she's being unique and is just trying to act cool. Doesn't she know what era we're in now? Just who'd still be interested in that kind of stuff? It'll be funny if the audience falls asleep. Zheng Anru brutally mocked. She then said with excitement, Your dance, on the other hand, will surely surprise everyone. Soon, the day came. In Su Tao's office, a young female artiste sat on the sofa with her fingers crossed. She seemed in distress. Bro Tao, I can't. It's such a heavy responsibility. If I mess it up. Su Tao tried to convince her. Qin Shuang, you've been in the industry for so many years. I know you've been very hardworking. You just needed a chance, and now the chance is here. Wouldn't you be a fool for pushing this opportunity away? Qin Shuang still looked worried. Did bro she suddenly change to another show? So I'm replacing her as the female lead? It's not that I don't want to help. I'm really worried that I'm not good enough. I might cause trouble to the company. She's just a little artiste who did not have the right to attend this important event and play such a key role. Ning Xi did not change the show. She's just playing a different character. Su Tao did not explain further and continued to convince her. What are you afraid of? If you can't believe in yourself, why don't you believe in me and Ning Xi? You're from a performing arts school, and you've been performing in opera shows before. I'm sure you're really familiar with the Phantom of the Opera. The role is meant for you. Ning Xi mentioned to me before that she wanted you to be noticed. Your chance is here and now, you silly girl. Qin Shuang felt even more pressured after hearing Su Tao. I still think that I can't. Su Tao tried everything to convince her, and she still would not agree. He was close to giving up. This girl was sweet. She had always been a steadfast person, but her steadfast personality was what hindered her, making her too afraid to experience new things. Chapter 1912. Almost bent sideways. At this moment, the fitting room in Su Tao's office opened from the inside. A man wearing a retro European swallow-tailed coat came out. Under the mask, the man's elegant lips started moving. What happened? Qin Shuang doesn't want to do it. Ah. Qin Shuang looked at the man, who suddenly appeared in front of her. She yelled, and her eyes started to turn red. Her lips started trembling, and she could not say anything. The man in front of her wore a full white tie suit, the most expensive male outfit in the medieval European era. Wearing the classic swallow-tailed coat, the white shirt, and the tie, accompanied by a shawl made out of black goat's fur draped over the shoulder, she looked just like a real prince straight out from a fairy tale. Bro Xi. Qin Shuang was one of Ning Xi's most loyal fans, and she instantly recognized that the angelic man in front of her was Ning Xi in disguise. She never expected that Ning Xi would have given up on the female lead role to take up the highly difficult role of the Phantom instead. Qin Shuang looked at Ning Xi in the male outfit, feeling determined. If it was Bro Xi, she would be able to do it. Even her own fears and worries went away the moment she thought about having scenes with Bro Xi. Su Tao was baffled the moment Ning Xi came out of the fitting room. It took some time for him to come back to his senses. He forcefully blinked his eyes, which were glued on Ning Xi until just a moment ago. Damn, even a straight man like me was almost bent sideways by you. Even though he knew how formidable Ning Xi could be in a male outfit, she had appeared as a girl after a year. Not just him, almost everyone had forgotten how Ning Xi had looked like in a male outfit back then. Until he saw her again, that impact blew his mind away. It was easy to judge by looking at Qin Shuang's reaction. Su Tao's mouth twitched and he did not seem very pleased. How lucky is it to be handsome? It's useless no matter what I say, but one word from her and you're in. Qin Shuang blushed and gazed down, but she did not want to avert her eyes away from Ning Xi. Her little eyes stared at Ning Xi as if she was looking at her long-lost lover. Bro Xi, are you playing the character of the Phantom? Qin Shuang asked as she looked at Ning Xi's props and the mask. Ning Xi nodded. Bro Tao and I decided on it a long time ago. We're informing you on the last day because we were worried Starlight might find out about our plan beforehand. Qin Shuang's eyes shone. I see. Ning Xi then used the white mask and covered half of her face. You're the professional one. How do I look? Is it weird? Qin Shuang pressed her palm against her racing heart as she shook her head as hard as possible. Not at all. If I were Christine, I'd surely choose you instead of Raoul. Su Tao's office door swung open from the outside as Qin Shuang finished her sentence. Jiang Mai, who was playing Raoul, coincidentally overheard her and was enraged. Damn, why won't you pick me? Jiang Mai then glanced over at Ning Xi, who was wearing the retro-style clothes with her face half covered. My eyes. Chapter 1913. Turn you gay in 3 seconds. My eyes. Jiang Mai covered his blinded eyes in pain like he did not want to live any longer. Damn it. He actually forgot this bastard's killer move. He knew it. Why? Would she suddenly have thought of doing an opera? It turned out she had long prepared such a huge trap. Han Zixuan could rob Ning Xi of all the resources. She could imitate everything about Ning Xi, but there was one thing that she had never dared to try. He could vaguely remember that last year, there was actually once when Han Zixuan had tried the male outfit on. However, the shock factor was no less than Liang Biqin, who had stolen Ning Xi's "I only like you" back then. She tried to mimic her, but made a fool of herself instead. Because the traces of imitating Ning Xi were too obvious, it had even caused the crowd to ridicule Ning Xi's group of loyal fans back then. Later on, Starlight had spent a huge amount of effort to cover everything up. In fact, they never had the thought of letting Han Zixuan take the route of wiping out male and females ever again. At this moment, even though Jiang Mai's eyes were about to go blind, his gaze still could not help but look across at her. How infuriating. She was really more handsome than him. If he was a woman, he would want to marry her too. God, what was he thinking? Jiang Mai shook the disappointing thoughts in his mind off. Even though he was extremely jealous, he still had a tough tongue. He scoffed and shot a side look over in disdain. It's not that extreme. It's just SOSO, isn't it? When Ning Xi heard him, her brows raised up slightly and her fingers lightly grazed the white mask on her face. She unhurriedly took a step closer towards Jiang Mai and drawled indistinctly, Really? SOSO. Jiang Mai took a step back vigilantly. Exactly like that. Oh. Ning Xi squinted. Then she took a step closer again. Then, do you want to watch me turn you gay in 3 seconds? Oh. Jiang Mai suddenly cried out and fled far away. He buried his head and hid in a corner. Big bro, I'm wrong. Please have mercy. He would not talk nonsense anymore. He did not want to become as pitiful as that Tingxiao. He had been forcefully turned gay and could not get a hard-on with any woman anymore. Even though that guy deserved it, really, it was too tragic. Qin Shuang could not help but laugh out loud watching the both of them interact. Bro Shi and Senior Jiang are really loving. How matching. She almost felt like her role as the female lead was redundant. On the side, Su Tao's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hand excitedly. Enough, enough. Stop messing around. Time is limited. Quickly go and rehearse. In the upcoming hours, the entire rehearsing hall was filled with Jiang Mai's angry shout. Hey, 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 Qin Shuang. I'm the male lead. I'm the male lead, all right? Aren't you giving your tender-hearted gaze to the wrong person? Christine, I am your childhood sweetheart, your love. Are you cheating on me now? Ning Xi, that's enough of you. My female lead is being seduced by you. Can you please follow the script? Where's your professionalism? Bloody hell. Because my charm isn't enough? Would I lack charm? Just you wait and see. Finally, you can't escape responsibility for your actions. Jiang Mai was instantly triggered by Ning Xi as he got into his character intensely. Qin Shuang was about to be charmed by the two handsome ones until her soul left her. She realized that acting with Bro Shi was simply magical. She could always easily bring her into the zone, bringing out her potential. After the chaotic rehearsal ended, they went out for a meal and then started to put on their makeup and style themselves, preparing for the night of starlight that was about to begin. Chapter 1914. I'm just going to drape a sack on me. When they were styling, Jiang Mai started to impatiently walk around Ning Xi again. Ning Xi, have you chosen your gown? What are you going to wear tonight? I've just gotten information that that counterfeit is wearing some vintage gown that's been worn by some princess before and costs hundreds of millions. Just renting it for a day costs $8 million. There's no way our side could compare to that. Although Jiang Mai had spoken at length, Ning Xi only replied him with an "oh." Jiang Mai was about to puke to death. What do you mean by "oh"? You need to at least reply with a sentence. What are you planning to wear? I'm just going to drape a sack on me, said Ning Xi. Jiang Mai was speechless. I was being serious. Stop messing around. I'm so tired. Now he finally understood the misery of managers when facing artistes who were not cooperative. At 8 p.m., the much-anticipated Night of Starlight finally began. Everyone was glued to the live stream websites and in front of their televisions to support their beloved idols. On the red carpet, the stars were looking very bright. All sorts of big shots signed their autographs and made their way in one after another. Liu Xiaoro wore Brand C's centennial anniversary gown, which complemented her grandeur and grace. The host very knowingly complimented. Xiaoro is incredibly beautiful today. Yeah, this gown seems to be Brand C's centennial anniversary design. I haven't seen anyone in the entertainment industry wear it until now. Had it been in the past, to be praised like that would have made Liu Xiaoro happy, yet now she still sulked. It was true that this dress was precious, yet it had only reached her because Han Zixuan did not want it. In fact, it did not fit her image or suit her aura at all. She did not even get to have a choice. Previously, in Glory World, Su Tao would attentively get everything in order for her. He would choose the most suitable outfit for her. To her chagrin, once she reached Starlight, all of the best resources, all of the rankings, and even the gowns would wordlessly be given to Han Zixuan and the other A-listers. On the huge screen to the left of the stage, the live update of the votes was displayed. When she saw her name at the bottom of the list, Liu Xiaoro felt very upset. However, even Yin Yu was pushed down by Han Zixuan. She could only be the number 2 forever, so what more could she say? Right at this moment, Liu Xiaoro did not expect to bump into someone. Senior Qin. Liu Xiaoro was shocked. Xiaoro. Even though she was prepared to bump into her at such an occasion, Qin Shuang still looked a little uneasy. It really is you, huh? I thought I saw wrongly. Liu Xiaoro sized up this woman wearing a dark, low-profile gown as if she was very surprised to see her attending such an occasion. After all, with Qin Shuang's status, she was not qualified enough to be a part of this kind of function. Why? Are you here to join the event too? Liu Xiaoro asked, even though she knew the answer. I just wanted to join in the fun. Qin Shuang did not add further. She had entered the industry a few years before Liu Xiaoro and had even called her senior, yet until now she was still just a C-lister. She really had no face before her. Lu Xiaoro crossed her arms and examined Qin Shuang, shaking her head and sighing. Senior Qin, I didn't want to say this. Even though your popularity is really not all that, but because Sis Yu and I put in a lot of good word of mouth for you. Back then Starlight was ready to just take you along with us too. But you actually didn't appreciate the kindness. Now, what future do you have staying in Glory World? Haha, you wouldn't still be stupidly believing Sue. Tao, would you? Is she still saying that your capabilities can beat the others, that your foundation is strong, and that you're even stronger than Yu and I? That you're just one opportunity away from soaring? Chapter 1915, Dumbfounded. Lu Xiaoro scoffed. You're extremely naive. Once Ning Xi's returned, all of the opportunities will go to her obviously. Would you still have a chance to stand out? As Qin Shuang listened to all of these cutting criticisms, she remained stubbornly silent. Tonight, she had a very important mission. She must not disappoint Bro Shi and Bro Tao. Furthermore, she did not want to cause more trouble. Lu Xiaoro was initially very upset. However, when she saw the circumstances Qin Shuang was in now, and how she did not dare to refute even when she was being ridiculed, only leaving dejectedly, she suddenly felt much better. On the other side, with the sound of excited cheers and shrieks from girls, Jiang Mai made his entrance. Compared to the more casual do at the fan meet the other day, at the moment, Jiang Mai could be said to have delicately prepared himself from head to toe. From his customized tuxedo to the watch on his wrist, to even the buttons that were from the hands of masters of the craft, his entire outfit should cost at least tens of millions. Jiang Mai was already a handsome bloke, but with this whole outfit to complement him, he charmed those young ladies until they wailed loudly. None of the other male artistes or pretty boys there could steal his show. With Jiang Mai's stunning entrance, the votes on the huge screen to the left followed suit to climb up too. Even though he had achieved the effect he expected, Jiang Mai was still frowning to himself. Earlier, he had been speaking to Ning Xi halfway when he got kicked out, so he did not know what she was wearing today. Pathetic. Why did he realize that he was becoming more and more like a mother? As he was being painstakingly worried, suddenly, a flash of coldness appeared in Jiang Mai's eyes. Han Zixuan had arrived. Starlight Entertainment had really gone all out this time. Apart from that vintage gown on Han Zixuan, the pearls around her wrist were already tens of millions. Even that seemingly unremarkable pair of earrings she wore were valued in the millions. Even if an idiot wore this whole look, they would look great too. Spending so much money would naturally show the effects off. Han Zixuan's entrance instantly induced gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The host came in with hyped-up compliments, detailing all the origins of the items on Han Zixuan and causing all the other female artistes present to be even more envious. No wonder Han Zixuan changed companies to Starlight. She's being rich and overbearing. Exactly, just for a night of Starlight. They actually threw in so much money. But that's no wonder too. Ning Xi has returned and even slapped Han Zixuan on the face quite a few times. If she loses again this time, where's she going to put her face? Obviously, Starlight won't allow such things to happen. Why isn't Ning Xi here yet? I wonder what she's wearing today. Even though Glory World's capabilities can't compare to Starlight, this is Glory World's only chance of making a comeback. They'd probably go all out too. However, it's impossible for them to compare to Starlight's huge budget. I think they're definitely going to be pushed down. After Han Zixuan finished her entrance on the red carpet, everyone curiously waited to see how Ning Xi was going to make her breathtaking entrance for the night. Of course, that included Han Zixuan. This entire look had given her a sufficient boost of confidence. Finally, with all eyes on her, Ning Xi made her appearance. Next up to make her entrance is our Golden Film Award-winning actress, Ning Xi, who left us for a year. Jiang Mai craned his neck to look with anticipation, but in the next second, he was dumbfounded. He had thought that Ning Xi was intentionally messing with him, joking even, yet he would never have thought. This girl had really just draped a sack to attend the event. Even though the design and cutting on her were very beautiful and flowy, was it not just a normal sackcloth skirt? Chapter 1916, Two Killer. Han Zixuan sat near the stage, her face instantly turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. She felt like she had racked her brains and used all sorts of methods to prepare for war with an enemy, holding a huge knife and bold axe with explosives tied all over her body, while the opponent had advanced without any hurry, unarmed and defenseless, dressed in a sack, as if she was a nobody that was not worth mentioning. The magnificent outfit that had initially filled her up with confidence currently felt like it had been bound to her body by a rope, filling her with shame. After the crowd was startled, then came the rise and fall of sneers. Killer move. Han Zixuan dressed to the nines while Ning Xi just came over draped in a sack. She didn't pay any attention to her dressing. They're not even on the same level. Han Zixuan was so angry that she started to tremble. The last time Ning Xi had stolen her limelight with a white qipao, she had never been this mad. As Zheng Anru watched the way Han Zixuan was about to lose control, then she quickly went over to console her. Zixuan, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Don't bother with that witch who only knows how to pull tricks, even though she humiliated us. But with her terrible looks, she won't even be able to pull the fans' votes. Our ultimate goal for tonight is still the poll. Later on, when you snag all of the top spots, we'll viciously slap her in the face. I want all of the rankings. Of course. After they settled into their seats, Jiang Mai shot Ning Xi a look with an indescribable expression. Who gave you this idea? Why? Ning Xi raised her brows. It's too savage. Jiang Mai said it as it was. At this moment, a head suddenly popped in from behind. Su Tao said unhappily, Hey, how can you say that? Don't you think it's super awesome? We made Han Zixuan furious, and we can save money too. Jiang Mai's mouth twitched. Your main point is that it saves money, isn't it? Su Tao said earnestly, You can't say that. Everything I do is for the company. Jiang Mai was speechless. Su Tao was sharp. But isn't this a little too lacking in taste? Whatever it is, you should at least respect the organizer. Shouldn't you? Jiang Mai grumbled. Ning Xi leaned her head on her hand as she said nonchalantly, What are you worried for? There's still the award ceremony, later on. I'll change then. Jiang Mai was speechless, with that tone that said, I still have time to be cool after I win. Did she have to be so arrogant? At this moment, the camera suddenly focused on them. Ning Xi instantly revealed a smile and greeted the fans behind the camera. A smile could overturn a state. That was how it was done. On the huge screen, Ning Xi's votes were swiftly increasing. Han Zixuan's votes were twice the number of Ning Xi's, and could not be surpassed by Ning Xi's bit of increment. However, the votes in Starlight's hands had already all been thrown out, so they had basically reached their peak. Jiang Mai subconsciously looked to the side. Ning Xi's soft and cozy outfit was close to a stay-at-home look, and with her gentle hair that casually draped over her shoulders, plus that spring breeze-like smile on her face, it was actually even more breathtaking than her usual stunning and glittery look. There was a kind of harmless energy that warmed one's heart, making one feel that the person before them was light all over, engulfed by love, to the extent that anyone who looked at her would be infected by such a beautiful feeling. Your outfit? Was it designed by your imperial designer again? Jiang Mai could not help but ask. That guy was too amazing. How could he always tap into this girl's extraordinary aura and moving elements? Ning Xi looked proud as she nodded. Yep, it's a new design. So quickly? A new one again? Weren't new designs just recently released? Jiang Mai was shocked. Chapter 1917, long-awaited stage play. Darkness filled Ning Xi's eyes. When the Back to the Origins became popular, history had quickly plagiarized it and made a similar series. They even made claims that David had spent half a year on this design series. They even had the audacity to accuse Spirit of plagiarism. While some rational consumers looked at the sequence of releases online and knew what was happening, it was just a very small portion of them. Fortunately, she continued to believe that one line. Every scheme and trick was useless before true power. Recently, her designer worked as if he was possessed by the god of design. Inspiration was flowing out. After the Back to the Origins series, he had another series out already, which was what she wore right now, named as Love. They could try and plagiarize again. They could play their tricks once again, but would everyone be as stupid as they thought? Ning Xi did not answer, but Jiang Mai understood that that designer could not have created anything when Ning Xi was not around. His inspiration came back the moment Ning Xi returned. It was apparent that he took Ning Xi as his muse goddess, his source of inspiration. What's the order of our performance again? Jiang Mai asked Su Tao behind him. Pretty upfront. We're number 4, so you guys can go the backstage to prepare in a bit, replied Su Tao. Heck, Why are we so up front? Shouldn't we go the last? Jiang Mai sounded unhappy. Usually, in shows like these, the later you performed indicated a higher status. Su Tao rolled his eyes. Did you forget that we're here to get more votes? We need more time. Plus, being up front is advantageous to us. Han Zixuan's side was not worried about the votes, so of course, she was prepared to go last. After the host's opening speech, the guest performances started. The performances in such events were the usual song and dance. As expected, the first three were just singing and dancing. The professional singer and the other two actors were not that excellent, but the audience and fans did not really judge harshly, because these two were actors as long as it was not too bad. The audiences were a little numb after the first three performances ended. The host then announced the fourth performance. Next up, we have Jiang Mai and Ning Xi presenting us the classic opera show, The Phantom of the Opera. It's the representative work of the opera expert Andrew Lloyd Webber, the outstanding use of music, romantic story, and wonderful dances that made itself a legend within the world of opera performances. What kind of performance will the most shipped couple bring to us today? Jiang Mai, Ning Xi. They are finally on the same stage again. I'm so happy. The audiences started yelling Jiang Mai and Ning Xi's names. Even the fans on streaming sites were spamming wildly as well. While most of them were not a fan of opera shows, quite a number of them went up and researched upon it. I looked up. Mai was just made for the role of Raoul. Cool, handsome, and loving. There seems to be a disfigured stalking ghost in it. He keeps on disturbing Christine and tried to take her away from Raoul. But why an opera show? Doesn't seem interesting. The last time my colleague took me to one, I almost fell asleep. Chapter 1918. The female lead has changed? A while later, the host left the stage. With the start of a sound effect, the whole stage turned dark. The audience quieted down and waited for Ning Xi's appearance. Think of me fondly. When we've said goodbye, remember me once in a while. Spare a thought for me. With the sound of a passionate voice, the stage gradually lit up. The audience looked over and everyone was stunned. There was a girl singing as Christine, wearing a large medieval European dress, and that girl was not Ning Xi. Is there a problem with my eyes? Why isn't Ning Xi the female lead? What's happening? Who's that? She seems familiar. I don't remember her name. Is there a mistake? Shouldn't it be Ning Xi and Jiang Mai? The audiences whispered to each other in shock. Then there was a man singing. Can it be? Can it be Christine? Long ago, it seems so long ago. How young and innocent we were. She may not remember me, but I remember her. Jiang Mai appeared. Because of Christine's sweet voice, Raoul overheard it and suddenly remembered the girl in front of him who was his childhood friend. At the moment, Qin Shuang noticed the odd expressions of the audience. She overcame her uneasiness and continued singing with Jiang Mai. Thinking back about the days. Thinking back about the times. Think about the things we've never done. There will never be a day when I don't think of you. Qin Shuang's extravagant dress was fitting to her little, palm-sized face, and her singing was enchanting. While the audience was filled with doubts, they continued watching. The pair of lovers recognized each other and held each other's hands, expressing their feelings. Raoul, played by Jiang Mai, could not hide his feelings and asked Christine out on a date, to which Christine agreed instantly. The scene on stage delivered a sweet and warm vibe. As Christine went back to her room to change, a hollow and melancholic tune played in the background. Nighttime sharpens, heightens each sensation. Darkness wakes and stirs imagination. For I composed the music of the night. This deep voice singing had a huge impact. Not only did it attract the attention of Christine on stage, it made the uneasy fans settle down and hold their breath. Why was this voice so familiar? Everyone craned their necks to look on stage. Han Zixuan frowned as Zheng Anru ranted. These people are playing so many tricks. What are they going to do again? Getting a small-time actress Qin Shuang as the female lead? Are their heads all right? Han Zixuan did not say anything as she felt like she had overlooked something, but she could not put a finger on it. Slowly, gently, night unfurls its splendor. Grasp it, sense it, tremulous and tender. Christine was taken away by the singing and forgot about her promise with Raoul as she went towards the direction of the voice and opened the secret door. She walked down towards the underground secret room. At the moment, all the audience and fans were attracted by the storyline. They stared at Qin Shuang. waiting to see what Christine would find in the end. Chapter 1919, Racing Heart. Open up your mind. In this darkness that you know you cannot fight, the darkness of the music of the night, close your eyes. Start a journey through a strange new world. Finally, Christine opened a door that she came to, and she found herself in a mysterious kingdom of darkness. At the same time, the curiosity of the audience reached its peak. Yet, Christine suddenly fainted amidst the beautiful song. As the hearts of audience almost fell with Christine, a dark shadow flashed by and she slumped into someone's arms. Wearing an English swallow-tailed coat with a furry shawl and a white mask, the half-revealed face was extremely beautiful. It was such a dignified figure, yet there lay a faint scent of evil. He stared into the face of the girl who had fainted, his eyes filled with jealousy and the desire to own her, strong enough to burn everything down. The whole venue was quiet, as if time had stopped. Han Zixuan finally realized what she had forgotten, and her face turned pale instantly. It was too late. It was all too late. After the short silence, screams burst out from the audience. Ah, Broshi, am I dreaming? No one expected it. Even the fans who were familiar with the story of The Phantom of the Opera did not see it coming. Ning Xi had not played the role of the female lead. Instead, she had taken up the role of the Phantom. It was the Broshi they had not seen in so long. Their excitement was no less than when they had seen Ning Xi again at the press conference of the world. On the huge screen to the left, Ning Xi's votes rose up sharply and Jiang Mai's eyes almost cramped looking at it. Damn it, that's too much. She just changed an outfit, didn't she? And she only revealed half her face. What's so amazing about that? Look at me. I am all gold and shiny. I am much cooler, aren't I? Jiang Mai, who was looking for the missing female lead, was treated as an invisible man. Not only was his woman taken away, his fans also ignored him. Ning Xi was not affected at all as she fully immersed herself into the story. The Phantom gently put Christine on the bed and ran his long fingers along her cheek. Give up your worldly desires. Close your eyes. Let the music free you off your shackles. Until then, you'll become mine. Leave all thoughts of the world you knew before. Close your eyes and let the music set you free. Only then, can you belong to me. When Ning Xi sang the words, belong to me, the shrieks in the audience almost went through the roof. The next moment, Ning Xi took the girl's hand and put it on her chest. She gazed down and closed into the girl's lips. Floating, falling, sweet intoxication. Touch me, trust me, savor each sensation. Ah. As the roof was about to be blown off by the screams, all the hearts of the girls present were beating fast, and they blushed as if they were the girl who had fainted on the bed and was almost going to be kissed. Even the men could not avoid it. All of them were starting to blush, and they were not substituting themselves for the role of the Phantom. Instead, they felt as if they were the female lead. The boys had to keep reminding themselves that they were straight, reminding themselves of their goddess to keep themselves straight. In the end, they realized that their goddess were not as attractive as him. The worst part was when they realized their goddess was Ning Xi herself. Oh no, they were turning gay. Chapter 1920, Bewitched. Grandeur yet demonic, mad yet restrained. Her damaged appearance was still so beautiful that it shook one to the core. Ning Xi fused such a juxtaposition that was poles apart perfectly. She had given a whole new life to the ghost. The ghost silently watched the girl on the bed as the incredibly bewitching singing began. Let the dream begin, let your darker side give in. To the power of the music that I write, the power of the music of the night. With the charming voice akin to a siren's grotto, whether it was the fans present or the audience in front of the television and those who were watching the online live stream, regardless of whether it was man or woman. In this instant, everyone bowed before this person on stage. Ning Xi's singing was not bad. It was a combination of the traditional way of singing with the mainstream approach. However, there was definitely still a gap compared to professional singers, but the feelings within her voice were something that professional singers could not compare to. She had melded her acting skills completely into the music. After some polishing, that low and hoarse voice that was a fine line between a man and woman, coupled with that demonic half-revealed face, which overlooked gender, was enough to make one go crazy. Just as the audience was becoming obsessed with her, the lights on stage suddenly dimmed. When the lights came on again, The phantom had already vanished. Christine lay in her room again as if all of it was just a dream. Initially, the musical did not receive much attention and was poorly accepted by the audience. However, at this moment, it had completely enraptured everyone. They were fully concentrated as they waited for the next performance. All four heads of the television channels received information almost at the same time that the viewer ratings were rapidly increasing, with the hope of breaking Night of Starlight's record in 10 years. Not to mention those online live stream websites. The popularity of the Night of Starlight live stream steadily increased until it reached first place. Next, Christine and the Phantom experienced a number of days together as student, teacher, and friends. The Phantom taught Christine to sing in secret. In fact, he had gotten rid of all barriers for Christine. He did not spare harming people to push her all the way to the position of the female lead. Unfortunately for the Phantom, all of this was only exchanged with Christine's fear. While she and Raoul were becoming more and more inseparable after the incident on the stage happened, Christine and Raoul escaped to the rooftop amidst everyone's panic. Over there, she told Raoul about her encounter, and he expressed his affection for her that he had buried for a long time to Christine. The two of them sang a duet called All I Ask of You to express their feelings for each other. The ghost took all of this in, feeling pained by Raoul's feelings towards Christine and baffled by Christine's betrayal. He decided to curse them. Finally, he could not hold back any longer. He cursed them in anger. In fact, during the Faust performance curtain call, the huge chandelier fell on Christine to torrent his anger and warning. When the plot line reached this part, they entered the second scene of the storyline. Half a year passed, and the phantom that had caused everyone anxiety never appeared again. The chandelier was fixed and the theater organized a masquerade ball to celebrate this new start. Christine and Raoul, who had already secretly gotten engaged, were also dancing hand in hand among the crowd. When the joyous occasion reached a high, a customer suddenly appeared wearing a red Grim Reaper mask, shocking with this bizarre and frightening look. The mystery customer was the phantom who had been lying low. Under the phantom's meticulous arrangements, he disguised as someone else and managed to get the opportunity to share a stage with Christine. Chapter 1921, Our Bodies Entwined. When Ning Xi appeared before the audience once again, in her red attire that was so charming that it was almost demonic, the live stream websites were almost filled with the comments of licking my screen until it almost caused a massive lag, especially when the phantom sang the next song called Point of No Return. Dropped all defenses. Completely succumb to me. Past the point of no return. Abandon thoughts, and let the dream descend. What raging fire shall flood the soul? What sweet seduction lies before us? At the sound of the phantom's bewitching singing, the fans offstage went crazy first. Succumb, succumb. Broshi, I'm yours. My being, my heart, my soul, all of me is yours. I have come here, hardly knowing the reason why. In my mind, I've already imagined. Our bodies entwining. I've decided. Past the point of no return. Oh my lord. Bodies entwining and all. Please come my way. Our passion play has now at last begun. Past all thought of right or wrong. One final question. How long should we two wait before we're one? When will the blood begin to race? When will the flames, at last, consume us? Now. Broshi, please consume me. I'm lying down now. The live stream was instantly flooded with such comments. Say you'll share with me. One love, one lifetime. Let me, save me from my solitude. Anywhere you go, let me go too. By the time the song ended, almost everyone was infected by the phantom's passionately hopeless love for the female lead. Even if he was paranoid, even if he had done it by hook or by crook, it still made one's heart ache for him in a way they could not control. To him, the female lead was his everything, his only redemption. In reality, Christine loved Raoul and the phantom too. Between the angel and the devil, she lost herself and had wavered. She knew that the phantom was dangerous as he belonged to the darkness, yet she still could not help but get closer to him. On the Don Juan stage, they moved closer to each other and finally hugged tightly. This song was foreshadowing these two people who should not love each other, but did so in the end as they were unable to avoid falling into the fire pits of love. At last, when the phantom sang that song that Raoul had pledged his love to her with, All I Ask of You, his singing awakened Christine and she recognized him. When the female lead took the Phantom's mask off then and there and saw through his identity, everyone did not let out a sigh of relief. The scene gripped their hearts instead. On stage, the Phantom avoided the female lead's eyes with a sorry look. The other half of his face revealed a cruel mark of ugliness. Just like that, it was completely exposed right before the woman he loved the most. All of the audience and fans felt extreme anguish in their hearts. Because almost everyone's attention was on stage at this point, no one noticed Ning Xi's votes in both categories were already catching up with Han Zixuan's. Even though everyone's votes had been squeezed dry earlier on, there was still a huge group of people who liked to vote at the very last moment. Plus, under the strong stimulations of wanting to reach to the top, everyone had personally pulled votes from their parents, friends, colleagues, and even strangers. The force of the masses could never be underestimated as long as you had the capabilities. Finally, the Phantom had completely lost all rationale, and he whisked Christine away to his underground lair. Why? Why was the world so unfair to me? Just because I have a scary face, even my mother was not willing to look me in the face. The Phantom trembled in extreme distress. Chapter 1922, Kissing Scene. Christine whimpered emotionally. No, it's not that the world is unfair to you. It's not the world's fault. It's you who imprisoned your inspiration. You didn't spare people's lives to achieve your goals. You stole other people's love. I'm thankful for your help, but my feelings for you. All that's left now is only hatred. When he heard the woman he loved declare her hatred for him, Ning Xi's aggressive, indignant, and resentful expression turned blank in an instant. She stood there all alone as if everything had lost its meaning. All the audience subconsciously straightened their backs and their hearts tightened as they looked incredibly tensed. Right at this moment, Raoul appeared. Jiang Mai was quite professional as he shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, please. Let go of Christine. I'm willing to do anything for you." When he saw this man who had stolen his precious woman, the Phantom lost control once again and used a special noose to lasso Raoul's neck. Don't!" Christine cried out in alarm. The Phantom looked at Christine, who was anxiously crying out loud, and forced her to make a decision. "Now, I'll give you two choices. Use Raoul's life to exchange for your freedom. He dies, but I'll let you go. Or two, put the wedding dress on and be my bride in exchange for Raoul's life." Raoul loved Christine dearly, so when he heard the Phantom, he said without hesitation, "Christine, don't promise him. Don't marry this devil. If you say you love him just to save me, then my life would end too." At this moment, almost all the audience offstage and the fans on the live stream thought to themselves, "Damn, what's she waiting for? Of course, she should marry the Phantom. Marry him. Marry him. Female lead. If you won't marry him, then let him come my way." As Jiang Mai heard the audience's urges, he almost puked blood. Do girls nowadays prefer the crazies and the perverts? Bloody hell, are you just going to watch me die? Where is your humanity? Finally, how was this hopeless situation going to be resolved? This outdated musical had completely been vested in everyone's interest by this point. On the other hand, a small group in the audience who knew what the upcoming storyline progress was even more excited. Because they knew that there would be a kissing scene coming up. It was the real deal, ha ha ha. Facing the choices that the Phantom offered, Christine fell into a painful struggle. At last, she still could not have her lover, Raoul, sacrifice for her. Her indecisive and helpless gaze suddenly became certain as she finally mustered her courage and looked up towards the Phantom. She was about to tell the Phantom that the force of love was strong and that the Lord would, in the end, save his mad soul. In the next second, Christine took a deep breath and walked a few steps up to him without warning before giving the Phantom a long kiss. Even though it was just an illusion of position, Qin Shuang's heart was thumping so hard that it was about to explode. She used up all of her professionalism to not forget herself then and there. The instant Ning Xi was kissed, everyone present was about to go crazy. The atmosphere had reached an unprecedented peak, while the viewer ratings and the popularity of the live stream channels broke all of its previous records in history. With just a short performance, Ning Xi's votes on-screen had caught up with Han Zixuan's. Unexpectedly kissed by the girl he loved by her own initiative, the Phantom's wild and unruly expression suddenly turned blank. His initially sinister and scary expression was unexpectedly extremely adorable at this point. Chapter 1923, Grand Success. It was a meaningful kiss, a kiss of salvation, as if the light from the Creator of all things shone upon the Phantom's closed-up soul. Finally, the Phantom was convinced by Christine's determined love. At the last moment, thanks to the kiss, he finally understood that true love was not about imprisonment or taking. The Phantom backed off and turned around to avoid the girl's gaze. At the same time, he let go of the noose around Raoul's neck. After a while, he raised up his hands and waved to Christine and Raoul, signaling them to leave. Christine and Raoul rushed towards each other in disbelief. In the end, Christine ran towards the Phantom, taking the ring he gave her off and returning it to him. The Phantom looked down at his palm and slowly closed it. The ring was wrapped inside. Then step by step, slowly, he walked towards the throne on the stage alone. He looked at the lovers leaving as he wailed on his own. "I'm so empty without you. What happened? You left me. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to continue, but it's so difficult. Is it my fault or this is just a game? I can't believe that you'd leave me. I can't stand it even if it's just for a day. I can't forget about you. This pain is crumbling me because we're finished. I just want you to come back. I need you to come back. But I let you go. Now everything has ended." The music faded away and darkness returned to the stage once again. There was a huge rock in everyone's heart, making it hard to breathe. In the last scene, after many years, Christine passed away. When Raoul visited her grave, he noticed a black rose with a piece of black lace tied to it on the grave. The end. Until the end of the performance, the audience was still immersed in the storyline and was not able to react. After some time, a thundering round of applause was heard. The applause lasted for some time. The host came back on stage after finding the right timing. "That was unexpected. Ning Xi and Jiang Mai brought us such a big surprise. The lovely singing of the female lead, Qin Shuang, surely gave us a huge impact. What a visual feast for everyone. Now, let's have our three leads up on stage." With the host's voice of excitement, Qin Shuang and Jiang Mai went on stage one after another, still wearing their stage outfits. In the opera, each and every outfit worn by Qin Shuang were extremely beautiful and significantly raised points on her tiny face. A bonus point was that during her performance with the two famous artistes Ning Xi and Jiang Mai, she seemed unfazed and put up an extraordinary show. This instantly created a strong impression of her on everyone. Many people were already searching about her on the internet. As for Jiang Mai's role today, if the Phantom was known to be the devil, Raoul would be the angel. He was a royal, yet he fell in love with his childhood friend, who was an orphan that grew up in the opera house. He loved her and went up to the rooftop to confess to her. He even went down into the grave to awaken her, ignoring his own safety to save her from the prison. Lastly, at the door of life and death, he told her to not sacrifice her life for him. The Phantom was crazy for Christine, but Raoul was willing to sacrifice his own life for Christine's happiness. Chapter 1924, Bro Shi, Long Time No See. The two male leads in the show were superb. It was a difficult choice indeed. Jiang Mai's character attracted him a large group of new fans. Ning Xi was really outstanding. Just by revealing half of her face, everyone went crazy. It was a triple win. It took a long time to put makeup on half of Ning Xi's disfigured face. Even the removal process was a little troublesome as well. She came out slowly after Qin Shuang and Jiang Mai went up on stage. She was still wearing that elegant stage outfit, but she had removed the shawl and mask. After the special effects makeup was cleaned up, a breathtaking face once again appeared right before the audience again. Bro Shi, Bro Shi, Bro Shi. Bro Shi, I want to have your baby." Seeing how passionate her fans were, Ning Xi took the mic from the host and said gently, "Thank you, everyone. Long time no see." For simple words were enough to ignite the passion within everyone. "Bro Shi, long time no see. Long time no see. We missed you, Bro Shi. I love you, dear. I've been keeping myself pure for you all these years." After Dream Chaser ended, it had indeed been a long time since Ning Xi appeared before. Everyone in a male outfit. Every time she changed into a male outfit, it felt like she had a split personality. She would transform into another person, and the vibe she exuded was fresh and new every time. No wonder the fans were so excited. As Ning Xi said the words, "Long time no see" on stage, the poll on the left screen started to display some drastic changes. Ning Xi's ranking had overtaken Han Zixuan's spot and was still on the rise. Han Zixuan and Zheng Anru had been keeping check of the rankings. Their expressions changed when they saw that their rankings had been surpassed by Ning Xi. What's wrong with you guys? She overtook us even when we had that many votes. Didn't Lu Wenliang prepare any contingency plan? Han Zixuan freaked out a little no matter how hard she tried to be calm, especially when she saw the numbers on the big screen. Zheng Anru started to get nervous. We started strong at the beginning, so we don't really have that many votes in hand now. It's too late to gather votes right now. Damn it. That Su Tao bastard was treacherous. What a trick. This is the female star ranking. What does Ning Xi think she's doing? That's breaking the rules. I'm going to file a complaint. Han Zixuan's expression turned cold. Don't you think the organizers knew about it? It was obvious that the organizers knew what Ning Xi was going to do, but they had not stopped her. They just wanted popularity, so they would not care what the artistes did. They had been too careless. It was unexpected that Ning Xi's bunch would pull such a trick at the very last minute. No wonder Ning Xi's performance was scheduled this early. They were waiting for us here. Our performance is last. I'm afraid it'll be too late by then. Why don't we take an earlier slot so that we have got more time to gain some votes? Zixuan, you've been painted in the image of a cold goddess. Your breakthrough this time with a sexy dance will surely get the men going crazy. Ning Xi had the girls. Let's get the guys. Han Zixuan gave it some thought. While she was irritated, there was nothing else that could be done. All right, we'll go with your suggestion. Zheng Anru thought her plan was going to work. She had no idea that while Ning Xi was having all the girls in her hands, the big guys were suffering as well. Chapter 1925, Undo Buttons. Each performance had a time limit. Every guest was limited to about 10 to 15 minutes. But because Ning Xi combined her performance with Jiang Mai, they were able to get half an hour of stage time. They simplified the show to make it easier to understand. So in addition to the perfect synergy among the trio, this long half-an-hour show was pure enjoyment for the audience. Until the end, people still did not have enough of it. As the three of them descended from the stage, everyone's eyes did not leave them for even a fraction of a second, especially Ning Xi. Thank you to the three of them for bringing to us such an amazing performance. To you guys in front of the TV and the live stream sites, don't go away. More performances await, but I'm not telling you just yet who's next. I wonder if anyone can guess who'll be next up on stage. While the host was trying to create a mysterious vibe, the suspense was not as great as the attention on Ning Xi even when she was currently seated in the guest area. The live audience watched Ning Xi as she walked off the stage and sat in the guest area. She was busy talking to Qin Shuang and Jiang Mai beside her. She was not really doing anything, yet all her graceful movements made it hard for people to take their eyes off of her. The live audience and fans watching the streaming sites screamed in excitement when the camera caught a glimpse of Ning Xi, especially on the streaming sites. The chats were all about her. Mr. Cameraman, broshi please. Mr. Cameraman, I want to see my husband. Please, Mr. Cameraman. At the same time, the lights on the stage went off except for one spotlight right in the middle. After a moment, upbeat music echoed through the whole venue and everyone's ears as dancers gradually came out and were dancing their feet off. The vibe created just a moment ago wore off. Off stage, Ning Xi sat there quietly, feeling sweat trickle down her collarbone area because of the performance just now. What should we do? There were too many requests to ignore, so the cameramen were troubled as they looked at the reaction of the audience. The leader made a decision swiftly. Give Ning Xi more features. But it's Han Zixuan's show next. Do I really have to teach you how to do it? Don't make it too obvious. Look for loopholes. Don't you know how to find a right angle? The leader of the cameraman said exasperatedly. The cameraman understood when they heard the orders from their walkie-talkies. After a short dance, there was a solid thump as a square hole appeared on the stage and someone leaped out of it. It was Han Zixuan. She was clad in a tight, black bodysuit, highlighting her slim waist and her pair of long legs, with her long, black waves of hair. It was a new look from the cool goddess. How sexy and enticing. Her new look and sexy dance attracted the attention of the crowd, and the rate of Han Zixuan's votes sped up. On the ranking, Ning Xi and Han Zixuan's names were chasing one after another. Below the stage, Zheng Anru's heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out. She eased up slightly when she saw the expected reaction of the audience. She knew this trick would do the job. Suddenly, the #1 cameraman saw something that caught his eye. Since he was the closest to Ning Xi, he aimed a shot at her. The screen suddenly changed, displaying Ning Xi and Jiang Mai. Because Ning Xi felt a little too warm wearing the stage outfit, she was slowly undoing her button as she watched the performance on stage. So cool. My heart's going to burst. My hormones. My husband is the best. Please continue. Don't stop. Chapter 1926. Ning Xi, you pervert. Suddenly, almost all of the fans and audience suddenly had their eyes trained on Ning Xi. In fact, Ning Xi's votes started to balloon like the numbers were on a rocket. As for the viewer ratings, there was no need to mention that. When the channel director saw the soaring viewer ratings, he was so delighted that his heart could not stop racing. Not only did he not scold those cameramen who had cut a shot midway to take a close-up of Ning Xi. Instead, he was full of praises. In fact, he immediately changed his mind about what he said earlier. No bad, not bad. Ahem. Actually, it's fine if it's a little obvious. The cameramen were all originally a little worried. They did not dare to be too obvious, yet now that they had received the channel director's approval, they instantly added more screen time for her. When camera number 10 shot Han Zixuan, it would almost always include Ning Xi in the frame at the same time. Below the stage, as he watched the way her votes had suddenly risen in a way that made it hard for Han Zixuan to catch up, and the way everyone looked like they were about to go mad, Jiang Mai, who sat beside Ning Xi, had a baffled expression. Bloody hell. What the heck? Didn't you just undo one button? Was that necessary? Tingxiao Shuang, don't you think there's something wrong with these fans' brains? On the side, Qin Shuang did not respond to Jiang Mai at all. Jiang Mai looked over and saw that the girl's eyes already looked past him to stare at Ning Xi. She was clasping her heart, and she looked like her heart was galloping so fast that she could faint at any moment. Jiang Mai was speechless. Because he and Ning Xi sat together, the two of them clearly appeared in the shots together. Still, in the end, he was completely ignored. This was something that had never happened since he debuted in the industry. Every time he appeared, all of the male artistes before him would just be a supplement to his presence. But now, he had been defeated by a woman. Thus, Jiang Mai finally could not stand it. Bloody hell, didn't you just undo a button? Who doesn't know how to do that? Then, he quickly undid 3 buttons. My. Jiang Mai's fans finally noticed their idol too, and all of them started to shriek. He had to sacrifice so much for a little bit of attention. Not only was Jiang Mai upset, he also looked very sour and jealously at a certain someone who was sitting nonchalantly beside him. When Ning Xi noticed his gaze, she looked at the blondie beside her from the corner of her eye and suddenly revealed a pensive expression. Jiang Mai got goosebumps. What are you looking at? Ning Xi leaned her head on her hand and smiled as she said faintly, I suddenly thought of how you'd look like if you were a woman's outfit. What the heck? She was actually imagining the way he looked in a female outfit. She was insane. Jiang Mai suddenly exploded then and there as he held his chest in horror like a girl who had been violated and said, Ning Xi, you pervert. Even though the fans and audience did not know the contents of Ning Xi and Jiang Mai's conversation, from their lively and lovely way of interacting with each other, coupled with that expression of Jiang Mai's was clearly being bullied to the point of breaking down. The two of them were practically the perfect portrayal of a bad boy attacking and a soft boy overreacting. It virtually excited the strong emotions of the most guarded fujoshis among the fans. So lovely. The way my overreacts is way too cute. The attack and reaction are so obvious. Broshi attacks. My appropriately receives. I really want to know what they're talking about. I know. I've recorded it and read their lips repeated times. Broshi said he wants to know how my would look like in a female outfit. Oh. Broshi is awesome. I want to know how my husband would look in a female outfit too. Below the stage, Jiang Mai was on his phone looking at the live stream comments. His expression was almost as black as the bottom of a pot. What the heck? Who's the soft boy receiving? I'm the attacker. Attack. Chapter 1927. Slay ranks. Even though everyone was very intense with their effort to pull the votes the past few days, there was still a group of people who liked saving their votes for the event, and an even larger group of people who just would not vote. However, at this moment, When their emotions were completely riled up, the portion of the votes had suddenly all been squeezed out, not to mention the strong forces of fans personally pulling votes from all over the world. At this moment, Starlight was obviously trying to come up with ideas, but they could not even catch up with the speed that Ning Xi's votes were rising. On stage, Han Zixuan danced and twirled with all sorts of sexy and energetic moves until she was drenched in sweat. From the corner of her eye, she noticed that her votes had completely been surpassed by Ning Xi, and she saw that the audience's cheers and shrieks did not seem to be for her. At this moment, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. When she spun around, she was shocked to see that on the huge screen behind her was a close-up of Ning Xi and not her. Han Zixuan's expression suddenly turned pale, and she messed up her footwork as she instantly missed the beat. When Zheng Anru noticed it offstage, she was so anxious that her face was filled with horror. Damn it! What are those people doing backstage? This is Zixuan's slot. Where are the cameras pointing? Then, what was even sadder was that even though Han Zixuan had made such a huge mistake, not a single person had noticed. They had both teased the crowd, but upon comparing Han Zixuan's and Ning Xi's way, the winner was obvious. Zixuan was rather deliberate and overly sculpted, giving people the impression that she was dull. It was Ning Xi's lack of self-awareness, as though she was saying, "Actually, I didn't even think about teasing you," that wiped out both the men and the women, causing everyone to go insane for her. Even just a small action, a slight gaze could make one's heart race. Finally, on the stage, Han Zixuan's performance ended. On the huge screen to the left, Ning Xi's votes had unexpectedly surpassed Han Zixuan by a terrifying rate of 2 times more. In fact, she was leading by a wide margin for both categories. This performance was supposed to be Han Zixuan's killer move to pull for votes, and they had even moved her slot up, yet it had instead thrown her straight to hell. When Zheng Anru saw the numbers that were impossible to outdo, she immediately stood up, then blankly fell back down into her seat with complete disbelief written all over her face. This is impossible. How is this possible? So amazing. Broshi, your votes made a comeback. In fact, you've outdone the others by a wide margin. And it's still rising. Tingxiao Shuang had been watching Ning Xi's votes closely, and at this moment, she was incredibly excited. This was a miracle. This person before her always had a way to do the impossible. As long as she was by her side, she would feel at ease. Jiang Mai peeked at Qin Shuang and held his chin as his mouth twitched. Great. You've seduced another one, you bad person. Even though he was jealous, seeing that Ning Xi was finally dominating the ranks with him, Jiang Mai still felt quite happy. TSK, TSK, TSK. The ranks would look awesome. Most popular male artiste number 1, Jiang Mai. National male idol, Jiang Mai. Most desired male artiste to sleep with number 1, Jiang Mai. Most popular female artiste number 1, Ning Xi. National goddess number 1, Ning Xi. The 5 most influential categories would all be dominated by Glory World Entertainment. As for the national husband title that was held steady by Tingxiao, he was still one of them too. Yet, very soon, Jiang Mai's happiness was short-lived. With the end of Han Zixuan's performance, the other performances began. Even in other categories that could not have been possible, Ning Xi's votes had begun to quietly increase too. Chapter 1928, Shocking Change of Ranks. Because the huge screen on the left only showed the top 10 categories, the other titles would not be displayed, so no one had noticed for now. The craze of the fans offline and passers-by were still ambiguous. At this moment, backstage, Zheng Anru was stomping in fury. Damn it, Lu Wenliang, that dumbass. Why hadn't he known to have a backup? We're watching Ning Xi's votes increase drastically, and we can't do a damned thing. Han Zixuan's rationality and poise could not be maintained anymore. She threw the mineral water bottle at her assistant. The assistant's head became red and swollen from the impact of the bottle. On the side, she said carefully, "They must have bought votes. Otherwise, how could it have increased so quickly?" Even though they knew that with Glory World's capabilities, there was no way they could buy these many votes. Yet saying this would still make it easier for them to accept the outcome rather than saying that Han Zixuan's skills could not compare to Ning Xi's. Then, quickly call the company. Han Zixuan cursed under her breath. Zheng Anru walked around frantically backstage as she quickly called the public relations department and started spluttering into the phone. Lu Wenliang, quickly think of something for me. We don't care what method you use. Don't forget that CEO Wang has told you that this time for the female rankings, the number one must be Zishuan. It can only be Zishuan. You'd better think about the consequences if you make a mistake this time. On the other of the phone, Lu Wenliang was already in terrible shape at the moment. He was frantic as well because he had just been scolded by Wang Haojuan and Ning Xi. Now, with Zheng Anru's call, he was enraged. Zheng Anru, do you think I'm God? Ning Xi's just sitting in her guest seat and doing nothing, but her votes keep on rising tremendously. What can I do? Just as Zheng Anru and Lu Wenliang were arguing on the phone, Zheng Anru saw that Ning Xi's votes in both categories had suddenly decelerated. There were even signs of it slowly stopping. Zheng Anru was suddenly overjoyed. It's stopping, it's stopping. I knew it. It's finally reached its peak. Lu Wenliang quickly seized the opportunity and stepped things up. Lu Wenliang obviously noticed this too, but he instantly grumbled. Step things up, my ass. Do you think we can surpass her just like that? Look at the margin of the votes right now. Even if it's stopped, there's no way we can surpass her either. You've got to know that those number of votes were pulled in 6 whole days. Now, in such a short amount of time, there's no way we could pull so many votes. Instead of nitpicking at me, why don't you let Zishuan think of a way to make her fans vote for her? That'd be faster. Zheng Anru looked at Han Zishuan, and her expression was dark. In such a short amount of time, what could she think of? Even that shocking performance earlier was useless. Should she ask for the organizers to give her another slot? Just as Zheng Anru was haggling and arguing with Lu Wenliang. On the side, the assistant stared at the huge screen and suddenly covered her mouth. She cried out in alarm. Oh my God! What's happening? What are you making a big fuss about? Zheng Anru scowled impatiently. The assistant pointed at the numbers and said emotionally, Sis Anru, look at the male artiste list. How did Ning Xi's name suddenly appear on the male artiste ranks? Could there be a problem with the system? Zheng Anru suddenly could not care about Lu Wenliang on the phone. She quickly went over to look, and indeed, Ning Xi's name was really on the male list. Most popular male artiste number 10, Ning Xi. National male idol number 9, Ning Xi. Most desired male artiste to sleep with number 7, Ning Xi. Chapter 1929, On the Rise. Over the phone came the voice of Lu Wenliang, who was just slightly calmer than the frantic Zheng Anru. It's not rigged. Female artistes in the male artiste list or male artistes appearing in the female artiste list is definitely possible. A lot of categories were available for both genders. Apart from the exception of the newcomers category, the others are using the same nomination list. In the past, there have been fans who voted that way because they thought it was fun or just wanted to pull a prank, but votes like these were very, very few. It's never affected the final results before, but this time. But they can't do this. It's nonsense. Don't the organizers care? Zheng Anru said angrily. Lu Wenliang then replied, in the rules and regulations, there aren't any that prohibits this. The organizers probably left it this way to make things more fun. Contact CEO Wang. Tell him to pressure the organizers. Accuse her of cheating. Or just say that she's buying votes. Make her lose her spot in all the rankings. I don't believe there's no way to counter her. Before the issue of Ning Xi dominating the female artistes ranking was solved, another problem had cropped up with the male artistes ranking. Zheng Anru was thoroughly enraged. Lu Wenliang fully understood what the organizers were thinking. Things were not as simple as Zheng Anru thought, but since it had come to this point now, there was no harm in trying. The ranking this time was definitely important, even for him personally. If things went wrong again, he would be the first one to take the hit. Wang Haojuan and Ning Xi had been invited to the event tonight. Ning Xi was busy with Su Yan's matter and was not present, but Wang Haojuan was there in the VIP area. He had witnessed what happened. He did not need Lu Wenliang's reminder and had already gone towards the backstage secretly. Wang Haojuan lit up a cigarette for Qin Zhan as he acted like an old buddy and put his arms over the man's shoulders. Producer Qin, having a female artiste on the male artiste list? Isn't this a little too nonsensical? As the main producer of Entertainment's Light and the head of Night of Starlight, Qin Zhan's eyes turned a little wary when a certain someone approached him. It was not difficult to guess Wang Haojuan's intentions, so he replied, CEO Wang, the rules for the rankings have been the same every year. I'm pretty sure you know that while nothing like this happened in the past years, the rules allow it. The Knight of Starlight had reached a new height in popularity thanks to Ning Xi. He was wholly enjoying it. So why would he put a stop on this? In the end, there were no friends forever in this industry. Long life benefits. Wang Haojuan was able to guess what the sly fox in front of him was thinking, but as he was pressed for time, he clenched his teeth and flashed him a number with his fingers. Remove Ning Xi from all the ranking in the name of violating the rules. After it's done, I'll give you this figure. Qin Jun's eyes brightened a little when he saw Wang Haojuan's hand, and he was obviously shaken. However, as he was hesitating, he saw the real-time ranking through a crack in the door that was not completely shut. He did not even know about it, so he was shocked when he found out. In the brief moment of exchange with Wang Haojuan, Ning Xi had rushed her way into the top 5 in the male artiste list. She had reached top 3 in the most desired male artiste to sleep with category, and it was still rapidly on the rise. Chapter 1930. I'll give 10 times more. Everyone knew that Starlight had poured all their resources into Han Zixuan, so the votes on the male artiste ranking were way far behind the female artiste ranking, making it much easier to get ahead of. Everyone saw what was happening. As the live audience and fans on the streaming sites saw the ranking change, they started voting in the male artiste category when Ning Xi reached the top for female artiste ranking. The votes were coming in faster and faster. Qin Jun was skeptical when he saw the ranking. The rules were set and Ning Xi had not violated it at all. If he listened to Wang Haojuan and brought Ning Xi down when she had so many supporters at the moment, the public would surely spit on them to the point that they would drown. Wang Haojuan quickly changed his figure with his fingers and raised the price. Qin Jun was taken aback, his eyes full of greed. It was such a large amount of money that it would be enough for him to live for the rest of his life, even if he quit working after this. As Qin Jun hesitated, he suddenly received a phone call. CEO Wang, I have an important phone call. Please wait. Qin Jun's expression changed when he saw who was calling him. He quickly hid in a corner after he asked Wang Haojuan to wait. Wang Haojuan had an uneasy feeling when he saw Qin Jun's reaction. At this time, who could it be? In the corner, Qin Jun picked up the call as he bent over, although the person over the phone could not see it. So, what's up with the call today, Second Master? I'm surprised. Really surprised. A lazy drawl came over from the other side of the phone. He went straight to the point. I don't care how much Wang Haojuan offered you. I'm giving you 10 times more. Damn, 10 times more. Qin Jun was almost crushed by this number. However, there was no way he could take it. It was Lu Jingli himself who had called. Darn it. Did Lu Jingli not go back to the main company? He had never done anything in the past year after what happened to Glory World Entertainment, so why now? He heard a rumor that Glory World had experienced major changes in their management. Could it be that the Lu Corporation was taking over Glory World now? Qin Jun made his decision almost immediately. I'm not sure what you're saying, Second Master. CEO Wang didn't look for me at all. Even if he did, I'd have followed the rules. Don't worry. Qin Jun lied without any hesitation. What a joke. Did he really need time to choose between Starlight and Lu Corporation? Lu Jingli laughed. You're a smart man, Producer Qin. You flatter me, Second Master. After he hung up, Qin Jun wiped the sweat off his forehead as if he had just avoided a major disaster. He then went back and rejected Wang Haojuan. CEO Wang, it's not that I don't want to help you this time. You can see that everyone's supporting Ning Xi. Saying that she violated the rules wouldn't make it. If I really did so, how am I going to face the harsh criticisms and pressure? I'm sorry, CEO Wang. I can't help you this time. We'll stay fair and stick to the rules. If Zixuan can make it on the male artiste ranking, we will treat them fairly. Chapter 1931. Tired of me? Before Wang Haojuan could say anything, Qin Jun quickly went away with the excuse of being busy. Producer Qin. Wait. Damn it. Wang Haojuan did not expect this. Qin Jun had already been rattled just now, yet after a phone call, his attitude changed and he was determined to follow the rules. Wang Haojuan kicked the wall in anger. Damn it. What happened? Glory World had already fallen, so what else could have affected Qin Jun's decision? Or maybe his higher-ups predicted something and had warned Qin Jun beforehand. Objectively speaking, the matter this time was really troublesome. Wang Haojuan glanced over at the ranking behind him, and his pupils shrunk. Ning Xi had already reached the top 3 for the 3 male artiste categories. The fans were all asking people to vote for Ning Xi on the streaming sites. The votes came in from places they could not see, including the huge number of fans and audience in front of the television, even people by the roadside. The event was about to finish, yet the program rating was still very high up. It only showed how many people were watching it right now. No one expected that there would be such a huge upset in just a short 4 hours. Nothing could be done now. Offstage, Jiang Mai was looking at Ning Xi's name speeding through the rankings at a crazy speed, and she was closing in on his top spot. Needless to say, he was stunned. He even started to doubt his life. He wished he could grab her shoulders and shake the world out of her right now. What the heck? Ning Xiaoxi, I said we'd slay the rankings together. Not for you open your unlimited kill mode. To be honest, Ning Xi did not expect this to happen as well. She had forgotten that some categories in entertainment's light was open to both genders. She also did not expect the fans to vote for her in the male artiste category. Jiang Mai had really wronged her this time. As they were talking, the ranking as of now was most popular male artiste number 3, Ning Xi. National husband number 3, Ning Xi. Most desired male artiste to sleep with number 1, Ning Xi. When Jiang Mai saw that he had been taken over, he lost it. Damn, this is not logical at all. Ever since the start of this poll, I've always been at the top. Not only did I lose it this time, but I lost it to a woman. While the first 2 were more important, the third one was a matter of a man's pride. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows when she saw that she had taken the first place in the most desired male artiste to sleep with category. She tried to console him. Well, at least you don't have to post a naked photo now. I'd rather post a fully nude photo. Fully nude. Jiang Mai was about to cry. The enraged Jiang Mai logged into the streaming site with his main account. Jiang Mai had special privileges, so everyone received a colorful notification when he entered. Jiang Mai. Why does no one want to sleep with me anymore? Why? Do you people really still love me? Jiang Mai. Are you people tired of me now? Jiang Mai. You bunch of heartless elves. The fans laughed when they saw Jiang Mai's messages. Look at you and Bro Xi. It's the same whoever gets first. Haha Mai, be good and get down this time. Well, Mai, you do seem like the bottom anyway. Chapter 1932. Choose lover over friends. Even more savage was that a lot of the troublemaking fans were collectively commenting. Please, husband, dress as the other gender. Please, husband, wear a female outfit. Oh. As long as you wear a female outfit, my dear, we'll guarantee to let you slay the female rankings. Oh, I agree. Jiang Mai read the comments until his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Hey, bottom my ass. Female outfit my ass. Who wants to wear a female outfit now? You perverts. What did he need the female rankings for? His legendary reputation was ruined. He would not dress like that even if it killed him. After Jiang Mai pathetically finished lurking the live stream websites for a while, he noticed something even more hopelessly. National husband, rankings number 2 had unexpectedly been surpassed by Ning Xi too. Now, Ning Xi was actually right below Tingxiao in the poll. Ning Xi obviously saw where she was on the ranks too. After she looked at it for a long time, she suddenly thought of something and her eyes flashed. Jiang Mai looked at Ning Xi's unusual gaze and suddenly had a bad feeling. What? What are you thinking of doing now? Ning Xi looked at Jiang Mai and sighed. I'm sorry. What do you mean you're sorry? What are you trying to do? Jiang Mai was about to break down. Sorry. For her darling. In order to be at the highest position with her darling, she had to choose her lover over her friends for once, pulling out the big guns. At the same time, on stage, everyone else's performances had come to an end, and they had reached the final segment of getting votes. The host almost could not wait to invite all of the guests on stage. Now only the final fight was left. The artistes walked up to give their speech to ask for voters to support them according to the number they had picked. Thank you, everyone, for voting for me. Even though I'm not in the top spot, I'm already very happy. Thank you for everyone's support. Thank you to all the fans that like me. Thank you, everyone. Next year, I'll definitely work even harder. As a newcomer, I'm really very emotional that there would be so many of you who like me. I hope that everyone can continue to vote for me. I definitely won't let you all down. One by one, all of them gave their speeches. Finally, it was Han Zixuan's turn. Earlier, she had been backstage for so long. Han Zixuan must have discussed their final plan as they did not know what dirty trick she would pull this time. When they thought about this, Su Tao, Jiang Mai, and everyone else suddenly held their breaths. At this moment, Han Zixuan's expression was already devoid of the panic and loss of control from earlier. She had returned to her goddess look and stood calmly on the stage. She did not ask for votes right away like the others had. Instead, she said in a calm and composed manner, "I'd like to borrow today's occasion to share a good news with everyone. After the world, I've just received Hollywood's famous producer, Jace's invite to join their new film. This also means that my career will take on a new journey. Of course, everything that I have right now wouldn't have happened without your support. Thank you very much, everyone. Without you, there would not be Han Zixuan today." Once Han Zixuan finished, all of the fans were shocked by her dropping the name of the huge Hollywood producer Jace. He was #1 on the Hollywood producers list and had shot many famous classic works. In fact, he did not work with Chinese people much. Besides, this was a personal invite, which meant that Han Zixuan had actually received Jace's invite. There was no one in the entertainment industry with such an esteemed honor. Even though Han Zixuan did not outrightly ask for votes, her votes had rapidly increased because of this shocking news. In the end, the people still subconsciously worshipped the strong ones. Chapter 1933, Number 1. At this moment, Han Zixuan and Zheng Anru, who were backstage, let out a slight sigh of relief as they happily watched the votes rapidly increase. Even if they could not join the male rankings, they had to at least surpass Ning Xi in the female categories. Even if it was the worst-case scenario, they had to at least win one of them. Very soon, it was Jiang Mai's turn. Jiang Mai's declaration for votes was very simple and crude. #1 for 3 categories, and I'll promise you anything. Bloody hell, I'm going all out. With the sounds of shrieks, Jiang Mai's votes indeed started to rise like mad. He had even started to make a comeback to surpass Ning Xi on the most desired male artiste to sleep with list. I want to kiss, to hug, and to everything you, Jiang Mai. Can I bang you? There are so many of us. Our deer would die from excessive ejaculation, wouldn't he?" When Jiang Mai saw that, he did not even care that he would be extracted dry. He looked gleefully at Ning Xi beside him. "Huh, little guy, still want to fight with me? I am your senior, and I have more experience than you." No matter what, he had to protect his ranking and dignity first. Ning Xi's speech for votes came right after Jiang Mai's. Suddenly, everyone held their breaths to watch the person in the middle of the stage who turned everyone's hearts upside down. At the same time, Han Zixuan and Starlight Entertainment had gone all out. Han Zixuan's votes were trying to make a comeback. Obviously, Starlight was prepared to first protect their top spot for the most popular female artiste. The margin between Han Zixuan and Ning Xi's votes were closing in. On the other hand, in the male rankings, the margin between the first, second, and third spot was minimal. Everyone was chasing one after another, and the competition was intense too. Next up, we'll invite our bro, Xi, to give her speech. I wonder what bro Xi has to say to our audience. And fans, when the hostess looked at the person beside her up close, her heart was beating very fast. Everyone thought to themselves, what would Ning Xi do? What would Ning Xi say? One must know that Han Zixuan had really given it her all this time, even unexpectedly announcing such a shocking news at that moment. Ning Xi was still in her lavish medieval English costume. However, because it was too hot earlier, she had undone 2 buttons. Her hair that was drenched in sweat was slightly messy too, giving her an aura of nonchalance and apathy. At this moment, under everyone's nervous and anticipating gaze with their bated breaths, Ning Xi's fingers clenched her collar and buttoned up the 2 buttons that were undone until she reached the first buttonhole on her collar that only revealed half of her fair and slender neck. It was just an extremely minute detail. With only a slight profoundness in her eyes, her entire aura instantly changed, as if she had changed into a completely different persona from the reckless phantom she played earlier. It was as if she were a king in an ancient castle who had suppressed their desire for thousands of years waiting for their beloved. Then, she bent over slightly and made a noble yet elegant gentleman bow, saying to everyone softly, "Thank you." After an odd 3-second silence, the place exploded into deafening shrieks. A life where I can't sleep with bro, she is no different from being salted fish. Hubby, I don't want to kiss or hug or moi. I don't even want to bang as long as you take a look at me amidst this crowd. Just votes right. I'll give them to you. All of them. My heart, my love, my soul, my virginity. I'll give them all to you. There was no provoking speech, no shocking news. It was just a tiny action and a thank you. The huge screen flashed. Most popular male artiste number 1, Ning Xi. National male idol number 1, Ning Xi. Most desired male artiste to sleep with number 1, Ning Xi. Most popular female artiste number 1, Ning 11. National goddess number 1, Ning Xi. Chapter 1934. This affection is poisonous. This is impossible. Offstage, Zheng Anru immediately stood up. Han Zixuan looked even paler. Damn it. Why? Why was it that she had done everything to this extent, and still she could not compare to this outdated female star who only knew how to pull tricks and be a sensationalist? At this moment, as he looked at the ranks on the huge screen, Jiang Mai felt like he had been crapped on. Bloody hell. He did not even spare selling his body, yet he could not even compare to her just buttoning up 2 buttons? Where was the logic? What kind of fraudulent species was he competing with? What Jiang Mai would never have thought was that there was something even more heartbreaking after that. As the time passed and it got closer to dawn, very soon, the results of all the 6 main categories were out. The results for National Husband. That included the entire China was: number 1, Tingxiao. Number 2, Ning Xi. There were 12 rankings altogether for Entertainment Lights poll, while the top 6 categories were topped by Ning Xi, Ning Xi, Ning Xi, Ning Xi, Ning Xi, Tingxiao. When Jiang Mai saw those 2 names standing side by side, as he watched this husband and wife occupy half the country, he threw up blood on the spot. This was definitely the most tragic incident of publicly displayed affection by the 2 of them since the beginning of history. This affection was poisonous. At the same time, in Deer Town, Lu Jingli and Tingxiao were sitting in front of the television and watching the live stream. Because little treasure had to go to school, he reluctantly went to sleep. Tingxiao leaned his head on his hand and stared at the screen with a focused expression, while Lu Jingli held popcorn and a bunch of other junk food. From time to time he wailed and howled with the fans. Oh, it's over, I'm bent. Our sis-in-law is so handsome. My dear brother, if I didn't know your sexual orientation, I would really suspect that you were actually gay. Oh my God. I can't believe that our baby little treasure is a combination of both of your genes. What do we do when he grows up? Lu Jingli kept chattering on in an anxious manner. Finally, after the 10-second countdown, the results of the polls were going to be officially announced. Lu Jingli clutched the chips in his hand and watched while holding his breath. When he saw the final results of the polls, his expression stiffened. He instantly threw away the chips in his hand and wept disconsolately. There's no way I can live anymore. Sis-in-law is too savage. She was intentional. She must be. Why was he even tortured by their affection by watching an awards ceremony? Where was the humanity? While Tingxiao watched the huge screen on the television and saw the names, he watched the girl bow and thank the fans. That expression on his face was as tender as water. His girl. She could always pleasantly surprise and move him. While watching the results, the most excited group was probably Ning Xi's fans. They cheered excitedly in the live stream channels, including a lot of passers-by who were infected by the whole atmosphere too. Hubby is mighty and domineering. Bro, she dominated the polls with 30 million in her harem. May I see my king lead the world in my lifetime. Offstage, Qin Jin saw the shocking results of the rankings, and as he watched the audience and fans react, he let out a sigh of relief on the inside. He could not help but rejoice on the inside. Thankfully, he was not possessed to be swayed by Wang Haojuan's bit of money. His career had long been in a rut, but after these polls, his reputation would definitely go with the flow. Would he be worried about not being able to earn big money in the future? Not differentiating the gender of candidates. List for the polls had been his idea back then. Chapter 1935. Being on the same ranking as the devil. Gosh, the results are really shocking. We've never had anything like this before since the beginning of these polls. The host was riled up with excitement. The winners were invited up on stage to receive their prizes, starting with the males first. Ning Xi alone received 3 of them. Yes, the 3 that Jiang Mai was determined to get. Jiang Mai, who did not even win a single title, was starting to doubt his life. What the heck? I want to quit the entertainment industry. He had no place here anymore. Lei Ming coughed lightly and started comforting him. Well, being second is okay too. Good job. What's so good about being under that bastard? Look at these little bastards in the streaming sites. Am I on the receiving end? How am I on the receiving end? Jiang Mai roared. Su Tao was overjoyed tonight. He looked just like a hardcore fan. Haha, my queen is the best. The time for Su Tao is finally here. She was just the best artiste for him. Ning Xi, congratulations on beating all the guys and reaching the top of the 3 big male categories. You've even grabbed the 2nd place in the national husband category. How do you feel being on the same ranking as Mr. Liu? The host asked out of curiosity. While Lu Tingxiao would never be there to take this award, the host would never let up the chance to talk about it. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. Being on the same ranking as Lu Tingxiao? It was an indescribable feeling after all. Mysterious. She also felt like slapping herself since she had told Lu Tingxiao she had way too many romance rivals not too long ago. Ning Xi phrased her words carefully and replied, "It's my pleasure to have my name up there together with Mr. Liu." What she did not say out loud was, "In the years to come, our name will be forever together." While Su Tao and Lei Ming had no idea about Ning Xi's relationship with Lu Tingxiao, Liang Feixing and Jiang Mai were fed up with Ning Xi's public display of affection. Soon, it was time to give out prizes for the female categories. Suddenly, Su Tao and the bunch noticed some upset comments from the streaming sites. What is this? What's Entertainment's Light doing? They let a woman win the male categories. Nonsense. Not just that, it's unfair for the females too. The most popular and national goddess titles should be Zixuan's. That's right. Zixuan is the real goddess. Are these people blind? What's so good about that half-guy, half-girl Ning Xi? It was obvious that Starlight was pulling the strings behind this uproar. While Jiang Mai had complained about Ning Xi earlier, he changed sides when he saw these comments. Foolish humans. He did not look worried at all. He was just waiting for these people to eat their own words. We've given out the Best Newcomer Award. Now, we're presenting the award for Most Popular Female Artiste and National Goddess. Because Ning Xi has won both awards, we're giving it together. Once again, let's have Ning Xi up on stage. A person came out slowly as the host invited Ning Xi up. A white figure came out into the view of the audience from the blurry backlight, and soon, everyone could clearly see the person. No one made a sound. At that moment, that high and mighty king had taken off his male outfit and returned to her true self. Chapter 1936, Slaying the Novice Village. Ning Xi was not wearing the sack of a dress from before. She was donning one of the key highlight pieces of Spirit, Luoshen. Jiang Mai was still a straight guy after all. His expression changed when he saw Ning Xi in her usual female outfit. In his flush of hormones, his ears were a little red and his eyes looked at her differently. Still, this prideful guy was still trying to hide it, so he mumbled quietly, "That's no fun at all. She's just using a fully upgraded weapon to slay a novice village." Exhibiting true strength was always the best way to shut people up. All the dissatisfied voices disappeared after Ning Xi appeared. The majority of the supporters flushed out the tiny amount of criticisms. My goddess is so beautiful. What should I do? I'm not sure if I like guys or girls anymore. May I know what brand is my goddess wearing? I've never seen it before. It looks so much better than Han Zixuan's outfit. While what she wore looks good, but she gives a vibe of being a newly rich person. I know. It's Spirit. Goddess has always been a loyal fan of Spirit. Don't you know? She wore Spirit's key highlight piece, Beings at Glory World Entertainment's anniversary. At the Golden Film Awards, she wore the renowned work of Spirit's lead designer, Nirvana Reincarnated. And now this is the second key highlight piece of Spirit, Luoshen. It's a collaboration between Spirit's lead designer and Master Song Qin. Also, the white qipao bro she wore when she just reappeared is a new series called Back to the Origins from Spirit. I've never seen the one she wore in the beginning before. I guess it's a new series that's not been announced yet. I see. It's Spirit. It was quite popular back then. A lot of their recent releases look really impressive. Several fans brought up the Spirit outfits Ning Xi wore in the past, and suddenly Spirit was back in the public eye again. It was free promotion and a stellar marketing strategy. Finally, the night of Starlight finally ended. Starlight lost all their chances to turn the tables. At midnight, in a hospital, Ning Xi already received the news from the company, and she flopped on the sofa, irritated. What a useless bunch. They had invested so many resources and could not even win over an outdated artiste, losing to Glory World that had nearly closed down. However, she had no time to solve Starlight's issue now. She had much more important things to do. Ning Xi looked at her phone impatiently while waiting for the doctor's diagnosis. After a while, a female doctor around 50 years old came in. The doctor looked at Ning Xi with a less than positive expression. "Mrs. Su, your report is out." Ning Xi's expression darkened when she saw the doctor's body language. "I still don't have a baby?" The doctor nodded. "Yes." She then comforted, "Don't worry, Mrs. Su. You're still young. It's only been a year since you've been married. Be patient, and there'll be many more chances in the future." Ning Xi soured and was laughing coldly on the inside. Be patient? If she kept on being patient, she would surely lose her position as Mrs. Su. Chapter 1937. Seen all kinds of beautiful girls. The night of Starlight had ended, and Glory World had won the war this time. Of course, a lot of people did not think that way. In the dressing room, backstage. "You monster. You're not human. Ning Xi, our friendship ends here." Jiang Mai was fuming. This witch had done it on purpose. Just to show her affection, she had sold him out. Ning Xi was sitting in front of the dressing table. She glanced back at Jiang Mai as she took her earrings off. "I said I'm letting you take the female category, but no, you didn't want to." She then started studying a certain blondie. Jiang Mai's facial features were rather pretty. If he put on makeup and a female outfit. Jiang Mai could not stand Ning Xi's staring anymore. "Screw you, Ning Xi. I'm going to kill you if you think about that again." Ning Xi sighed out of regret. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. "Come in." Ning Xi looked at the door. She was surprised to see who it was. The person was wearing a full black tuxedo with a special-looking flower in his hands. The flowers were light pink in color and looked like a ruffled collar from the mid-European era. It seemed like a special rare flower from a botanical garden in Japan. "Congratulations." Li Mayan handed the flowers over like a gentleman. Ning Xi quickly stood up and took the flowers. "Thank you, Mr. Li. I was nearby tonight with the diplomat from Japan. I saw the live stream and found out that you had an important event tonight. I hope my uninvited visit isn't troubling you." Li Mayan explained his intention of being there briefly. Ning Xi smiled politely. "Of course not. You're welcome here. I really like the flowers." "Thank you." This flower had a special scent, and it smelled a little like pears with the gentleness of summer. "These are magnolias from Japan. Because I only found out about this at the last minute, I just stole them from the Japan embassy," said Li Mayan unabashedly. Of course, Ning Xi knew Li Mayan was kidding, but she was still surprised. Then again, considering his career, it might be pretty normal for him to say something like this. When Jiang Mai saw the strange man, he turned from the usual blondie into a lion. He was on high alert. "Right? This is my senior, Jiang Mai," Ning Xi introduced them. Li Mayan. Li Mayan introduced himself and extended his hand for a handshake. Then he said, "I've heard about you, Mr. Jiang. You're very famous after all, and my cousin is a big fan of yours." That was one sweet tongue. Jiang Mai reached out for his hand half-heartedly. After a sloppy shake, he said, "Thank you." Li Mayan did not stay for long and left after a short conversation. Jiang Mai quickly asked Ning Xi the moment the man left, "Who's that?" "The son of my aunt's close friend. He's a diplomat officer." "What's wrong?" Ning Xi asked back. Jiang Mai mumbled, "Nothing. I just feel something's odd." "Does he like you?" "I don't think so. He's been all over the world and seen all kinds of beautiful girls, so it couldn't be." Ning Xi was happily sending messages to Tingxiao as she replied him. Chapter 1938. Have a date tonight. Jiang Mai still felt like something was out of place. This person spoke eloquently, and he gazed at Ning Xi very normally too, but perhaps because it was too normal, he felt something amiss. Jiang Mai was initially prepared to continue asking further, yet he saw the text Ning Xi had sent Tingxiao from the corner of his eye. "Darling, in this lifetime, Our names will always, always be together. Hey, hey, hey. Forget it. What was he worried about? He was already tortured by this display of affection, yet he was still being worried. This bastard only had her darling in her heart and eyes. Even if another species' eyes fell on her, she probably would not realize it. In Dear Town, Tingxiao read the text on his phone, and his eyes filled with tenderness. Moments later, the man got up and went upstairs. When Tingxiao returned downstairs again, the orange juice in Jingli's head had tilted to one side and spilled on his pants. His eyes almost popped out. Oh, so handsome, so handsome, so handsome. His brother was wearing the tuxedo that Ning Xi had bought him. The design was unique, and it was in a rather bright color. Ning Xi's aesthetics had always been flashier. His brother just had to put it on, and he immediately looked attractive as if he was a totally different person. Dang, bro, it's late at night. Where are you going dressed like that? Jingli instantly asked excitedly. Tingxiao raised a hand to fix his collar. Help me watch Little Treasure. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes as Jingli bit his fingers. Are you going on a date with sis-in-law? Sob. Tingxiao admitted right away. Jingli was shocked and speechless. The pathetic life that he had imagined had indeed begun. Jingli clasped his pierced heart like she sure. Where are you going? How long for? When will you be back? And when you come back, will you still love me? Tingxiao shot a side look at his brother, who loved acting. There are sweet and sour ribs in the fridge. His ribs. His wife-protecting devil brother's cooking was getting better and better. In fact, he was about to surpass sister-in-law. Oh, his brother did still love him. The little koi who was successfully consoled by the plate of sweet and sour ribs instantly corrected himself happily. Oh, got it. I'll watch the child at home obediently. Go ahead. Have fun. It's fine if you come back later. In fact, he thought that with his brother's capabilities, they definitely would not be back tomorrow morning. He was too selfless. Where could anyone find a brother like him? Backstage of the event, Ning Xi had changed into a pastel pink and adorable dress. My nephew, you go ahead and leave by yourself. Your auntie has a date tonight. Jiang Mai was so jealous that he scoffed. Who wants to leave with you? I have a date too. Oh, then have fun. Bye-bye. As he watched the figure walk further away from him, Jiang Mai's angry expression suddenly faded away like the tide. His head sank like a large, dejected dog. I am so handsome. Can you not even see a bit of that? Love has never been fair. Oh, darling, you're so handsome. Once Ning Xi got into the car and saw Tingxiao in the driver's seat, she threw herself at him. The man, who was attacked by this gentleness, kissed the girl on her forehead. His eyes were filled with warmth. It might be a little far. You should sleep for a while on the way. I'll wake you up when we reach. Ning Xi looked excited. Where are you bringing me? Tingxiao did not answer. Instead, he cleared his throat and did not seem himself. It was really rare to see Tingxiao like this. Ning Xi kept pondering, and suddenly her curiosity was stoked. Chapter 1939. Try here? The devil's surprise. What could it be? Ning Xi initially wanted to accompany Tingxiao, but because she had been busy for the whole night, she still fell asleep in a daze. When she woke up, the car was already slowly coming to a stop. Have we reached? Ning Xi rubbed her eyes. She was about to open her eyes when suddenly, a pair of warm and wide hands covered them. Close your eyes first. Ning Xi was instantly jolted awake. She nodded obediently, and her heart started to beat faster. The car door opened. She was held by the palm and carefully led as they walked step by step forward. The ground felt very soft beneath her feet. She was probably stepping on mud. The air was mixed with the fragrance of plants as the night breeze slightly chilled her. There were swooshes by her ear that sounded somewhat familiar, even though her eyes were shut and it was dark before her. But because of the familiar air and temperature around her, she was completely trusting, contentedly feeling everything around her. It was not sure how long they had walked for when the sensation beneath her feet seemed to change from mud to planks that were put together piece by piece. She also felt like she was being suspended mid-air. It was probably a wooden bridge. You can open your eyes now, came the man's low voice. Ning Xi paused her footsteps and slowly opened her eyes. Then her dull eyes instantly enlarged. What she unexpectedly saw was a vast area of lush bamboo forest. Earlier, The swooshing she heard was the sound of the wind rustling against the bamboo forest. There were fireflies fluttering amidst the bamboo forest, creating a dreamlike setting. Underneath their feet, the river surface mirrored the millions of stars and the reflection of them snuggling up against each other. In the depths of that bamboo forest, there was a simple courtyard that was currently lit up with a gentle and warm light. What made her even more shocked was, this was Changchun City. To be exact, it was the bamboo forest in Changchun City's Spring Breeze town. That night, when she had been drugged and he was talking to her, she had mentioned this bamboo forest. She said that if she could roll around in bed with her loved one here in the bamboo forest, how romantic it would be. There had never been any buildings here. That little courtyard was definitely not here before this. Although the fireflies in the bamboo forest had been there were very little of them and definitely had not been as many as there were right now. When had he started to prepare this? Ning Xi could not describe her current feelings at all. This man who was always serious, old-fashioned and dull, had because of her done something he was not comfortable with at all. Do you like it? The man clearly sounded a little nervous. The instant he said that, lips as gentle as newly bloomed petals covered his thin and cool lips. Tingxiao's back instantly straightened and his hand that held the girl's waist suddenly tightened. At the same time, he returned the kiss hard. When did you begin to prepare this? Ning Xi asked. I can't remember. Sometime when you were in the coma, answered Tingxiao. Ning Xi's heart was mixed with sour and sweet emotions. Thank you, I really like it. I really do. Tingxiao cleared his throat. Initially, I was prepared to. Even though Tingxiao did not finish, Ning Xi instantly understood. Her darling would not be willing to wrong her even an inch. He had probably prepared for them to share their first time here after being newly married. Yet because of her uniform and her toppling him over when they did in the office first, Ning Xi laughed lightly. As long as it's with you, it's the same anywhere actually. We have a lifetime together. We can try many, many places in the future. The man pulled her into his embrace. Ning Xi looked up and blinked with sparkles in her eyes. Darling, are we going to try it here today? Chapter 1940. Not as handsome as me. The man's voice tightened as he said in a lowered voice. Next time. It's too late tonight, and you should rest properly. Ning Xi suddenly did not know what to say. Had he actually brought her all the way here in the middle of the night, and just to give her a surprise? Ning Xi thought about something and tugged on Tingxiao's hand before making her way towards the courtyard in the bamboo forest. Okay, let's rest. Let's rest together. You must be tired from driving for so long. Hee. Wait till I get him into bed. Will I get to kiss him? Why did she suddenly realize that this was the pattern of seducing a pure little bunny? When the two of them entered the house, Ning Xi was once again astonished. The roof above them in the master bedroom was made entirely of glass. They could see the bright, starry sky by lying down in the bed. Outside their window, they could hear the wind caressing the bamboo forest. The bed was made into the shape of a bird's nest, and the pure white mattress was as soft as the clouds. Yet, all of this beauty was nothing compared to the person beside her. Tingxiao stood in front of the bed and was undoing his buttons one by one. Ning Xi held her chin and watched without blinking. Indeed, there will be no damage without comparison. Was she nothing? If those people saw the way the devil undid his buttons, would they not go crazy? Also, if they knew that their national husbands, number 1 and number 2, were actually already off the market. Tingxiao had just taken off his exterior clothing and changed when he saw that Ning Xi was already lying on the bed, waiting for him. When she saw him turn around, she even patted the spot beside her as if she was saying that they could both obediently sleep together. However, the shine in her eyes had already given her away. The corner of Tingxiao's lips curled up, and there was a smile in his eyes. His fingers gently caressed the girl's chin. Not tired. Ning Xi shook her head like a rattle drum. Please, seeing you teasing me like this. Even if I'm tired as a dog, I could be resurrected. When Tingxiao heard her, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Did he tease her? The man caressed the girl's soft hair. I'm older than you are. There will be a day when I'm no longer attractive to you. Wow. The devil unexpectedly had such insecure moments too. Ning Xi instantly raised her brows. So what? There are many handsome guys and pretty boys in the entertainment industry. But can I eat their handsomeness? Whatever it is, even if they're handsome, They aren't as handsome as I am. She was the officially acknowledged number one. Tingxiao was speechless. This reasoning. Usually, girls would comfort the guy and say, "There will be a day when I turn old too." Only Ning Xi would say that as handsome as others were, they would not be as handsome as her. It was really hard to refute anything she said. Nevertheless, Tingxiao loved her arrogant little demeanor so much. My wife makes so much sense. The man laughed lightly as his long fingers held onto the girl's collar. The way Ning Xi's outfit was designed was that there was a row of 10 buttons at the collar. In fact, every button was small and delicate, and it was very hard to undo them. Tingxiao then started to kiss her forehead, her nose, her lips, collarbone, and every inch of her skin as he unhurriedly unbuttoned every single one patiently. Occasionally, his fingers would brush her skin with an electrifying numbness. He was torturously slow. The first time, he had caused her too much damage. The second time had been too rushed. This time, he wanted to give her the best experience. Even if it was something that he was not good at, as long as he was willing to, this man could be the best. Tonight was one such example. Chapter 1941, Revival. The next day, after the loving couple had their fun in the bamboo forest, the news of Ning Xi slaying at the Night of Starlight was all over the news. Night of Starlight. Ning Xi slew the Poles. No one escaped. Return of the Queen Ning Xi, no more place for fake goddesses. Investors of the world start pulling out. With an almost similar impact when she had won numerous awards back then, Ning Xi quickly returned to the public eye with the vast amount of news articles talking about her. Following the Night of Starlight, Qin Shuang, who played the role of Christine in the play The Phantom of the Opera, shot to fame overnight due to her professional and outstanding performance. At the same time, the top brass of Glory World Entertainment had a major shift. Yi Sudong was sacked and a new CEO was appointed directly from the Lu Corporation. This news spread throughout the industry very quickly. Yi Sudong went drinking at a pub and told everyone that Glory World Entertainment would surely fall without him. He also bragged that he had groomed Han Zixuan on his own and that no one would be able to top her. In the end, after a good night's sleep, the whole entertainment industry evolved. Ning Xi dominated the Night of Starlight after her comeback announcement, even lifting Qin Shuang. Damn it, this woman revived the whole of Glory World Entertainment on her own. Yi Sudong just sat on the sofa dumbfounded as he saw Ning Xi's name in the headlines of every news. At Starlight Entertainment, dark clouds shrouded all over. It was not just the loss of Han Zixuan that made everyone gloomy. It was a huge blow to Starlight Entertainment as a whole. After they finally conquered their top competitor Glory World Entertainment, the latter was now revived. In the meeting, Wang Haojuan said with a dark expression, "Pass the word that the World Project will go on hiatus." He did not go into specifics, but everyone knew that several main investors were dissatisfied with Han Zixuan's popularity and performance. They pulled out suddenly, and even Guo Qixing had resigned from his role as director. Zheng Anru's expression was pretty sour too. "I just received news that the movie Zixuan worked on with Director Chun before didn't pass censorship. This meant that all their efforts put in was in vain and their plans to get an international award from the movie was ruined." Zheng Anru then stared at the public relations director beside her angrily and started scolding. "Lu Wenliang, just what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to take care of things? This movie can't have any issues. Are you just a piece of decoration here? You useless idiot." Lu Wenliang chuckled coldly and threw his resignation letter on the table. "I'm sorry. I'm not working here anymore. Since you're so capable, please clean up your own mess in the future, Manager Zheng." Zheng Anru could not say anything else. This trash. He chose to leave at such a time. "CEO Wang, are you going to do anything about this?" Damn it. CEO Ning was not here at such a crucial moment. Wang Haojuan was really troubled at the moment. "We'll just wait for the new PR director to take over after this. What should Zixuan do now?" Zheng Anru looked worried. "Zixuan is now sick because of that witch. You have to think of something, CEO Wang." Chapter 1942. Passed out. Actually, Han Zixuan simply did not want to attend the meeting that day because of the humiliation yesterday. Wang Haojuan knew that. However, he just did not want to call her out. He pinched the space between his eyebrows. Released the news about Zixuan stepping into Hollywood. Zheng Anru finally regained some confidence, and she nodded. You're right, CEO Wang. No matter how good Ning Xi is, she's just well known in China. Zixuan has debuted for just a year, and she's already stepping into Hollywood in a big movie of one of the top producers, Jace. On the other hand, Ning Xuela was not at the meeting because Su Yin had called her in the morning and told her that he had something to talk to her about during dinner that night. After knowing him for so many years, she knew what it was from Su Yan's tone. Not only was what she did for the past few days not working, but he was further determined to divorce her. He was probably going to tell her about his decision that night. Ning Xuela had just finished putting on her makeup in front of her dressing table. Thinking about it, her fingernails sank deep into her palms. Downstairs. Is Xuela out yet? Didn't Su Yin say he'd tell her tonight? Zheng Minjun looked upstairs from time to time. Apparently, she knew that her son was going to tell Ning Xuela everything that night. She felt a lot more confident talking to her friends when she thought about how she would become in-laws with the Zhuang family in the future. Deep down, she wished that everything would go smoothly tonight. Hongguang, do you think Xuela will do anything? Su Hongguang replied. Well, she'll surely try to do something. But we've never mistreated her. Zheng Minjun was triggered. Mistreated? Not only did we not mistreat her in the past year, we were tricked by the Ning family. Do you know what the others are saying about us? Just a few days ago, Shanshan's parents told me right in my face that Su Yin found a rural village woman as his wife. Do you want Su Yin to stay humiliated his whole life? Su Hongguang looked helpless. I didn't even say anything. Why did you bring it up? Whatever happens, we need to fully support Su Yin. If Xuela truly loves Su Yin, she should be considerate about his future. As Zheng Mingjun and Su Hongguang were talking quietly downstairs, a maid scream came from upstairs suddenly. Madam, what happened? Wake up. Oh no. Someone please. Madam has passed out. The two of them were shocked when they heard the young maid shrieking. What? Xuela's fainted. Zheng Minjun frowned. Su Hongguang's expression changed as well. The two of them rushed over and saw Ning Xua passed out beside the dressing table. The maid was on the verge of tears. What happened? Why would she suddenly pass out? Zheng Minjun asked. The maid looked terrified. I don't know. I just came in to deliver the clothes, and then I saw that Madam was already on the ground. Quickly asked the chauffeur to send her to the hospital. Su Hongguang ordered. He then added, call Su Yin to come back too. Zheng Minjun's expression looked terrible. She wanted to say something, but stopped when she saw Ning Xula on the ground. She was thinking to herself, she's fainted? Why now of all times? Chapter 1943, Pregnant. At the hospital, besides the members of the Su family, Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu had arrived too. Zhuang Lingyu was upset. What happened? Why did she suddenly pass out? Zheng Minjun was disgruntled as well when she saw the people from the Ning family, especially when Zhuang Lingyu spoke to her in such a rude tone. They must have been informed by that busybody maid. She just fainted. What was the big deal? Zhuang Lingyu's expression made it seem as if the Su family had tortured her. She was just a fake, yet they still took her seriously. Zheng Minjun was frustrated when she thought about how things could have been settled that night itself. But now that something like this had happened, she said coldly, Xiao Ling was exaggerating. Xuela is probably just exhausted. She should be fine after some rest. Zhuang Lingyu had been mocked by Zheng Minjun numerous times due to Ning Xuela's true identity, so she had always been irked by Zheng Minjun. Do you think this is just a small matter? Xuela is the treasure of our family. And look what happened after she went over to the Su family. Su Hongguang spoke out to ease the fire. You've misunderstood. You know how well we treat Xuela. If you don't believe us, you can ask her. This probably happened because of the various issues occurring in her company. Let's stop fighting now and wait for the doctor's diagnosis. Ning Yaohua played the good guy. That's right. What matters is Xuela's health. If the relationship between the two families turned sour now, it would not bear any merit to both Xuela and Ning International. On the other hand, Su Yin was trailing the doctor to get the diagnosis report. Doctor, how's the patient? Is it severe? Su Yin asked. The female doctor emerged with the report and beamed brightly. It's all right, and it's something good. Congratulations. Mrs. Su is pregnant. Su Yan's face turned pale instantly, as if he could not believe what the doctor had just said. Doctor, what did you say? Pregnant. The female doctor thought Su Yin was too happy for words. Yes, it has been 8 weeks. She's almost 3 months pregnant. Su Yin was stunned, frozen with a pale face. He had spent so many days hiring lawyers and drafting the divorce agreement. The only step left was to tell Shualaw about it that very day. He had been looking forward to being a free man again and go back to Ning Xi. He had never expected that before he had a chance to say anything, he would find out about Shualaw being pregnant. Su Yin had no idea how to take the report. He just felt like he was drowning inside an icy lake. The coldness struck his bones hard. Su Yin, how's Shualaw? Say something. When he heard Zhuang Lingyu's voice, he came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and forced himself to be rational again. Shualaw is all right. She's pregnant. What? Did you say Shualaw is pregnant? Zhuang Lingyu looked astonished. That's great. Really great. Ning Yaowa was really thrilled as well. You guys have been together for a year. Now, you finally have a child. Where's Shualaw? I want to see her now. Chapter 1944, Waiver. Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaowa were completely immersed in joy. They quickly went to see Ning Shualaw. In their own world, they did not notice the odd looks on the faces of the trio from the Su family. After the two of them entered the ward, Zheng Minjun immediately cursed under her breath. Did the hospital get it wrong? How could she have gotten pregnant now of all times? Su Yin was already prepared to divorce her, yet she's pregnant now. What do we do? Su Hongguang frowned and glared at his wife. Softer. Then, his expression seemed jumbled too. On one hand, he felt regretful. On the other hand, it was still the Su family's flesh and blood in Shualaw. They had been anticipating it for so long, and now the Su family finally had an heir. Well, you have to tell me, what do we do now? Zheng Minjun urged anxiously. When she saw that the golden phoenix in their hand was going to vanish just like that, even a grandchild could not make her any happier. After all, they would have a grandchild sooner or later, but from whose womb? That was a huge difference in the story. Su Yan's mind was blank now. He did not say a word at all. At last, it was Su Hongguang who said in a low voice, "It's best if we reconsider the divorce. Now none of you are allowed to mention it, especially when the in-laws are still here. To bring up a divorce right now would definitely make the Ning family cause a huge ruckus." Zheng Minjun understood this too, yet her heart was still unwilling. Nevertheless, silence was all they could resort to. In the ward, "Father, Mother, why are you here? What's wrong with me?" Ning Xi slowly came to, looking confused. Zhuang Lingyu held Ning Shualawa's hand gleefully. "Shualawa, you're pregnant. You're going to be a mother." Ning Shualawa went blank for a second, then she gaped in disbelief and was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Mother, I'm pregnant. The doctor already said so. Could he be wrong? You're so thoughtless. You only realize it after 3 months. You even fainted at home. You made us worry." Zhuang Lingyu looked distressed as she reproached her. "Mother, I'm sorry." Zhuang Lingyu suddenly thought of something and said coldly, "What are you sorry for? Don't think I don't know. It must be that damned brat who's causing you trouble the moment she returned. Otherwise, would you have worked this hard?" Then, she was worried that all this annoyance would disturb her, so she quickly consoled her. "Now, your main duty is to nourish your fetus. Leave all those company matters to the others. Nothing is more important than your health and the child's." "Mother, I got it." Then, Su Hongguang and Zheng Minjun walked in too, symbolically muttering a few caring words. After that, everyone else moved out to let Su Yin and Ning Shualaw be alone. When only the two of them were left in the ward, Ning Shualaw instantly blushed shyly and was in high spirits. "Bro Yin, we finally have a child. I'm so happy." Su Yin looked at the girl on the sickbed who was ignorant of worldly affairs and was without an inkling of anything. While she was pleased about carrying his child, his heart was filled with strife. On both sides of the scale, one was a true love that he had retrieved with much difficulty, while the other was a girl who had been by his side for so many years. He had already decided on giving Ning Xi a proper title. Yet now at this moment, facing the present Ning Shualaw, he really could not bring himself to say the word divorce. "I am very happy too, but the way you passed out today was so dangerous. From now on, you rest well. Leave everything else to me. I'll handle them for you," assured Su Yan. There was a hidden smirk in Ning Shualawa's eyes. Outwardly, she seemed touched and nestled against the man's embrace. "Bro Yin, thank you." Chapter 1945, advancing into Hollywood. The next day, the news about Han Zixuan advancing into Hollywood started to dominate all the tabloid headlines. Han Zixuan has confirmed that she will be acting in Hollywood's classic blockbuster, Assassin. Hollywood's #1 producer Jace's epic work, Assassin with a Chinese. Han Zixuan, Hollywood's Chinese pride. As a movie, Assassin had swept all sorts of huge awards in Hollywood 20 years ago. It had been repeatedly screened many times and brought nostalgia to all film lovers and was a true classic. Once the news of it being remade was released, it received a huge amount of attention. The arrangement of this film's plot was quite in line with Hollywood's usual style. The female lead, Anna, was raised by an assassin organization since young. At last, she was arranged to go on a mission to assassinate a leader of an influential family with a celebrated reputation. It was a story of conspiracy and love, interweaving with the male lead who was full of clever strategies. No matter what role Han Zixuan got, even if it was just unremarkable cannon fodder, as long as she has entered the crew of Assassin and got herself some screen time in the movie, her status and position in the future would definitely rise together with the movie. The most annoying thing was that in Hollywood, they would very rarely pick two actors from China. This meant that if Han Zixuan successfully partook in the filming of Assassin, then the probability of Ning Xi joining the Assassin crew would be reduced by more than half. At Glory World Entertainment, Su Tao looked furiously at all of the headlines. "Show my ass. My queen has already advanced into Hollywood a year ago." Liang Feixing shot a glance at him. "Sadly, it hasn't been released up till now." Su Tao grumbled unhappily. "Well, we can't just watch those disgusting people, can we?" Liang Feixing smiled. "I've heard that the audition for the Chinese role in Assassin will only officially begin in a week." Han Zixuan was decided internally. "I heard that they didn't even mind not getting paid. Now, to suppress Ning Xi, they've already released this news before the audition." Su Tao's eyes lit up. If Ning Xi goes for the audition, she can definitely defeat her. When Liang Feixing heard Su Tao, he did not look optimistic. Since it was already internally decided, and in fact, Starlight's already announced it with such great fanfare, then it definitely must be already in the bag. This role isn't easy to compete for. The point is, I don't think there's a need. It's probably just a few seconds screen time and only one line. Su Tao agreed. "That's right. Just to be cool, any professional would know that they're being devalued in this role. They're obviously losing money just to show off." I think Ning Xi probably wouldn't agree either. Ning Xi's scenes in Thunderbolt Secret Service Squad added up to more than 10 minutes. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. Ning Xi walked in. "There's no harm. I can go for the audition." Su Tao instantly frowned. "But I've already reached this far. Obviously, I can't give up halfway. Besides, this movie is Assassin. Even if it's a few seconds screen time, it's worth it too. I myself am actually a loyal fan of this movie. This time, I can consider it as fulfilling a dream of mine," Ning Xi said. As Su Tao watched his goddess being so understanding, he was so moved that tears streamed down his cheeks. Liang Feixing thought about it. They were so close to defeating Han Zixuan already. Indeed, they could only steal this role now. Otherwise, all that they had done before would go to waste, and the effects would be hugely discounted too. Visiting monks gave better sermons. The Chinese people still instinctively thought highly of Hollywood. By the looks of it, that's the only thing we can do. I'll go gather more information on the filming crew," Liang Feixing said. Chapter 1946. For show. Su Tao said, "I'll go arrange for the audition." They had only chosen Han Zixuan for the Chinese market, but when it came to popularity, Ning Xi did not concede to her. As long as Ning Xi was willing, it was not impossible to seize the role. "Okay," said Ning Xi. After they finished discussing, Ning Xi started to prepare for the audition that would be happening in a week. Actually, this role was indeed purely to reveal a face as a passerby. It could not even measure up to her role in Thunderbolt Secret Service Squad before her scenes were added. However, the movie Assassin was special to Ning Xi, especially the female lead's role, Anna. It was one of her favorite characters. This time, she would use this opportunity to study this classic once again. A week later, the auditions for Assassin began. Ning Xi and Su Tao reached the audition location on time. When they reached, because the manager and assistants could not enter, Su Tao gave Ning Xi a pep talk before waiting outside. Ning Xi skimmed the crowd, which was basically all A-listers, but their statuses were unevenly matched. The only similarity of all those here was their popularity and how much they were the talk of the tabloids. It was obvious that the film crew had only chosen a role for a Chinese just for the market in China. In the waiting room, when they saw Ning Xi come, many artistes had gone up to her to politely make small talk and greet her. The entertainment industry commonly flattered the superiors and trampled the inferiors. Because Ning Xi had been in the limelight recently, naturally people would try to befriend her. However, because their relationship with Glory World was tense, a few of Starlight's artistes just watched from a corner with indifference as they muttered softly. Ning Xi came too. Doesn't she know that today's audition is just for show? Zixuan has long been internally decided, and she's not even here today. She must be unwilling to give up. This is an audition for Assassin, Hollywood's ultimate classic. She's fighting so intensely with Han Zixuan right now. So how could she not turn up? If you want to talk about opportunity, Starlight has Zixuan's back. Ning Xi can't catch up. In China, she has some sort of foundation, so that's fine, but to climb up further will definitely be hard. She looks like she has overcome Han Zixuan by a little right now. Actually, it's probably the furthest she can go. I think even Yin Yu, who hopped over to Starlight, has brighter prospects than her. Amidst the whispers, a female staff who appeared Chinese walked over to announce that the audition had begun. Everyone, please enter according to your numbered sequence. Because Ning Xi had registered later, she was arranged to be last. Even though they knew that they were just here for show, they still could not help but have a hint of wishful thinking. All of the female artistes waiting for their turn to audition started to nervously fix their makeup. However, slowly, the anticipation on everyone's faces started to fade. The way the people inside kept calling out the numbers, every artiste was inside for barely 10 seconds on average. There were even some who came out after 3 to 5 seconds. What kind of audition was this? 3 to 5 seconds was not even enough to take a proper look at someone's face. Dang. Hollywood is extremely blunt now. When they say it's just for show, they really mean it. They aren't even trying to fake it a little. They have such a huge lineup for the filming crew. It's already not too shabby that they were willing to organize an audition. What more do you want? Sigh. After all, the ones in the audition are all of Hollywood's big shots. Today, I'll just take it as coming to see them in real life and gain some experience. Chapter 1947, Shock. Some of the artistes, who were still present, turned around with sympathy in their eyes when they heard Ning Xi's name being called. The former superstar now had to come to an audition and try her luck while knowing that the role was already predetermined. Ning Xi ignored their gazes and went into the audition room, following the lead of the staff. As Liang Feixing's intel provided, out of the 3 interviewers today, only the assistant director was notable. People with a legendary caliber like Jace might not even appear at the audition of the female lead. Moreover, this was just an audition for a minor role. The assistant director seemed polite when he saw Ning Xi. Ms. Ning Xi. Yes, hello. As the rumor says, you really are an oriental beauty. His eyes shone. Apparently, he had a positive first impression of Ning Xi. If they had not promised to work with Starlight, he might have chosen this one in front of him. Thank you very much. The assistant director nodded with a complex expression on his face. That's all. You can go back and wait for the confirmation. Short as expected. Nevertheless, there was still a chance given the assistant director's expression. After Ning Xi left, a discussion sparked inside the room. What do you guys think? The assistant director asked the others. One of them said, the vibe Ms. Ning Xi gave off was outstanding. Her popularity is on par with Han Zixuan's in China. But as far as I know, she just came back after a year of retirement. She doesn't really have many resources on hand, and her future progression is unpredictable. I think using Han Zixuan is the safer choice. The other person disagreed. On par? Mike, Ms. Ning Xi is a truly capable person. You should see her in Mother. Dwight, just to be clear, this role doesn't need capabilities. It isn't even related to the actor itself. We just need popularity and strong backup. That's how we can maximize the profit from the Chinese population. Glory World Entertainment has been taken back by the Lu Corporation. Their potential is still unknown. Mike, you're jumping to conclusions. You said it yourself that it's unknown. We don't need to take risks. Everyone somewhat expected it when they saw that Ning Xi's audition ended swiftly too. Many of them looked at her with a sense of rejoice in her misfortune. They finally saw the results, and people started to leave. In the meantime, the assistant director was having a headache as the duo argued in front of him. If they could not work this out, they could just send the audition videos back and let the higher-ups decide. Their audition processes were all live-streamed to the higher-ups, but those people might not even watch it immediately, or they may not even care. Suddenly, the Chinese staff rushed into the room and asked the assistant director, "Director, where's Ms. Ning Xi from earlier? She just left. What's wrong?" The assistant director seemed confused. The lady staff looked flustered. "Jace. Mr. Jace wants to see her." "What? Mr. Jace wants to see her personally?" The assistant director shot to his feet in shock. The pair beside him looked like they had just witnessed a supernatural occurrence. Chapter 1948, Mysterious Producer. Jace had never appeared in public. Even they had never seen Jace himself, including the assistant director. "She shouldn't have gone far. I'll give her a call," the assistant director said. "It's all right. I'll chase her," replied the female staff. "Ning Xi, how was it?" Su Tao, who had been waiting outside, quickly asked her when she came out. Ning Xi thought about it. "Well, I've got half a chance, I suppose. It's awesome enough that you have some chance. Leave the rest to me and Liang Feishing." This time, as Su Tao and Ning Xi were talking and walking towards the car park, suddenly there was the sound of rushed footsteps behind them. "Ms. Ning Xi, please wait." Ning Xi turned around, surprised to see the staff from earlier. "Ms. Linda?" "Hi, Ms. Ning Xi." Linda clasped her chest as she panted heavily. "Hello." Ning Xi smiled and gave her a questioning gaze, unsure why she was being chased. "Ms. Ning Xi, our producer would like to meet with you to discuss the movie," she said very politely. Ning Xi was stunned before she asked, "Producer? You mean Mr. Jace?" "Yes, Mr. Jace." Not just Ning Xi, even Su Tao was taken aback when they heard the affirmative answer. "Mr. Jace wants to see Ning Xi? What is it about?" Su Tao quickly asked. "Yes, Mr. Jace wants to see Ms. Ning Xi, but I'm not sure why. Ms. Ning Xi will know once she meets him." The lady smiled nervously as if she was afraid of messing things up and not being able to bring Ning Xi over. Ning Xi and Su Tao looked at each other questioningly. While Ning Xi was popular in China, she meant nothing to Hollywood, especially for people of Jace's caliber. He probably did not even know of her existence. Even Ning Xi did not expect that her trying today would lead to meeting that person. In the end, Su Tao replied decisively, "Please lead the way." "All right, follow me." The lady looked relieved. After about half an hour's car ride, Ning Xi entered a high-class private club with the staff. As they arrived at a room, the lady told Su Tao, "Please wait outside here, mister." She then made an inviting gesture to Ning Xi and opened the door for her. "Thank you." Ning Xi thanked her and took a deep breath before going inside the room. Inside, there was an old man with a head full of white hair. He seemed to have waited for a long time. The old man looked like he was pondering about something. Then he raised his head and looked at Ning Xi's direction when he heard sounds at the door. Ning Xi had been preparing herself mentally on the way here, so she looked somewhat calm. "Hello, Mr. Jace." Ning Xi took a careful look at the old man as she greeted him. It was a standard European face around 80 years old, and he looked quite kind, which was unimaginable given Jace's popularity. However, Jace was a mysterious person. None of the magazines dared to put Jace's picture on print. Chapter 1949, Pie Falling from the Sky. Even though Ning Xi always kept up with Jace's news, she had never seen his face either. The elder looked distracted as he was reminded of something when he looked at Ning Xi. His pupils shrunk a little. After a while, the elder said, "Ms. Ning Xi, please sit." Ning Xi nodded and sat down. Since she was unclear about his intention of inviting her over, she patiently waited for what he had to say. Besides, she was too nervous to say anything at all. He was a legend in Hollywood after all. He was someone who only existed within the realm of her imagination, and now he was right in front of her. His eyes looked sharp as if he could see right through a person's heart. However, the way he looked at Ning Xi at the moment was devoid of pressure. He said gently, "I'm sorry to have invited you over in a rush, but I just saw your audition video." "It's all right, but the reason you want to see me is..." Ning Xi was confused. "I hope you can take up the role of Anna in the movie Assassin, Ms. Ning Xi," Jay said straightforwardly. Ning Xi imagined countless possible outcomes, but she was stunned when she heard it directly from Jace himself. Anna? Jace had invited her to take up the role of Anna. Anna was the female lead for this movie. Jace continued, "Back then, my daughter Caroline was the scriptwriter and female lead for the movie Exiled." Ning Xi was once again astonished when she heard this. Ms. Caroline, the legendary female lead of Assassin from Hollywood, was actually Jace's daughter. She had countless curious questions, but did not dare to ask them. "Unfortunately, my daughter Caroline passed away due to sickness when she was traveling. It has been some time, which is why I wanted to remake the movie so as to commemorate my daughter." The elder's expression looked slightly depressed. Ning Xi was really surprised. When she saw the movie Assassin for the first time, she loved the character portrayed by Anna, whom she thought was just the coolest. However, Caroline only starred in the movie Assassin and then vanished. There was no news about her whatsoever after that. She would never have expected that Caroline had already passed away. It was the first time Ning Xi found out about the story behind the movie Assassin. "My condolences." Ning Xi had no idea what else to say. The elder then asked, "I'm placing a lot of importance on this character, so I hope you can give it your all." Had he already decided on her to take up the role? With such a ginormous sweet pie falling from the sky, she was almost crushed. Ning Xi asked, "As far as I know, the female lead was confirmed to be Ms. Lillian, wasn't it?" Jace then replied, "It's not confirmed. It was just an initial shortlist. After our meeting today, I believe your aura and image suit the character very well. I believe you know that the settings for parts of the movie will be in China. Caroline's mother is Chinese, and she's been living here since she was a child. That was also the reason why parts of the movie were taken here." The elder was then reminded of the past and stopped talking. "I see." Chapter 1950, Miracle. "Besides, I trust Martin's judgment too," said Jace. Director Martin. It had been so long since she heard that name. Ning Xi was stunned for a moment before she realized who Jace meant. A year ago, she joined director Martin's movie Thunderbolt Secret Service Squad. There were many special effects scenes in this movie, thus it had not been released up till now. Because of Jace's explanation about his daughter, plus his mention of director Martin, Ning Xi could finally digest this huge pie. After that, Ning Xi discussed some small tweaks in Assassin and the understanding of the plot in detail with Jace, only leaving in the evening. Until she walked out of the room, Ning Xi still felt like it was all very surreal. She would never have thought that initially wanting to just try for a cameo would, in the end, not only end up with her meeting the legendary Jace, but also land her the leading female role. "Oh my lord, you're finally out. How did it actually go? What did Mr. Jace say to you? Why did you leave for so long? He didn't do anything to you, did he?" Su Tao looked like a mother hen who was worried sick. Ning Xi was a little speechless. "Nonsense. Mr. Jace was just discussing letting me take on the role of Anna." "What the heck? What?" Su Tao almost bit his own tongue. Su Tao had watched Hollywood's classic movie, Assassin, that had been honed to perfection over centuries for more than 6 or 7 times. Naturally, he knew that the female lead's name was Anna, and she was one of the most outstanding characters in the history of Hollywood's filmography. "Can you say that again? What role did Mr. Jace ask you to take on?" "The lead female assassin," replied Ning Xi expressionlessly. Su Tao was stunned for about 3 seconds before he came back to his senses. He quivered emotionally. "You got the lead female assassin's role as Anna? Oh, my queen, please don't be joking with me. My heart isn't that great." It was not that no huge stars made it to Hollywood in the entire Chinese entertainment industry, but no one had ever taken on the lead female role. Hollywood was most probably only looking for actors in China because of China's super huge market. Most of the roles offered were not even important. For a Chinese female star to land the role of the lead female role in Hollywood was practically unheard of. Even if it was the top A-lister superstar, to be able to get an important role in a Hollywood film was next to impossible. Up till now, only Song Lin had done that in the whole of the Chinese history, but that film director was an American Chinese, so most of the actors' lineup was Chinese too. Ning Xi obviously expected Su Tao's reaction. She shrugged nonchalantly. "Pinch yourself for a while. If we're not dreaming right now, then this is real. Oh, my queen, you're practically a miracle. Our entire Chinese entertainment industry's pride." Damn, Su Tao was so emotional that he was incoherent. He had never dared to imagine that in his lifetime, An artiste under him would be able to snag a lead female role in Hollywood. He could brag about this awesomeness for quite a few lifetimes. That dog crap Zheng Anru, promoting all over the place. This time, she would really become the biggest joke. I'll go inform the media now. I'll immediately announce it to the world. Once Su Tao said that, he immediately shook his head again. No, 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 don't tell the media first. Zheng Anru's side is abuzz with the announcement. Let's wait for Assassin to begin filming. There'll definitely be a lot of media for publicity and promotion. Let's just use Zheng Anru's publicity. Wait for a few more days till everything on Zheng Anru and Han Zixuan's end is in order. Chapter 1951. Obviously my wife can. Ning Xi shook her head helplessly. Indeed, this was Su Tao's way of doing things. This move was indeed incredibly savage. Ning Xi, how did you actually get chosen? In fact, Jace personally decided on you. Su Tao followed after her and asked eagerly. Thus, Ning Xi explained the process in detail to Su Tao, who listened without even blinking once throughout. When they left the private club, Ning Xi returned to Deer Town. After chatting with Jace for a long time, Ning Xi finally understood why parts of the casting for Assassin took place in China. According to Jace, his younger daughter, Caroline, really liked China, and some settings of the storyline in Assassin were actually in China. Of course, when Assassin officially began shooting and the storylines in China were finished, she would still need to follow the crew to the other countries to continue shooting at various locations. How was it? Did it go well? Tingxiao asked. The old Hollywood movie Assassin had once caused a sensation, and Tingxiao had seen it too. He also knew how much Ning Xi liked this movie. She had even studied the script for a long time for a minor role that did not have many scenes. Boo-hoo, darling. It didn't go too well. I didn't get chosen for the role that I auditioned for. Ning Xi wept and sighed as she went over, seeking for caresses and comfort. Tingxiao naturally felt his heart ache for her, and he quickly consoled her softly. Yet, the moment he finished, he saw the girl looking up to him slyly. There were no hints of sadness in her eyes at all. Even though I didn't get chosen for the role I auditioned for, the filming team has let me take on the role of the lead female assassin. When he heard this, even Tingxiao was a little astonished. Initially, he thought that Ning Xi had failed at the audition. He would never have thought that she would get the role of the female lead instead. In Hollywood, Chinese artistes had a lower status. As everyone was aware, getting even a supporting role was hard, much less a leading role. Darling, do you know that today my idol unexpectedly invited me to personally meet him? Ning Xi exclaimed excitedly. Jace? Tingxiao asked. How did you know? Ning Xi pouted as she wanted to boast to Tingxiao without him guessing first. Apart from Jace himself, who else could make you this excited? Teased Tingxiao in a pampering tone. He liked seeing the way her eyes lit up when she spoke about her work. Mr. Jace was really such a gentleman, and he's very friendly. He wasn't like what I imagined at all. He's just like a normal and very loving grandfather. And did you know? The female lead, Caroline, was actually Jace's daughter, but sadly, Caroline has already passed away. Ning Xi's expression flashed with regret, and she felt that it was a great pity. At the same time, she was even more determined to act her part well. Darling, I must perform this film to perfection. Obviously, my wife can do it, Tingxiao said. Then he suddenly thought of something, and in his eyes was an unnoticeable gloom. Assassin was highly efficient. Very soon they informed Ning Xi to go over for a costume test. On that day, Ning Xi arrived early. In the makeup room, a Caucasian with the typical Western standards of beauty walked up to Ning Xi, her dark blue eyes examining Ning Xi. You're the Chinese actress, Ning Xi. The Caucasian girl smiled at her. Nice to meet you. I'm Ning Xi answered politely. I heard you seem to have been in Hollywood previously. Did you act in a movie, the one that was just released recently? The Caucasian girl hurled out her hand to Ning Xi. Chapter 1952. Be careful. Ning Xi was familiar with this Caucasian girl in front of her, as she was a pretty famous actress in Hollywood. For the filming of Assassin, the lineup of actors was elite. The male lead was Hollywood's famous actor, Steve Weir. After the long chat with Jace the day before, Ning Xi already knew the lineup of the current actors. This Caucasian girl was acting as the male lead's assistant in Assassin. You're amazing. You actually got the role of the lead female assassin, So you'll have a lot of scenes with Weir, said the Caucasian girl with envy. Even though the outside world did not know anything yet, the fact that the female lead had been changed to be a Chinese actress exploded in the entire internal department. As for landing the role of the female lead, even Ning Xi herself felt that she had been incredibly lucky. After all, Ning Xi did not even dream of getting the female lead role in Assassin. At first, however, since she had already gotten it, she would obviously give it her best. However, Ms. Ning Xi, you should be a little careful. The Caucasian girl looked around as she said in a lowered voice. Careful. Ning Xi did not understand. The Caucasian girl nodded and added softly, for the role of the female lead. The filming crew initially already decided upon Lillian to take it up, but after they informed that they would be changing to you, Lillian has now been changed to be the villainous secondary female lead. Lillian was a movie star that had been pretty hot in Hollywood in recent years. When Assassin was about to be remade, they had already contacted Lillian, and after an audition, they decided upon Lillian to play the female lead. However, with Ning Xi's arrival, the film producer's decision suddenly changed. Evidently, many of the higher-ups did not know why they had suddenly changed actresses either. Everyone was extremely curious about Ning Xi. The Caucasian woman seemed to be worried about Lillian, so she was warning Ning Xi to be more careful. Ning Xi already knew about this. She had also especially asked Jace about the situation, thus she did not take it to heart. Jace had decided on the lead female role in Assassin. It was not related to her at all, and she did not even steal it herself. So with a clear conscience, she would just give it her all. What the hell? Lillian's role as the female lead has actually been swapped out for a Chinese actress. I don't know what the producers are thinking. I previously heard that that Chinese actress is called what's her name? Ning Xi. Even though she's a little famous in China, she's not even qualified in Hollywood. Instantly, two dark-skinned girls walked into the makeup room. Their gazes fell onto Ning Xi. One of the girls examined Ning Xi and scoffed. Chinese actresses who want to make it big in Hollywood really don't have it easy. No matter how many Hollywood movies they've acted in, they still need to leave in the end. There'll always be people who want to make it into Hollywood, yet in the end, almost none of them get to stay. The dark-skinned women were clearly saying those things for Ning Xi to hear. Before they could continue, a few of the makeup artists finally rushed over. Hello, everyone. I'm the makeup artist. Today, the filming crew has told us to test costumes with everyone. The middle-aged woman who was the makeup artist had a broad smile on her face. When they heard her, the two women stopped their nasty banter. They sat on the chairs and were checking themselves out in the mirrors. The middle-aged woman walked up to Ning Xi and introduced herself. Hello, Ms. Ning Xi. My name is Lisa, and I'm your makeup artist. Hello. Thank you for the trouble. Ning Xi nodded. Chapter 1953. Female lead of this movie. Let me handle this. Lisa beamed. These professional makeup artists followed the assassin crew around the whole country. Lisa was Chinese and spoke Mandarin fluently. She offered to be Ning Xi's exclusive makeup artist when she found out that a Chinese was going to be the lead character. She lay out all her makeup on the table, yet she did not do anything for some time. Lisa, what's the issue? Ning Xi was confused. Lisa looked surprised. Ms. Ning Xi, in 17 years of my career, I've never seen anyone with skin as good as yours. The light makeup on Ning Xi right now was already perfect. There was nothing more to be done. The makeup needed for the main character in the movie was not much. She just needed a style that was clean and simple. Thank you, said Ning Xi humbly. Ms. Ning Xi, I think you don't need any more makeup. Lisa seemed disappointed as she was keen to show off her skills. In the end, she just did some minor touch-ups. Several other makeup artists looked at Ning Xi's direction. I don't see how good her skin is. Is there a problem with her eyes? No matter how amazing her skin is, can she be better than Caucasians? The two dark-skinned girls stared at Ning Xi unhappily. Ignore them. They're being discriminated against themselves, yet they want to mock other people to feel better. Lisa comforted Ning Xi. Ning Xi smiled and did not mind. Lisa, on the other hand, had seen too many situations like this. It was not just actors from China. Many big shots from other countries would be discriminated the moment they were involved in Hollywood. Of course, Ning Xi's case of snatching the lead role had never happened before, so it was unbelievable. Lisa had heard some rumors from the crew. The initial decision was not to have Ning Xi as the female lead, but for some unknown reason, The production team decided to change at the very last minute. Lillian, you're here. The two dark-skinned girls looked cheerfully at the girl coming in. A Caucasian came into the dressing room with her assistant. Lillian was incensed when she found out her role was replaced, especially when she knew that her replacement was a Chinese actress. Her eyes were filled with a hint of darkness when she saw Ning Xi. Come here and sit, Lillian. One of the dark-skinned girls quickly stood up and left the seat for her. Lillian's assistant glanced at Ning Xi and frowned. Who is this minor actress? Is just anyone allowed in the dressing room? This is Ms. Ning Xi, the female lead of this movie, Lisa said calmly. Ning Xi? Who's that? I've never heard of her before. Anyone heard of her before? Lillian's assistant gave everyone around her a warning glare. Nope, who's that? Never heard of that name before. Could she the female lead spot by sleeping with some higher-ups? I know there are a lot of dirty deals going around in the Chinese entertainment industry. The two girls laughed coldly. Stop saying such ridiculous things. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Lisa stared at the girls and warned them. Chapter 1954. Appearance of the Master. Even though Ning Xi did not care for such cheap tricks, she was very grateful for Lisa being on her side. Lisa, this has nothing to do with you. The two girls frowned. This makeup artist was very famous within the industry. Rumor had it that she was somewhat related to Steve Weir, so the girls were not too rude and just lamented a little more. Lillian signaled her assistant, who became quiet. The two girls stopped talking when Lillian stopped her assistant. Lisa was surprised to see Lillian's attitude. Lillian was definitely not a very friendly person. She thought that Lillian would surely try to intimidate Ning Xi, yet she had chosen to stop it there? Lisa took a glance at Ning Xi. This Chinese girl was able to get the female lead role. She must have an impressive background. Even Lillian was wary of her. Soon, Lillian's manager called her and she left. The other actors took a few trial shots, then everyone left around noon. As Ning Xi was about to go back to her apartment, she received a phone call. She looked at her phone screen in surprise and nearly threw her phone away. Han Xiao. Oh, it's the master. Ning Xi quickly picked up the phone after she realized who was calling her. Hello? Master? Are you looking for me? KFC on J Street. Come over. Before Ning Xi could say anything else, the call went dead. What the heck? The moment he spoke to her, he only brought up KFC? Ning Xi had no idea what was going on. Without any choice, Ning Xi went over. Since the master called, she would go anywhere for him. Inside the shop, Ning Xi found Han Xiao, who was sitting in a corner. Han Xiao wore a casual and loose white shirt as if he was just a harmless young man. While he looked handsome, the way he was gobbling his food looked a little disturbing. He had a drumstick in his left hand and a beef roll in his right as he sipped the milk tea right in between both hands. Ning Xi had been sitting beside him for a while, yet he did not notice her presence at all. Do they taste good? Ning Xi did not want to bother him and was about to wait for him to finish, but he ordered another full bucket. If she waited until he finished, it would probably take forever. When did you get here? Han Xiao turned around and looked at Ning Xi. About 10 minutes ago. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Oh, help me get the full bucket and also help me pay for it. Han Xiao nodded. Curse you. Ning Xi would really love to slap the soul out of this man in front of her. She had never talked to Han Xiao in a year, yet the first thing he told her was to help him to get a full bucket of chicken. And he wanted her to pay. She had rushed over in the car and thought something serious had happened. Whatever, he did save her life after all. Han Xiao was swigging his milk tea happily after being done with his meal. Long time no see. How have you been? Han Xiao finally looked much more normal as he put the milk tea down. It'd be better if you didn't call me, Ning Xi said truthfully. She was almost scared to death. It'd be bad if I don't call you, said Han Xiao. Why? Ning Xi questioned. Chapter 1955, Being Followed. I'm not full and I don't have enough money, Han Xiao told the truth. Ning Xi was speechless. I see your body has recovered a fair bit now. Han Xiao examined Ning Xi. Recovered? Didn't you fall into a vegetative state? I thought I'd never see you again, Han Xiao said as he wiped the grease off his face. Thanks to you. While the guy said that, he did not look genuine at all. Oh right. I have to return the favor since you bought me a meal. Several people are following you. Han Xiao smiled as he stared at Ning Xi. Someone's following me? Ning Xi was shocked. She would not have realized it if Han Xiao had not told her. They came into the shop with you just now, and they seem to be trained. With your body condition as it is now, They could squeeze you to death like a little chick, said Han Xiao as a matter of fact. You are the chick. Your whole family are chickens. Although she really was a chick in the master's eyes. You're a popular star, yet you only put on some disguise when going out. Don't have you have any bodyguards? Han Xiao shook his head. Bodyguards? I have you. Why do I need any bodyguards? Big bro Han Xiao. Ning Xi looked at Han Xiao and gave him her widest smile. Of course, she would never bring anyone else when she came to see Han Xiao. What if he had an emergency secret? Who knew? She was overthinking. It's useless even if you call me your father. I'm full now and I want to sleep. Han Xiao yawned. Damn it. You just ate everything I paid for and now you want to go? Ning Xi really wished for someone skilled enough to beat Han Xiao up until he vomited out all the food he just ate. But it was impossible. Ning Xi looked around and tried to figure out who was following her and why. Ning Xi did not notice anything, but since Han Xiao said so, it must be true. One more bucket of chickens. Suddenly, Han Xiao yelled, Damn you, go get it and pay. Damn it. Ning Xi swore. If this man was not a monster, she would surely fight him. Ning Xi rolled her eyes, then smiled sweetly. Sure, I'll pay, but you have to take care of the people following me. Just for one chicken bucket. Han Xiao obviously felt like he was being taken advantage of. It's two, all right? I paid for the one before too. Ning Xi argued. Fine. Han Xiao finally made the tough decision after some struggle. After another round of guzzling, Han Xiao took the last chicken drumstick in his hand and left KFC with Ning Xi. Two men in sunglasses left after they saw Ning Xi move. Ning Xi drove the car to the outskirts. A four-wheel drive went in their way and blocked Ning Xi's car, two middle-aged men alighting from it. Ning Xi, follow us. One of the slightly chubbier men swiftly went up and caught Ning Xi's wrist firmly. In that brief moment, Ning Xi raised her right arm and pushed the man away. Ning Xi, don't cause any trouble. I'm giving you another chance. Follow us or you'll face the consequences. There was a sense of coldness in the chubby man's eyes. Ning Xi stood where she was with a grin. It was an evil little grin. Chapter 1956. Seeing the crazy person again. These two people were trained. They even had guns on them. Nevertheless, Ning Xi was not afraid. On the left side of the car, there was a monster even scarier than cluster bombs. At this moment, Han Xiao sat in the passenger seat beside the driver, still chewing on a bit of the remaining fried drumstick. Look at you two big guys, bullying a lady. That's not too nice, is it? Han Xiao said as he looked towards the two men outside the car. When they heard him, the short and skinny man walked up and closed the passenger car door again. He stared coldly at Han Xiao. Eat your food. Don't go seeking death. The orders that they had received were to take Ning Xi back with them. If Ning Xi did not cooperate, then they would resolve her quickly. As for any other people, it was not within their area of consideration. After Han Xiao finished eating the drumstick, he wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth and said, It's pretty good. Want to have some? Han Xiao wound the car window down and looked the short, skinny man beside him. The short and skinny man had yet to come back to his senses as he asked subconsciously, Have what? I'll treat you to a drumstick. Then, Han Xiao threw the chicken bones in his hand, and there was the vague sound of something slicing through the air. The drumstick bone was thrown right into the skinny, weak man's mouth. Ow. The odd object got stuck in the short and skinny man's throat. He had only taken 2 breaths at the most when the man's face turned ashen and his eyes bulged. In the midst of his struggle, he made crying sounds. Is it that yummy? When he saw the short, skinny man's incredibly pained expression, Han Zhao's eyes revealed a ruthlessness. Moments later, with the sound of a plop, the skinny, weak man had fallen hard onto the ground. His body twitched nonstop. You're looking for death. Such a situation made the chubby man's expression instantly change. He immediately whipped out a handgun from his waist and aimed it at Han Xiao. Swish. Before he could see how Han Xiao moved, there was a white flash and Han Xiao had already appeared by the chubby man's side. 5 of his lean fingers casually wrapped around the gun. The chubby man wanted to pull the trigger by reflex. The chubby man's pupils suddenly shrunk. The trigger had long been blocked by this young man's fingers, and he could not shoot at all. What rotten thing. Let me take a look. In a flash, Han Xiao grabbed the gun from the chubby man's hand. Don't. When he saw that the black gun muzzle had been turned on him, the chubby man's body trembled and he looked terrified. The two of them were well-trained assassins, while this sissy who looked incredibly young contained a terrifying force that was beyond a human's understanding. With almost no means to retaliate, the tables had been completely turned in between the jokes of that man with the demonic charm. "This lousy toy, how do you use it? Is it?" Bam! Before Han Xiao finished, a muffled noise came from the muzzle, and the bullet shot through the chubby man's head. "Arg. Sorry, my hands are covered in oil. I made a mistake." Han Xiao stared at the chubby man who had fallen to the ground and smirked faintly. When she saw Han Xiao's expression, Ning Xi could not help but tremble too. To label him as a monster was not exaggerating at all. As a friend, he would bring you an extremely intense feeling of security. As an enemy, she could not imagine. "Han Xiao, you show off. Why did you kill all of them?" When Ning Xi returned to her senses, the two men had already been killed by Han Xiao. It happened so quickly. Even if Ning Xi wanted to stop him, she was too late. "I'm a show-off? What does this have to do with me being a show-off? I'm helping you kill them. It's not my arrogance that killed them." Han Xiao casually threw the gun to the side. "You?" Ning Xi almost puked blood onto Han Xiao's face. What abilities of comprehension did this crazy person have? His language teacher must have died especially soon. Chapter 1957. This is not too logical. Initially, Ning Xi wanted to ask the duo who had died who was the one behind all of this, but Han Xiao. He did not even blink when killing them. Instead, he talked about mistakes and oily hands. Who was he trying to fool? Did this guy know something? These two people, each one of them, means treating me to a family bucket. Two people means 2 buckets. That should be about it, said Han Xiao. Ning Xi was speechless. She could not help but pity the two assassins. In Han Xiao's eyes, their lives were only worth a family bucket. In fact, it was not even a luxury family bucket. Sure. I'll treat you to 200 buckets. I'll watch you finish eating it." Ning Xi was a little helpless. Han Xiao was sometimes crazy to the point of horrific, and sometimes he was like a child that could not grow up. "Huh. You said so, but I'm not free tonight. I have a date. I'll look for you." Han Xiao turned around and waved. Before Ning Xi could say anything, he had already disappeared and was nowhere in sight. A date? Ning Xi could not help but roll her eyes. She had never seen any woman Han Xiao. Forget about women. She had never even seen men. If he was going to have an excuse, he should have come up with something more believable. Ning Xi returned to her garden home in Deer Town. She did not see Tingxiao, yet Lu Jingli had come over. This guy seemed to be coming over less and less frequently. Apparently, he was too stuffed with all the public display of affection. "Why are you here?" "Hungry." Ning Xi opened the door for Lu Jingli and let him in. Then she raised her brows to ask. Lu Jingli gazed bitterly at her. "Sis-in-law, you're humble. What's in my stomach is enough to keep me stuffed till the next lifetime. Sis-in-law, I've come to look for you because I heard my brother say that you're playing the female lead in Assassin." "Are you really?" Lu Jingli asked excitedly. Ning Xi nodded. "Yeah. Where's your brother?" Lu Jingli walked around Ning Xi. "At the company. He's had some things to handle in the company for the past few days." Ning Xi wanted to call Lu Tingxiao, but when she heard Lu Jingli say that Lu Tingxiao was busy, she decided against it. "Sis-in-law, I know that 1 moment apart seems like 3 years to you, but just tell me properly. What my brother said, is it real or is it fake?" Assassin is Hollywood's mega classic which has swept all sorts of huge awards. Even though you're considered a big shot and an A-lister in China, but in Hollywood, you're really not considered much. Maybe to dominate the China market, they'll let you play the supporting role. That's still possible, but to let you play the female lead, and in a mega classic film that's anticipated by everyone, that isn't very logical. Lu Jingli was definitely no stranger to the movie. One could even say that all those who have meddled in the entertainment industry would have watched Assassin. Even if many years have passed, many films with high praises and attracted crowds had many scenes that paid homage to Assassin. Now that Assassin was being remade, it caused quite a stir in the entire entertainment industry in China. It was extremely hard for many of the popular artists to get even just a small role. "I'm not lying to you. It's real," said Ning Xi helplessly. When Lu Jingli heard Ning Xi admitted herself, he still could not believe it. After the remake of Assassin was announced with such a never-before-seen lineup, everyone remarked how extremely rare it was. The male lead was even played by the famous Steve Weir, who was globally renowned as King Weir, Hollywood's top actor. The initial female lead, Lillian, was now one of Hollywood's most prominent female stars who should be about the same age as Ning Xi, but in Hollywood, she was already named as the top actress at such a tender age. She had even been titled with the honor of being Female Artiste of the Year. Previously, she had even acted with King Weir in a movie named Mystery Town of Lo, which received lots of raving reviews. Chapter 1958, Still Sis-in-Law, Who Cares About Me? Even though Ning Xi was quite famous, her popularity was still only confined within the country. In Hollywood, artistes like Ning Xi could merely get a supporting role. It was the first time in history for a Chinese artiste to take on the role of a female lead in Hollywood. The film crew was the world's best too. Even some of the artistes who played insignificant roles were also quite famous in Hollywood. Most importantly, the producer this time was the mysterious Jace. Based on just the situation in China, many of the big shots managers used all sorts of methods to get a small role for their artistes. Even just being cannon fodder would be worth it. Sadly, almost none of them succeeded. Even if Lu Jingli was extremely confident in Ning Xi's capabilities, there did not seem to be any logic in the matter. Thus, to guard against the unexpected, he was not assured and still asked a few more questions. Sis-in-law, forget about how Assassin is a remake of a mega classic. Even if it was a normal Hollywood movie, have you seen any Chinese female star play the lead role? Even if it was just an important supporting role, there are very few. In fact, there's almost none. How old is Jace now? Lu Jingli suddenly thought of something and tried to change the topic without sounding stiff. Ning Xi obviously knew what Lu Jingli was thinking about. She straightforwardly said, "At least 80 years old. Stop thinking about nonsense. Mr. Jace is a very nice person." Then, could the old mister have lost his mind? Lu Jingli muttered softly. Ning Xi instantly squinted her eyes. I must say, this time the producers of Assassin are indeed quite skilled. They aren't restricting themselves and dare to break through to try new things. It's considered good fortune, too, that they actually discovered such a super artiste such as my sis-in-law. Even I'm a little envious. Lu Jingli immediately made a thumbs up and corrected himself quickly. Don't lick my boots. Ning Xi immediately stuffed the apple that she had just peeled into Lu Jingli's mouth. As he caught a glimpse of the shiny fruit knife in Ning Xi's hand, Lu Jingli smiled to flatter her. Sis-in-law, what are you saying? What's my status? How could I be licking your boots? I only lick dragon boots. Lu Jingli changed the topic. Sis-in-law, for Assassin, I remember that there's a male assassin character. I think that would suit me. Ning Xi could remember this character clearly too. The old version of the male assassin was considered an important role too. Back then, Hollywood's famous comedian, Marlowe, had played the character. Ning Xi still remembered some classic scenes of a man wearing a female disguise. Forget it. Mr. Lu is handsome and confident. How could you possibly act as him? Don't ruin the dreams of thousands of girls. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at Lu Jingli. Only you are so considerate of me, sis-in-law. Lu Jingli looked touched. At this moment, the door creaked open. Lu Tingxiao put his keys away, and there were bags of fresh vegetables and meat in his hands. Bro, have you resolved the company matter? Lu Jingli promptly ran over to ask. Lu Tingxiao walked into the kitchen, washed his hands, and then returned to the living room. He simply said, "It's no bother. That's good if it's fine. That's good. I won't disturb you guys. I'll leave now." Lu Jingli was ready to slip away, reluctant to be force-fed with their display of affection. "You're already here. Just stay for dinner," Ning Xi said. Well? In between his fear of their intimate display of affection and the temptation of delicious food, Lu Jingli still chose to surrender to his appetite in the end. It's still sis-in-law who cares about me. Let's just happily decide on that then. Lu Jingli instantly retreated back and sat down on the sofa to begin watching a movie. What a rare opportunity. Chapter 1959, Wild Beast. The whole family was intentionally letting the two of them have more private time together. Even little Treasure was willing to leave his mother's side for the sake of his little sister or brother. Of course, it was not nice of him to always go over for meals. No one could understand the pain of singletons. "Darling, you look so cool when you're cooking." Ning Xi complimented Lu Tingxiao when she saw him so focused on cooking. Lu Tingxiao raised his eyebrows. "I'm only cool when cooking. You're cool anytime," Ning Xi added. Lu Tingxiao smiled and kissed the girl's cheek. It's kind of greasy in here. Wait for me outside for about half an hour. Ning Xi wanted to stay with Lu Tingxiao, but she was worried she might eat him up before the meal, so in the end, she walked out of the kitchen. After dinner, Lu Jingli wanted to go back, but Lu Tingxiao asked him to stay when he saw that it was already pretty late. Bro, sister-in-law, would I be bothering you by staying here? Lu Jingli grinned mischievously. Then, you can go back now, said Lu Jingli. I drank some wine. I'm kind of sleepy. I'll go to bed first. Good night, everyone. Lu Jingli swiftly sprinted to the bedroom to avoid being chased away. Suddenly, there was a deep and low roar from afar. Lu Tingxiao was taken aback, and he looked out of the window. A wild beast. Ning Xi asked. Lu Tingxiao frowned. Tiger. A tiger. Ning Xi could not believe it. Deer Town was not developed, but for a tiger to be around here. That roar. It's not a zoo tiger, said Lu Tingxiao. The roar was powerful. Judging by the decibels, the creature should be about 10 kilometers away. Damn. Lu Jingli rushed down from the bedroom in his shorts. What happened? Are you guys watching the Animal Discovery Channel? It should be an animal that's escaped from the zoo, guessed Ning Xi. Huh? Lu Jingli was shocked. You're joking, right? There's nothing around here, not even a zoo. There's no zoo in town and no wild beasts too. Most of them are deer and little bunnies. Do you think the beast would just wander around the zoo after it's escaped? Ning Xi asked rhetorically. Well, Lu Jingli had no comeback. Bro, sister-in-law, I think I should leave first, Lu Jingli suddenly said. He had gone to a relative's house when he was little and had been chased by a tiger, so he was traumatized by that experience. If you're not afraid of meeting it halfway, then go. Lu Tingxiao stood up and brought Ning Xi upstairs. Don't scare me like that, bro. Lu Jingli looked out of the window. It was pitch black and visibility was limited. So what if it's a tiger? I'd eat it alive. As he mumbled, in the end, he still went back to the bedroom. In a corner of Deer Town, there was a white tiger which was twice as large as a normal tiger padding forward. Any normal person would have been shocked if they saw it. There was a young man on the white tiger's back, and he seemed to be unconscious. After half an hour, the white tiger and the young man arrived at Ning Xi's house. Roar. It let out a deep roar as if it would crumble the earth, echoing through people's hearts. Chapter 1960. What? Oh my God. Lu Jingli heard a roar just as he was about to fall asleep. He leaped out of his bed to see a large shadow outside the window engulf him. Lu Jingli was intimidated when he saw the large white tiger, especially with its cold eyes. The white tiger roared again at the terrified Lu Jingli. Bro, sister-in-law, it's a ghost. No, it's a tiger. A living tiger. Lu Jingli did not even bother with his shorts. He sprinted out of the bedroom and ran upstairs. The roar just now was strong enough to crack rocks, summoning the survival instinct of fear in anyone. A fear of being below it in the food chain. Bro, sister-in-law, huge problem, huge problem. Lu Jingli kept on yelling as he reached the second floor. Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi were already outside their room. The roar was too loud for them to ignore it, and they had not fallen asleep anyway. It was a tiger roar, all right. The beast should be around here. Could it really be a tiger that escaped from the zoo? Ning Xi thought it was weird. Around? It's right outside my window. Lu Jingli was still terrified. He almost pissed himself when he saw the huge white tiger outside his window earlier. Go over and have a look, said Lu Tingxiao. Bro, it's a tiger. Do you think it's a monkey? Don't you remember that your brother, I, almost got eaten by a tiger when I was little? Lu Jingli clung to Lu Tingxiao like an octopus. Lu Tingxiao stared at him. Get off me. Oh, Lu Jingli said pitifully. Ning Xi followed behind Lu Tingxiao as the three of them went into the guest room. The moonlight was hazy that night. A huge white tiger appeared before the effulgence. A white tiger. Lu Tingxiao frowned. How could there be a white tiger in Imperial? Ghost. Suddenly, Lu Jingli focused on the back of the tiger and goosebumps rose all over him. It was really a ghost this time. Ning Xi shivered as well. A white tiger appeared outside her house at midnight was already creepy enough. Then Lu Jingli had to suddenly spout this word from his mouth. Ning Xi was never scared of anything except ghosts. It's a person. Lu Tingxiao quickly comforted the girl. He looked at the back of the tiger and noticed a human figure. Bro, a person on the back of a white tiger? Are you kidding me? It must be a ghost. Lu Jingli mumbled. Just what is it? Ning Xi frowned. Lu Tingxiao went closer and finally saw who it was. Han Xiao, said Lu Tingxiao. What? Ning Xi thought she misheard him. What did her darling say just now? Han Xiao, repeated Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi went forward. What the heck? Ning Xi was shocked when she finally took a good look at the young man on the white tiger's back. Her mind went blank. Han Xiao was currently unconscious and had several visible wounds on him. It's true. He's Han Xiao, the super martial arts master. Lu Jingli's mouth gaped open wide. Every man had a fantasy within him. In video games or martial arts books with knives and swords, one would fantasize about excelling in martial arts in real life. Lu Jingli had been looking forward to meeting Han Xiao after he found out about his existence. Chapter 1961, Super Cool. However, Lu Jingli never expected that his first meeting with Han Xiao would be like this. He rode in on a white tiger. If only he was not unconscious. That would be super cool. What happened? Lu Tingxiao frowned. He had heard about Han Xiao from Ning Xi countless times and had even taken Ning Xi and little treasure from him after he saved them. Impossible. The master is injured. Ning 11 could not believe it. Even if people around her did not know about his abilities, she understood them very well. The maniac who could not even be harmed by bullets was now unconscious on a white tiger's back. Let him in now. Ning Xi was worried. No matter what Han Xiao thought of her, he was not just her buddy. He was her life savior. If it was not for Han Xiao, little treasure, and she could have been dead already. In no way. Lu Jingli stopped Ning Xi in shock. Sister-in-law, how are you getting him inside? He's on the tiger's back. Han Xiao was on the tiger's back, so what could she do? Tell the white tiger to be good and let him down? Let the white tiger come in and feed it? Ning Xi's mind went blank after Lu Jingli reminded her of her dilemma. She was wondering how Han Xiao had suffered those injuries, and how he got on a white tiger's back. It's all right. Open the door, said Lu Tingxiao. Bro, are you sure? Lu Jingli felt like Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao were going crazy. This white tiger won't hurt us, said Lu Tingxiao. Before Ning Xi could say anything, an atrocious phenomenon happened. The white tiger let Han Xiao down before the window, then it retreated by about 10 meters. What the heck? Lu Jingli was bewildered. This white tiger has such high intelligence. Lu Jingli could not comprehend it. It's much more intelligent than a dog. Is it odd that a tiger is more intelligent than a dog? Ning Xi asked. Well, I've never been in contact with a tiger, only dogs, replied Lu Jingli. Lu Tingxiao ignored Lu Jingli. Without any hesitation, he went out and brought Han Xiao in. The white tiger watched them from afar. It left after they took Han Xiao inside the house. I'll call a doctor over. If things get worse, we'll send him to the hospital, said Lu Tingxiao. Okay. Ning Xi nodded. Lu Tingxiao quickly made a phone call and had a doctor to go over while Lu Jingli was looking at Han Xiao curiously. This was the maniac. No, the master that Ning Xi had mentioned. Impressive. He had ridden on the back of a white tiger. However, who could have injured someone like him? Ning Xi had said before that even guns could not do anything to him. No matter what, it still felt unbelievable to Lu Jingli. There should not be anyone who was not afraid of guns. Sister-in-law, why was this master on the white tiger just now? Lu Jingli peered at Ning Xi. I don't know. What a fresh sight for me. Lu Jingli seemed impressed. Shut up. Suddenly, the unconscious Han Xiao spoke. His eyebrows knitted together with his eyes still closed. Master, you're awake. Are you all right? Ning Xi quickly went over when she heard Han Xiao speak. What is there not to be all right about? I'm all right as long as I'm not dead. Han Xiao still did not open his eyes, but his speech seemed normal enough. Chapter 1962, Super Abnormal. This was Ning Xi's first time seeing Han Xiao injured. He was injured to the point of losing consciousness. Ning Xi dared not even imagine what had happened. Initially, she thought that Han Xiao was severely injured, yet she realized that he could still speak like this, so she let out a sigh of relief. But, Master, your chest is still bleeding. Lu Jingli pointed to Han Xiao's chest and said in shock. Ning Xi turned her attention to his chest for a moment and was terrified. It was obviously an injury by a cold weapon. Considering his bruise, it should have been a dagger that almost pierced through his heart. With such a severe injury, if it were just anyone else, without being sent to the hospital for a surgery in time, they would definitely be dead without a doubt. However, Han Xiao could still speak so relaxed and indifferently right now. It didn't puncture my fatal point. It's just loss of some nutrients, said Han Xiao casually. You're already like this and still trying to be cool. If you're all right, would you have lost consciousness on the back of a tiger? Ning Xi frowned. Initially, Lu Jingli wanted to ask how the white tiger had brought Han Xiao over, but before he could, an elderly man in a tuxedo had knocked and entered. This elderly man was the private doctor that Lu Tingxiao called over. Upon entering, the elderly man saw Han Xiao and quickly half-knelt on the ground to check Han Xiao. Mr. Lu, is this the wounded person that you mentioned? Yes. He's lost too much blood. His wound is very deep. It's very close to his heart. The more the elderly man checked Han Xiao thoroughly, the more fear bubbled within him. Forget the rest. The wound was caused by an extremely sharp weapon. Had it been anyone else, they would have died from the pain. Furthermore, with the huge loss of blood, if it was not treated in time, they would probably not be able to hold on much longer and have passed away. While this young man's expression was calm, he seemed careless about his injuries. Unfortunately, he did not have his instruments. Otherwise, he would check how strong this person's physique was. How's it? Lu Tingxiao asked. Weird. He looks like the issue isn't huge, but this wound. The elderly man seemed puzzled. Sterilize the wound, then sew it up, said Han Xiao. Young man, you need to get to the hospital. I can't handle this here, reminded the elderly man. No need. Han Xiao was indifferent. To him, he was the best doctor himself as he was familiar with his own body. Mr. Lu, what do you think? The elderly man's gaze fell on Lu Tingxiao. This person seemed to be Lu Tingxiao's friend. If any mishap happened, he could not bear the burden. He's asking you to sterilize it and stitch it up. Just do as he said. Ning Xi instructed quickly. No matter what, she still subconsciously chose to trust Han Xiao. Do as he says, said Lu Tingxiao. Then, okay. Helplessly, the elderly man could only do as Han Xiao said. He cleaned and sterilized the wound, then sewed it up. After he stitched Han Xiao's wound up, the elderly man stood up and borrowed the bathroom to clean his things. Then, having advised the patient on a few things, he left. Lu Tingxiao brought Han Xiao a set of clothes. After he changed into them, Ning Xi asked, Han Xiao, what actually happened? How did you get injured? I was hit by someone. Han Xiao looked apathetic. You were hit. To this extent. Ning Xi looked flabbergasted. Ning Xi was very clear about what kind of a madman was before her. How could a monster that could even evade bullets could be beaten up to this extent? I was almost beaten to death. Lucky thing I'm vigilant enough. Otherwise, the dagger would have pierced my heart. Even though it was horrifying, seeing Han Xiao's come at me with a few more daggers, expression made her want to beat him up. Is this guy really human? Lu Jingli's mouth twitched in annoyance. He had almost been pierced through the heart by a dagger, yet he looked just dandy right now after just being stitched up. Just like Ning Xi had described him, he was super abnormal. Chapter 1963. Look for White Tiger. Who could have hurt you like this? Ning Xi could not help but ask. Forget about that. Han Xiao seemed lazy to continue discussing this. Master, you're so talented. How could you have been hurt this severely? Lu Jingli looked at Han Xiao and asked recklessly. Kid, I fell asleep and was ambushed. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Master, you're so amazing. How were you ambushed? Lu Jingli was incredibly puzzled. If I'm so amazing, do you believe that I can kill you with one hand? Han Xiao stared intensely at Lu Jingli. Master, the person that ambushed you is a bastard. As they say, an honest person does nothing underhand, especially for life or death duels between masters. How could he have used such a despicable, shameless, lowly trick? Lu Jingli seemed like he detested the person. Ning Xi, who's this? Han Xiao shot Ning Xi a confused look. My brother-in-law. Earlier, he was frightened by your tiger. He's a little talkative. Don't mind him. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Right? How were you brought here by a tiger? Ning Xi asked about the elephant in the room. That's my friend. Han Xiao yawned. A Bengal white tiger. He's been following me since he was young. It's been 7 years. Ning Xi was speechless. She had really guessed correctly. It was indeed a beast domesticated by this madman. Han Xiao suddenly realized that his tiger was not around. He swiveled and asked, where's my white tiger? Why didn't you let my white tiger in? Han Xiao asked in surprise. Ning Xi helplessly put her hand to her forehead. Please, master, not everyone can be as abnormal as you. That's a beast that you raised. Use your head to think. In a situation in which we know nothing of, who would dare to let a tiger enter their house? What are you afraid about? My white. Tiger's even smarter than people. He wouldn't do anything to you. Han Xiao immediately got up and wanted to go out to look for the tiger. Let him rest well, said Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi nodded and quickly pulled Han Xiao back. You lie down properly. Don't torment yourself anymore, please. The wound had just been sterilized and stitched up. He could not exercise or move around much. If he walked out and the wound got infected or opened up, it would be very troublesome. I will go and look for it for you. Lu Tingxiao put his coat on. The person before him had saved little treasure and Ning Xi before, so it was reasonable to help to look for his tiger. Follow me, Lu Tingxiao said to Lu Jingli. With such mind-blowing grievous news, Lu Jingli almost cried. Bro, I can't leave the master. Look at how severe his injuries are. What if he's thirsty or anything? I can still help out. Making him walk out to find a huge white tiger in the middle of the night. What a brother. Ning Xi rolled her eyes. Darling, let me go with you. Then, she said to Lu Jingli. Stay at home to watch the master. Lu Jingli nodded like a rattledrum. In the living room, only Lu Jingli and Han Xiao, who looked at each other in consternation, were left. Master, can you teach me how to tame a tiger? Lu Jingli seized this great opportunity to ask. Han Xiao replied, Do tigers need to be tamed? Lu Jingli was speechless. In the dark of the night, the two of them walked all about to look for traces of the white tiger. If they did not find it before dawn, it would frighten the people in town when day broke and probably cause a disturbance. They had walked around to look for about a few minutes when on a small hillside, Ning Xi's figure stopped. She used her flashlight to shine ahead and immediately pulled on Lu Tingxiao's arm. Look! Lu Tingxiao turned around and looked where the flashlight shone. There was a huge white tiger crouching on the ground, his beady eyes staring back at Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao. Chapter 1964, Darling, follow me home. Careful! Lu Tingxiao immediately pushed Ning Xi behind him to protect her. They knew in their hearts that Han Xiao's white tiger was familiar with humans. From the moment the tiger brought Han Xiao over and the way the tiger acted afterward, they could already tell that it was not vicious. However, almost out of instinct, humans would still maintain a certain level of vigilance towards wild beasts who were at the top of the food chain. Ning Xi stared at the Bengal tiger and probed by gently calling out, Darling. When it heard Ning Xi calling out, the white tiger clearly hesitated. It slowly got up and was waving its white tail at Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao looked at the white tiger, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration. He had many friends abroad who reared wild beasts like brown bears, lions, tigers, and leopards, but ones that seemed to be able to communicate with humans were incredibly rare. Very soon, the white tiger walked over to Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi. It was very quiet. Darling, don't be afraid. Follow us home. Ning Xi could not help but touch the white tiger with her hand. The white tiger shook its shaggy body. It appeared very tame. Darling is superb. She would never have thought that the way she used with little treasure would work with the white tiger too. Of course, most importantly, it should be because Han Zhao's odor had been rubbed on her, so it knew that she had no malicious intent and was Han Zhao's good friend. Ning Xi could not help but admire Han Xiao once again. How had he tamed a wild beast at the peak of the food chain like this? Let's go. Lu Tingxiao dared not relax. He protected Ning Xi on the side, and they walked towards their house. On the way, Ning Xi could not help but turn around to look at the white tiger from time to time. If it was not for the tiger's huge size, Ning Xi wished she could pull the tiger into her embrace. Darling, I want to raise a tiger too. Ning Xi could not help but exclaim. Only if Han Xiao helps you tame it, said Lu Tingxiao. A normal cat or dog was fine, but it was best not to provoke animals such as lions and tigers who were at the peak of the food chain, even if they had been hand-reared since young. When the tiger grew up, if they were slightly careless, it could lead to tragedy. Hire him to help me tame it? I'm afraid I won't be able to afford him. Ning Xi shook her head. After Han Xiao helps her tame it, would it even still be hers? However, it was really so adorable and cute. As she watched the Bengal white tiger wag its long, snowy tail at her and its gentle gaze staring at her, Ning Xi felt like her heart was about to melt. This was not some ferocious beast. This was a super cute mythical beast. Forget rearing a cat or dog. If she wanted to rear something, it would be a tiger. When they returned home, Half an hour had passed. Thankfully, the building was designed with a double door, or else, with the Bengal white tiger's colossal body, it would not even be able to squeeze in. Even then, it was not easy for the white tiger to enter the house either. Oh my God! Lu Jingli stared at the white tiger in the living room and felt his scalp go numb. Goosebumps erupted all over his body. Once in a while, when the domineering gaze of the white tiger made eye contact with him, Lu Jingli's body would shudder. If this thing were to suddenly burst in aggression, 100 of him could be killed by a slap from that huge tiger paw. My baby, my darling. Since Ning Xi returned, she had been sticking to the tiger. Her hands kept stroking it. Its soft fur was just so comforting. It was the most wonderful feeling in history. Shake my hand. Ning Xi held up both hands against the tiger's giant claws and touched its soft pads, relishing the super undefeatable enjoyment. What was most astonishing was that this tiger's sharp claws had unexpectedly retreated back into its pad when playing around with Ning Xi as if it was afraid of accidentally hurting Ning Xi. My little baby, I really love you to death. Ning Xi very soon familiarized herself with the tiger. She held the tiger's head dearly and planted a kiss on its forehead. Chapter 1965, Good-for-Nothing Foodie. Lu Jingli was looking at Ning Xi like she was a maniac. She just called something so scary cute and was stroking it. Suddenly, Ning Xi spoke to Han Xiao, who was eating a peach. Han Xiao, I've decided. Han Xiao looked at Ning Xi. What? I've decided to take care of your Bengal white tiger. You don't have to thank me. Ning Xi hugged the white tiger and did not want to let go. Take care of my white tiger? Han Xiao was taken aback, unsure about what Ning Xi was talking about. Are you kidding me? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. She wanted his tiger and asked him not to thank her. Was she a robber? Big bro Han Xiao. Ning Xi pleaded in a soft tone. No way, Han Xiao declined instantly. Grandfather Han Xiao. Impossible. There was no place for compromise. 100 KFC buckets. Ning Xi grinned. Nope. Han Xiao was not moved at all. I'll give you a whole KFC store. Ning Xi pulled out her trump card. No way, even if you give me 10,000 of them. Han Xiao was even able to endure the temptation of KFC, so Ning Xi gave up. It was really not easy to tempt a person with a huge appetite. Lu Jingli did not sleep for the whole night. Unlike Ning Xi, who was smitten with the white tiger, he could not sleep well at all. He was afraid that he might end up in the tiger's belly if he fell asleep. Han Xiao stayed for several days. Lu Tingxiao arranged everything and let Han Xiao recover in peace. As for Ning Xi, she enjoyed her time with the white tiger so much that she wished Han Xiao would just stay there forever. After a week, Han Xiao recovered completely and let himself out with the white tiger. Before he left, he made up an excuse that the white tiger needed food, so he took almost every food item and snack from Ning Xi's house. Ning Xi only realized it after Han Xiao left with his white tiger. What the heck? Was there any tiger that ate snacks? What a good-for-nothing foodie. Several days later, Jace called Ning Xi to meet up at the private club they had met at the last time. It was already afternoon when Ning Xi arrived. Jace pulled out a seat like a gentleman when Ning Xi came in. Ning Xi was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Mr. Jace. You're welcome, Ms. Ning Xi. If possible, well, could you call me grandfather? Jace mumbled nervously. Ning Xi was taken aback. This kind and gentle old man, who was also her idol, had asked her to call him grandfather. She could never turn down a request like this. Grandfather Jace called Ning Xi. Thank you. There was an indescribable expression in Jace's eyes. I wonder what it is that you want to talk to me about today? Ning Xi asked. Oh, it's about the candidates for the male assassin, Carl. Jace finally got to the main topic. The male assassin. Ning Xi remembered that in the movie Assassin, there was a male assassin called Carl. As an important secondary character, he was an assassin who disguised himself as a woman. He was on good terms with the female lead, and they always went on missions together. The new Carl has had some changes in his background. He's a mysterious Oriental assassin, Chinese to be exact, highly capable, and just below the female assassin in terms of skills. I think it'll be suitable to scout for a character like this in China, explained Jace. The changes in the new assassin was minimal, and Ning Xi fully understood the changes made in this part. Chapter 1966. Get me a girl. You mean you want me to recommend you a suitable Chinese actor? Asked Ning Xi. Yes. Jace nodded. Ning Xi was surprised by how much Jace trusted her. Carl was an important character in the movie. Any male artiste in China would surely experience a spike in both popularity and fame if they landed the role. Jace had just given her such an important decision to make. If it's a cross-dressing assassin, I think the appearance and aura are very important since it involves actual cross-dressing scenes. Moreover, I'd say we need an extremely popular artiste to align with the current movie's trend within the country. There is actually one suitable candidate among the artistes I know. Ning Xi said gingerly after giving it some careful thought. That's great. Jace took out a contract and handed it over to Ning Xi. This is the contract. There are some details, and the remuneration is inside. Go ahead, said Jace. Ning Xi was shocked when she took the contract. He had just given it to her like this? Just with a few of her words? Was he not being too trustful towards her? Being cautious, Ning Xi tried to decline, but Jace trusted her and asked her for help. Ning Xi could not say no anymore, so she just took the contract. She was pretty confident about the person she was about to recommend anyway. After she left the club, Ning Xi drove to a certain villa straight away. She knocked on Jiang Mai's door. Jiang Mai was wearing his pajamas. With his slippers on, he gripped a game controller in his hands. He was taken aback when he saw Ning Xi outside his door. Clearly, he did not expect her. When he realized it, he said, "Yo, Auntie, what brings you here?" He was still angry at her for putting her romance before him. Ning Xi poked her head inside and asked discreetly, "Is there anyone inside?" "Screw you." Jiang Mai glared at her when he realized the intention behind that question. Did he look like such a ridiculous person? Didn't you say you have a lot of dates lately? I'm worried that I might bother your path to happiness. Ning Xi went in after knowing that there were no girls in his house. Jiang Mai closed the door and sprinted back to the sofa, continuing to play his game. "Stop playing. I have some important matters to discuss with you," Ning Xi said as soon as she saw Jiang Mai started playing his game. "Later. I've been playing for the whole night. It's getting to the good part." Jiang Mai was really focused. "You forced me to do this." Ning Xi went up to him, and without considering Jiang Mai, she pulled the electrical socket of the game console. Jiang Mai leaped up in fury. "Ning Xi, even if you give me a girl right now, I wouldn't forgive you." Ning Xi snarled in annoyance. "You wish. But I do have something good for you." "Something good? It'd be good if you stopped messing with me." Jiang Mai was irritated too. "I really have something important to talk to you about. I want you to take up a role." Ning Xi's expression turned serious. "Role? What role?" Jiang Mai became sober as well while he looked at Ning Xi with doubt. What kind of role would make Ning Xi come and see him personally? Did he look like he was lacking work? Chapter 1967. Ning Xi, you maniac. "A male assassin," said Ning Xi. "A male assassin," Jiang Mai stroked his chin. He actually fancied roles like assassins that could play it cool. "A cross-dressing one," added Ning Xi. "What?" Jiang Mai's expression changed. "A cross-dressing assassin," Ning Xi explained. Jiang Mai jumped up and started yelling as he pointed his fingers in front of Ning Xi's nose. "Ning Xi, you maniac, you haven't given up on it yet. Why must you make me cross-dress? Keep your dirty thoughts. I'll never wear a female outfit." "Really?" Ning Xi narrowed her eyes. "Really, most real of all. If I wear a female outfit, I'll be your son." Jiang Mai chuckled coldly. "Sigh." Ning Xi shook her head. With a regretful expression, she lamented. "Well, I wanted to share some nice things for you, but you don't want it. Fine then. You can keep your so-called nice things to yourself." Jiang Mai looked like he was done with her. "Sadly, I'll just have to find someone else for the role of the assassin, Carl." Ning Xi turned around and was about to leave. "What? Assassin Carl?" Jiang Mai blocked the exit when he heard what Ning Xi said. "You mean the Hollywood movie, Assassin?" Jiang Mai asked incredulously. "Yes, what else?" Ning Xi nodded. "You're lying, Ning Xi. Why would they look for a Chinese actor for such an important character?" Jiang Mai was really doubtful of her. Even if they were really looking for a Chinese actor, how is it related to Ning Xi, and why would they let Ning Xi decide on the actor? "Take a look." Ning Xi took the contract out and tossed it over to Jiang Mai. With a skeptical attitude, Jiang Mai opened the contract and read through it carefully. After a while, Jiang Mai's pupils shrunk. It really was the contract for the new assassin. More specifically, it was for the role of Carl. Ning Xi would never use such things to trick him. "What the heck? Ning Xi, how did you get this? You're the best." Jiang Mai was thrilled over the moon. Jiang Mai was a loyal fan of Assassin and had probably watched the film over 100 times. Most importantly, his super idol Jace was the producer for the new Assassin. Give it back. Ning Xi snatched the contract back. Auntie, don't. I'll do it, Jiang Mai beamed. I'm sorry. Not even calling me your aunt can do it. Ning Xi was not buying it. Just now, someone said that I'll be his father if he's going to do it. Father! Jiang Mai yelled immediately as he stared at Ning Xi. Ning Xi was speechless. She had nothing more to say to Jiang Mai. He was so reluctant to take up this role and had even said some harsh words before when she asked him to take up the role. Yet, now he was calling her father and wanted to sign the contract desperately. What happened to his integrity? Jiang Mai smiled and tried to make his grin even more genuine. Father, I'm wrong. Really? Ning Xi's mouth twitched, and she passed the contract back to Jiang Mai. Take a good look at it. I need to reply to them. After signing his name on it as soon as possible, he asked curiously, Tingxiao, how did you get me this character? Mr. Jace asked me for a recommendation, so I gave your name since I think you're suitable, said Ning Xi simply. Jiang Mai was surprised when Ning Xi mentioned Jace so casually. Chapter 1968. Face would be slapped swollen. You and Jace know each other? Jiang Mai was shocked. Ning Xi had just entered the industry for a short time. Even if it were the most famous artiste in the country right now, there was no way they would know Jace. How could I know him? I only met him when I went for the audition, but we kind of hit it off when we chatted and he decided on my character there, and then, said Ning Xi. Audition? Ah, right. I haven't asked you what's your role yet. Jiang Mai exclaimed. Assassin, retorted Ning Xi. Jiang Mai instantly gaped in shock. Don't tell me that you're playing the female lead, Anna. Ning Xi expected that Jiang Mai would react like this. She held her chin with a hazy look in her eyes. I felt like I was dreaming too. I heard that they had initially decided on Lillian internally. Jiang Mai did not know what to say anymore. Such a classic Hollywood movie such as Assassin would use a Chinese female star to play the female lead. Something like this had never happened before. Forget about Assassin. Even if it was just a normal Hollywood movie, there were very scarce important roles that would be given to Chinese artistes. Especially knowing that Ning Xi had replaced Lillian, Jiang Mai surrendered himself in admiration. Lillian was currently Hollywood's youngest persona who was a great actress. She was also one of the hottest artistes in Hollywood, and her status went without saying. The big shots in Assassin had initially decided on Lillian to be the female lead, yet Ning Xi had now replaced her. In fact, it had been decided by his super idol, Jace. Jiang Mai raised his brows with a subtle expression. Tisk, Han Zixuan and Zheng Anru's people have been bragging with great fanfare, saying that Han Zixuan has successfully joined the Assassin filming crew and will even act in the movie. I'm afraid that they wouldn't have dreamt that you'd be the female lead in Assassin now. This time, Zheng Anru and Han Zixuan's faces would probably be slapped swollen by Ning Xi. Mission complete. I'm leaving. If you need a female outfit, you can look for me. Ning Xi smirked happily. When he thought about wearing a female outfit, Jiang Mai's excitement instantly turned incredibly dour. Bloody hell, why did he still feel like he had been tricked? After leaving the villa, Ning Xi drove back to Deer Town. When she thought about those few days of being with the tiger, Ning Xi's heart was about to melt. Thus, she could not help but call Han Xiao in hopes that he would bring the tiger over for her to stroke. Sadly, Han Xiao's phone was switched off, so she could not get through. The master did indeed appear and disappear unpredictably. A week later, almost all of the well-known entertainment media in the country had rushed to a certain shooting location for Assassin in Imperial. Today the film crew was hosting a press conference to announce their decision on the actors for the respective roles. China's super A-list female star, Han Zixuan, had successfully made it into the Assassin team and was even acting in the movie. Naturally, all the media wanted to get first-hand information and interview her along the way. At the temporary base of the movie, King Weir appeared for the first time. He wore a black tuxedo, which complemented his lean figure very well. King Weir. Oh my God, he's so handsome. When they saw King Weir himself, many of the media were instantly bowled over him. King Weir himself was even more dashing in person than on camera. After he came out to greet everyone, he left quickly. After that, Lillian and some of the other top actors in Hollywood came out to show their faces too. They politely answered a few questions from the Chinese media before returning to the crew. About half an hour later, Han Zixuan had brought two assistants along, and with Zheng Anru, they appeared within the media's line of sight. Ms. Han Zixuan, may we know how did you manage to get a role in the movie Assassin? Chapter 1969. Brought your cameo ####. When they saw Han Zixuan appear, all of the media swarmed over. Zheng Anru had an arrogant smile on her face as she answered the media. First of all, it's because of Zixuan's super strong acting capabilities. Secondly, the role fits her perfectly. Plus her A-lister popularity, Zixuan's getting a role in Assassin is only natural when the conditions are right. In fact, it went very smoothly. The reporter asked again, then, may we ask what kind of role is Ms. Han Zixuan playing in Assassin? Another reporter questioned. We all know that Assassin has been revered as a sacred movie that cannot be surpassed in Hollywood. I wonder if Ms. Han Zixuan has ever felt pressured. Zheng Anru said, Zixuan knows the movie very well. She has done a lot of homework and has even temporarily put aside her work with the world in order to focus on acting in this movie well. We daren't talk about surpassing those before us, but we'll definitely give our best and let this role shine to reveal its brilliance. As for the character, even though there aren't many scenes, everyone should know that even for a normal Hollywood movie, to land a role is already extremely hard, especially for a sacred classic such as Assassin. The fact that Zixuan could get this role, and especially that she gets to act with King Weir and Lillian, who are such great actors and actresses of Hollywood, it's already something to be proud of, right? We heard that Ms. Ning Xi seemed to have attended the audition for Assassin, but Glory World Entertainment had yet to reveal anything. I wonder if Starlight Entertainment has any insider information. A certain female report quickly seized the opportunity to ask. When Ning Xi was mentioned, Zheng Anru smiled with a flash of disdain in her eyes. Then she said plainly, regarding news about Glory World Entertainment and Ning Xi, we Starlight Entertainment aren't clear and we don't know anything. However, the movie's main characters have long been decided upon, and Glory World Entertainment hasn't revealed anything, so I think you guys can figure it out. Besides, with such a sacred classic being remade, under usual circumstances, Hollywood will only use one actor from China for a role at most, since Zixuan's already succeeded in getting in. Even though Zheng Anru did not say it explicitly, what she tried to imply was clearly very obvious. Ning Xi had probably failed her audition, and even more possibly, both the latest A-listers in the country, Ning Xi and Han Zixuan, had fought for the same role, but in the end, Han Zixuan had emerged as the winner while Ning Xi had failed. One of the reporters caught on to the main point and immediately asked, Assassin has King Weir as the male lead and Lillian as the female lead. Other roles are relatively transparent too. If Hollywood only chooses one role from China this time, would that mean that Ms. Ning Xi and Ms. Han Zixuan fought for the same role, and in the end, Ms. Han Zixuan won, didn't she? Zheng Anru smiled slightly. Well, we're not too sure. However, the process didn't seem not too important. The result is that Zixuan is acting in Assassin. Even though Zheng Anru did not say it outright, her words were already very clear. All of the reporters looked like they understood too. As they spoke, Su Tao brought a few assistants over and appeared with Ning Xi. Su Tao saw Zheng Anru and called out, Manager Zheng, did you bring your cameo to win an honor for Starlight today? When she saw Su Tao and Ning Xi suddenly appear there, Zheng Anru instantly sneered. Why? Have you brought your outdated female artiste who couldn't even get a cameo role here to feel a pinch of existence and get some exposure? Chapter 1970. Ignorant humans ####. What? What did you say? An outdated female artiste who didn't get a cameo role. Su Tao made an exaggerated expression. I'm afraid you're old and ignorant now. Zheng Anru looked at Ning Xi and Su Tao, not caring to hide the disdain in her eyes. They were already at this stage, and still, they were being pretentious. Ms. Ning Xi, we heard that you auditioned for the crew of Assassin 2. You were vying for the same role as Ms. Zixuan, but in the end, you were defeated. May we know if this is real? Ms. Ning Xi, does this prove that even if you've been in the limelight recently, and even snagged 5 huge rankings on an international level, you still can't beat Ms. Zixuan? When she heard a media reporter ask such a question, Zheng Anru sneered. This question should be asked more often. Before Su Tao could say anything, the official assassin press conference announcing the roles had begun. All of the reporters no longer paid attention to Ning Xi. They quickly rushed into the venue in hopes of finding the best angle for their reporting. Su Tao brought Ning Xi to enter the venue from another route instead. At this moment, at the press conference, King Weir, Lillian, and the rest were already seated. All of the characters in the new Assassin had arrived. Cameo characters such as Zixuan did not have a seat. Every one of the seats was occupied by important characters. Why is there one more empty seat? One of the reporters was puzzled. Lillian, is she sitting in the seat of the secondary female lead? An even more observant reporter noticed Lillian's seating position was not as the female lead. She sat at the secondary female lead seat. Could those previous rumors were wrong? Lillian is playing the secondary female lead role and not the lead in Assassin. Then, who's the female lead? Should be one of the other super popular actresses in Hollywood. I'm guessing it's Jennifer. If not, then Blanchett. Just as all the members of the media were guessing, Ning Xi walked into the venue. When he saw Ning Xi, King Weir politely stood up and pulled out the seat for the female lead. When they saw this, all of the media looked around as their eyes searched for the two Hollywood actresses. An outdated female star trying to freeload on popularity all the way here? Doesn't she care about being a disgrace to China? When she noticed that Ning Xi and Su Tao had entered the venue too, Zhang Anru smiled grimly. Exactly, but she couldn't defeat Sis Zixuan. There's nothing to be done about that. After all, it's the press conference of the assassin. Coming over to just look around and see so many Hollywood big shots could be a solace to her failure too. People like her can only watch Sis Zixuan with King Weir and Lillian share the same stage. What chance does she have? She wouldn't be here to crash the scene again, would she? She's so shameless. The two assistants in front of Zixuan scoffed. Not only Zhang Anru and the rest. Many of the local media saw Ning Xi. Ms. Ning Xi, since you failed to be chosen for the role, your competition with Ms. Han Zixuan ended in failure. As the country A-lister, you've come to Assassin's press conference venue. Don't you think it's a little unsuitable? More than 10 reporters walked up and surrounded Ning Xi to ask, Ms. Ning Xi, may we ask how you're feeling at the moment? Apologies. Excuse me, please make way. Su Tao was too lazy to deal with these people. He shielded Ning Xi and walked straight towards the stage. Thus, under everyone's watchful gazes, Ning Xi unexpectedly walked towards the direction of the press conference seats. Ms. Ning Xi, please have a seat. While at this moment, King Weir, who had already helped pull open the chair, did an incredibly gentleman hand gesture indicating please. Chapter 1971. Stunned ####. Thank you. Ning Xi nodded and sat on the female lead's assigned seat under everyone's stunned gazes. Han Zixuan, Zhang Anru, several other assistants, and every reporter at the scene were totally floored. Zhang Anru's mocking smile froze on her face, as if she was petrified. Ning Xi had actually walked up and sat down in the seat for the female lead of Assassin. Lillian was glancing at Ning Xi from time to time. She could not understand what the producer was thinking. For a Hollywood movie, especially a remake of a classic movie like Assassin, why would they use a Chinese female star? However, even director Simon was wary as he reminded Lillian with an unusual tone not to cause any trouble. While she was displeased, she did not do anything about it. Of course, if they did not reach the expected box office numbers when the movie was released, they could just blame everything on the female lead. At this moment, all the members of the media were so shocked that they forgot about asking questions. A Hollywood movie had decided to use a Chinese actress as the female lead, and it was Ning Xi of all people. Every camera was aimed at Ning Xi. Hello, Ms. Ning Xi. Are you taking up the role of the female lead, Anna? A reporter asked. Yes, Ning Xi nodded and replied. Some people were still in doubt, but as soon as Ning Xi admitted it, she caused a huge ruckus in the venue. Zhang Anru, Han Zixuan, and the few assistants were looking at Ning Xi as their minds went blank. Ning Xi is the female lead? I'm impossible. One of the assistants lost the shine in her eyes. No way. Zhang Anru came back to her senses, and there was a big shift in her expression. It was already a rare chance for a top star in China to play a minor role in the movie Assassin. Now, to become the female lead. Was this some kind of international joke? Zhang Anru, resting down here with your minor character? Don't you want to have a seat up there? Su Tao went up to her and smiled. Zheng Anru clenched her fists tightly as her expression darkened. She could never have anticipated this. Ning Xi is the female lead of a huge Hollywood movie? What kind of concept was this? Su Tao grinned cheekily. Ning Xi would become an international star after her appearance in The Assassin as the female lead. From then on, who else in the Chinese entertainment industry could compare to Ning Xi? Han Zixuan. She was no different from trash. Except if Han Zixuan could outperform herself in Assassin. But as a mere minor character, was it possible? Don't you get so cocky, Su Tao. Zheng Anru burst with rage as she saw Su Tao's cheeky smile. She thought that Han Zixuan's position in the entertainment industry would be enhanced after they announced her involvement in the movie, but God knows what happened to the production team of Assassin to make them decide on the female lead to be Ning Xi. So what if I'm being cocky? Bite me. I'm worried that your teeth might fall off, though. Su Tao chuckled. Su Tao was really enjoying himself when he saw Zheng Anru's frustrated expression. What are you being so happy about? Zheng Anru pointed her finger at Su Tao furiously. Who knows if your outdated artiste will get changed halfway through? Even if she doesn't, I'll see how you're going to deal with it if the movie doesn't reach the expected box office figures. Zheng Anru's voice trembled. Chapter 1972. I am Ning Xi's fan ###. It doesn't matter what I'm going to do about it. What matters is what you're going to do now. Su Tao pivoted away happily and broke eye contact with Zheng Anru. Zheng Anru's expression darkened. She stood there and remained silent. It was a mess inside her head. She was freaking out for real this time. Ms. Ning Xi, how did you get the role of the female lead in this movie? The reporters asked Ning Xi. Before Ning Xi could answer, the assistant director Simon Joseph replied. Simple. That's because Ms. Ning Xi's image fits the image of the female lead, Anna. This is the first time Hollywood is using a Chinese actress as the female lead in a movie. As the most popular star in China as of now, we believe she's the best choice. We're added on. This was a big slap on Han Zixuan's face. Mr. Weir, have you seen any of Ms. Ning Xi's work before? A male reporter asked. While they were really a team now, it was still unbelievable. Yes, after I found out that I'm going to act with Ms. Ning Xi, I looked through her work. The world has a really strong flavor of China. While I don't fully understand it, Meng Changa's character is fantastic, and the blind mother she played in the movie Mother. She really expressed humanity and motherhood to the fullest. As for Ms. Ning Xi's performance in the male outfit in the movie Dream Chaser, it further proved that she has the capability to handle the role of Anna in a male outfit. We're analyzed carefully, showing that he was really informed about Ning Xi's past work. Actually, we had watched Ning Xi's work and was really fond of her performance. In a way, I'm a fan of Ms. Ning Xi's. I'm really looking forward to work with her. Weir smiled. Thank you, Mr. Weir, Ning Xi said to Weir. It was out of Ning Xi's expectation to receive such a high praise from Weir. It's surprising that Mr. Weir would be a fan of Ms. Ning Xi's. The reporters were shocked after they listened to Weir's comment. Thank you for your answer, Mr. Weir. I have another question. If you had a choice, would you rather be in a scene with Ms. Ning Xi or Ms. Han Zixuan? What? Weir was confused. Ms. Ning Xi and Ms. Han Zixuan. Who would you prefer to work with? The reporter thought Weir did not catch his words, so he repeated it again. I understand what you mean, but the Ms. Han Zixuan you mentioned. I'm sorry, I've never noticed her before, Weir said. Top international stars like him would never sugarcoat their words at public events. If they knew, and they would just admit so if they did not. The expressions on Zheng Anru's and Han Zixuan's faces were darker than the bottom of a kettle at the moment. The assistants were starting to complain. Mr. Weir, Ms. Han Zixuan is also a top star in our country. Well, her popularity is on par with Ms. Ning Xi's. The reporter sounded awkward. I'm sorry, I've only seen the works of Ms. Ning Xi before and don't know about Ms. Han Zixuan. If any chance arises in the future, I'll definitely look at them and answer your question by then, Weir replied. Chapter 1973. Capability to cross-dress ###. Okay, thank you, Weir. The reporter nodded and ended his stream of questions. Everyone's expression at the scene was indescribable. Nevertheless, they soon came back to their senses and continued with the questions. Ms. Ning Xi, the old version of Assassin, has already become a classic. Would you feel pressured by challenging such an important role? I'll give it my best shot. Of course, there'll be some pressure, but... As Ning Xi was replying, Jiang Mai was entering with his manager and assistant. Ning Xi glared at him when she saw that he had arrived. This kid was actually late for this important event today. A lot of cameras were facing him following his sudden appearance. Sorry, really sorry. The car broke down halfway. Lei Ming bowed his head in apology. He would never admit that this guy was too excited and had overslept. Jiang Mai went up to Simon Joseph and said, I'm really sorry, Director Simon. Take a seat. Simon Joseph waved his hand. After Jiang Mai had received the contract from Ning Xi, he had gone to the producer's team and met Jace. He had also familiarized himself with the rest of the crew. He was usually not serious, but once he got fired up, it was hard for people to dislike him. Very soon, he was getting along with the crew. When people saw Jiang Mai take a seat at the chair with the card Carl in front, some people screamed, Damn, is Jiang Mai acting as Carl? Although Carl doesn't have that many scenes, his popularity is not any lesser than the main leads. The artiste, who played the cross-dressing assassin Carl, had now become an international star. He was currently one of the highest-paid comedians in Hollywood. Lei Ming looked around. Then he went up to Su Tao and smiled. Thanks to Ning Xi. She gave me such a big chance. Su Tao chirped happily. My queen is the best, isn't she? This was the first time Hollywood had selected 3 Chinese actors. Even if Han Zixuan's minor role was not included, Ning Xi and Jiang Mai as the main lead of the movie and the other being an outstanding secondary character was simply unimaginable. But, Mr. Jiang Mai, I've never heard about you going for the audition. How did you get this role? A certain female reporter looked at Jiang Mai with doubt. Jiang Mai nodded and replied, You're right. I didn't go for the audition. Then, the female reporter asked. Ning Xi helped me get it, Jiang Mai told the truth. It was not just the female reporter who asked. Everyone else who heard Jiang Mai's reply were surprised. What? Ning Xi helped him get it? What did he mean? Suddenly, everyone looked at Ning Xi. I just made a recommendation. It's mainly Senior Jiang's own capability. Ning Xi beamed. Jiang Mai was annoyed when he heard Ning Xi's reply. Capability to cross-dress. This person was hiding her true words. The members of the media once again fell into silence. All along, they had been comparing Han Zixuan to Ning Xi. By the looks of things now, it was nothing but a joke. Chapter 1974. China's Pride in Hollywood ###. Ning Xi had become the leading female assassin, and then recommended Jiang Mai, making him clinch the classic role of Carl in Assassin. Look at Han Zixuan again. How hard had she prepared for such a long time? Yet she had only gotten a minor role. Jiang Mai did not even attend an audition. Just because of Ning Xi's word, he had gotten the contract to play Carl. What was going on right now? King Wer only knew Ning Xi and had called himself Ning Xi's fan. When Han Zixuan was mentioned, he looked confused and had not given her face at all. He straight up said that he did not know her. Ning Xi sat in the seat of the female lead and was interviewed by various members of the Chinese media. After Han Zixuan received the minor role in Assassin, Starlight Entertainment had been promoting it all over, so the title of Chinese Pride was everywhere. On the other hand, Ning Xi had not promoted anything at all. She just waited for Assassin to begin shooting in China before she walked right up to the sit of the female lead. Han Zixuan did not even qualify to go on stage right now. She could stand off stage and look up at Ning Xi. What was disparity? No need to make it explicit. This was the disparity. Without comparison, there would be no damage. Mr. Jiang Mai, can you share what you understand about Carl's role? A reporter asked. Sure. Jiang Mai nodded. He pondered for a moment before answering. Carl and the female lead, Anna, are from the same organization. The two of them always execute assassination missions. On one of the missions, Carl disguises as a woman. Then, Mr. Jiang Mai, what are your thoughts about disguising as a woman? Can you personally accept such a large role? The reporter immediately asked again. Obviously, the other reporters were also very curious and hungry for gossip about this question. Jiang Mai wished he could slap the reporter dead, yet he just replied, I'm a loyal fan of Assassin. I like the role of Carl very much too. To be able to play Carl is my utmost honor. As for disguising as a female, it's also a need of the storyline. As a professional actor, I should be trying a diversity of roles and constantly challenging myself. The point is I will play this role diligently. Jiang Mai looked at all of the flashes down below and felt a huge headache. If it were just a normal Hollywood movie, he definitely would not have hesitated and would have rejected such characters that needed him to disguise as a woman. However, as a loyal fan of Assassin, it was hard for him to resist the temptation of remaking a classic, so he just braced himself. The questions from the Chinese entertainment media continued. Most of them surrounded Ning Xi, King Weir, and the rest. Minor roles such as Han Zixuan's had been completely ignored by the members of the media. A certain reporter looked at Ning Xi and exclaimed, "Ms. Ning Xi, you're really China's pride in Hollywood. The glory of China." This time, after the press conference ended, Ning Xi was immediately crowned the title of China's pride in Hollywood that Han Zixuan had been previously bragging about. At Starlight Entertainment, Wang Haojuan slumped onto the wide real leather seat, his expression defeated. How could this be? Initially, his worst expectation had been that Lu Jingli would use the Lu Corporation's relationship to help Ning Xi steal the role. Even if this was the result, he could still turn the tables when it happened by saying that Ning Xi's team had used tricks to steal Han Zixuan's role and by using the public's opinion to attack her. Who would have thought that Han Zixuan's role would not be stolen? Instead, Ning Xi had gotten the female lead role directly. Even Jiang Mai had joined the cast as an important character. This was already a hopeless situation. With this victory, Glory World Entertainment finally made their comeback. From this day onwards, he did not dare imagine how Starlight Entertainment would be like. Chapter 1975. Be closer to her ####. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. When he saw who it was, Wang Haojuan immediately got up. "CEO Su, why have you come?" After Su Yin had transferred all his shares to Ning Xuelua, he rarely asked about things on this end. Could Ning Xuelua have asked him to come? It must be. What if they borrowed some of the Su family's power? There was a glimmer of hope that suddenly flashed in Wang Haojuan's eyes. "CEO Su." This time, the subordinates handled things poorly and they lost such an important collaboration. I have to bear the blame. But the priority right now is to quickly think of a way to make it up. I wonder if you have any brilliant plans, CEO Su. Su Yin looked at the newspapers on Wang Haojuan's work desk. Splashed across the front pages were pictures of Ning Xi sitting in the seat of the female lead of Assassin as she was being interviewed. The headlines read, "China's pride in Hollywood, Ning Xi." Su Yin looked at that picture, a blunt aching in his gaze, suddenly appearing. His girl. He should have gone to look for her to give her a reply. However, now, he could only break his promise to her once again and sorrowfully evade her. "CEO Su." "CEO Su." Su Yin retrieved his gaze from the newspaper. "The artistes under us are not as skilled as the others. How do we make up for that?" Wang Haojuan was stunned when he heard him. In any case, Han Zixuan is now Starlight's top female artiste. She's their front face. This time, we've been toppled by Ning Xi like this. It really doesn't look good on us. Natural selection. If she can't change, let her capabilities do the talking. Wang Haojuan was stumped by Su Yin that he was rendered speechless. However, even though Su Yan's words were unpleasant, he actually made sense. The roles had already been decided. What was done could not be undone. This could not be changed. Now that Han Zixuan was being pushed down like this, Starlight could not just put all their resources into one basket. "I understand what you mean, CEO Su," said Wang Haojuan. Xuelua hasn't been feeling too well recently. If there's anything, just contact me directly," said Su Yin with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. He could only use this way to get closer to her now. "Okay, I got it." Wang Haojuan nodded. Now that Su Yin had replaced Ning Xuelua in managing Starlight, even though he could not reverse the current state of things, he could only console himself that whatever it was, he had extra support behind the scenes. Su Yin had just left not too long ago when Zheng Anru rushed into Wang Haojuan's office like she was on fire. "CEO Wang, you must demand justice for our Zixuan. Zixuan's so angry that she's in the hospital right now. We don't know what sly tricks that slut Ning Xi used. How did she get the leading role from thin air? This was clearly a result of her dirty tricks. How can our Zixuan be a supporting role to someone like that? Isn't that?" Wang Haojuan irritatedly interrupted Zheng Anru's rant. "Enough. Don't blame everything on someone else. I've put all of our resources on her. How else can I demand justice for her?" She's the female lead for a movie that Jace is personally producing. Do you think it can be done with just dirty tricks? Even if the Lu Corporation had pulled any strings, the actor themselves would still need to have sufficient capabilities to persuade the filming crew, even Jace himself. This was even harder to achieve than just pulling strings. After all, Jace definitely would not ruin his own reputation. If Wang Haojuan was only slightly regretful before, at this moment he was so immensely regretful that he started to doubt his life. If Ning Xi had continued to stay on in Starlight, this miracle, this huge honor would have all been Starlight's, while his name would forever remain in the history of the entertainment industry. Chapter 1976. Warning ####. When he thought about this, Wang Haojuan was even more annoyed. He said in a low tone, now that the situation is already like this, if she's dissatisfied with this role and doesn't want to go, I'll arrange for someone else. CEO Wang, that's not what I meant, Zhang Anru quickly said. She meant that she wanted to snatch the female lead role and not outright quit the filming crew. Wang Haojuan said in a hostile tone, then, prepare well. Since she's sick, let her stay at home to recover now, but polish and refine her acting skills at the same time. Now, the competition is very intense. She's not the only artiste in the company. Zhang Anru obviously understood such a clear warning. She wanted to say something more, but she was afraid that it would make Wang Haojuan even more upset, so she just mumbled to herself as she walked out. Zhang Anru had actually predicted this outcome too, but she was really unwilling to let go. How was it that the most popular female star in the entertainment industry that had been single-handedly managed by her could be overthrown by an outdated Ning Xi to such an extent? After the press conference ended, Han Zixuan's team had lost face. She returned at turtle speed and did not dare to brag anymore. On the other hand, Glory World Entertainment had organized a lively celebration dinner. Everyone was overjoyed and their hope was restored again. After all, from Qin Shuang and Jiang Mai's matter, they could see that Ning Xi was not the kind of person who would dominate resources. On the contrary, from the moment Ning Xi made her comeback, she had never forgotten to help them to seek opportunities. In an instant, Ning Xi's credit among the people had reached its pinnacle in all of the hearts of Glory World Entertainment's staff and artistes. Not long after that, Assassin entered an intense phase of filming. At the filming location, Ning Xi held the script all the time. Whenever she had some free time, she would study it in detail. Harder to come by was Jiang Mai. He was almost living with the filming crew and was so serious to the point of obsession. It really moved Lei Ming to the point of tears. His little cub had finally grown up. The plot in China only took up about a week, then they were done shooting. Ning Xi and Jiang Mai followed the filming crew to travel to Europe and continue shooting at several locations. At the same time, China's financial market had, in a short amount of time, suddenly been attacked by a huge impact. Most of China's financial index, including short-term interest rates, foreign currency assets, stocks and bonds, real estate, and even some of the listed companies were affected, creating a worsening domino effect. The one bearing the brunt of depreciating stocks was China's Lu Corporation. The Lu Corporation companies were all over Asia, and they paved the direction for China's economic system as they controlled almost all of Asia's economic lifeline. If the Lu Corporation collapsed, it would be the greatest impact against China's entire economic system. Inside the meeting room, Lu Tingxiao abyssal eyes were all gloom and doom. Bro, what's the situation actually? Lu Jingli quickly rushed to the meeting room and coincidentally saw that Lu Tingxiao had not left. Lu Tingxiao studied the complicated data on the computer screen and said, there's someone manipulating this from behind. Now that China's economy was a mess, it looked extremely similar to the economic bubble in the past. Once the bubble burst, the outcome would be unthinkable. And if someone wanted to collapse China's economy, they had to very first deal with the Lu Corporation. But what kind of person could have such capabilities? This is impossible. The other person's target was not one or two companies, but the entire China. How huge of a force would be needed to achieve that? Now, some of Lu Corporation's large and small shareholders had announced to the world that they would be letting go of their shares by dumping. Chapter 1977. That woman bewitched you ####. In just a night, the shares were all bought up by a mysterious finance group. If the Lu Corporation fell into the hands of an outsider, a virtual bubble economy would be formed. In a short amount of time, it would cause a reaction that could destroy the whole Chinese economy. Lu Jingli had goosebumps all over him as he had these thoughts. It was surely a conspiracy. Not just the Lu Corporation, several other powerful organizations faced a similar fate as the Lu Corporation. It was exactly the same circumstances. This means that we are not the only target. The opponent wants to control the economy of the whole of Asia. Lu Jingli stared at Lu Tingxiao in horror. A huge amount of underground forces hid behind the economy of Asia. If the Asian economy was destroyed, handling the underground forces would be extremely easy. Whether it was to disband them or to use them, it would not be a difficult task. Just who could it be? I thought it was that Yin bastard again, but now that I think about it, that guy couldn't have gone this far. Lu Jingli's brain was going haywire. After a while, Lu Tingxiao blurted out 2 words, European king. Lu Jingli was shocked when he heard those 2 words. Damn, seriously? We're not even related in any way. What does that old guy want, stepping over his boundaries? And I feel that he's especially against us this time. If the Lu Corporation could hang in there, the current situation could still be controlled. However, once the Lu Corporation fell, the consequences would be catastrophic. The powerful organizations in the country would surely fall along with the Lu Corporation like a stack of dominoes. It was worrisome enough to have Yunshin around. Then this external enemy had stormed right in. At night, in a certain old house in Imperial, in the dark came the cold voice of the white-haired man. You're really lucky, aren't you, Uncle Qiao? Uncle Qiao's expression was unusually calm when facing this person who had abandoned his duty for revenge and for his family. Shun, you've been too obsessed. That woman bewitched you. So I can forgive you just this once. Ha! Yunshin laughed as if he had just heard a joke. I'm giving you your last chance now. Work together with me. This is our only chance at overturning the Lu family. Yunshin gazed upon the man. It seems that your patron is pretty powerful this time. Why do you still need me? Xiao Yi was angered by his indifferent tone. Bastard, your mother is not avenged yet, and you're here wasting your time. Think about it. What have you done in the past year? What did I do? Yunshin's eyes brightened a little. He did not really do anything in the past year, yet it was the time that he felt the most alive. I'm here to get you out of your slump. Xiao Yi sounded determined. Yunshin guffawed. Aren't you afraid that I might betray you and help Lu Tingxiao, in the end ruining all your plans? You dare to? Xiao Yi was frustrated when Yunshin mentioned the one sensitive thing. Yunshin raised his eyebrows. With your powerful patron around, does anything I do make a difference? Good that you know. No matter what, the Lu family have to die this time. If you work with me, I can pretend that all those things from before never happened. Chapter 1978. Dear brother ###. Xiao Yi mellowed his tone and tried to convince Yunshin. If you really love that woman, that's not a big deal. Wait until the Lu family is finished, then you can just grab her. Yi, see the guest off. Yunshin lost his patience and said coldly. You. Xiao Yi frowned when Yunshin did not let up. Shun, I don't have time to waste with you. I'm giving you 2 choices now. 1, work with me and we'll fight as a family. If not, we'll be enemies in the future. Yunshin grinned. Oh, I thought we already are enemies. You? Sure. Okay, fine. Xiao Yi stood up angrily. Don't blame me since you're going against me and the European king. Xiao Yi stopped trying to convince Yunshin and left. Tang Yi took his order seriously and sent the guest off. Xiao Yi looked back at Tang Yi. Yi, please talk to him about it. I've done everything for him. Even I can't help him by the time the European king takes over the whole Asian economy. Tang Yi did not say anything. He had a lot to consider, standing in between Yunshin and Xiao Yi. It was unexpected. Not only did the master escape, he was even working with the European king. As far as he knew, even at the peak of the organization, they could never have worked with them. This matter seemed to be shrouded in mystery. Who had rescued Master? How did he come into contact with the European king? The Chinese economic crisis was actually related to Master. While Master was not capable of completing such a feat, but when the European king stepped in, not just China, the whole Chinese economy would be destroyed. The moment Xiao Yi left, another person dropped by. Tang Yi was surprised to see the new guest. Lu Tingxiao. Ever since Ning Xi had fallen into a coma, Yunshin and Lu Tingxiao had never met each other. but they cooperatively maintained a balance. Between their forces, Lu Tingxiao's visit tonight must be about the European king. Their balance was at risk as the intervention of the European king loomed near. Both the Lu family and Yun Shun would be affected. No one could escape it. As Master said, the European king was keen on the Asian forces. If they did not work with the European king, the first target after obliterating the Lu family would most probably be them. Tang Yi kept his tangled thoughts to himself as he reported the arrival of the guest to Yun Shun and brought the guest up. Inside the room, Yun Shun popped his feet up on the coffee table. He tilted his head and said light-heartedly, "Ah, what a night. I have a lot of important guests. Please sit." Lu Tingxiao sat opposite of the white-haired man on a single-seater sofa. He did not mince his words. "Collaborate." Yun Shun laughed. "My dear brother, your way of convincing people is really special. Do you know that my uncle told me just now that if the Lu family is done for, then—" Yun Shun did not finish his sentence, but Lu Tingxiao could already guess what Xiao Yi would have said based on his personality. Lu Tingxiao's calm eyes were filled with a sharp light. Yun Shun's eyes turned cold as well. He suddenly said, "Actually, you want to kill me, don't you?" Just as he wanted to kill him too. Chapter 1979. You get Lu family. I'll get Tingxi ####. Every day, every moment, he thought about it. However, he endured his impulse because of a certain ungrateful brat. He surprised himself by being able to endure it for this long. Of course, the man opposite was doing the same too. "You declined Xiao Yi," Lu Tingxiao said confidently. Not only had he predicted that Xiao Yi would have dropped by, he also expected Yun Shun to decline Xiao Yi's offer. Yun Shun sounded annoyed. "Just because I declined him then I have to accept you? I'm worried about your logic, brother. You know about the truth of what happened very well," Lu Tingxiao said suddenly. Yun Shun's pupils shrunk. "So what? Everyone involved deserves to die? Including the Lu family. At the end of this matter, I'll leave the Lu Corporation," Lu Tingxiao continued. Did he just say he would give up on the huge Lu Corporation so easily? Yun Shun narrowed his eyes as Lu Tingxiao had just said something emotionlessly. He did not feel pleased at all. He smiled coldly. "Why don't we trade? You get the Lu family, and I'll get Tingxi." Lu Tingxiao's expression turned cold. "She's not a tradable item." He then left after saying those words. Behind him, Yun Shun's cold and sharp expression turned empty. Tisk, boring. Half a month later, Ning Xi and Jiang Mai returned to the country. The filming in Europe had gone smoothly. As the crew members still doubted Ning Xi at first, all of them shut their mouth after witnessing Ning Xi perfectly play the role of Anna. While Hollywood was not the most cordial place towards the Chinese, they were respectful towards people with true capabilities. Even Lillian was on amicable terms with Ning Xi now. There was news that Ning Xi was shopping with Lillian in Europe and that they even stayed at the same hotel. Ning Xi received a call the moment she landed. "Hello, dear, have you reached yet?" There was the sweet voice of a woman over the phone. "Yes, Lillian, I just got off the plane," Ning Xi replied. "Oh, my dear, you know what? I just finished your movie The World. You're so awesome as Meng Chang'e. If that were in Hollywood, I'm pretty sure you'll get an Oscar award." Lillian's excited voice came through the phone. Ning Xi could even hear some classic lines of Meng Chang'e in the background. "You're exaggerating, Lillian." Ning Xi laughed. "All right, my dear, I'm at ease now that you're back safely. Call me soon." "Don't worry, I will." Ning Xi smiled. For half a month in Europe, Lillian and she had the most scenes together. They faced each other from dawn till dusk, and without realizing it, the both of them turned into good friends. It was a far cry from the tensed relationship they began with. Ning Xi walked out of the airport after she hung up. She could not wait to go back home. She would soon travel to other countries for more filming. During this period of rest, she wanted to spend time with her darling and little treasure. As she thought about something, there was a sense of worry in her eyes. Recently, she had been filming while being cut off from communication. She had just only found out there were huge tremors of economic crisis within the country, with the Lu Corporation bearing the most damage. She wondered how things were with Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi went into the car and rushed back to Deer Town. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Han Xiao. Chapter 1980. Guaranteed financial support for the rest of its life. ####. As this was the second time receiving the master's call, Ning Xi was already less shocked. She just raised her brows ever so slightly and thought to herself, He would not be asking her to go settle his bills again, would he? Little girl. Master, which KFC are you at? I'll go settle the bill right way, said Ning Xi very cleverly. No need to settle any bills, said Han Xiao on the other end of the phone. Could her luck be so fortunate this time around? Ning Xi was shocked. Then, why are you looking for me? Take my tiger away, said Han Xiao. Huh, what are you saying? This guy eats up half a year of my food expenses in a day. These few days, when I eat KFC, I can't even afford the family bucket. I can only get a drumstick. I can't even have milk tea, Han Xiao sighed. He was filled with complaints. Imperial was not a forest. To raise a tiger was indeed difficult, especially for someone like Han Xiao, who could barely even feed himself. Forget about feeding the tiger well. She realized that even though the master was amazing, his capabilities of maintaining a livelihood and taking care of himself was practically negative. She really did not know how he had stayed alive until now. Ning Xi said, So what are you saying? Help me take care of it for a few days. Han Xiao said with no trace of courtesy. Ning Xi was speechless and did not want to say anything at this point. The first time, he made her settle his bills. The second time, he just let her be his financial support, and it was to financially support a tiger with a huge appetite. Thankfully, this request was exactly what Ning Xi wanted. Oh, her cute tiger. No problem. Just send it over. I'm in that little town I was in the last time. Not too long after she hung up, Han Xiao sent the tiger to Deer Town. Thankfully, Deer Town was remote and was considered an undeveloped area, plus it was already nighttime. Otherwise, the appearance of this tiger would surely cause panic. When she saw the white tiger beside Han Xiao, Ning Xi's eyes immediately shone. Master, what does it usually eat? Just feed it whatever. Han Xiao yawned lazily. Then he just waved and left. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. She sighed and stroked the white tiger's head. Your master is too unreliable. Next time, you should just roll with me. I guarantee I'll feed you well. Mommy. Ning Xi was speaking with the tiger when suddenly, there was a soft bump on her leg. A delicate little rice ball had run up to her. Oh, baby little treasure. I miss you so much. Quickly let mommy kiss and hug. You. Little treasure stuck to Ning Xi's embrace and was delighted. At this moment, when he saw the white tiger beside Ning Xi from the corner of his eyes widened. Mommy, careful. Then, the little guy quickly squeezed his way in between Ning Xi and the white tiger, making a blocking gesture. He glared at the tiger opposite him like a little tiger cub himself. Ning Xi was so moved that she rubbed the little guy's head. Little treasure, don't worry. This is mommy's friend. He won't hurt people. Mommy's friend. Yes. When he heard Ning Xi say that, little treasure was relieved. After he was no longer vigilant, he started to observe the huge white tiger curiously. Let's go inside and play. Don't frighten the neighbors. Thus, Ning Xi led the little bun and the white tiger into the house. When Tingxiao heard the sound of the front door, he knew that Ning Xi had returned. He subconsciously looked over at the entrance. When he saw the familiar white tiger by Ning Xi's side, Tingxiao was slightly taken aback. Han Xiao came by. Ning Xi shrugged. No, that guy said that he can't afford to raise it. He's asking me to help him take care of it for a few days. This master is unreliable. Chapter 1981. Trespassing a tiger's lair ####. When Tingxiao heard this, he looked doubtful. Han Xiao seemed like someone who was not into the affairs of the world, yet he still felt like this person was not that simple. Everything that he did seemed to be strange and absurd, yet actually, there was meaning to them. Even though he could not make out his intentions, he could confirm that he was a friend and not a foe. On the other side, Ning Xi and Little Treasure were already playing with the tiger. The two of them fed the tiger one mouthful at a time. When he saw that the white tiger was satiated, it wagged its snowy white tail and lay on the ground with its belly up, letting Little Treasure snuggle against it. Ning Xi found this terribly cute. Come over for dinner. Tingxiao looked helplessly at the big and the small ones lying on the ground. Perhaps he could consider letting them have a pet. Oh, coming. Ning Xi then reluctantly removed her gaze from the white tiger and prepared to have dinner. At this moment, the tiger suddenly sat up straight, his feline eyes fixed straight outside the door. Then came a low rumble from his throat that sounded like a warning. Bam! A crisp sound was heard, and the huge door was crashed open. Two men in black with masked faces suddenly rushed in. Follow us. Before one of the men could finish, he suddenly saw the Bengal white tiger beside Ning Xi. Based on his professionalism and common sense, it was enough for him to know what this living thing before him meant. This was not a common white tiger from the zoo. The man stood stunned for about 3 seconds. Sorry, we've gotten the wrong place. One of them reacted more quickly. He tugged on his companion and wanted to leave. Yet, the white tiger roared at the top of its lungs. It shot to its feet like feathered arrows and blocked the door. Its roar caused Ning Xi to tremble all over, and she was perturbed. In the wild, a single roar from the white tiger could move mountains. Furthermore, they were experiencing it so up close. As for one of the black-clothed men, the tiger's roar made his legs shake, and he almost fell straight to the ground. When they saw that the tiger had not immediately pounced on them, the two men quickly ran for their lives. Very quickly, two of Tingxiao's subordinates rushed in, panting, "Boss, are you okay?" One of them saw the white tiger at the entrance and was frightened. This is... What happened? Tingxiao asked in a low voice. Some people trespassed, but they were clearly professional hires. When we realized it, they had already gotten close. The subordinate blamed himself. Tingxiao frowned slightly. Deer Town was a residential area after all. He could not have defenses that were too strict. In fact, even if they had tighter security, as long as the other party sent out high-level people, there would definitely be a possibility of an invasion. He had done the most for the surrounding security, which proved that these two trespassers' ranks were at least A rank. There was no need to guess who were forces that could hire mercenaries of A rank. The white tiger surrounded Tingxiao's two subordinates and vigilantly hovered. When Ning Xi saw its protective behavior, she quickly pulled the white tiger back. "Baby, come back. They're not enemies. Big White, come." Little Treasure waved at the white tiger. It seemed to have understood Ning Xi and Little Treasure as the white tiger then swung his tail and walked towards Little Treasure, who held a piece of beef in his hand. At this moment, Ning Xi gazed out and frowned slightly. It seemed like things would not be that peaceful. Previously, she had already bumped into a stalker once, whom Han Xiao resolved. Chapter 1982. Trick a master to be bodyguard ####. Previously, Ning Xi was afraid that Tingxiao would be worried about the stalker incident, so she had not told him. Tonight, someone had invaded Deer Town and broken through their door. Thankfully, Han Zhao's white tiger was there this time. Otherwise, even if she and Tingxiao could handle the two people, Little Treasure was there too. If there was the slightest mishap, she dared not imagine the consequences. With the white tiger there should not be any issue for now. "Don't worry, I'll get Tang Lang to come over. It's best if you don't leave the house for the next few days," said Tingxiao. Ning Xi nodded. Send Little Treasure to the old residence. You too, be very careful." The other party's target was clearly there. Obviously, Tingxiao could be implicated along too. Okay. They were undisturbed for 2 days. The other party did not. Seemed to have plans of ambushing again. They were probably preparing for the next attack. Instead, it was Han Xiao who came uninvited. When the white tiger saw Han Xiao, it was very excited. It immediately ran towards Han Xiao. "Wow, you've been eating quite well." When he saw that white tiger had ample energy, Han Xiao laughed. "Well, that depends on who's taking care of it. Why don't you just give it to me to raise? That way, it doesn't need to brave the winds with you." The longer Ning Xi looked after it, the more she was reluctant to part with it. "That can't do." Han Xiao shook his head. Ning Xi was just casually mentioning it, as she knew that Han Xiao definitely would not agree to it. "Hee, master." Suddenly, Ning Xi pulled Han Xiao's arm. "What? Do you want to treat me to a meal?" Han Xiao shot her a look from the corner of his eye. Ning Xi instantly choked. Could he stop only thinking about eating? It really affected his glorious image. "It's like this, master. I've been targeted by assassins. The night before, someone even invaded Deer Town to ambush me. Master, please protect me, please." Ning Xi said with sparkling eyes. "I can't. I still have things to do," Han Xiao rejected firmly. "Is it an emergency?" Ning Xi thought that if it caused trouble for him, she obviously would not push it further. "KFC has released a new set meal. I want to go line up for it," said Han Xiao with a straight face. "What? Master, please don't mess with me anymore. In fact, how can you not keep your word?" Ning Xi complained. "Not keep my word?" Han Xiao was confused. Ning Xi dug around and immediately took out the whistle that Han Xiao had given her back then. Didn't you say then that you would agree with me on one thing? To consider returning me a favor. Then, you gave me this whistle. Thankfully, this whistle was still around. After the incident, Tingxiao had helped her retrieve it back. Didn't I already return the favor? I saved you the last time. Han Xiao said. No, Ning Xi shook her head. I didn't blow the whistle the last time. So what if it wasn't you that blew it? I still saved you. Han Zhao's expression was very matter-of-fact. Did I ask you to save me? Ning Xi retorted. Han Xiao thought about it earnestly. Then he said, no. Since it wasn't me who blew the whistle, and it wasn't me who asked you to save me, then how can this favor be considered returned? Master, don't you think so? Ning Xi grinned, her expression even more justified. Right, Han Xiao said subconsciously. Master, I knew you were reasonable. Ning Xi instantly praised Han Xiao endlessly. If she could let Han Xiao guard the area, she would not need to be afraid of any assassins. So, no matter what, she had to trick the master to stay. Han Xiao had wanted to argue, yet he was tongue-tied. Ning Xi was not wrong at all. The whistle had not been blown by her, and she had not begged for him to save her. It still doesn't feel right. Han Xiao stared blankly at this girl opposite him. Ning Xi said, I'll get people to line up and buy you the new set meal right away. I'll send it over within half an hour. Han Xiao responded instantly. Okay. Chapter 1983. Have fun with the master. At the same time, Tang Lang came over to Ning Xi's house in a floral shirt and a pair of sandals. Boss, do you need me? Tang Lang asked as he went into the house. Ning Xi poked her head out and took a glance. You're here, second senior brother. I did, but not anymore. So what was it? Tang Lang was speechless. Was she pranking him? It's been unsafe recently after the assassins attacked the night before yesterday, so I was thinking of asking you to stay over, Ning Xi explained. Assassins? Tang Lang then glanced over at Han Xiao who was nearby. Tang Lang's heart jumped. What the heck? Why is he here? Is he the assassin? Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. I invited the master here to protect me. Tang Lang was relieved. If this guy was the assassin, probably no one could escape. Their existence was practically bug-like. You've already found someone. Why do you need me then? Tang Lang was shocked. He wished he was at home indulging in watermelon under this hot summer. Kiddo, come here and play with me. Suddenly, Han Xiao stretched his back and asked Tang Lang to go over. Ning Xi then smiled. Of course, you're going to be useful her, second senior brother. Go have some fun with the master. Damn. Ning Xiaoxi, you sold me out again. No way. Tang Lang shook his head. What kind of joke was this? He could not even get near Han Xiao when he attacked together with Tang Yi. Well, if you don't come, I'll punch you to death. Han Xiao sounded really bored. Tang Lang's expression said that he did not want to fight even if he were to die. Come on now. I'll just use a finger to fight you. Han Xiao smiled. What? Suddenly, there was a glimmer in Tang Lang's eyes. That was too much. One finger. Who was he talking to? I said, I'll fight you with one finger. Han Xiao extended just a finger of his. Second senior brother, do you mean you can't even beat a finger? Ning Xi sighed. What a joke. Tang Lang was enraged. All right, one finger it is then. If I can't even beat one finger, I'll call you my grandfather. Tang Lang then sank into his stance and charged towards Han Xiao. Han Xiao remained stationary as he put his left hand behind his back and faced the attack with just a finger. As Tang Lang closed in just half a step away, Han Xiao thrusted his finger mid-air. Whoosh! An airstrike-like sound echoed through the house. Han Xiao's thrust emitted a strong wind. Before his finger could emitted Tang Lang. The force generated from his finger impacted the man first. Han Xiao's speed was so swift that not only Ning Xi could not see it. Even Tang Lang was not able to detect his movements clearly. In that brief moment, his finger landed on Tang Lang's abdomen. Bang! Before even realizing what happened, Tang Lang was already on the ground. Tang Lang's expression looked horrible. He stared at the lazy-looking Han Xiao unbelievably. This man had just casually pointed at him, but he had not been able to do anything against it. If this man had actually tried, could Tang Lang be dead by now? Tang Lang had always been talented in martial arts, and he was very proud of it. However, there were always more skilled people, and he was impressed. Tang Lang tried to comfort himself that he was still a normal person, and that he should not compare himself to this monster. Chapter 1984. Instant Kill. I lost. Tang Lang sighed. Humans can never win against monsters. That was no fun again. Han Xiao wanted another round. Tang Lang knelt down on the floor and said, "No more, please, grandfather." Han Xiao seemed to have lost interest as well. He glanced over at Ning Xi. "You want to have a go?" Ning Xi shook her head violently. "Just like you said, master. I'm just like a little chick. Please ignore me." "All right." Han Xiao sat back on the sofa. He turned on the television and started watching cartoon. Yes, cartoon. When Tingxiao came back home from work, he was surprised to see Han Xiao. Ning Xi grabbed Tingxiao aside and told him about how she made Han Xiao come over. Tingxiao laughed afterwards. As he looked at the seemingly indifferent man, his judgment on him was not wrong. After all, Han Xiao probably predicted something might happen. He left the white tiger here on purpose. Midnight. There were some movements outside the house. The living room was dark. Tang Lang watched a whole day of cartoon with Han Xiao. The both of them enjoyed it. "Grandfather, someone's here." Suddenly, Tang Lang looked outside, aloof. He had no problem calling Han Xiao his grandfather at all. "Go and get the door then," Han Xiao said. "Okay." Tang Lang got up and opened the door. "Welcome." Tang Lang smiled at the few men in Western clothing with guns in their hands. The several assassins were dumbfounded. The leader of the assassins frowned and fired a shot in the direction of Tang Lang. With Tang Lang's quick reaction, he already shifted away the moment the man raised his arm, avoiding the shots. "Grandfather, someone's being disrespectful here," Tang Lang yelled to Han Xiao. When he looked at the sofa, Han Xiao had already disappeared. "Damn, what kind of speed is that?" Tang Lang shivered as he stared at Han Xiao before the door. "Can this thing really kill people?" Han Xiao stood before the men and looked into the dark gun muzzle. "Die." The man looked at him with cold eyes before he pulled the trigger as he aimed at Han Xiao. Bang! A loud noise echoed throughout the house. "What?" The assassins looked at each other. The lazy-looking man had just used a finger and made the gun point in another direction. Not only did the man fail to kill Han Xiao, he even killed a companion of his. This is why little kids shouldn't play with guns. Look now, an accident's happened. Han Xiao shook his head. The others pulled out their guns simultaneously. "Let me take a look." Han Xiao grabbed a gun from one of them. Bang! Han Xiao fired several shots consecutively. Each of the shots landed on the thighs of the assassins. Screams echoed amidst the dark night. "Sorry, I aimed at the wrong place. Let me do it again." Han Xiao raised the gun and pulled the trigger as he aimed at their heads. Bang! 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 The assassins were all killed on the spot after the bullets went through their brains. "I got it right this time." Han Xiao looked at the corpses on the ground. Then he threw away the gun. "They're annoying. Clean them up." Han Xiao went back to the sofa, opened a bag of chips, and continued watching cartoons. "All right, grandfather." Tang Lang dragged the bodies outside. Chapter 1985, I don't need a foot accessory. Xiao Yi had sent a few dozen people to Deer Town recently. However, he lost contact with all the people who went there as if they had vanished into thin air. "Uncle Xiao, it seems like the Liu family is well prepared. Only 2 of the assassins we sent returned, and they said they saw a white tiger in Deer Town." Feng Jin was deep in thought. White tiger? Xiao Yi was doubtful. Could the assassins he sent all been killed by the white tiger? "Uncle Xiao, I think we